Good Thursday morning, everybody. John and Lance, along with Dell, here with you for the next 3 hours on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And off we go with, okay, so it's over now, the franchise tag period. There's some guys out there, too. There's some new stuff going on as well. I want to start with DK Metcalf. Interesting what that would look like if, in fact, our Houston Texans could get a DK Metcalf alongside Nico Collins. You know, we're not going to be able to get everything with the draft, or you're going to have to. And oh, by the way, but how deep is this receiver class anyway?
Not that great.
No,
not that great.
No. So at the top, it's pretty good.
It's just okay.
Yeah,
it's not a great receiver class. No, I mean you can find guys to play on your team. There's guys who will make the team, but it's like a bunch of Mechis kind of coming out. Yeah.
So wouldn't it be more prudent now? Wide receivers are divas and they want a lot of money, and especially grabbing one. It's a lot more economical to grab a guy out of the draft because you don't pay him for the first 3 or 4 years, 4 or 5 years, whatever it's going to be. But a DK Metcalf, a big, strong dude that can run, on the other side of Nico Collins. That's attractive to me.
It sounds good. Here's the problem. This conversation came up with a friend of mine who handles receivers, and he said DK don't really have any value anymore. Once they put a cover 2 shell on, he's done. His routes are go routes, post routes, everything that's been gobbled up by cover 2. So he didn't have value anymore because he can't run route. He's not able to break down and run certain routes. His routes have to be over routes, where he doesn't really have to slow his feet. His routes are all intermediate and deep routes. And so the cover 2 took that out. We saw that that part of Bobby Slowick's offense, and really, frankly, offense around the league. I mean, we talk about passing games going down, and the reason is because they took away those deep routes. And so he doesn't have the same value. If somebody runs that on you, they run that 2 shell on you, he just doesn't have the same value because he doesn't run the shorter routes. He can't get in and out of his breaks. And so that's the problem that you have with DK Metcalf, is he was rendered much less valuable last year simply by the choice of defense.
Mm-hmm.
And so, there's that, and then there's how much is he going to want? I don't want to pay him more than my guy.
Yeah, right.
He
probably would want more.
You never want to do that, and especially when Nico restructured his contract. Although the restructuring, no one gives money away on a restructure unless they're not playing well, where they restructure to keep from being cut. Nico just gets more of it up front. That's all it is. Right. It's good for the players, good for CD Lamb.
Absolutely.
Then their base number comes down. They don't get as much during the season because they're getting a big chunk right now.
Yeah,
and it helps. And he helped free up money. Nico Collins restructure helped free some money up just to be functional. Like, this isn't even enough money to sign most guys. DK's under contract, so you could legitimately trade for him if you wanted. And look, it's very appealing to have DK Metcalf and Nico Collins. Very appealing. That was brought to my attention that he doesn't run those routes. So how much value does he have in today's NFL if they decide to keep playing these shell defenses? And I was like, I guess that's true. Just run a bunch of slants with them. I don't know. So that's one of the conversations that's going to be had. Supposedly that's why, Seattle's amenable to. They just cut Tyler Lockett. He's a cap cut. His cap number is like high. They say he's not the same player. That was another guy I thought of. Like, he's a veteran. He could legitimately slip into Tank's spot and I think be okay.
Yeah.
But you have a lot of free agents. You're right. We just got a deal done. Me and the Texans.
Yeah, right.
Got one done. Dare Agumbawale signed a 1 year, $2 million deal. It's a placeholder that I don't even know if it's guaranteed. He potentially could be cut before the season started. It wouldn't cost him. I doubt it would cost him much.
He's a value. He's a.
But I think that's a signing just to take care of that roster spot. I agree with you.
Yeah,
he's a valuable player.
Yeah, he got a special team,
third down back. Yeah, right. He comes in and plays well
for $2 million.
Yeah, no, you just look. I went through the free agent roster or free agent list of the Texans yesterday, and it was like, holy crap. They got a bunch of guys.
Yeah.
Like, they're going to have to replace about 14,
Well,
15 roster
that's
spots.
why I was talking about Puna Ford. He's out there possibly because you're getting rid of 2 defensive tackles that are
Probably.
gone. Probably.
I mean, they're going to test the market. I'll bet you Fotukasi comes back, I'll bet. Well, it depends.
That's a lot of money.
Depends on how much he wants.
He was $5 million last year.
Yeah, he was $5 million.
Yeah, so,
that's for the Texans. That's a lot of money now.
Yeah. I mean, if Mario's going to be cheaper, and he had some production.
They want to, like, you can't do it all from the draft. You don't have enough draft picks.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, they may have to restructure someone else. Well, no, what they need to do, well, it's the problem. If they wait until after June 1st to cut Shaq Mason, you don't have that. Like, I guess you can approach free agents who are still on the market after that time.
What do you think of Will Fraze?
I like him, but the guard,
yeah,
but there's going to be a battle.
A lot of suitors,
yeah.
He'll
probably be like 14 million.
Yeah. That's your boy over there. He comes from Indianapolis, a guard.
They like him, but I don't. They're willing to let him walk.
Well, yeah, they're letting him. Yeah, a lot of that. It could be money. You never know.
Yeah, well, a lot of it is.
Yeah, right. And Isaiah Rodgers, the corner, is out there.
The gambler.
Yeah, that's right. I don't mind that. Why? Oh, you got a problem with gambling?
Well, he's been cut a few different. He's really got more value as a kick returner than a corner.
Yeah, but you know what? You need some bodies.
Our kick returner is that's what we said last year with Jeffrey Okuda and C.J. Henderson. Sometimes bodies are dead bodies.
Those guys were dead. They were dead man walking when they got here.
I mean, they were former first rounders.
Yeah, but also
I don't want warm bodies at corner. I want guys that can play.
Well,
we need more draft picks. Now that I think about it, we need more draft picks.
Yeah.
We need like 5 more draft picks.
Yeah.
And I'd like for them all to be 2, 3, and 4.
But then there's the we got to win now thing too.
And I know.
So you're getting third, fourth, fifth rounders. Those aren't guys that
this
are
is a tricky
plug and play.
You're right. This is a tricky offseason because you got a lot of spots to fill. You want to fill them cheaply. You're probably not going to be able to make any splashes in free agent market. Looking at the cap space and looking at who all has money, they're going to outbid the Texans on anybody and everybody. The Texans are going to have to fill spaces, and they're going to have to do it with cheap free agent deals and then with picks. And, it wouldn't surprise me if they trade back some and pick up draft picks. They're probably less likely to trade up than they are to trade back. Now that I look at what the roster is going to look like, they can't afford to give up picks.
No, if early second rounders can play, then that's
I don't mind giving up. And what do you get for that? You might get an extra fourth,
third, and they need some extra picks.
Yeah. You might get an extra fourth just for moving from, 25 back to, I don't know, the second pick. You're not going to get as much as people think, but it's a pick that can fill your roster out and give you depth. So I'd consider it.
Yeah.
It's very deep. The draft is very deep from like 20 to 60. So a lot of teams are going to want to trade back because they're going to have people They're going to have people who they have in the 20s who are available in the 40s based on how certain teams see certain players. So this is going to be a trade. A lot of people think this is a good year to have second and third round picks. So just keep that in mind.
The trade destinations that people think for DK.
Oh, I didn't see this. Joey Bosa got released.
Yeah,
I mean, he's always hurt.
Yeah. Yeah,
constantly hurt.
Yeah, Joey Bosa's out there, but I mean, that's not a
72
position.
Career sacks. Wow. He's hurt all the time.
Yeah. The trade destinations for DK: New England, the Chargers, Kansas City, Pittsburgh, and Carolina.
I love the Chargers for that one.
Yeah. Yep. There was a lot of talk about that. Have McConkey on one side and him on the other.
But New England's got all the money in the world.
Yep.
So they can
have
trade
almost $100 million in or more.
They got a lot of money.
A lot of money to spend this offseason. But yeah, Joey Bosa out there. He was released yesterday. That was the biggest name released yesterday. But there's some good players that are on the free agent market. Now, whether or not there are teams. The Texans are way down the list on money to spend. Way down the list.
Way.
Yeah, so they can free up money here and there and whatnot.
Saints.
But
how far are the Saints still over the cap? They were 56 million over the cap as of the combine.
Yeah.
56 million over the cap. It's the most poorly run organization, very quietly the most poorly run organization in sports.
Yep.
It doesn't get the love that Cleveland gets for being poorly run. But if you think about it, for the past 8 years, they've dealt draft picks away and they've tried to trade up. Oh, you're keeping our window, boy. We're going for it. We're going for it with Marcus Davenport. We'll give up 2 first-rounders for this guy from UTSA or UTEP or where, I can't remember where he was from.
UTSA, I think.
Who's still a boom bust prospect. It was so dumb when they did that. And that's all they've done is trade up. Let's trade up. You gonna get rid of picks? Yeah, we're gonna trade up. And then when that doesn't work, we don't have draft picks left, so we're gonna spend free agent money. We're gonna go get Derek Carr. You gonna get Derek Carr? And we're gonna give him over $30 million too. You are? Yeah. And we're gonna keep him a long time.
Well,
okay.
Not so much.
Okay.
The reason that you need DK Metcalf, Tank Dell had another surgery yesterday. Doc Lowe fixed his ACL. Hopefully he fixed his ACL.
They didn't do it until yesterday.
Yeah, well, they couldn't because of the other surgeries.
Isn't that unbelievable?
Yeah, no,
no chance of coming back.
This is the latest surgery.
No chance of coming back next year.
Oh my God, no chance. And who was it that said? I was seeing some podcasts that guy said, yeah, and it's a former player. He goes, yeah, I had about the same thing the Tank had, and I could never play
the
again.
same.
Could never play again. I was done.
Little guy.
It was done. So this is
Tez Johnson is smaller than Tank from Oregon.
Yeah.
He checked in at 154 pounds. And it's funny because I was on the field. I went down on the field.
Texas should get him then.
What's that?
They should get him.
They should replace Tank with Tez.
Right.
He's slower. Actually, they ran similar times. Tez actually ran faster the second time, but he's not as good as Tank. And I was hearing another Tez Johnson from Oregon. And I watched tape like, well, everyone lets him run free. No one even never pressed. Everyone's in zone. He gets to just run free to space. Like, how hard is this? Mm-hmm. He's got 3 potential, two other potential draftable receivers and a draftable tight end right next to him, and a draftable quarterback with 2 draftable offensive linemen, at least this year. Like, you're going to have, Evan Stewart went back to school. And I just thought in college football, you just run to freedom. There's no one guarding you. You just have to, they just play zone. No one presses you. And and then when some people did guard him, I'm like, he's not getting open like Tank. Tank was impossible to guard. They're kind of guarding this guy. Then he comes in at 154. Now I know Tank played at like 158 at Houston, but at least he had the decency of weighing in the 160s at the combine.
Eating the burger once in a while.
154.
Come on.
I saw a cornerback that I liked from Iowa State, a kid named Darian Porter, and I saw him on the field, and I'm like, oh my God, sticks for legs. And he weighs like I gotta see, I want to say 188 or 190. I thought, oh yeah, he's plenty big. And then you see the way some of these guys are built. Gunnar Helm is built like a 10th grade who hasn't lifted weights.
Really?
It's terrible.
Well,
he has no chest. He has no definition in his arms, no thickness in his arms. He's standing next to other tight ends, and you're like, he looks literally like he has never lifted a weight in his life.
Texas is back, folks.
I'm just telling you, with that kind of stuff, when teams see how you're built and you don't look.
Didn't Bowers have the same kind of problem?
Bowers, and I brought that up to Greg Cosell. We were looking at him, and I said, Bowers was also, he goes, this kid in Bowers. I'm like,
no, he ain't Bowers. Not Bowers. But he was pretty good. He had a nice career. He had a nice college career.
He had a nice career, but he, he's got to run again because he jacked up his ankle and tried to play through it, which is admirable. Teams will love that. But Bowers is a special pass catcher. Gunner's got great hands and ball skills and stuff like that. He's not real fast even with his ankles okay. And he's an average blocker. I think he gets drafted in the 5th round, but it's just surprising. You go down there, Deion Walker from Kentucky's a total mudslide. It's not. And then you see other guys like Baron Sorrell from Texas, like, whew, man, Braden Swinson. He and Swinson and Sorrell. Swinson from LSU is right next to Sorrell, and you just see it. It's crazy. You see a difference if both guys are kind of equal in your head, which they kind of are for me, and then I see the 2 guys standing next to each other,
in those
and
tight
historically, in super tight clothes, and ones where they had their junk all out in this year's because they had a little special pouch they built, which I don't know why they did. Colleen Wolfe even said, "This is too much this year. This is too much." She even said, "Whoa, how about these pants this year? They're a little bit much." Yes, they are. But when you have 2 guys, just like, it makes a difference to teams who they want guys that look like pros. And so if
Yeah.
two things are equal because historically those guys are better players.
Yeah, but I want a Brock Bowers. I mean, and a Tom Brady. You know, the worst body in the history was the greatest player
He's
ever.
actually he looks way better now than he did when he was in his 20s. Yeah.
All right, 7:15 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We buried the lead. We got some Astros news that's not good. On the other side, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Don't go anywhere.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Yeah, because of all the Texans championships. That's
We
why.
need somebody to ring chase with the Texans.
Yeah, right. Because if you want to come here, take the minimum and chase a ring.
If you want to come here,
Because
if
that's
you're
what
tired
we're
of
all
head
about.
coaches dancing in your videos, come to Cal Row.
So Christian Walker, good Lord. He tells Joe Spotty yesterday, yeah, I got an oblique. I don't even know. Is it in your rib cage or
It's right here.
It's where? Yeah.
It's right here. It's what Quinn Ewers had all year.
I don't even know.
It lasted all year
I'm
for
not
Quinn
even
Ewers.
sure where it is. I do know it just takes a long time.
It lasted all year for Quinn
Yes.
Ewers, or at least that's what his agent is telling everyone because of how Quinn played.
Well, he wasn't that bad.
He was
got
okay.
into the playoff.
Well, he's using the oblique. Is like, just
If
don't
you-
even
tell.
count.
Have you ever seen anyone with a disdain for anyone like
I
he
have
has
to
for
deal with
Quinn
his
Ewers?
agent all the time. Hey, don't count any of 24 against Quinn. Like, I can't count either the Georgias or the A&M or the Ohio State where he didn't get to 20 points. They get 20 points in any of those 4 games. 2 Georgias, and A&M, and Ohio State. It's not great.
No, it's not great.
It's not great. But he goes, but Michigan's fine. And then last year's Alabama's fine. What about the other games last year? He had a foot.
Oh.
So he was healthy just for 2 games?
Well, he had an oblique. All I know about obliques is they take a long time. Man. And
They do.
you know what? I'm just, let's not. Put Paredes at first, put Cam Smith at third, and let's go. Paredes, go over. You know, Paredes was taking balls at second base.
Ooh.
Paredes was taking balls at second base.
Yeah, well, because Cam's eventually coming up, and he's coming up this year after the Super 2 click.
Yeah, after the Super 2, yeah.
Yeah, they're not going to start him up with the big team because they're going to – you remember that? They did that with Hunter Pence.
They do that with everybody. You know, they just try to get the most out of they possibly can. And you see what kind of start the kid has in the minors, in AAA. Is he, continuing to hit?
Sometimes those guys get kind of down. Like, sometimes those guys don't show up because they're kind of –
That's true.
They're a little depressed that, hey, I should be at the big team. Yeah, you should.
Yep.
This is the nature of club control.
Kicked the Cardinals' ass yesterday. 6-5 was the
we
final.
taught them a serious
Altuve homered. Some guy named Luis Castro homered. And Jeremy Pena homered. So that's good. Jeremy's hitting 500.
It's time for Jeremy Pena to have the 22 year again. Like, we need this year 4. Yeah, year 4 needs to be, okay, this is who I'm going to be.
Yeah.
And we need that to be 24 home runs, 78 to 80 RBIs, fully healthy, fewer errors. He basically needs to be a healthy Correa.
Yeah. Well,
which I don't know what that is.
Healthy Correa. Well,
he's not
going to be a healthy Correa. He's not going to.
We need a healthy McCullers. We need you to be pitched like a healthy McCullers.
He couldn't lift the ball off the ground last year. You want him to be Correa?
No, he got better. There was a year before he couldn't get up. Yes, last year he was better. He had better lift.
He didn't have.
He started the season much better. He hit a lull. But he was way better than 23. 23 was an atrocity.
23 was bad. He had a long dry spell for home runs. Last year he hit 15. That's not Correa.
It's better, but they had his launch.
Yeah, he had 10 the year before and 15 last year. And no, I mean,
how many his rookie year?
He had 22.
Yeah, that's what he's got to be. He's got to get back to the 20s.
He's got to get back to the 20s. Yep. He needs to get back to the 20s.
You play Minute Maid Park. I mean, you're a right-hander. Dyken Park. You gotta, let's pull some to the left and let's hit some cheap home runs.
Career 707 OPS. He's not Correa, and he'll never be Correa.
No, he needs to be up.
And by the way, last year, he sucked defensively. Jeremy Pena was ranked in the bottom 25% of players, it was lower than that, actually. I'm giving him credit. He was ranked in the bottom for production, offensively and defensively, in all of Major League Baseball.
It's funny. I took bullets on bullets for saying that, and I took them willingly. That Correa wouldn't, that Jeremy Pena couldn't be the defense. It was just going to be a big letdown defensively when Correa left. And Pena came in like, what do you think now, Lance? And by the end of the year, I said, well, he wasn't that bad. He was actually pretty good.
Well, he was really good.
He has not been good after that.
Not since then.
Like 22. He hasn't been the same guy since 22.
No. Now, he's been on the field as opposed to Carlos Correa.
That's
Yeah.
I mean, that's important too.
That's kind of a big deal. But Carlos had a 900 OPS last year. So Carlos
he had
was
900.
There's a 900 guy. But he missed a lot of games again. So, I mean, that's a problem. And that has been a problem. So, it was Cecil Shorts that said he had that injury and never returned.
That's back when that's back in the 70s or whatever when Cecil played.
No, not really, but
the technology.
But he was older.
Better.
He was older than Tank is.
He's older, but he's bigger.
And he was never as good as Tank was in his rookie year. So, I mean, that was thanks, KJ. Yeah, I mean, but that's the kind of injury that. Well, listen. I don't know what kind of value Cecil Shorts had after he had missed an entire season recovering from this, but he said, "Man, I couldn't play. I couldn't play again. I was done." And
multiple
and I'm
tears.
hoping the Tank, yes, multiple
right?
tears,
ACL, PCL, MCL, and a dislocated kneecap. It's the worst thing you can have for wide receivers because there's so many surgeries, so much to rehab. It's going to take a long time, and then you have to have your explosion back. Look, he's a tiny guy. Like, he cannot afford any loss of speed or quickness. None. You just can't afford it. This could be a career-threatening injury in all honesty, because his game is not contested catches and toughness over the middle and all this stuff. His game is elusiveness. That's what he's built on, and he's got to stay elusive or he just doesn't have value. He's too small to be a guy who can't be elusive. So it's a concern. It's a concern. Christian Walker's on the same caliber, not the same injury, but you can't afford to lose Christian Walker for any long stretches at all.
No,
thank
God this is happening now. You got a month almost till the season starts.
Right.
3 weeks or so. Thank goodness this is happening right now and not when the season started. But even still, you want this time to get ready for the year. Don't you want Christian Walker walking in and raking right away? And if this holds him back, his progress and his preparation for the season, this is going to suck. And oblique, you don't wake oblique. I would have rather. I don't know if I want to. I don't want to wish anything on him. All I know is that when I saw oblique, I was like, oh, for crap. That's
for crap's sake.
Yeah, that sucks. 713-780-3776 to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Cam Smith didn't play, so he didn't have any stats yesterday. It'll be interesting to see how they go about this. They don't want him to start the season, so they might be. But it was interesting. I told you yesterday that the Astros site, they put out, hey, how you like this? How you like Cam Smith now? I was like, well, I like Cam Smith now. You guys like him? How do you guys like him? That's what I want to know.
Why are you asking us?
Yeah, don't ask us.
You're the ones who don't bring guys up.
Yeah, how you like him now?
We still like him the same.
Yeah. So
maybe Keith Law won't keep screaming at us about our minor league system. Well, he will once Cam Smith's up. Now who do they have? Nobody. Now that you brought Cam Smith up, you got nobody. I would not have brought him up. I wanted to bring up the minor league because that's all I care about. Minor league ratings.
Well, that's all Niall cares about. Do you know Corpus Christi won? Did they? Who cares? No one cares. Hey, Corpus Christi won the title. Oh, great. Who cares? No one. That's all we care about is our team. This one, the big team. That's what they're all down there for, to get ready for the big team. All right, 729 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. The other day we were at Wildcat Golf Club and game day came out there. And Sean and Angelia and Jarrett, and there are 11 locations around the city now, and there's going to be a hell of a lot more as we go forward. But there is one near you that you can get to. And I was talking to Jarrett. He's got a beautiful location in Edo. So all of the guys, all of you that are in the downtown area, a really quick drive. He's right by Minute Maid. So it's a really quick drive over to his place. You get your peptides, you get your get your testosterone replacement, however you're going to do it. Are you going to do it with pellets that are time released? Are you going to do it with pills, which is what I'm doing because I travel a lot and it's difficult to handle? Or you do the weekly shots, whatever you want to do. If you don't want to do it on a weekly basis, then you don't have to. You don't have to go back for a couple 3 months. You've got labs in every location. You've got listen, they were really promoting the Omni Wave, where if you've got any pain whatsoever, whatever it is where you have pain, the Omni Wave is helping. It's incredible. They gave away $500 gift certificates on this thing. If you're looking for a great way to relieve some kind of pain, or if you work out and you want your to bounce back quicker, you got ways to do that as well. They have got every solution for you to just be better, feel better, look better. Game Day Men's Health, GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Tell them you heard it right here.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back. Rockets at New Orleans tonight, and then they got New Orleans here on Saturday. Pretty good question, I think, on Yardbarker today. Holly Stern wrote, hey, what happened to the Rockets defense? Top 10 defense, where art thou?
It's true.
And it's true. And it was we couldn't have credited Jabari for all because he's back and it's still not. It's not back. It's not back. It's just not. Now, Indiana's got a nice offense, and you played Oklahoma City too. I mean, that's pretty good. They're really, really, really good. By the way, Dell, I saw some. Did you watch the Heat game last night? Did you watch any of that?
I saw parts of it, not the whole thing.
Is Terry Rozier the worst player ever?
He has been awful, really, since he hurt his neck late last year. He's been terrible this year. Now, they were down so many players that he didn't have to play 40 minutes. I don't know what Spo's doing. Spo's lost his mind this year, but he's been terrible this year.
The turnovers and the shots that he's awful.
He had a player, Bam, was having a great night, 30 plus double-digit rebounds, and down one to the best team in the East. Terry Rozier, ball screen, misses a three. They get the offensive rebound. He takes 2 seconds to jack up an air ball three. You have a guy who's having the best game of his season. And you're supposed to be some type of point guard. What the hell are you doing?
And he's having the worst night. I mean, he just dribbled into. He threw some crazy passes. I think he had 2 assists and 4 turns. He was awful.
You know, there are some players, and maybe it's not right to put it on them. Like anytime they do something bad happens for the team. Like Terry Rozier's bad misses are like nitrous for the opponent's offense. It's like it starts a fast break. Whether the I'm not even talking about his turnovers. A shot gets blocked. He takes a bad three. It immediately leads to a layup or a three on the other end. He's been terrible.
He's a generator.
Unfortunately,
generates offense.
He generates offense for the other team.
So how about college basketball last night? 2 really good games. So it's going to be Auburn. Auburn is despite the loss to A&M the other night, they're still the 1 seed. Mm-hmm. Duke is 2, Houston's 3. Tennessee loses last night to Ole Miss.
Mm-hmm.
Florida goes in. How about this Florida story? The creepiest coach, he almost got fired at the beginning of the season. He was creeping on. He was remember the Florida coach? You remember the story? He was about going to parties and he
the college parties.
Now it's not for certain that he was really creeping on college girls.
Remember when Larry Eustace from Iowa State
there was some
did that?
woman that was accusing him of stuff, and then maybe there's some of the stuff was made up. We don't know. But he had to win. This dude had to win. He goes into Alabama yesterday and beats their ass.
The SEC, if you win, you're fine.
Yeah.
Except with Ed Orgeron. You win. You're the most dominant college football team ever. 2 years later, you're gone.
Yeah.
Which I guess he wasn't winning then.
No, he wasn't as good then.
Yeah.
I mean, if Joe would have stayed, although Jamar would have stayed, that would have been he would have stayed.
Oh, it would have been prima nocta all over the
place. Yeah. So yeah, well, apparently he went after the wrong booster's wife.
Yeah, well, that was
allegedly.
And allegedly, it's just when they was pumping gas, and he just made a comment to her. Yeah. You know, just Edo. Oh, you look good in them pants right now. What? I look good in these pants.
What?
Yeah. You know who I am? Ed Orgeron. I won a national championship with them boys. You won what now? Won a national championship with them boys?
Here's $1. Do you need what? You need
how
gas?
Much do you need?
You need gas.
No. I'm Ed Orgeron. Look how strong my muscles are. Yep. I can lift you above my head. I promise you. I lift you all kinds of directions. Okay, I'm telling my husband.
Yeah, I walk over there on campus with no shirt on.
Yeah. You want to see me no shirt on? I'm telling my husband. That's it. I just wanted some gas.
So anyway, it's a Florida might get that fourth 1 seed, and deservedly so. But the SEC, holy crap! I was talking. My buddy yesterday said it's $140 just to get in to the standing room right now for the SEC tournament.
Wow, standing room,
and the good seats are crazy.
It's probably going to be the best. It's probably going to be the best scrap they've ever had.
Oh yeah, this is. I don't know. I don't remember. Listen, they've got a possibility of 11 teams going to the tournament. That's unbelievable. Oh, yeah. And what'd you think of Jai being your next head coach, Del? Jai Lucas. It was.
Is it Jai or Jay? I'm not sure. It's Jai, right?
It's Jai.
Jai.
It is. It's not Jay Lucas?
I don't know. That's why I've heard people say it the way John said it and then the other way, so I'm not sure. I don't want to get his name wrong. It's very Miami of them to hire a guy because of his flash of being a great recruiter. Now,
No, it's Jay.
Jay, okay.
It's Jay.
He has always been able to recruit with the legacy logos on his polo. Like he was at Texas, he was at Kentucky, he was at Duke. Miami's supposedly going to up the NIL game even more than it already has. He just has never done it. He's never coached at a high level as a head coach before. He's never been a head coach, period.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's risky for a program who hit a real down spell after making the Final Four. The game passed Coach L by really, really quickly. He talked about it when he retired. I would have wished for a more established coach because you look at across the country, the best teams have coaches who had previous stops. It's tough in the ACC is not a great conference right now, but the first time head coaches in the ACC, they struggle. So I hope he is an elite recruiter, and it doesn't matter what the logo on his polo is, but he's got a lot on his plate. He's got to be a fundraiser. He's got to be a salesman, a marketer, and he also has to coach basketball and recruit because that program's taken a real downshift since the Final Four. So good luck to him.
Yeah. Yeah. Listen, it's a local kid, and so we want to mention it. So good, making good. That's nice. Good for him. But it is the Big 12 is that what happened to the ACC? The ACC is not.
They hired bad coaches.
Yeah,
you start to look
crap.
inexperienced or not good, and the legacy guys left. Roy Williams left, and Hubert Davis had a nice start, but that's tailed off. And of course, Bennett is out. Leonard Hamilton is gone after this year. Larinaga's gone after this year.
Wow.
And they've gone the less experienced route, and has come back to bite them as far as the coaches in that conference. Look, Syracuse
ACC has fallen apart.
Like Jim Boeheim is gone, and Syracuse didn't hire someone with a lot of pedigree other than ties to the program. So it's like, look, I get it. Talent acquisition is a big deal, but college coaching matters in basketball still. Look at the Cougs back in 2014. Now, they were fortunate because Kelvin Sampson wanted to get back in the game, but the Cougs could have gone, hey, let's go get ourselves an assistant with a recruiting background, and we know it wouldn't have worked out as well as it has. So I always value coaching at the college level. People like recruiting, and we'll see. The Cougs got it right. We'll see what Miami does.
Mm-hmm. Well, like quad one wins. Auburn is head and shoulders, despite the loss at Texas A&M the other night, which cost me a lot. Auburn's down about 5, and we're having dinner, and I said, okay, I'll take Auburn, and loser buys dinner.
This is when you were drinking.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
It was a good tab. It was a good tab.
Yeah.
So Auburn
for dinner.
The one loss they have, and it cost
how much
me,
of your tab was food? How much of your tab was solids, and how much of your tab was liquids?
Was mostly liquid.
Yeah,
it was mostly liquid.
That was your dinner.
Oh no, it was easy. I had
all liquids.
I had a bowl of soup.
Wait a minute, you had fajitas at the thing.
Yeah, no, I had a bowl of soup.
Yeah.
No, but that was like at 4:00. This was at 11. True. So yeah, we had to eat again. Don't worry. And scene. Anyway, nice job, Auburn. I'll never forgive you for that. The one time I bet on them in my life, Auburn basketball. Nice job, Bruce Pearl. You suck. 743 ESPN 97.5 and 92.
Great for our Aggies, right?
I was rooting for our Aggies. Nah, I was rooting hard against them.
That game was, you could have heard that great win by the Aggies right here on ESPN 97.5.
You could have, if you were in your car listening, or you could just put in, if you have a transistor radio with you, and you put it on your belt, and then you put an earpiece in your ear, and you can listen to it. Seems like
I love my baby, I love my darling. Transistor radio.
Transistor radio, yeah.
And it looks like the Killer Bees are going to be coming on soon. Killer Bees, make sure that you catch all the best of the Killer Bees with Joe Branham and Jacob Jensen. I believe that's their name.
The announcer wouldn't get the names of the hosts right.
He doesn't know.
It's our station.
They're in different locations. Okay, he doesn't.
Are these the guys in Orlando? They're not Orlando. Where are they? Houston? Okay, Houston. I'm just on a transistor radio. What do you expect? I haven't gotten the cable hasn't come through yet for me.
Transistor radio.
The bee's knees.
If you've got a ham radio and you're trying
Yeah,
to pick
you
up
could listen to
signals
the
on
game.
Mars,
You could listen to the game.
just
Okay.
an app. Just an app. It's just on your phone.
No,
I don't think you can listen on the app.
we don't
Oh,
have
that's
the
right.
games online.
You got to have a transistor radio.
But we do have a secret pirated site where
Oh,
you
I
can-
don't
see.
I don't think we do.
we could.
See, that's
we
the problem.
don't.
I
We
think-
could, and we could charge people for it.
We could.
Or you could just listen to a radio station,
Ye-
actually.
yes, or just
Well,
listen
but-
to the station.
You're in a restaurant. If you want to listen to it while you're in a restaurant, I'm saying.
You would
Yeah.
put
You
a
need a
transistor,
transistor
radio, on
radio.
your hip and listen to Aggies basketball.
Usually just an
Yeah.
AirPod.
I mean, how interesting are you?
Very.
You're
I think.
how interesting are you as a dinner
If you
companion?
walk into a
That's
restaurant,
what every teenager has. Just walk around there with one AirPod in.
Yeah.
That's all they do. Walk around with one in. Because the other one, so they can listen to their music.
Or they
have a
lost,
soundtrack to their life going on.
or
in the
they
background.
lost it because
Oh, no, that happens too.
that happens all the time.
Sebastian, where's your other one?
I don't know.
Oh, because I told him, I said, I bet you, Lou, he got it for Christmas 2 years ago. I said, I bet these are gone I bet they don't work within 6 months.
Well,
No, I'll
you were-
take care of him. He lost it.
Wait, he got it 2 years ago, so he won.
Well, no, 2 years ago it happened. No. I discovered it 2 months later.
Oh,
He didn't last 3 months.
that he had two.
One of them was gone.
746 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You know what's here, and it's going to be here for the long haul? It's Chastang Ford. My peeps over at Chastang Ford are just the best. I love what Chastang Ford has done for me, and you're going to love what Chastang Ford is going to do for you. And it is truck month. They're not playing games, okay? Up to $6,500 cash back on a 2024 F-150 on top of Chastang discounts. So it's $6,500 plus all of the Chastang discounts. Super Duty, $3,000 cash back plus even more savings from Chastang. No dealer add-ons, no hidden fees, no BS. No BS over here, okay? Real, straight up truck month savings. They are not going to last forever. Go to ChastangFord.com, okay? ChastangFord.com. I love what Chastang Ford has done for me, and you are going to love it too. Listen, these other companies, they're to try to sell you window etching or nitrogen in your tires or protection packages that don't protect anything. They don't do that. It's not happening at Chastang Ford. No dealer add-ons, no bogus fees, no gimmicks. You're going to love doing business with people that are going to be straightforward. Stop with all the crap that they're trying to sell you. Just trucks priced the right way, the way they should be. That's how truck buying should be. And that's what they're doing every day at Chastang Ford, ChastangFord.com, on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford.
You are listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. You want to get in here? 713-780-3776. Adam Schefter says there's one landing spot for Aaron Rodgers.
And it's got to be the Giants.
It's the Giants.
Yeah.
And how convenient. You just move your stuff out of the Jets locker room into the Giants locker room. I mean, it's convenient.
I think it's a lot about where he wants to play too, where he wants to live. He might be, although I don't feel like he's a New York guy, but there's stuff to do. Like, I think this is about lifestyle also. That's why he'd live on the West Coast, the East Coast, and that's about it.
Yeah.
In Denver.
Well, he was in Green Bay for all those years.
Yeah, I know. I don't blame him.
Let the man have a life.
Where do you want to go? Would you like to maybe go to?
You ever lived in Green Bay?
Like, he would hate New Orleans. Seattle, he probably would. No, probably wouldn't like Seattle.
I don't know.
Not
you
the
got
weather
some
he
restaurants
likes.
in New Orleans. I mean,
yeah, but it's not. It's dirty.
It's dirty.
I live. It's a great place to
It
visit.
ain't like New York's that clean.
No, but it's a great place to visit. But New York's got all kinds of. New Orleans isn't going to have the. I don't even know what he does. I don't know if he goes to Broadway shows. I have no idea.
No.
And you don't live in Manhattan when you play it. You don't live in Manhattan when you play for the Giants. It's not where the facility
unless you
is.
live in West Manhattan.
Yeah,
It's
but it
easy
wouldn't-
to get to New Jersey.
Yeah, but it
Yeah.
wouldn't make any sense either.
No.
Anyway, you get tiny places.
He wouldn't have a tiny
Well, yeah,
place.
but he'd have to pay.
Buy a
course.
place. I mean, worried about him living in Manhattan.
But I bet he
Frankie
doesn't.
can live in Manhattan. Aaron Rodgers can live
Yeah,
in
but
Manhattan.
he probably don't want to live with all those people.
Yeah, probably not. I would.
Why would you want to?
I wouldn't. So he and Devontae looks like they're going to go to the Giants. That looks
They're
like.
not getting married.
Are you sure?
I thought that's what you were going to say. He and Devontae are going to the Giants.
Cool.
He and Devontae are going to the. This just in. Devontae's going to the Jets too.
Well, how much will
Devontae wants to get out of the Raiders and back to the. And there's talk about Aaron Rodgers going to the Raiders, and that Devontae would have to go back to the Raiders. Like, hey guys,
I know I didn't want to.
sorry, I was such an
Sorry. Sorry.
But Aaron's here, but it's going to be different now.
I don't know. Well, the Raiders got money, but who's the highest paid non-quarterback ever now?
Who?
Max Crosby.
Oh, yeah, because
He signed
they
yesterday.
just signed him.
Yeah. Highest paid non-quarterback ever. But
money
I
in
wouldn't
the-
be surprised. Well, let's see what if he's got Shedeur Sanders plans, but I wouldn't be surprised Brady didn't lure Aaron Rodgers there.
Well, I could see him in Las Vegas,
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a different kind of place. Don't know how he likes the heat and all this stuff. Like, I don't know. I think a lot of it is he wants to live.
Restaurants in the world are in Las
He wants
Vegas.
to live in certain places. Yeah, but you got to go into, you got to go do the whole
Casino.
everyone see you stuff.
That's all right. He'll have an entourage.
I don't think he likes
police.
people who AJ Hawk and Pat McAfee have to stay with him the whole time. And that
Well,
one guy with the
maybe.
cowboy. By the way, I'm gonna tell you this little story. The Pat McAfee experience. They're on the set next to ours, and they're there an hour before we start. So we were doing 1 hour lead up to the NFL to the combine, and they were on broadcast, and that's fine. Yelling, that's fine. I don't care. What I did care about though is they got their set up there, and then about 60 to 65 feet away from it is like this big kind of, I don't know what it is, this big base that has, it's the base of the large camera that's on a, that's on an arm, that's on a big thick
Yeah.
long arm that, and so it's about 60 to 70 feet away from the set, pretty far away. It'd be 20 yards. Like, yeah, that's accurate. It's about 50 to 60 feet away. So, so between the stage and that, you've got a good 12 to 15 yards. No, more than 10, more than 12. It's about 15 to 16 yards.
Yeah.
Okay. And so there's like 6 security guards surrounding the area. And okay, 6 security guards. They do that for ESPN. ESPN must bring them in because They're always like that. One time I had to tell the guy, hey, I'm trying to tell Chris Mortensen hi. Can you, like, he was all up in my face. This is about 3 years ago when Mort had first come back from his cancer stuff. And anyway, so this time I'm walking and I don't give a crap. I'm just walking and the guy like, no, you need to go around. So now I got to go what amounts to about 90 feet away from the stage. Okay. So then I walk. I'm like, fine, I don't care. I'll walk around. Then I'm just walking back to my set. I'm still a good 70 feet from the stage. And this guy, and there's 2 more security guards. This guy goes up to me and starts to shadow me. Like he thinks I'm going to make a run for the stage. He's basically pass protecting me. Like he's next. He sees me.
I would think
like
that too, though.
He goes like this.
He's pass
and
blocking
as I
you.
walk, he does this with me. What I said, hey, buddy, I'm going to my set. I don't care about this set. I don't care about the show. I'm just doing my job. What is your job? To pass slide with me? To kick slide because you're ready to throw, your inside hand and you're ready to use the snatch technique to grab me by the outside shoulder in case I try to bull rush you into the.
That would be holding, though.
No, it's totally legal.
What?
The catch technique is legal.
If he catches you with his arm,
it is.
It's holding.
No, it's not.
Then
you can.
It's not, and this is why offensive linemen and line coaches hate you because you think that's holding. That's not holding.
It's holding.
That's not holding.
Yeah.
It's
catch
catch
If I
technique.
see your hand behind the back,
They can't
it's
go around
holding.
the back. You catch the shoulder.
Oh well.
Is
catch
he
the shoulder.
grabbing? Is
Did
he
he-
grabbing my shoulder?
You catch your shoulder, bang, like that. Totally legal. Totally legal.
Outside the
We're not
frame.
letting the defense get away with
You're
this.
outside
Okay,
the
but
frame.
I'm not. This guard wasn't letting you get away with anything.
No, he didn't let me get. And I told Bucky Brooks the next day. I said, wait until you see McAfee's. Wait until you see the security. He's like, come on, this can't be that bad. I said, watch. I said, your boy was kick sliding with me to keep me out, and I was 70 feet from the stage. I wasn't even remotely close. It was the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. And then when we're about to get
you
on.
look like somebody who might rush the stage.
I look like
though.
somebody who's just trying to get to where he's going.
Except that whole
Yeah,
athletic thing.
I'm just trying to
Right,
get
Del?
to where I'm going. Right,
Did
Del?
he really need to
Right,
kick
Del?
slide with him?
Yeah,
I mean, how
'cause I
hard?
coulda
If it
juked
was
that
70
dude.
feet, do you think Lance would have
Here's
run
what I
out
would
of
have
breath?
done. I would have done this.
I don't think
Bang.
he can bend the edge.
Two-hand swipe,
It's a,
and he would have been gone. Or I'd have done this.
swim?
No, this is slap rip.
Oh,
I could have swam.
a swim move. Yeah.
Can you bend
Yeah.
the edge?
I could have swam him.
Right.
I could have got by him in a multitude of ways. I could have, boom, long armed and run him back into the stage.
Wow.
But you know what I didn't do? Because I'm just trying to get along to go along to get along, or get along to go along, whatever it is.
Whatever it is.
I'm just trying to mind my own business. I'm Gen X. You don't have to worry about me running up on the stage because I don't care that much. I just don't care about your stupid
I don't know.
show.
You look like you might have some
I
pink
look
paint
like
on
I
you
don't
or
care.
something.
I look like I
You
don't
might-
care. Look at this look.
McAfee?
Yeah.
Does this look care?
Yeah.
Is Lance Lance isn't really McAfee's demographic anyway. Like,
Not really.
it's younger.
You might think it is, but
No.
it's more like it's broy.
Yeah, it's broy younger.
It's bro. It's shotgun and beers. It's
Yeah.
shaving your
What?
going tainty.
Oh.
You know, it's kind of broscaping stuff. You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
Wait a minute. You don't have to be young and to manscape.
No, you can tighten it up.
Hey,
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
But his are like trying to let's get some. Let's try to
Wow,
get
that's
some.
a new word.
I don't think I've heard the Y added to it.
I don't
ever.
never heard that way.
I
I've
made
never
it.
heard that
I
way.
made it a thing.
But here's the deal. Okay, most likely to rush the stage between the three of us.
Oh, not me.
Not me.
Del,
It's you. You
For
took grass.
McAfee?
You literally ran on the field at LSU after a game.
Yeah,
It's
I did do
you.
that.
Yeah, you've done it,
You've actually
never
done
done
it
Probably.
as a grown person.
I probably am the most likely.
but it's for
Because
McAfee. None of us
your
would do
care
that.
factor is off.
But for McAfee, none of us would do it.
None of us. None
No.
of us.
Maybe Paul.
I mean, what do you
rush-
think is going to happen?
Don't you have a
It's just-
credential? on?
Yes. Everyone there is credentialed. We're all there with an organization. What do you think is going to happen? My God. This isn't general public's not allowed on that side. They have to stay on the other side. And they all check your, that. It just pissed me off.
I work.
I'm like, dude, I'm literally on the TV set next. Granted, it's much, much smaller.
Your set was.
It's
well,
substantially
their
smaller.
set is ridiculous.
Their set was huge, and
Yeah.
it was the same. It was the same there. It's a big set. Our set was like, wee. It was like the Kyler Murray of sets, the Tank Dell of sets. Wee. Very lean.
lean.
very slight.
Hey, We're saving
We
money.
had three
Hey,
we got three on the stage.
no
show.
waste.
They
no
had
waste
four.
here.
They had four. We had three.
A lot of waste over there. Democrats
There
must
was
be
a lot of
liberals.
waste.
A lot of wasted space over there.
I was told, by the way, someone told us stay out of politics. No one wants to hear that crap. Yesterday, I got a text.
Yeah, nobody does.
I'll tell you who. You may not even know him actually.
Who?
He goes, "Hey, I'm still listening to the show. Just letting you know, stay out of the politics. No one wants to hear that crap."
Okay.
Oh,
okay. I said, I stay out of I don't like it. I don't like politics.
I'm
personally.
still listening to the show. Stay out of politics. No one wants to hear that crap. Who does that person think they are?
Yeah.
They can talk to you that way, Lance.
Stay out
You're
of
a Hall of Famer.
Oh, yeah. Has he done a radio show for 7
Did he
years?
make the
No.
Texas
Yeah, but
Radio
this
Hall of
guy's my
Fame?
guy. This guy's my guy. He used to. I'll tell you during the break. I actually can't.
Well,
It's not about him. It's about me.
Well, how about the Zaddicks? Are they your people?
Zadok is my people. The Zadok name is synonymous with great jewelry here. It's like the jewelry store in the entire city of Houston. But what's cool about Zadok is you can go to zadok.com and you can see all these different pieces, all these different designers. But their entire business is to make you look like a star, to make you happy, to make her happy. Because if she's happy, you're going to be happy. And so when you're buying a birthday gift, a push gift, a push gift is what you give women who just had a baby and you want to thank her for all the effort, because that's a pretty tough 9 months, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, and in the actual giving of the birth. So there's something called push gifts and they can help you with that. Mother's Day is coming up. Weddings, anniversaries, just whatever the special occasion is, they have something that's going to look great. Diamond pendants, bracelets, earrings, tennis bracelets, anything that you can think of. And while you're in there, you might also look for a watch for yourself. You want a lifestyle watch that is by one of the best brands in the entire world. They have all those brands, and they're a boutique location for many of those names. And so they'll have unique timepieces that are right there at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. 28,000 square feet of greatness is at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard at Zadok.com. properly and in the middle of begging and then.
All right, 807 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 713-780-3776.
Wait, I didn't realize that Sylvester Turner. I forgot that he was actually in. He was there at the chamber.
He was there. Yeah.
Yeah.
He was in D.C. It
And
happened in
Sheila
DC.
Jackson Lee died while in office. Sylvester Turner died while in office at the same position, and they're asking me if I want to do this now. Knowing full well what Gilbert said about me, my death date, and I'm like, no, I'm going to stay doing radio and draft.
So I saw a video of him that something happened to his mouth.
Jaw, he had cancer.
Cancer?
Yeah, had his jaw.
Yeah, it was like, oh, I didn't seen that before.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody on one of the stations, Channel 11, I think, was texting him during the Trump during the speech, but back and forth, and then he's dead. It's just crazy.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
Where'd you hear that from?
I was on Channel 11. I think I was pretty sure it was Channel 11. Anyway,
when you were here, do any of the news stations gossip with each other? Like, hey, do y'all have a text string? Like, did Wendy have text strings with the heads of CBS and NBC?
No, she did not talk to them at
all.
And
Fox, is she like, hey guys, was there a group chat like we have a Glory Boys?
There was no Glory Boy group chat with the general managers of the different stations.
Well,
here.
the Glory Boys,
very little interaction ever.
I would think.
Well, the fourth member of the Glory Boys will be joining my show again at I think 11 or 11:30.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
nice. Meow.
No, it's City Cast. City Cast.
That's what I said.
No, then why are you meowing?
City cats.
There are no cats involved. I wait for the day he does do a story about cats. And he's like, damn it, John.
Do you know
cats
what just
in the city?
Yeah.
Did you guys see what just happened? Deshaun Watson, they restructured his contract to free up $36 million. Do you know what that just means? They just gave him $36 million up front. Like, we know you're out for the year again. We want you to have this to travel the world. Here's $36 million now. And he just did this.
He dabbed on him, didn't he? He was dancing.
Well, Dad won't.
Well, I got a boot on now.
Yeah.
I'm dancing with a boot on now since they wanted to avoid his contract. I don't know why Cleveland hasn't gone out of their way to try to avoid that contract. I would try everything I could. Oh, he was dancing in a TikTok video before he tore his ACL or before he tore his Achilles. No, he actually had injured his Achilles and wasn't wearing his boot.
Yeah,
That's what it was. He wasn't wearing the boot.
Yeah.
I'd be like, get us out of this. Get us out of this contract. I'd have lawyers on that trying to get out of that. I'm surprised they haven't done that.
Oh my goodness. Dak Prescott freed up money. And Deshaun freed up money. Well, they're good guys. Good guys.
Good dudes.
Good guys.
Well, we want to keep Dak out of the Deshaun category.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
Yeah.
Did Justin Tucker free up any money?
There you go.
Okay.
Well, the point is, quarterbacks get paid an inordinate amount of money. Most of them won't live up to it. And then what happens is their cap space is so high now, the teams go, okay, let's restructure. Here's your cash.
Yeah.
So we can get your cap number down.
Yep.
That's really what's happening.
Well,
How
Nico
about this?
did it.
How about you take?
It was okay when Nico did it because he's good.
How about you take an enormous amount up front and get your cap number down at $25 million the whole way? Why don't you keep your cap number lower by taking an enormous? Of course, the signing bonus basically. Well, if you take it all up front as a signing bonus, you have to spread it anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, you have to spread it out, but at least it's going to be less. It's going to be less injurious when you cut him after this year.
Yeah.
Well, actually, it'll be more because you spread it out more. You gave more for the future.
No, if you
paid it off now,
but his cap number has gone down, so it doesn't count as a signing bonus now. It just counts as cash. You're just putting it. It's set up differently, so it actually would. I think it actually does help.
It does
for his future number, but it may just be for this year's number. I have to. It's not going to be easy to cut him. The whole thing is guaranteed. It doesn't matter. Yeah. Actually, now that I think about it, cut him all you want. He's still getting his $280 million or whatever.
Well, yeah,
$230 million guaranteed.
It's gonna, but you got to do it after June 1st, and it's gonna so you can split it up as opposed to rushing to the front. That's the worst trade and signing in NFL history.
It's not even close.
It's not close.
There's nobody. It cost you 3 firsts. Was it 3 seconds or 2 seconds on a third, or what was it? I mean, not only did it cost you $230 million guaranteed, which is an abomination.
243.
He's done nothing in the whole.
Was it two? Okay,
I thought it was 230, but
okay.
because there's the whole thing. It was the second contract ever fully guaranteed. First was Kirk Cousins with Minnesota. Nobody followed suit. Everyone's like, we're not doing that. That's dumb. And then Deshaun did it, and the whole league said, we're not doing that. That's dumb.
Mhm.
We're not doing that. Nobody followed suit. Everyone thought that, well, now Deshaun set the bar. Nope. And every team just said, nope, this isn't the bar. Same way Laramie Tunsil's contract was not the bar for years and years. Everyone's like, nope, Houston did a bad deal. Not the bar. But Deshaun cost you not only an atrocious, if he was a free agent, it would be the worst free agent signing. Instead,
It was worse. It's worse than that.
You gave away first-round picks. One of your picks, we parlayed into Will Anderson.
I mean,
we took that and we
the
we
list
altered
of the players that you got, not directly because of it, but even indirectly because of that trade.
You got a
it's
core.
astounding.
I don't think anyone who wished ill on the Browns could have imagined it would go this poorly.
No.
It's gone. If you were preying on their downfall,
a little karma with some of the T-shirts that they had.
I get it all, but I'm saying for anyone who saw the trade package, said, I can't believe the Browns are making this move, and was like, screw the Browns. I want everything bad to happen to them to happen to them. I don't think anyone thought it would go this poorly.
If you preyed on their downfall, this was more than you could have asked for.
Yeah.
Literally, the organization went.
Who could have
sideways.
thought it'd be this bad?
He's out all the time with injury. When he plays, he's terrible, and they gave up all those picks.
And their franchise player said, I want out. At the end of it all,
in part,
out.
because they're not competitive.
Yeah, in large part. Yeah.
And how could you be competitive when you trade away first-round picks? The Texans showed you this. When you trade away first-round picks, multiple first-round picks, the odds are stacked against you being good in the future.
So how does that end, though? How does the Myles Garrett? Because they said, we ain't doing it. No, I don't care if you demand a trade. Well, no, we ain't trading you. Okay?
I think it ends with him getting traded at the trade deadline.
Yeah, I mean, it's so crazy. Guys just go, all right, trade me now. I want to trade. Give me a trade.
Yeah,
DK, I want to trade. Trade me. That's
the
all.
teams are firmly against that. That's collectively bargained it. You can't just get out. We can't give you free agency.
But every single guy that asks for a trade gets it.
It has up to this point, most of them. But the Browns, that's why Andrew Berry's like, nope, we're not doing that. Now, you never know what can happen before the draft. You just never know. You look at teams in the top, like, would the Bears do something crazy, like trade their 10th pick for him? I mean, they've traded two of their draft picks for Tooney and who was the other guard that they got?
Jonah Jackson.
Yeah.
So they got two starting guards. What if they go get another pass rusher opposite Montez Sweat?
Except, instead of getting, and they've got high draft picks all the time, getting cheaper labor, as opposed to paying top dollar.
Yeah, you have to at some point. I mean, at some point you have to. But if you're a team that's close, like, what if Washington tried to? What if they said, "Hey, I don't know what kind of money they have, but what if they said, hey, we'll give you our first this year, which is back there a little ways, but we'll give you our first this year." And I mean, if you're Cleveland, you want 2 firsts.
Yeah,
that's what you're asking for. You may not get it because of the amount of money.
Well, I want it to be good picks too, not late, middle, or late. I want them to be.
You'll get what you get.
Yeah. Well, I'd rather do business with a crappy team. I'd rather do business. There's nobody in this draft that's Myles Garrett.
But Myles Garrett doesn't want to go to a crappy team would know that Myles Garrett won't re-sign with them.
Yeah, but how long?
He wants to win. I legitimately believe he wants to win.
How long has he got on his deal?
I'm
pretty sure he's got some time on it.
I don't know. I don't think he'd be very amenable to doing that.
Yeah. Well, no, but guess what? Is there a no trade clause?
Probably not. No.
No. I mean,
he signed a 5-year, $125 million deal.
How long ago?
I'm finding out right now.
Wasn't it last offseason?
This day, was it that or was it 2 years ago? Was it last offseason? Man, Spot Track goes so slow.
I know, it's so slow.
Spot Track is the worst. Over the cap is where it's at. So he's got, no, he's got 3 years left. His cap hit is 19, so his dead money is 39. It'd be, if they trade him right now, they would take a cap hit.
39?
No, they take a $16 million cap hit. $16.4 million.
Well, how about
If they
after
traded
June 1st?
him after, it's $16 million if they did it after June 1st.
After June 1st?
Yeah.
No, that's not good.
After league year. Really, to be honest with you, it's really, next year is when it's almost a wash. You take a $1 million cap hit. Can you hang on? Can you hang on just for one more year, Miles?
Well, what's the difference? Just and if he doesn't play, he doesn't play. Nobody's playing for him. Deshaun's not playing for him. He's not playing.
You're saying they're used to it?
Yeah. I mean, just take it.
Hey, the alleged star of your offense doesn't play for you. Your clear franchise player on defense doesn't play for you. Get over it, Stefanski. You're used to it, right? hey, it's the norm around here. What are you bitching about?
713-780-3776. I'll tell you, if you're bitching about your windows right now and your windows are no good, your doors are no good, I got the door for you. I got the window for you. I got Gulf Coast Windows. I got the best replacement windows in the history of replacement windows. And I don't even know that it's arguable. I mean, when you're a Pinnacle Award winner, that means that you have the product. It means that you have the service, which is the installation. It means that you're getting a great deal. When you look at the houses that have put in Gulf Coast Windows, when you go and you see to their showroom and you see the Gulf Coast window, you're seeing the best. You're getting the best of the best. And listen, when you're replacing your windows, why would you skimp? Okay. You're replacing your windows for a reason, because they were crappy. Well, guess what? You don't want crappy windows, right? You want beauty, you want privacy, you want security. Beauty, privacy, security, all three, one fell swoop, with the best installation, with the best warranty that you're going to get from the best company in the area. The Gulf Coast Windows has won the Pinnacle Award, and that means in their world, in the window world and door world, they're the best. So if you're looking for windows or doors, you want the best, and you get it at one place. 713-849-5454 or GulfCoastWindows.com. You're replacing some windows, GulfCoastWindows.com. Welcome back here, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. And we got Todd in here. He wants to get on, talk on the radio. What do you say, Todd?
Hey, how's everybody doing today? Been following you guys for a very long time, ever since I moved to Houston in '95. So keep up the great work. A couple things. The Bears have made a few trades for offensive linemen. I think they're probably going to dip into free agency as well. Lance, I didn't know your thoughts on that, and if you think they're moving in the right direction.
What was the last question you said?
I didn't hear the last thing. Todd, what'd you say?
Just the Bears trade, if they're moving in the right direction.
In the right direction. Yeah, I think so. In my mock draft, I had them taking Josh Simmons at 10, and then there's some negative stuff on some of his work ethic stuff. So I don't know how that's going to affect him, but I had him taking Josh Simmons a tackle at 10 because I'm not sure they fully bought in on the tackle from Yale they drafted a couple of years ago, and then I had them trading up from one of their third round picks into the first to get Gray Zabel, a center guard from North Dakota State. So I was thinking along the same lines as Ryan Poles. What he's done basically is get two starting guards with NFL experience. He's got starting Darnell Wright, starting right tackle. Now he has the firepower to go out and draft it. You can get a center late in the draft if you want in the 5th round. Like you go get Jake Majors from Texas. He'll be a starter. You can get him in the 6th round. And then you can get a tackle, probably the 3rd tackle off the board is my guess with the 10th pick of the draft if you wanted to. But they also need wide receiver. DJ Moore wasn't very good. Keenan Allen's done. Roma Dunze is obviously very good. They could draft Ashton Genty if they wanted to take some pressure off of the Bears are in a very interesting situation at 10 because they could go offensive line, they could go wide receiver, they could go running back. Or they could still go pass rush on the defensive side of the line. So it's I think they're headed in the right direction. I like the fact that they still have 10. They got a 2nd round pick. They got 2/3, I believe. So they have some firepower for Poles to jump up there. They've got some money to spend as well. But he's got to win this year or he's out. So the head coach, Ben Johnson, is going to stick around. It's a little funny situation over there in Chicago where I'm not sure how the power structure is ever since Kevin Warren came in to be team president. And now I don't know if Ryan Poles has as much juice as he wanted to when he took the job. So it's that's an interesting organization because they have some pieces to win quickly. And the free agency, their trades helped them. And then they've got money to spend and they've got draft picks, 4 draft picks in the first 100. So I think the Bears are actually in shape to, if their quarterback can take a step forward, the Bears actually could take one of those 9 win. They could take a jump like the Texans did their first when the Texans won the division. I don't think that's beyond. You saw they were 4-2 at one point
Tough
this year,
division,
and they took some bad losses.
It ain't the same division as the Texans are in.
No, but Detroit figures to be a lesser team this year. It's going to be hard. They lost both their coordinators. We'll see what they're still going to be the best team. Yeah, they're still the best team.
Minnesota's
we'll see on
good.
The Packers. Minnesota should be good, but they'll have a rookie playing this year, so he's never played. I think the Bears could be. I think the Bears could be the 2nd best team in the division potentially. But there's a lot of it's going to be the toughest. You're right. It's the toughest division in football potentially.
I think it is the toughest division. Well, the NFC East proved we're pretty good. The Eagles won it all. The Commanders beat the Lions at the Lions.
Yeah, they played in the.
If the Giants get Aaron Rodgers, if the Cowboys actually.
Well, Cowboys are going to be fine. They'll be okay.
They'll be all right. So that could well be. I think those 2 divisions.
Bengals, Ravens, Steelers is never easy.
Nope.
I think that you look over at with Tom Brady going to the Raiders. Now, maybe we overestimate what his influence is going to be there. I don't know.
I don't know. A lot of people say.
We all say it. I don't know that he's going to have Is he the decision? Is he the final decision maker? I don't think so.
No, but he's the guy who will go, okay, what's the plan? Brady, he's going to be prepared.
Well, that's what we all assume.
Like a mother. And then, hey, Tom, let's go get this guy.
We all assume that's the case.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's the case with him being It's such a weird situation. It's like when Dion is a college coach and he has a TV show. Doug Gottlieb is a college basketball coach. He has a TV show, or he has a radio show during the season.
Yeah.
When they're traveling, when he needs to be on the road recruiting and stuff, he's doing radio shows. It's weird. Tom Brady is calling the games, but he's also a minority owner of one of the teams. But if you're that team, don't you want input from Brady? I would. If we're thinking quarterback, I want Brady to go talk to Shedeur Sanders. Like, do you think this is a dude? You think he's going to be about just Shedeur and it's just going to be about his brand? Or
Brady has said all the right things because he's boys with Dion.
Yeah,
Brady has. Now we'll see. Actions speak louder than words.
Yeah.
Is he going to take him with the 6th pick?
Well, we're going to find out.
That's another story.
But I mean, I would think Tom Brady would have a good feel on Sanders. Like, Shedeur has enough talent to be a starter in the league. The rest of the quarterbacks, to me, like, well, you want him involved with any quarterback you take. If you're going to draft Quinn Ewers or Jackson Dart or any of those guys, I would want Tom Brady to vet them.
Well, and here's the thing about Dion, about him going to the Raiders, is that Dion ain't going to act up because it's Tom Brady that's running that show.
Yeah, probably not. Yeah, no, you're right.
I mean, if it's somebody that if it's the Jets.
If it's any other team.
Yes.
Let's face it. If it's any other team, because in his mind, he's being a good dad. But really what he's doing is making it tougher on his son.
Yeah.
Because we could eventually we could ignore LeVar Ball. He
got
Fox
canceled
Sports
too.
Just kept putting him on. What did he do?
Oh, he told her to stay in her lane.
Well, they still kept putting him on.
Yeah,
although Fox stopped putting him on as much. They just thought they had something for
He was
ratings.
canceled by ESPN. ESPN said we ain't having him anymore.
Yeah, because he was an a-hole.
Yeah.
And because the juice isn't worth the squeeze.
Right. And then Fox
ultimately, but Dion's a different guy.
Yeah.
Dion is a respected guy. Dion has a huge platform.
Well,
you ever heard of the LeVar Ball's social media accounts saying anything? Wouldn't even know.
No.
Wouldn't even know. Shedeur
I know his kids put out music
a good
or something.
Football player. He's a pretty good football player. Dion is going to do teams have to get Dion's permission before they draft him? And I'm saying that you think I'm being glib, but I'm actually not, because I do think that Dion, if he doesn't want. So I had an agent who was listening to the show yesterday when we were talking about this. He texted. He goes, because I mentioned the fact that, I had a team say, it doesn't matter what Dion says or Shedeur says. It's collectively bargained that that they have to play wherever they get drafted.
Right.
And then this agent, I said that on the show, and the agent said, it's also collectively bargained that you can sit out for the year and re-enter the draft. They said, now no one's ever done it, but if there's somebody who could do it, it would be Shedeur and Dion. And I was like, I could see that being the case. He can't go back and play. Like, he can't do any NIL deals. He's done with college, but I think Dion will dissuade certain teams. Like, would you want him going to the Browns? If Dion says there's only certain teams he will play for, would the Browns be one of them? They're not in a good shape to win.
But I wouldn't mind playing for Stefanski if I'm him.
Yeah, but he's got 1 year left. Dion's going to take over that job then. If you draft Shedeur, get ready because Dion's there the next year. Because all you have to do, Dion could just light up Stefanski like, this isn't what we signed up for at all. Blah, 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 blah. And he could literally just be running Shedeur. Think about that. Theoretically, he could run Stefanski out. I didn't realize he was his head coach. Dion was his head coach in high school. Did you know that?
Really?
Shedeur's?
Oh, yeah. No, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
no.
He's been his head coach his entire life. So the question is, how's he going to react to a new head coach?
Yeah. Well, how about maybe he'll learn something.
So he was at a school in Dallas.
Maybe he'll learn something.
Well, I think
I think
it'll be great for him. How's Dion going to handle it?
Well, how much is Dion though coaching him, or is it a coordinator that's coaching him?
Well, but Dion allows like has he been coached hard? Has he been held accountable?
Cool.
I legitimately don't know.
Yeah, I don't know that either. 831 ESPN 97.
He's Shedeur's one of the most interesting prospects I've studied because he's got Jared Goff qualities, which are great, and some CJ Stroud qualities, which are great. But he tries to do too much, and he takes tons of sacks. His offensive line wasn't good for about the first 7 games. They were much better. I don't know what happened. They were much better the second half of the season. But he's really interesting because he's really accurate. He's really confident. He's Like, he's got some intangibles you love, that you really love. And I just wish he wouldn't have said all that stuff about his offensive line publicly.
Yep.
Like, it's just, you don't do that if you're the quarterback. You really aren't supposed to do it. Like, that's what receivers do. That's not what quarterbacks do.
Yep.
That's Tyreek Hill would say something like that, not Shador.
832 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We've got to break it here. 713-780-3776. We got to talk a little John Daspit, and then we'll get back on the other side.
John Daspit is the name on the Daspit Law Firm, but he's also extremely active with the company. He handles a lot of the cases. He's got a large number of lawyers. He's always hiring. So if you're a lawyer who wants to practice personal injury law and work for John Daspit, just know this. You're going to have plenty of cases. You'll make a good living, but you're going to be busy, and he's going to expect you to work hard because he wouldn't do it any other way. The customers, the clients, I should say, not customers, the clients who have been injured or they've been wronged in some way due to someone else's negligence. You can go look at everything on the website, daspitlaw.com. He wants to make sure they are taken care of. That's his number one goal, is that all bills are paid, everything's accounted for financially. Any time missed from work, that's going to be accounted for in terms of your salary. And then your pain and suffering. There are people who lose limbs, or there's loss of life. There's a lot of different things that he has to account for. People who are physically a wreck, even though they get surgeries on the back and neck and knee, they're never the same. Who is going to fight for you? Somebody who's trying to get a check scratched out to you as quickly as possible so that they can get their commission and move on? No, they're not looking out for you for the rest of your life. John Daspit wants to make sure that you are going to be set if that ends up being the case. Something cataclysmic happens. He wants to make sure that he's the guy that's fighting for you, and you want to make sure of that too. 713 call now. That's 713 call now, or go to the website, learn more about John at daspitlaw.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, 713-780-3776. Big story yesterday, I guess for us, is Christian Walker, oblique strain or something, an oblique problem. And he didn't play yesterday, and who knows how long he's going to be out with an oblique. That's bad news. Finally get the first base. One of the worst positions in baseball the last 2 years. The Astros' first base play.
An oblique strain typically takes a few weeks to 6 weeks to heal, with mild strains potentially resolving 2 to 4 and severe strains up to 8 weeks for full recovery. However, the exact time depends on the severity of the injury.
That's disgusting. It's disgusting for me.
He may be back by the beginning of the year.
Yeah, and then what? He had no preseason.
Oh,
okay.
Oh, well.
Oh, you want him to start like Alex Bregman? Is that what you're looking for?
I just want to get back.
Did you see the video of, there was a tweet. The guys just love Alex Bregman.
I know. Of course they do.
Well, and this from the same guy that wrote what a POS Alex Bregman was during all this
same
stuff.
guy?
Same guy.
That makes me furious.
Yeah.
Who said this?
Yeah, some Boston guy.
God, that makes me so. You guys are such a bunch of losers. See, these are the people who should get tased. If you can't stay consistent, you get tased. If you're inconsistent, tase.
Tase,
because we'll get people to stop saying stupid stuff. If you want to talk about it, then be about it. If you're going to say Alex Bregman is a POS, then he stays a POS. Yeah. If Deshaun Watson is a POS, he's a POS when he comes to your team. If any of these guys, don't let Justin Tucker come to your team and kick next, because if if he's a POS now, keep that same energy when he's on your team. Don't like this, Alex Bregman, Carlos Correa, yay, Carlos, Garrett Cole. Well, Garrett Cole wasn't on that team, but yeah, if you have that energy, keep that energy. When he's on your team, don't be, the guys love Alex now. He love Alex Bregman. Isn't this great, guys? We're all a bunch of friendly. Let's just put our hands in each other's pants. Look at the, oh, yay.
Whoa.
I hate people like that.
Yeah.
Well, actually,
no.
Now that I think about it.
No. Well, actually, they do. They love Alex Bregman.
No kidding. Yeah. You love Alex Bregman. You know why? Because he's a good teammate and he's fun and he performs. What a shock! And he likes to win, like all of your players who also cheated, like Alex Cora. Of course, the players like him. It's just you media sucks. Whoever you are, you're the ones who don't like Alex Bregman, and I get it. You got punked. I get it, but just stop.
Mm-hmm.
Alex Bregman ruined you in 17. I get it. You're a little salty. That's fine. In your stadium, but that's fine.
Yeah. They cheated, got away with it. We didn't, so we hate him. But now we love him because he's wearing a Red Sox uniform.
Now he's the best. This guy, I was all wrong on him.
Yeah.
The real problem is Altuve. Bregman, now that I've had a chance to see Bregman interact, I realize he probably didn't cheat. It was Altuve all along.
It was all Altuve.
And Alex Cora's like, yeah, get him. It was Altuve. Cora's like the biggest cheater of the whole group.
And how
Cora
he's such they're all hypocrites.
Cora and Beltran were two of the worst.
Yep.
Were the guys who were doing it. And in baseball, it's considered like, yeah, shout out to these guys. Baseball players think it's like, okay, if you can get away with it. That's what made the Cody Bellingers of the world so ridiculous. He knew his guys were cheating too, but he still does this.
You know what is so weird is not having to clear your throat every time you talk and like being lucid and like
your body's
really
healing. Weird. Del, he's on day 2 of his cleanse. Also known as
cleanse. It's an alcohol cleanse.
It's a toxin cleanse.
Right. And so,
did you drink water?
Sleep well, and I slept well last night.
You slept well?
It's really different, this whole thing.
So we have this conversation every time. You become aware of the benefits of not drinking as much as you do.
Yeah.
for this amount of time, and yet,
Well, as soon as Lent's over,
yeah.
What's the
bam,
word for
hit
it?
the bottle.
Not lucid or salient. It's when like robots become alive. It's
They come aware.
loose. Yeah, but there's a word for it. Not lucid or salient. It's something like that. What's the word I'm trying to think of?
What do you mean when robots realize
Sentinel.
sentient?
No. Sentient.
Yeah.
Sentient. Yeah.
Sentient. Yes.
Is that what it? Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what John is. John's coming out of his cocoon. Wait, is that the real you and this is a different version, or is this the real you?
Yeah. Which one is
and
the
that's
real
the
you?
and
The real me is the Coors Light one.
This isn't. But
This is
But is this the
robotic.
real one?
So the
Is this the
Coors-
real one that's been taken over for years and years, and like this one just tries to get out?
This
Yeah.
one,
The
yeah.
good one.
Is this like Severance, where this is your Audi coming back? And then
Yeah.
the drinking one is your innie.
That's your innie is the one who's drinking all the Coors Lights. No,
Yeah.
this is probably his innie.
No,
This
that-
probably is innie.
This one's robotic. That one is
This is
real.
his innie.
Yeah,
This
one
is his innie. The other one's his
who's
Audi.
kind of unaware of the world on the outside.
Right.
The Audi has
I don't care about
experienced
the
it all.
world on the
Yeah,
outside.
the
when
Audi's
I'm-
Yeah,
experienced-
this is
yeah,
his
Yeah,
innie.
this is innie.
Yeah,
Drinking Coors Lights. I don't care about
Yeah,
anything.
This is not his Audi.
Right?
no.
No.
So Coors Light is Lumen.
Coors Light is Lumen. That's what it is. Wow. You're right.
Mm-hmm.
John's got a new computer, just like
How about that?
his innie has a new computer.
That's it.
Yeah.
When I start drinking again, I brought my other one anyway, just in case.
Why
I don't know
you
why.
heard that
I
awful
don't
sound
know.
coming
just
out
to
of the
annoy
speaker?
us.
Because there's stuff that you have to download still,
Oh, he's still
and
doing
whatever.
that. Well, John's innie. Oh, maybe you're John Grant, because the innies have different names.
Yeah, I
You're
might
Jo-
be John
you're
Grant.
John-
Kelly.
You're-
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, you're Johnny. You want to be called Johnny while you're not drinking? Is that what you? Oh, John. No, Johnny's the drinker. Johnny's got to be the drinker, right?
Right. I
And
would think.
You're John. John's here. John G.
John G.
John G.
That's John G.
Johnny Garnati is the drinker.
Yeah.
Johnny Gartano.
Gartano. Yes.
Johnny Gartano.
Well, I'm glad we're gonna have John G for the next 40 plus days or
Yep.
so.
Well, because I'll,
Clear-headed.
Yeah, I don't say stuff though. When
Not,
I'm,
you still say stuff. Don't worry. Not clearing your throat.
there's
Well
that.
rested.
Yep.
It's gonna be a
that's
good
all
time
that.
for everybody.
Yeah, so boring. All right. You know what's not boring is having new stuff. How about old stuff that looks new? That's what Houston Powder Coaters does. Robin came out there. We love Robin. Robin came out and was out and Jennifer, and they were out at the golf hole, and they're giving away alcohol, and they're just having fun. It's just a great place. If you and they love us, and we love them, and we love talking about Houston Powder Coaters and what they can do for you. And it's amazing what Houston Powder Coaters is doing in the city. I mean, when you walk anywhere you go, you're probably seeing work by Houston Powder Coaters. I mean, light poles and picnic tables at NRG, the waterway in the Woodlands Waterway, the Ferris wheel downtown. They touch just about everywhere. All you businesses out there, they will come to you and powder coat, okay? So you don't have to. If it's furniture that you want, they'll pick it up and they'll deliver it absolutely free. Why buy new stuff when you can powder coat your stuff, save it, and not have that expense of buying new stuff and keeping the older stuff, because the older stuff has better metal in it anyway. Buy new stuff, the metal's not as good. It's just not as good. So today's metal, not as good. You want to save the old metal. But Robin will tell you whether or not it's salvageable. She'll tell you. You can text her, and she will, and you'll get her. You'll definitely be talking to Robin, or more than likely be talking to Robin when you deal with Houston Powder Coaters. Look, it's the best way to go about you saving whatever it is that you want to save. Anything metal, HoustonPowderCoaters.com, HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Why do they continue to do this with the smashing helmet thing?
I don't know. I've never heard it. I've seen
I
it.
don't even know what it means. What does it mean? If they smash them, you're in. You
I
smash
think
them,
it's
you're
just
out.
it's prop comedy, but prop sports talk. It's all
They're
it
really
is.
bad. ESPN, Damian Woody's got a sledgehammer, and they've all got the
In
eyes.
case shards of plastic hit them in the face.
Yeah, right. I mean, they have to.
I don't know why they forced Windhorst to do this. He's a basketball guy. I'm not sure why he has to be part of
Why
it.
is he there?
The other guys are at least football guys, and you got Greenberg as a host. Windhorst doesn't have to be on set for this. He can go sit down and wait for the basketball conversation.
Yeah, he's
He's got to stand there.
He wants to stand there. They're talking about where Russell Wilson ends up? Where?
Do we care?
Well, I mean, it's interesting.
Is he going to
Whoever
help
gets him
anyone?
it's purgatory play,
Yeah. Well, okay. Would you rather have Sam Darnold? I saw Sam Darnold the last 2 games of the season when they mattered. He sucked. He was good in most of the regular
The last
season.
2 games he was bad.
He was
pressure,
bad.
but he looked like old Sam. He looked like the other Sam Darnold.
Yeah. I mean, I guess if you want to,
Russell
go
Wilson
so far,
with the Jets is a disaster. I think Russell Wilson with if you do draft Shedeur Sanders with the Raiders, you need a vet there. Russell Wilson in front of him probably would be good. Those are 2 very different personalities, but maybe that'd be good for Shedeur. I don't know.
or Dion wouldn't like it. Daddy Ball does not like his kids sitting. Daddy Ball is totally against his kids.
Well,
sitting.
and you're saying that means
Yeah.
Daddy Ball.
No,
meaning
Shedeur walks
Little
in
League
and
baseball
starts.
or whatever. Yeah. Well, no, but he doesn't though. Not in that scenario. He doesn't. It probably would be best for him to sit for half the year and then come in.
Yeah, not according to Dion, it wouldn't be. Okay. Maybe your kid could sit, but his kid ain't. No. He
could go Giants, but I just don't think. I think Russell Wilson in New York would be bad. I think they would eat him up. I don't think it would go great for Russell in New York. I think they're waiting to pounce on him. They kind of left Aaron Rodgers alone now. You notice that? They weren't that bad. But I think they'd pounce on Russell. Oh, I don't know where Russell Wilson ends up. He's average. You could bring him up with the Colts.
How about that? I was just going to say the Colts.
Colts are the ones that make sense, I guess.
That's what they do too.
You get a guy like Colts actually would be the best place for him.
Yep. Not
Either
the
him
49ers, not the Cardinals,
Either
not the
him or
Bucs,
Kirk Cousins would be good for the
Saints?
Colts. Yeah. Let him fight with
how many?
what are you paying him though?
What are you paying him? That's a problem.
You're already over the cap. The Colts have plenty of money.
Yeah. I mean, there ain't that many spots, even though the quarterback play ain't all that great. There ain't that many spots. Sam Darnold will be interesting. What do you pay him? Darnold, okay, who makes more this year? Russell or Sam Darnold?
Darnold, way more. Darnold's still going to get about $30 million. He's going to get a Baker contract.
What do you think Russell's going to get?
12.
No, he's getting more than that.
Why?
He's getting more than that.
He's just a backup.
He's
a bridge starter. He's a backup. He ain't going to get a lot.
He'll get 20.
Who's paying him?
Somebody will pay him.
Well, but you have to have, the only way you pay 20 is you got to have 2.
20 is going to be like the minimum for a starter.
John, you got to have 2 people. Who are the 2 teams that want him? He has no leverage. The Colts could say, we'll give you $8 million. Okay, go find a better deal. Who wants him? The problem is Russell Wilson is, there's a cap on Russell Wilson. There's a definitive ceiling. You know what? He actually would be great in Indianapolis. The fan base would probably like him. He's got a running game that he can go to. He's got a bunch of wide receivers. It would actually be a perfect. Yeah. I mean, it actually would be probably the perfect fit for him.
He's wholesome and corny. He's perfect for them.
He's got Ciara.
Hmm?
He's got Ciara.
She's not going to like Indianapolis.
No.
Sierra, I get that one. I go back and forth on that one too. But
Pittsburgh has some
Why
kind
doesn't
of.
she take advantage like Taylor Swift does?
what do you mean? She
get
hasn't-
out there and
Wait. She married Russ when he was red hot Russ, like he was winning.
I know, but it wasn't like they showed her at the games all the time and everything. I mean, she's
because
not
Taylor
getting that
Swift
kind of pub.
Well, maybe we need to ask why.
because Taylor Swift is the biggest pop
Do you think
star
it's
in the
racism?
well,
I don't think she's as big as.
Yeah, she's as great as Sierra was.
Yeah.
She was never Taylor Swift as far as popularity is concerned.
I'm a fan. I'm
I'm
a
a
bigger
fan
fan of
too.
hers than I'm a
Much
bigger
bigger
fan of
fan.
hers than
It's not,
Taylor Swift.
it's not a question of what you guys are a fan of. I understand. But were you buying her music at any point?
I would hear it.
No, I didn't ask that.
I would hear it.
I never bought Taylor Swift
Was she
music
was
either.
she ever on
The
with
point
Ja
is-
Rule?
But
Did
I
she
gotta
do
see her
anything
all
with
the
Ja
time.
Rule?
You don't have to see her all the time. Stop watching Chief games. You
Remember
don't wanna see her.
when there was a crossover with
Yes, I remember.
no, who was it? Aaliyah
Wait a
and
minute.
Jennifer Lopez, and there was that crossover time. Who was she? Who did she cross over with?
I don't remember. I'm sure she did. I don't remember. But the point is, you don't buy her music. You don't buy Taylor Swift music. But a lot of people do buy Taylor Swift music. Less people have bought Sierra's music. and
Yeah,
that's the difference.
but who'd you rather look at?
That has nothing to do
Yeah,
with popularity.
Yeah, see, no,
That's nothing
Yeah,
to do
we
with
can't-
popularity.
absolutely everything.
Oh, this is his Audi.
He's back. He's back.
Oh,
See, I
wait.
told you would
What?
say
How
stuff.
many people bought Giselle albums? They showed her all the time.
Well, what?
Nobody bought a Giselle
Some, not
album
like
ever.
Taylor. Not like
They
Taylor
didn't show
Swift.
it.
It's not
Yeah,
about
they
that.
showed.
It's how do you look.
They
They didn't
showed
show as much as
Sierra.
Taylor
They
Swift.
showed Sierra.
I never saw
Yeah,
Sierra.
they showed
It's
her.
about, what do you mean it's about? What's your
But,
argument again?
but she's not as well known.
Yeah.
Like the R&B fans know her,
She should
but
be.
you wouldn't know her.
She should be more well known. That's all.
Well, she didn't
That's
have
my
the type
point.
of
She
career.
agrees.
And some people, whatever you think of Taylor Swift music, value talent over looks, and maybe that's why she's popular. I know you don't think that way, but other
That's
people
dumb.
do.
That's a bad way to think.
Well, I mean, maybe it's a more mature way to think. Possibly.
And which is bad.
It's
Maturity
bad.
is bad.
Okay.
Yep.
Is your Audi saying it's bad to be mature? You're
How about Russell to Tennessee?
No, his Indiana Audi think the same way.
Okay.
Dude, on
That's
this-
true.
on
They're
this
not
subject,
different.
That's true because they're not that different. They just experience different things.
John G and Gartano think the exact same.
Same
Okay.
A
way.
lot of this stuff. One just doesn't drink.
What about
Okay.
Tennessee for Russell?
Yeah, I can see Tennessee.
You got to be very
Take Abdul
depressed.
Carter and then sign
Yeah.
Russell.
Ugh.
That's that one makes some sense also.
What is Tennessee going to do with Russell Wilson? Go 6-11?
Well,
Well,
he's a bridge.
A bridge to who?
Bridge to the next year.
A bridge
to the
to
next
arch.
year.
Why don't you be bad again?
Yeah.
You need a bridge to the arch.
But if you're 6-11, you're out of the arch range.
You're never out. You can always make trades.
No, that is. If you think you have your eyes set on a great quarterback in the next draft, don't sign a
and
guy
oh,
who
by
might
the
win
way,
you games.
I'm just joking.
That is
I'm
true.
not sure arches. Everybody's
Neither
already
do I.
putting
No.
arch at
Neither
the
am I.
top of next
DJ
year's draft.
Lagway already from Florida. Did you get to see him at all?
Yeah.
He had a bunch of hype coming out. Like Lagway has the stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know about Arch. I still have to see.
I
it with
don't.
Arch.
I don't know about
No, no,
arch.
no.
either.
Everyone just throws him in there
Yep.
like he's
Yep.
like.
Yep.
I saw him make a lot of underthrows to wide open guys.
I saw him
this
hold
year.
on to the ball, throw the ball, Arch.
Well, Arch
He
is
make a
hasn't played. He
decision.
hasn't played a whole lot of
I
football.
know you guys aren't criticizing holding on to the ball. All you do is hold on to segments like Grim Death. We got to go.
We got to go. John Chill next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Going to give us some winners. Access Vascular Health. You want to talk about a winner? Doc Manavis was here, as a matter of fact, yesterday, and Doc Manavis told me about fibroid. There are a lot of women out there that have a fibroid
My wife
issue.
had one
Did she really?
before Alec. Yeah,
well,
I named him Clark.
Well, how about this? Just like the prostate, she has the procedure with an IV that will shrink the fibroid.
Oh wow,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
a big deal. 'cause
So if your
fibroid
wife has an
grew
issue,
like this big,
yeah,
it's
And
like a big concern. We
it's
had to
a-
go to a special doctor.
yes, and she has just like the prostate, she can shrink the woman's fibroid.
Oh, that's a big
So
deal.
that's
yeah.
a big deal out there, guys. She's already had one of our listeners come there and she took care of the fibroid issue for her. So if you're somebody and you have a prostate issue, and if you have a prostate issue, if you're going to the bathroom way too much, and you can't start, can't stop, all kinds of issues that you might develop, fibroid issue as well for women. Okay, she can shrink your fibroid just like she shrinks the prostate with just an IV. Doesn't get any better than this. if your veins, okay, are if your blood is not flowing through your veins are broken and it's not getting the blood flow to your feet, you work a lot and your feet are killing you at the end of the day. Maybe the blood flow isn't all that great. You need Doc Manavis. Knees, listen, Doc Manavis is here for any issue that you might have. Doc Manavis she's one of the smart ones. Okay. So if you're looking for a doctor that's going to help you and it's all non-invasive, this is the way to go. 975prostate.com, 975prostate.com. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance.
I thought.
What?
Okay, never mind. We got John Chill.
Yeah, John Chill's here. What are you doing?
I thought he just said something.
Oh,
I was just answering.
He says stuff. Don't listen to him. We're listening to John Chill now from the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles, and DraftKings Sportsbook. And oh, by the way, what is it? It's the March 20th. It starts, right? The tournament starts March 20th. Is the DraftKings Sportsbook filled up yet for the first weekend of the tournament?
We are getting close to it, John. We're pacing way more than we did the prior years. Yeah, we're close to being filled up there, and then we've got such demand. We're going to open up Blue Martini as well and put it out in the back of the video screen there. And I think we have like 30 TVs also in Blue Martini, so we're going to open that up if it fills up here. But if you want to get in DraftKings, now's the time to book it and get in there. Yeah, I anticipate we'll probably be booked up by mid next week if the pace keeps on doing what it's doing. So
let's go.
Yeah, let's do it. So it'll be a big party there, and yeah, we're definitely pacing way faster than we thought. And I think Houston's helping us, being as good as they've been playing and all that, and it's just the madness in general. It's picking up, so it'll be interesting. And you look, there's not really a dominant team this year. It's to me, it's kind of wide open. You could probably pick 5 or 6 to make,
Yeah.
to win it. There's no one really dominating right now, and it'll be interesting too to see what the conference tournaments, what they do there. I mean, we got the mid-major starting this week, and then the big dogs will be playing next weekend as well. So that'll start tightening up. See who's ready to make a run for the madness here in a couple weeks. So, but yeah, definitely get in there. Blue Martinis, we're gonna open that up, and like I said, DraftKings is starting to fill up. So definitely be a party in there, and I think it starts at 11's tip off, and it'll go all night. And yeah, we got everything in there ready to go for that. So it'll be a good week.
Yeah, even in the Blue Martini, you're going to be able to make all your bets. It'll be a great place to do it.
Yeah, we got all those. I think we have like 15 kiosks right in front of DraftKings there, so you can just walk in there, place your bets, and head back in the Blue. It's within,
watch all the games.
So,
Yep.
So
That's fun.
Good time.
That is this. And listen, there is no better place to be for March Madness than a sports book, than a casino and sports book, because the games just keep going on. There's 4 going on at a time, and it's just nonstop, and you got action, and you're yelling, and it's fun, and it's okay.
And
so we seeing any trend? I mean, Auburn loses the other night. Duke is on fire with Cooper Flag. We got the Cougs, who are just destroying everybody in their way. We got Florida, who's looking great. I mean, yeah, you're right. This is going to be as good a tournament. I think there's no really one dominant team that's just destroying everybody. There's a lot of really good teams, though.
Yeah, I mean, you look, Duke's the favorite to win it. They're plus 350. Auburn's just behind them at plus 370. Houston's up to third at plus, they're 8-1. Florida's 8-1. Tennessee and Alabama, or Tennessee's a 12-1, and Alabama 15-1. So definitely, usually you see bigger, variances of the spreads. But yeah, definitely a lot of teams in there that's as far as the odds standpoint, there's not a clear cut favorite here to win it, and especially in the champions. I was looking at the Final Four. Houston, I think they're plus 180. They're down to plus 150 now to make the Final Four. So you're starting to see, Houston getting some action. Again, Duke and Auburn, they're favorites to be the Final Four. For me personally, I wouldn't take a minus 150 on Duke, just because of what happens in a tournament. And Auburn's minus 145 to make the Final Four. But you get some long shots in there. Maryland's playing good. They're 8-1. Looking, St. John's is getting a lot. They're the 6th. They're plus 450, so they're 4.5-1. So you're seeing the little St. John's. Arizona's moving up. They were plus 1,300. I took them last week at 13. They're plus 900 to make the Final Four. So like I said, like we're saying, definitely a wide open field, and we'll see what happens. It's a couple weeks away, and like I said, everybody will get a gauge with the conference tournaments and see what happens next week with those. We got the mid-majors this week. Got the mini March Madness this weekend. As far as the book, we see some action there as well for the mid-major tournaments, and those are just fun to watch. There's always classics that come out of those, and and as far as a betting perspective too, we start seeing handle go up on the mid-major. I think it's just the tournaments in general. When it's a tournament, it's people like to bet them, and so we'll see some action this weekend as well there. So to give you kind of a pick, I've been following them all year. Quinnipiac, so they're playing tonight. They're minus 9.5 against St. Mary's. They beat them by 34 points. They're minus 9.5. So I kind of been following them this year. So Quinnipiac, they're a little school out of Boston, and that's my little mid-major favorite here to win their conference. So what else we got going on? UFC 313. We got the big guy fighting. Pierre's fighting on the card, so he's the biggest draw in UFC. So we're starting to see some reservations for that as well. Overall, good card. I think if you like bangers, there's a lot of guys who like to throw the punches, and so it'll be an interesting card there. We'll see. My picks are Gutierrez. He's in the prelims. He's at minus 120 over Castaneda. I think the only problem with Gutierrez, if he could stay upright, I think he wins this fight, and he's minus 120 right now. And then the other one, it's kind of a puzzling fight, Curtis Blades versus Rivon Kuniyov. He's been tested positive for steroids a couple times. I like Blades at minus 325. I really like him as the KO at plus 110. He's just an underrated striker. He's in the top 5 right now. And I think that's going to be a big victory by him by KO. So that's plus 110. And of course the matchup here versus Magomed. Basically Pierre stands up. He's a superior striker. He's got to stay off the mat. Leg kicks. I just like him to win. He's almost even money in that fight. I think he's minus 115. And, I like if you parlay all 3 of those, you get 6-1 odds there. And, it's just, I think it's a good card overall just to watch as well. And like I said, there's a bunch of strikers in there. So I'm thinking there's going to be a lot of KOs. So if you want to take your chances on KO bets, I think this might be the card to do it too. So, but so we're getting ready for that. Mid-majors, ready to rock this weekend. And, we got Babyface coming Saturday. We got a slot promotion Friday.
Okay. Yeah. Wait. You got a slot promotion. What is, what do we got, a tournament going on?
No, so basically if you put your card in, you got to swipe at a kiosk, and then you play and you get entries. And then from 6 to 11, every 30 minutes, we'll be giving out $1,000 of free play, 40,000 total. So it doesn't matter what tier you're at. Just go ahead and swipe at the kiosk, have a card, play, and you have to be playing while the winners are picked. And if your name's picked, you go up to the player club area and you claim you get $1,000, and we'll do that every 30 minutes, all the way through 11 o'clock, 6 to 11.
Oh, nice.
So, that's a nice little promotion we got Friday night. And like I said, we got Babyface and Saturday, and so we got things going on. I think Texas spring break starts this weekend, so we'll be busy next week as well. So if you guys are bored and the pool's ready, we just did some renovations to it a little bit, and it's up and running, and got the lazy river going, the pool, cabanas, and looks like weather's going to be half decent. So it'll definitely be a good week for us.
So back to the tournament. You said you got Arizona already. I don't know. Do you feel like you're going to get better odds right now than when so if they're in a tough bracket, you might be getting better odds after the brackets come out. So how do you know which one to bet now and which ones to wait on?
That's the tough one. I mean, like you're saying, if you win the tournament, then the conference tournament, their odds are going to go down. If they look, they look better than they do this week. I think it's a guessing game of where they're, whether they're going to play better in the tournament or not. But I do agree with you. If the problem you got is if Houston dominates and Florida keeps on doing their run, those odds will get better. And then Arizona, you give Arizona an example. They might get worse, but I figured at that point in time that 13-1 odds to make the Final Four was but you're exactly right. Do you wait until the tournament and if one of these teams get bounced early, their odds are going to go up. If Alabama, the SEC's loaded. Alabama's at plus 225. If they get bounced early or something happens, yes, their odds will go up. So it'll be it's interesting that how you play that and you look at the odds and make that determination. Like Kansas is they're at 13-1 right now. I'm giving up on them. I've played them a couple times. I don't. And they're just not gelling.
Well,
right
they play here tough, but I'll tell you what, Florida is a team that I'm. It depends on what their bracket is, but Florida is really, really good.
Yeah, and they've moved up. They're like I said, they're probably they're the fourth one to make it to the Final Four. They're plus 165, and then you see what their odds are. Yeah, they're 8-1. They're the same as Houston right now.
Yep.
And they're the fourth pick. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there and go from there. But yeah, definitely the madness is starting this weekend with the mini majors, and we'll keep rolling. But yeah, get your reservations in for the madness. It's starting. So good week.
All right, man. That's John Chill every week right here talking about what's going on at the DraftKings Sportsbook. Golden Nugget, Lake Charles. It is the place just 2 hours down the road. You don't go all the way to Vegas. You don't have to. My man John Chill's right there, and he's got the DraftKings Sportsbook.
It takes that long to drive to the
airport.
To the airport, go through check-in and wait for your hotel.
You're already at the casino.
And then you're on the tarmac.
Before you're on the plane.
Actually, think about it. And then you sit on the tarmac, you wait. All right, folks. They're
Yep.
just checking
Yeah.
up real quick on just one little thing. Nothing to worry about here. Just check this. It'll be about 30 minutes.
Yeah.
And I'm already on the slot.
You're already playing slots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Already playing slots. And then here's the other part. We start at 11, where if you're in Vegas, it's 9 in the morning. And if you had a couple beverages the night before, that's early.
That's
So,
yeah.
you know, just come down here, you sleep in till 10, put your bets in, and make a day of it. So,
Let's go, baby. Let's go.
Yep.
Hey, appreciate it, man. That's the best. We appreciate it. That's John Chill every week.
All
And
right.
and I want to talk about the Golden Nugget Lake Charles right now. He said, "Hey, pool's open. Let's go. Golf course is open. Let's go. Blue Martini's open. We're partying. The casino, does it get any better? 12 restaurants. They got every day. They got seafood. They got Italian. They've got Mexican. They've got steakhouse. They've got everything. Oh, all the Asian restaurants that they've got. I mean, it's incredible. If you're looking for the best way to, and it's 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. Like you said, by the time you leave your house and get on a plane, it's going to be 2 hours and 15 minutes. You haven't even taken off yet. You can already be in Lake Charles, ready to roll at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. It just I love it. I love it. And if you're looking for a place to go watch the games, take that Thursday and Friday off and go watch games. It doesn't get any better than being in a casino for the tournament. GoldenNuggetLC.com. GoldenNuggetLC.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. 919 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. The headlines, Christian Walker, an oblique problem. That's a problem. The Texans.
Could be anywhere from 2 to 8 weeks, depending on severity, is what it looks like. That's what.
An oblique, is it going to be all year long that is bothering them?
No. Just get it right. Just get it right. It's 162 games. John, you may not know this about baseball, but it's a marathon. It's not a sprint. And these games don't even count.
They don't
in April.
Well, yeah, they do. They
count. But I've always heard that it's just they're not really. They don't mean that much.
Yeah, they do.
It's still early. They don't really mean as much.
No. They mean as much.
I mean, each of 162 games counts equally.
Yeah.
I've always heard that they don't. What happens early in the year is really pretty much doesn't.
I thought they all mattered the same, as a matter of fact. It's actually true.
I found out from Twitter they don't.
Okay. These games don't matter? Okay. Well, we'll see. Christian Walker, oblique, that's a problem. Obliques are always a problem. Rockets in action tonight at New Orleans, and then New Orleans comes here. New Orleans sucks. New Orleans was a really bad basketball team, so it's time to turn this thing around. The Rockets are 5-11 in their last 16, so they really need to turn this around. As far as the standings go, they don't want to get into a situation where they're just struggling to make the playoffs as opposed to the play-in. They're going to be at least in the play-in, I would imagine, but they need to not be in the play-in. They need to start winning games, and this is the time to do it because this schedule gets a lot easier. They got this game and then 6 straight home games, and mostly against teams that they should be beating. Of course, the Rockets play down to their competition. There's no question. They play up to their competition, and they play down to their competition. So this is it's been a problem. It has been a problem, and let's see if they can't turn that thing around. Need to turn that thing around. Great college basketball action last night. Florida goes into Alabama and wins. Tennessee loses at Ole Miss. There's a lot of implications going on. It looks like Florida is the 4 seed right now behind Auburn, then Duke, then Houston, and then it looks like Florida.
What a tournament. we don't have any tournament games here. I'm halfway. I used to go to tournament games during 5 Slam with Jay when my dad would get tickets. So we'd go it was at the Summit sometime. They'd have games, or we'd go to Southwest Conference championship tournaments. Now, Houston was special. That was a very, very special team at a very special time of college basketball. But it was amazing watching those games. And then you could go to the Summit. One year we watched the Illinois team. Me and some friends, we went to the Illinois. You could get in cheap. And you remember the Illinois team with Nick Anderson and those guys who
absolutely.
We watched them. I remember watching Lynn Bias with Maryland back in '84 as a kid. I went to the Summit and Houston was playing there, but also one of the other games. You get tickets to the game, you stay for multiple games. And Lynn Bias was on that Maryland team that played with Lefty Drizel and all those guys. And it's fun watching college basketball in person. It really is. You know how fun it is to go to the games at Hoffines right now, or the Fertitta Center, I guess.
Yeah.
That's a lot of fun.
Yeah. That's awesome.
I enjoy watching basketball at Rice, and it's an old stadium, but you're really close to the action. How about our boy St. Thomas? Did you see Division III? They are 27-2 this year, and they take on Lewis and Clark. That's just right there in Montrose.
Yeah.
You can go watch games right there. They host, you can watch a Division III. It's NCAA Division III 64-team tournament. You can go watch a game there if you wanted to in their stadium, which is very compact, easy to get to. Watch college basketball there if you're looking for something to do. So there's a lot going on, but I'd love to get to a conference tournament game again. It's a lot of fun to go to. Final Four is fun, but it's in huge venues that I'd rather be in a basketball venue instead of a stadium that they turn into a basketball, even though, you got to pay more to get the tickets that are on the lower level, the bowl, or God forbid on the field, on the court, on the quote unquote
court
field.
Side? No.
Yeah. You ain't getting those, but
no.
Although we got those with media passes when it came here, when Derrick Rose. Do you remember
That was
that?
awesome.
That was incredible. And we watched Derrick Rose in
They
person.
stopped giving those to us.
And the Lopez brothers were here as well. But I remember watching Derrick Rose and going, oh, my God, this guy's better than Malik Beasley, or better than Michael Beasley. Beasley was considered to be the first player. We watched Rose in person. He was maybe the most explosive college player that I had seen in a long, long time. He was unbelievable watching him. And it's fun, man. It's fun getting to see it up close and personal.
No, it is. It's a blast. And
I don't know. There's something about like NBA basketball's even faster and the players are better and more skilled. There's just something about college football and basketball where the fans, it means more to the fans. It's just the atmosphere is almost, it's a more electric atmosphere when it's college sports. I found until you get to the playoffs, and the playoffs, obviously the playoffs change for pro football and pro basketball, but something about college sports, watching live when it's an anticipated game, man, it's right up there with anything. It really is. I love watching college events live that are big events. It's fantastic.
Yep. 926 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 713-780-3776. You got one segment to go before we hit News of the Weird. So if there's one last segment, if you've got anything that you want to add to the show, you're more than welcome to do that. Right now, though, we need to talk. I need to talk right now about a goal, about the Pro Dunk goal. My buddy texted me the other day and he said, man, I got the Pro Dunk goal. It is so awesome. I got little kids. And I heard you say it, and it's so true. You go to the box store and get a 10-foot goal, and if you've got little kids, they'll never use it. They'll never play. They can't reach the 10-foot goal. Why? What are we doing here? Why not get a goal that's going to last them their entire life? Okay, literally their life, because as long as they come back, as long as they are at your house, they can always play. This goal is going to last you. I'm not saying forever, but I'm telling you, there won't be a longer lasting goal out there. I mean, with the what they use and how good it is, with the number of times that the kids are going to use it, because when you factor in when they're little and they're outside playing, what they wouldn't be on a 10-foot goal, because you can raise and lower this goal with just a push of a button. The value, I mean, I don't know how much you're going to spend on your goal, but I can tell you this, per use, you're going to get a better deal with the Pro Dunk goal, because the kids will be out there, because the kids will love it, because everybody in the neighborhood is going to want to play on your goal, because if you can raise and lower it and the kids can dunk and they can actually reach the goal the big kids love it too, because let's face it, your big kids ain't dunking. They're just not. So they lower it to 8 feet and they're all dunking and having a big time. The Pro Dunk goal is the best goal. It's not even arguable. Make the call. ProDunk.com, ProDunk.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back. Del, we talked college basketball. We talked Astros, Rockets. We even talked Miami Heat basketball.
Well,
with
just to
Sucky
make fun of
Terry
someone.
Rozier.
Just to make fun of Terry Rozier, sure. You'd mentioned the Deshaun restructure. Joey Bosa. I mean, I don't think you missed anything.
We signed Dare.
Yes, you mentioned Christian Walker and your concerns
Like
there.
Dare, we just have Texans have about 1 billion roster spots to fill, and they don't have money.
Yep.
And they only have a limited amount of draft picks.
Well,
So
they can restructure some deals to get more. They did that with Nico yesterday to get some cap space, which opened up from reports. I don't know why it's such a difference, but some people say they'll have like sites. They'll have about 18 million in cap space or 14.5, but they did open up some space to make some moves.
they could restructure Shaq Mason.
Or yes,
Not even joking. They could give him
that's true.
10 million up front, but he's a huge cat. Like, I can't imagine that. But if they wanted to restructure somebody, they could restructure him. You really typically restructure your higher salaries to give them money up front. So who would that be? Like who?
You want to give Titus Howard money up front?
You could do Titus Howard. Yeah. You could go do it
Does
again with Laramie. Laramie will take your money up front if you want to give it to him.
Absolutely will. Absolutely.
You want to give him more money? I mean, he'll even do an extension if you want to give him more money now.
Yeah. Do you want to do that?
Nope.
No.
What about this? DJ BNMA writes in his latest piece for ESPN that the Texans would be more than happy to bring Stephon Diggs back, but it has to be a 1-year deal and whatever team friendly means as far as salary.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't afford to do. That guy's coming off an ACL. You're gonna squeeze your salary cap for a guy coming off an ACL for a 1-year deal. I mean, I get you need him.
How happy is he going to be on a 1-year deal that he's not making, and how much are you going to pay him?
Yeah, not thrilled.
No,
you got him. You give him a 1-year deal.
Is he going to be a good citizen?
Well, number one, it does. I mean, what is a $9 million? He can get more from somebody else.
He just cut up, ripped up a contract that paid him 3 years, 18 a year.
I know.
So how happy is he going to be?
Well, he's not.
No,
that's the problem. But that was his move.
Yeah, he wanted it.
He chose to do that. He screwed himself.
Yeah, I didn't think at the time. I thought, are you sure this is what you want?
He wanted to hit the market and get $23 million a year or more. And I get it. I get it. But he voided all those. Like, I would have just asked to say, hey, and I think Houston was cool with it because they weren't sure what they were getting. So they're like, yeah, that's fine. 2-year second round rental. Ugh, not great. I mean, it didn't turn out great for the Texans. Had he not gotten hurt, maybe I'd say differently, and it's not his fault. It's not like it was a bad move. You didn't get second round value out of him because of the injury. And you're going to, you pay a little bit of a price for that. But so we'll see how the Texans fill up this roster, but they're going to have to maybe do some more restructuring to free up even more money. And the 2 tackles are the ones that make the most sense.
Yeah.
I mean, because Shaq Mason, I think they want to cut him. But then, it's smarter to cut him after June 1st. So, and you get to do your free agency and your draft and you figure out. And if you don't get the guys that you wanted, then maybe you keep them. Maybe they just wait and see how the offseason goes at guard. And if they get what they want, then they'll cut Shaq Mason. If they don't get what they want, then they end up keeping him, I guess. Why is there a little person on the set?
Wow.
That TV show.
That he's not. Oh, is that no?
I don't know who that little guy is.
That little fella is.
I'm sorry. There's a little person on the TV, and I can't really concentrate now because it's all I'm thinking about.
I don't think he's a little person. I think he's a young person.
I think that's a young kid who's dressed rather well. But I think that's a kid, not a little person.
You sure?
So,
when he walked out,
who is the streamer of the year?
Kind of a strike. His name is Kai Cenat.
Kai Cenat.
And what does he do?
He
streams.
See, don't ask my kid that. He creates content, Dad, just like you create content too. It's basically the same. I'm like, that's not the same.
What do you
They
mean?
said it is.
What kind of content does
But they're
he?
right. But they're actually right. Well, like pranks.
Oh, wow.
Okay, well, Impractical Jokers as a TV show, those are pranks. Like they're technically right.
They are.
I get all pissed off. Like, but what does he do? Creates content.
It could be anything.
Okay, yeah, you know what? Content is something. I mean, they're right. He is.
That's Stephen A's nephew. He's not a little person. That's a kid. That's Stephen.
He wanted to be
his
on.
nephew. He's got double pierced ears.
I told you.
He's about 4'6".
He's his nephew, Jace. Apparently,
He wanted to be on because this guy
Doesn't
was
he
on.
look like a grown person in his face though?
I guess so. But I thought he was a kid.
Stephen A. can't have a little person as a nephew.
No, it's a
But
it's
that's
a
not
kid.
a little person. It's a kid.
It's a kid.
Google him.
No.
Stephen A.
Google.
Smith's
Nephew Jace. Is there going to be a wiki page for him?
If he's a little person, you guys owe me lunch for a week.
He's not a little.
He's
person.
not a little person. He's a kid.
I don't think Stephen A. is walking out a little person if it's his nephew to meet Kai
He's
Cenat.
so small.
He's a young child.
7
I don't know how old he is.
with double gold, with double diamond earrings.
I don't know if you've met kids today, but
I haven't
parents,
met 7-year-olds that are wearing
their
diamonds
parents
that are wearing 1-carat diamond
Well,
studs.
that's because you live where you live.
Yeah.
Is that out in League City?
I just seen
When
You
you go
don't
to
live with
Pizza King,
Stephen A.
When you go to Pizza King, do you see that?
All I got to do is, well, he's on television. I don't know if he dressed like that every day, but they put him on television. They probably say,
Yeah, I mean,
you're
he
gonna
is
look good.
showing out for Kai Cenat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So my kids, this is one of the guys that, like, when you think about where sports is headed, we can't be thinking about, the TV ratings, because it really doesn't. It's really irrelevant. The people who are going to run TV and TV ratings, the reason Jake Paul's bigger than any professional boxer now, basically as a draw, is because of, my kids' age and older, from 30 and under. They would rather watch They'd rather watch Kai Cenat fight Aiden Ross than they would. As a matter of
The
fact, that's how
heavyweight championship.
Yeah, they really would. Jake Paul fought, or Logan Paul or Jake Paul, one of them fought another streamer. I can't remember what his name was. And that's when they realized, oh my God, they had streamers versus YouTube, like YouTubers versus TikTok, and they had a boxing match, and it did unbelievable numbers. And they realized, wait a minute, people would rather see this than a middleweight fight. Look how much money Jake Paul and Mike Tyson made.
Yep. And
UFC makes tons of money.
And it was, but here's the problem with that. It wasn't a legitimate fight. It was not a legitimate. That's what you get when you prepay them,
and you'll keep on buying Jake. You may not,
and it's a show as opposed to a competition.
That's true, but it doesn't matter for.
Well, it mattered to everybody who watched that.
But they'll keep watching Jake Paul fights.
Yeah.
Wait until, if you think Jake Paul fights are going to go down, and that's why you've got to have streaming. Major League Baseball is going to take an ass kicking early on because they got out of the ESPN deal, and now they're doing. Yeah, I think that is a little kid, but they're doing nothing but streaming now, right? Major League Baseball lost, and some people think they overplayed their hand with ESPN. That they tried to.
ESPN. Did you see what ESPN was offering them?
What?
Like stupid low money. It was a no.
It was almost like they were daring them to leave.
Were daring. They were like, you know what? This is what we think you're worth. And baseball was like, what?
You got that ego got in the way because now you're going to have to. But it
wasn't ego. It was like it was ridiculously low.
But in the end, it might be worth it.
What's the best that baseball can hope for? What are they going to be like on a Wednesday night or Sunday night? But what's
baseball's in some trouble because young people don't love baseball anyway, unless they can get some streamers on the team. Then they got a shot. But
Stephen A's nephew playing first base.
You know who sells out every game?
Savannah Bananas.
Savannah Bananas. They ain't selling 42,000. They're going to minor leagues.
Oh, they sold out
Minute Maid.
They sold out Minute Maid.
Did they have all the seats open, or did they Jacksonville some of them with
tarps?
No,
they sold that place.
I bet they just had lower bowl.
No. You can see them in the upper deck.
They sold out Minute Maid.
Yes.
With dances.
Yes.
And all that stuff. Yeah, I mean it's Globetrotters for baseball.
It's what it is. And And it sells, and that's this generation. They'd rather watch the banana slugs or Savannah bananas.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, goodness gracious. What your kids are the worst.
Yeah, I know. I've been saying
Why
that.
are you looking at me? It's his kids.
Yeah, and your future kids.
I don't have any kids.
They're going to be even worse than this group.
Your future girl you're shacking up with who has kids. Her kids are the worst.
So you think
I was going to say banging, but we have
whoa.
Well, we have an intern here.
You still said it just because you
If I
lowered
say-
your register.
Oh, he's going to have to change his ways because Granny's a little old to be having kids now.
No, he's saying a woman who's already had kids, and I'm going to shack up.
Oh, whoa.
He's gonna
think
he's
I'm
gonna
gonna
get
be
a
Jeff?
17-year-old soon.
You think I'm going to be a Jeff?
Hey,
You're gonna be a Jeff.
you are going to be a
I'm
Jeff.
telling you right now.
You're just eating my food and banging my mom, Jeff. That's what he'll be
that
screaming
kid
at you.
doesn't have a
You're
job.
not my dad, Jeff.
That kid doesn't have a job. I'm not eating his food. You be eating my food. The other thing is, you think I'm going to wear a shirt that says I'm not the stepdad, I'm the dad that stepped up?
Well,
Never.
if you go with Granny,
Never.
chances are you're going to be like Jalen Green, same age as her kids.
Well, she doesn't. Well, she has grandkids. That's why she's Granny.
Oh, right. Well, but Dad might be your age.
I'm going to tell you right now, there will be no cohabitation.
I don't know. You and Granny are getting close.
No, I don't
Okay.
know how you get close in 20-minute increments. Not sure that's how you build a relationship.
I'm pretty sure that's
20
a good,
minutes at a time.
That's not a bad way to build. It's a lot better than a lot of
And
relationships.
even less if I'm selfish.
You are. I would imagine you are selfish. To tell you the truth,
At some point, I'm not here for a long time.
I'm
Short
just
time.
here for a good time.
It's a good time and a short
You're not
time.
here for a good time, or you're here for a long time and you just want to be left alone.
Well,
You're not
no,
here for a short
talking about
time. You're here for a
Granny.
good time.
Talking about
You're going to
Granny.
be here. You're going to live until you're 90 something, and you're going to be like, "This is the worst."
No, understood. I'm talking about my time with Granny. I'm not here for a long
right.
time.
Well, you're
Just
hoping
a-
she's not there
Just
for
a
a long
good time.
time.
That's all.
Well, that's one of the reasons.
And maybe
you
if
pick
she
her.
leaves you a little something, that'd be nice. You're like the Anna Nicole Smith or one of these, those girls that marry those guys.
But
And
I'm
you
not
just
gonna
think,
marry her.
oh, you don't have to do anything, do you? You're going to be like that
But
too.
I'm doing stuff.
Can you imagine you can get out of this?
Poverty,
You can get out of this
career
If you-
poverty.
career poverty. All you have to do is hook up with an older woman that
That
you just have to treat her nice, just,
I'll treat her nice.
Yep.
In my way,
yep.
she'll have a good time.
Yeah. But for me, it'd be like taking her to the movies and getting her a nurse.
What?
I
That's
don't
not-
have to do too much.
That's not what she's
I'm
looking
definitely
for.
not
though.
doing that other stuff.
Well, sometimes you got to sacrifice.
Well, I know she's going to expect it the same way, Anna Nicole Smith. Here's a price to be
But
paid for that.
I'm volunteering for that. It wouldn't be a drag for me. I'm into it.
You gross me out when you play this game. When you play this character, I don't like it at all.
I know.
It makes me uncomfortable because Dell leans into it.
Oh,
And it
yeah.
really bothers me.
What do you mean? What am I leaning into? Just
You know
telling
what
you the
you're
truth.
leaning into.
I mean, I can give you some tips, some pointers. There are things you can do to make it better for yourself.
Mm-mm.
Oh, okay. You're done now.
We don't want any of
I
that.
need a nurse in here.
All right. 944 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We're going to break it, and then we're going to have news of the weird coming your way next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Dell and Nicole Smith, they're calling you.
Well, she got paid, right? I don't want to end up like
She did
her.
get paid. She died, but she
Yeah,
got paid.
Yeah, I don't want to end up like her, but the stuff that she had to do, well, whatever.
What?
Yeah.
What? I'm fine with that.
Big deal anyway. I do that for free right now.
Ugh.
If you got paid like that, you got paid like that?
I mean, I'm not getting paid. I do it right
But
now.
you're
Huh.
talking like 50s. There's still some hot 50s. Did you see? Well, not everyone can
Granny's
be
not-
Jennifer Lopez and Halle Berry.
Granny's
Yeah.
not 50.
They're probably the greatest.
The next door neighbor's not 50.
How old is she?
She's like 70.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
No, well, that's doing Anna Nicole stuff.
Well, I said I'm doing it for free right now.
Yeah, he's doing it for free. Why?
He's not
Of
doing
course,
anything.
he'll take the free.
This is his
Of
character.
course, he'll take the money.
This is character. If he really had to deal with this,
Yeah. Well, he told us about her outside. He was
you
like,
would gross
was
out.
saying,
You
like,
wouldn't be able to.
she
even,
was in
you
her
would start
bikini
going,
out there.
She was. I was
Yeah,
like,
you would be out.
and I said,
Turn
No, you
around.
would say turn around. You would be out so quick. You're real tough until all of a sudden you got to do something.
you keep saying
and
that.
then all of a sudden
I'm
you're like,
telling you, I've
I've got
telling you.
principles.
I've already done stuff.
No, you haven't.
I
I'm
mean,
not listening to this character anymore.
Yeah.
This is your outie.
in fact, she texted me about picking up
This
some
is your
milk?
outie talking.
a
This isn't
spicy
your
chicken
any.
biscuit from Bojangles. So I gotta go.
How is
It's
Bojangles?
pretty good. I gotta go
Is
there.
it?
Yeah, it's pretty
You're
good.
not opposed to Bojangles.
I know the name is annoying, but I get over it.
I remember being in Missouri as a kid driving through, and there was a Sambo, and I'm looking on the table, and even then at like 8, I'm like, I don't think I saw Roots with my parents. I'm like, is this they've got this on the table and it's called Sambo.
Right.
Like, is this supposed to,
Hey, man.
what is this okay? All of this?
I'll tell you.
Just eat your pancakes, Lancey.
The spicy chicken biscuit transcends all my issues. And she asked for one, so she'll get
We
one.
already know that you can, that a good chicken sandwich or biscuit.
Yeah, you're already sold out on those.
You already told us that.
And
That's how
I've got a new option.
And I'll be honest, I kind of am too.
Yeah.
If your
Chick-fil-A
food is
was going to
good,
go, but too good.
I would take more offensive things from Bojangles than I would from Chick-fil-A because the spicy chicken biscuit's so good. Like Chick-fil-A, you can only get away with one thing. Bojangles, you can a couple.
Is
There's
that
a
good?
little more leeway?
Yeah,
that
a little
good?
more leeway.
A little more leeway with,
Sure.
with Bojangles.
Yeah, they got baked mac and cheese too.
Do they?
They do.
Nice. All right. Hey, we got something new here with GimmeTheVin.com. Listen up here. It's a big cash giveaway. GimmeTheVin.com is already the best place to sell your car. It's not even arguable. Now it's even better with the GimmeTheVin.com big cash giveaway. Give Me The Vin is giving away $25,000 in cash every month. There are 2 ways to win. Get 250 chances to win with your mail-in entry or 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car. Okay? $25,000 in cash every month. They want to buy your car, whether it's your daily driver, your pickup truck, SUV, minivan, supercar, exotic, whatever it is. The best place to sell your classic or collectible, go to gmtvcc.com to sell your classic collectible car or truck. Say goodbye to dealing with dealerships and private sale tire kickers. Get a true buy offer for your car at GimmeTheVin.com. They put your car right on the money, providing you with a hassle-free online option. They'll bring you the check. They'll pick up your car, deliver it. All you have to do is enter your VIN number. You'll get an offer on your car in minutes. It's always well above any dealer quote. Guaranteed to beat a CarMax offer. They're going to send you $100. You can go to their pickup locations, or they'll come to you. Easy and it's fast. GimmeTheVin.com, America's best car buyer. Big cash giveaway, $25,000 in cash every month. 2 ways to enter. Get 250 chances to win with your mail-in entry, or 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car at GimmeTheVin.com. All right, we got a couple of musical entries here. Apparently, in Miami-Dade County, they are renaming a street after a song. Okay, they are renaming a street Act Up Street. Do you have Act Up, Del? You know what that is?
I could probably find it. Who's the musical artist?
Moonlight Way is another street. If you add your choice of a street name after a song, what song would it be? Del?
Who? Is that a City Girl song? Did they name a street after a City Girl song?
What song are you talking about?
Act Up.
Act Up is that's the AIDS. That's probably, is that based on the song? Because Act Up, that's what I thought.
They named it after a song in Miami. But
okay. So it's in Miami. City Girls are kind of aggressive.
But they're Miami.
But Act Up isn't. I mean, it's Act Up Street. What street? What would be the name of the street that you would?
Such a great question. You should have gave us
more time.
Okay, at the end of this segment, tell me.
Okay.
How about this? Apparently, Eurovision has barred Malta's entry to. She has to change the title of her song. The title of her song is "No Can't Do." No can't do. They say it's too similar to the C word. So she's got to change. Yes.
No can't do as opposed to no can do.
Right. No can't do.
And who is this person?
It's Mariana Conte. Well, apparently
and it's too close to the C word.
Well, can't from the Latin cantus does mean singing and does not have a rude meaning in Maltese. They play on the English slang word from female genitalia. It's clearly intentional.
Oh, well, so they're trying to do that.
They're trying to make it so that you think of that. So I just think that's, repressive, if you want to know the truth. We got to stop. We got to stop repressing people in their artistic ways. A Cheeto that was shaped like a Pokemon went for $88,000 at auction. A Pokemon Cheeto.
That's just stupid.
It actually was some kind of one of their dragons or something, one of their Pokemon dragons or something, and it actually looked like it. And it went for $88,000. Do you want an $88,000 Cheeto?
No, it's like the strawberry we talked about yesterday.
Yeah. That was only $19.
Yeah, but even still, I'm not paying either price for those two items.
I'm not paying $8 for a Cheeto, a strawberry, nothing.
A single Cheeto because it looks like a Pokemon?
Because it looks like a Pokemon.
Whatever happened to in the good old days when Jesus used to show up in toast? Or
right.
You had
but now we got Pokemon.
Jesus, and now they're Pokemons?
Yeah.
What has happened to our country's moral compass?
Well, we don't have the moral compass anymore.
Jesus
Jesus
toast.
used to show up all the time.
Jesus was in Tostitos, and now all of a sudden Dorito. We got, what is this? Cheez-Its?
Yeah.
What is this?
Cheetos.
No, Cheez-Its. What is
Cheetos?
Cheetos. A Pokemon and Cheetos.
Yeah.
That's what's happened.
That's what's happened to our world.
Has God forsaken this country, John?
A naked woman on a Southwest plane, apparently taken off from Houston, delayed the flight because she wouldn't put her clothes on.
Get your girl.
Would you want to be on that flight with the naked lady?
Unlikely.
Probably
because
not.
If people are doing that, it's probably something you don't want.
Probably that's something you did not want to see. Did I tell you about this one where the guy on the flight from United Airlines just kept yelling, "Where are the Mormons?"
No. What?
Apparently, this guy wouldn't stop yelling on a United flight out of Chicago, from San Francisco to Chicago. He wouldn't.
Ooh, that's a long flight.
Stop yelling, "Where are the Mormons?" Okay? He was repeatedly just kept saying this over and over and over again. And apparently he was removed from the flight in Denver. So they had to stop in Denver and get him off the plane. That's a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
Even if you want to know where the Mormons are.
If you're curious about where the Mormons are, people have connecting flights to get to.
Yeah.
Well, probably not connecting out of Chicago from San Francisco. That's probably your stop.
Do you want to work for Starbucks?
Not
Because
really.
it's dangerous now.
Why?
And a Starbucks employee in Mobile, Alabama had to have stitches and rabies vaccination after someone through the drive-through window sicked their monkey on him. And
I might have gone to that. I was in Mobile at a Starbucks.
At a Starbucks? It might have been your Starbucks.
I might have been at the monkey Starbucks.
Did you see the monkey?
I didn't see it.
Did you touch the monkey when you were there?
I didn't touch any monkeys.
Okay.
I'm happily married. Listen,
this is a monkey. You guys don't remember that. That was Mike.
Michael Myers?
Michael Myers.
From which one?
He was German. He was the German techno guy.
Oh, that was in Saturday Night Live.
Touch my monkey.
Sprocket,
yeah. The Sprockets, yeah. So you didn't get to touch the monkey when you were there?
No, I didn't see a monkey. And that's like one of those things, too. If I see somebody with a monkey, I'll stop what I'm doing. And like, I've never seen it in person, only on TV or videos.
Oh.
I've never been somewhere where somebody's got a monkey.
Yeah.
Have you?
No.
Because
I don't think I've ever been around a monkey.
You'd remember that.
I don't think I've been around a monkey.
Yep.
Do you have your song yet?
I do.
What song?
I do.
By Brazilian Girls.
What is it? Well, you have to say it.
Say the name of the
Don't
song.
Stop. Brazilian Girls, Lazy Lover.
Why did you choose that song?
Well, I can't see it because the thing is in the way. We're not naming it after the
That's a song.
Girls.
It goes, marijuana. You never heard that song?
Never heard it. And we're not naming the street. Yep. No, we're not doing that.
He's not a
Could
serious
if we're doing Cheetos as Pokemon for 88,000, we could name it by a song by the Brazilian
You're not
Girls.
a serious person.
You're not a serious person. Del, what's the name of your street?
This is a song that changed the way I feel about music because I went to Warped Tour maybe like 20 years ago now. It's not a great street name. Your Sword versus My Dagger. It's a song by Silverstein. I didn't know anything about it.
It's a little long.
Yeah. I told you it's not a great street name, but as far as songs that kind of changed the way I feel about music, that was the song. Had never heard of them before. Well, I had, but I had never heard that song before until I got there.
Mine is going to be Aqualung Drive. Aqualung Drive.
Is that a Jethro Tull song?
Yeah, Jethro Tull. Short, sweet, to the point.
What's it called again?
Wait, you can't play that because the word is in it.
No.
The ugly word that you want to name your street after.
Not for a while. What's the J?
I can't hear it.
I have to turn them all the way up.
I know.
See? It's just a little jam.
Yeah, but what's the name of the song? Do you want to tell everybody the name of the song, or are you going to be a P?
See?
Actually, the song is the P word.
Right now, I'm playing chicken with this song. I'm playing chicken with this song.
Yes, you are. You
see how quick I can do that? And actually, there was a few.
Well,
there's a little bit more to go.
Oh, I would imagine there were. We're done tomorrow, Friday. Nick Skirfield's going to bring us.
We got to tell him.
We got.
Is that
what we think?
Well, we think so. Bun told
Martin
us.
stopped by today, and he said, "I said, you didn't bring us breakfast, okay?" And he goes, "I thought Bun B was bringing you breakfast."
No, but Bun said we can get tenders and the tenders thing, all the Trill stuff. Yeah,
I know.
Trill Town is
Where's
at the rodeo. If Trill Town's at the rodeo, we should be able to get something.
Yeah,
Trill fries full of all that stuff.
He broke the news to Houston about the mayor's death.
Actually, I found out.
I know this. I think a lot of Houston found out that way. All right, we're done.
I think we broke that
story.
The story. Yeah, we were the first ones.
There's another story we broke right here. Time to talk about Underdog. We're breaking that.
Yeah, and Underdog Fantasy is so they've got, it's basketball season. So what you're going to do is you're going to play March Madness. You're going to play NBA, your games with NBA, Rockets, or whatever games are on. Just go find sometime you might want to snuggle up to one of those late games that are going to be on TV, the second game of the TNT. And you're just going to go higher or lower on statistics. Like all the players that they have will have anywhere from on the low end 7 or 8 stats to on the high end 17. And sometimes they'll have them for first quarter, sometimes for first half. If you have a good feel for if a guy gets off to a fast start, right? A fast start, or maybe the matchup that's going on. That's how you play it. You can play somebody to have higher rebounds. You can even change their statistics and make it harder to win, but the payout gets way larger also. It's a great opportunity for you. All you need to do is go to Underdog Fantasy, download the app, and then use promo code Lance on your first deposit. You'll get up to $1,000 bonus cash and a free pick. That's how you do it, and you can win up to 1,000 times your original play. Use your sports knowledge for powers of good. That is to win money right here in the state of Texas. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Go to ncpgambling.org.
Welcome into the show. You may ask what it'll cost to go acquire a big-time wide receiver. Well, if you want one under 30 and he's still under contract and he happens to play for the Seattle Seahawks, it'll cost you a first and a third. That is what the Seahawks want, according to Diana Rossini, for DK Metcalf. They've released Tyler Lockett. They're just trying to strip their wide receiver room of all the guys we recognize, except for Jackson Smith and Jigba. There's some sound we should get to. I got to find it where a corner of a rival team was like, man, I don't want to see them trade DK, and Tyler Lockett's gone too. All I got to play is Jackson Smith and Jigba. He sucks. or something along those lines. So we'll get to that. He went on live and said it because, of course, you can't keep your thoughts to yourself if you have a following. Just go on Instagram Live and tell everyone an opposing receiver is not good. I'll find that. We'll get to that. But DK Metcalf, first and the third, plus the contract. Nah, I'm out. I thought I wanted him until I heard what Seattle was asking for. This is a negotiation, Seattle. Your man went for under 1,000 yards last year. You don't even want him. And according to Lance and people who watch the game, he's got a limited route tree. He can only run certain things. And with the advent of cover 2, Sean, the fact that cover 2 is now a thing.
Oh, they invented Vic Fangio invented cover 2 last year.
Just last year, DK Metcalf is not as effective as he could be because cover 2 was brought to the game. So with all that being out there, nah, first and third, what are we doing? Through 15 games, you can't break 1,000 yards. I got to give you a first and a third. I appreciate it. I appreciate the thought. But no, this is going to have to be something we go back and forth on. But right now, that's what Seattle's putting out there. DK Metcalf wants to be on a contender. Despite my issues with how the Texans are built, they could be pushed into that contender category, maybe the bottom range of contender. But you could say that. You could sell that to DK. Well, really, the only thing you have to sell is we're going to pay you $30 million a year, and I think he'd be fine, even if he doesn't fully believe a team is a contender. I don't know who's giving him that. I really don't believe anyone's giving Seattle first and the third for him. For what? I won't say for who because I know for who, but DK Metcalf is the who. But is it for the limited route tree, for the guy who can't break 1,000 yards? Is that who I'm giving that up for, plus paying him? That'll be interesting if they can get themselves into a bidding war. Maybe they find a way to extract that type of compensation from a team who is desperate for wide receiver help, which you could say the Texans are. I just hope it's not them.
The Texans are desperate for wide receiver help, but I wouldn't say that they're desperate for like high end receiver.
They have a high end receiver.
Yeah, like they need pro receivers. They just need professional receivers to be the second and third option for CJ Stroud, and that they don't need the, we got to give our quarterback a number one guy. It's like, no, they already have one. He just restructured his contract actually. So that's why DK Metcalf seems like someone that will just go to a team that's more desperate for talking themselves into his physical gifts and like, oh, maybe he can be our guy, where the Texans honestly just need to take like lower end shots at this as opposed to trading a first round pick and giving a guy $30 million.
Considering what Jacksonville did a couple off seasons ago, and now they're getting off of it. Christian Kirk now available for if anyone wants him. Jacksonville doesn't fit the contender category that DK is looking for. They feel like a type who'd be like, you know what? We got to give Trevor another weapon. And we have Brian Thomas, but that's a rookie deal and it's cheap. Let's give Trevor another weapon and trade for DK Metcalf. You would think they would have learned their lesson. Christian Kirk and DK are very different receivers, but I feel like that's the line of team who would make a move like that. It doesn't have to be the Jags, but of that level where they don't spin smartly. They're in a bad spot. They need to bolster the talent around a young quarterback that they have paid. That feels like the type.
Yeah, Panthers need to give Bryce Young
something
someone other than Adam Thielen.
Something like that.
Yeah,
it feels like a team that would do it. That'd be willing to give an established receiver a lot of money, and he can like fade off into oblivion playing for that team. People will stop caring. Oh, look, DK's got like Scott Hansen. Well, DK Metcalf's got 3 catches for 65 yards in a Jacksonville 31-15 loss. Stuff like that. Feels like that's where this might go if he doesn't get his wish to go to a contender.
What if the Steelers trade George Pickens for DK Metcalf, and they're just like, hey, this guy also gets thrown out of every fourth game that he plays?
Just they wear the same number. Let's do a little
number. They get thrown out of games.
Let's flip them.
Yeah.
That's what Seattle's looking for.
Some personal fouls. You want to get rid of DK Metcalf, but still get personal fouls from a receiver.
But it won't. Maybe he'll be less likely because he'll be going against AFC corners. He's not as familiar with them as he is NFC
He'll
corners.
get
There's a hit.
familiar. He'll get
I'm trying to sell it for the Seahawks and Steeler fans. Hey, your guy is sick of AFC North corners, so that's why. Hey, you know what they say: familiarity breeds contempt. Get him into the NFC and bring that guy from the NFC into the AFC. It'll take a year or two. I'm sure the personal fouls will come, but not immediately. Swapping those two receivers for each other would be very funny. I think the Seahawks would come out on the better end because they would get the compensation. As much as I say he's not worth a first and a third, I think he is more valuable than George Pickens.
Oh yeah, George Pickens is like, I don't know, second round pick, third round pick.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Well, we will see what DK Metcalf gets. I don't think he's getting a first and a third for the Seahawks, but that's their initial asking price. Of course, they can always move that around if they find out the market ain't a buyer's or at least ain't a seller's one, and they have to negotiate. But there it is. Right now, if you were getting your DK Metcalf and Texans uniform edits together, just know first and a third and 30 million is the starting point, and we'll see if we can go from there. So, as I mentioned, other receivers out there, Christian Kirk, that would be the type of guy I would be interested in at clearly the lower price point. He got a big deal from the Jacksonville Jaguars. It didn't work out. Nothing does in Jacksonville, really. He would be a guy I'd be interested in, even if it's just for a year, to bridge the gap between Tank being out and hopefully Tank coming back if he's available in 2026. The hope is he doesn't follow the Cecil Shorts model where he never really gets cleared again. That would be a guy, you know what? That fits the profile. 1 year deal. You give him, I don't know, $11 million a year, whatever it might be. I don't know what Christian Kirk's going to be worth. And then you move along. And it was a tough day for Seattle people. I want to point this out. On the day that Tyler Lockett goes bye-bye, oh, yeah, we're going to trade your other receiver too. Tough being a fan, man. Tough. I assume they love both those guys. Maybe Tyler Lockett a little bit more. He was around a little bit longer. And then you lose, hey, Geno's still here, but these two guys, beat it. It's going to be Jackson Smith and Jigba and probably a draft pick. Maybe they team him up with Emeka Egbuka.
Yeah. Just get them all.
Yeah, get all the Ohio State guys you can.
One team has to do that. Just be like, hey, listen, all these guys are awesome. And it worked for Ohio State, so.
Why?
And Seattle's doing a good job, maybe being bad enough that they might be able to draft Jeremiah Smith in 2 years.
And give you this report. It's true. And give you this report from Underdog. But this is really from Rappaport, but the tweet is from Underdog NFL. It is Rappaport. The trade market is Chargers, Texans, and Patriots. So the Texans, once again, in on another big receiver.
For Metcalf?
No, yes, for Metcalf, yes. They're in on him, according to Rappaport.
Chargers, Texans, and what was the other team?
Patriots. Patriots got all the money to spend this offseason.
They're another one like the Panthers and
Jags.
Where it's like, hey, got to get our guy
Drake
number one target.
We got money to spend. Yeah. We got plenty. Let's go.
That's not terrible. I mean, just because you have so much money that you can front load it, and so it's a little bit easier to swallow. Paying them $30 million per year is a little bit easier if you can kind of decline it, or at least the cap hit. I am surprised that Texans are that interested, but
I'm not really.
They do like a big swing.
Now they didn't. I thought I saw a report that they weren't cool with what the Deebo Samuel compensation would be, and not like the Commanders had to give up a lot.
Yeah, 5th rounder.
Yeah, you would think this would be prohibitive too, unless they really value what DK Metcalf can bring.
They're like, we don't like the Deebo Samuel compensation for Deebo Samuel. Like that, the key part is getting a wide receiver with Luka Doncic like tendencies. If you believe Nico Harrison, that's a real problem.
DK Metcalf, not exactly the same body type. He appears to care.
I'd be surprised if on the way out the Seattle GM were like, guy was getting a little pudgy. I'd just be surprised by that.
I don't know what his body fat index is right now, but
I imagine it's good.
But I have seen him on the football field, and he appears to be in pretty good shape. So there it is. Rappaport, Patriots, Chargers, Texans, all interested in DK Metcalf. So which one? I guess the Texans would be, considering they did beat the Chargers, at the top of the contender list of those three. So if it's all about being a contender, he should have the Texans at the top of his list if those are the three teams who are heavily interested in him. So the Joe Tooney news broke quickly from he's on the trade market to he's been traded. So you never know. By the time this show's over, maybe the Texans have acquired another big time receiver. And speaking of that, we'll come back with news from DJ Bieneme. He covers the Texans for ESPN, frequent guest of the station. He has a report on what would bring Stephon Diggs back. And it's mostly from the Texans' point of view. What Stephon Diggs would have to agree to for the Texans to bring him back. We'll get that going, or I'll bring that to you when we come back. Also, you know what's back, Sean? Gruden's bringing back quarterback class. So we will talk about who we'd like to see, who would benefit from it, and will he bring over some of his best work from the internet, from social media that he has created, what we've used to, add a little oomph to our show. Will that stuff translate to quarterback class? It's not a great class to come back to. I mean, last year would have been great. He would have had a multiple first round picks.
6 first-round
Yeah,
picks.
I don't know if he gets more than 2 this year, but hey, quarterback class is back. We'll talk about who we might want to see, and also a report of a local. He's not a kid anymore, but he was a local kid, now turned grown man, getting a big time job in the ACC. Relatively speaking, it is not a basketball school, but he gets his first head coaching job with connections to the Rockets and the city and the University of Texas. So we'll get to that too as we go forward. We're just getting started here. If you want to call in, you can 713-780-3776. We will be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome back to the show. So the Texans are in on DK Metcalf. They're also interested in Stephon Diggs coming back. Team-friendly deal is what DJ BNMA is reporting. If that is something they can get done, then maybe Stephon Diggs has a place on this roster in 2025. One-year deal, and then team-friendly, clearly, when it comes to salary. I don't know what that means when it comes to their cap space and what they would value him at, particularly if they do make a big-time wide receiver acquisition. Maybe team-friendly means even worse for his pockets, but that's still on the radar. We know their priority is adding from the outside. They took a step back, the reporting says, from the Deebo Samuel conversations. Once, I guess, a fifth rounder was too much for them to want to give away. Now they're in on DK. We'll see. I think they'd love to wait the Seahawks out and let them come off their first and the third, but now they got competition. Patriots and Chargers are in it as well. We can say one thing about them. They want to make a splash. It's something they did last year. It's a different now. We make references to things that happened 15, 20 years ago when the Texans were pretty much just getting started. But this is a different operating procedure for them, for that franchise. Hey, you want to sign a mid-tier free agent here or there, make a smart move, make sure you got Texan-worthy guys in here. Now we're trading for disgruntled wide receivers. That's what we're about now. It's big boy time. I will say this is very Cowboy-esque what they're on right now. Anytime receiver's got a problem, the Texans are in. They got Diggs, who had a problem in Buffalo. They were in on Deebo, who had a problem in San Francisco. Now, DK Metcalf asked for a trade. They're in on him.
Yeah.
It's the Caserio way. We don't judge people before they get here.
It's also very, very, like, we want skill position guys.
That's true.
Think about all the big moves that they made. It's wide receiver, running back.
Yes.
And
helping their
defensive end with Danielle Hunter.
Yeah,
it's all like
the premium positions.
Yeah.
They're willing to either give big money or compensation, and sometimes both, for the premium positions, and of course, all in the service of your quarterback on the offensive side, and they're willing to do it again. Question will be, how much is too much when it comes to draft picks? I respect it. That's what they want to do. I just hope they don't leave the offensive line to the draft, because I don't trust them with the draft picks with the offensive line. In fact, I trust them with DBs drafting.
Receivers.
I trust them with receiver. You know what? I would rather have you look. I get DK Metcalf is out there, the name you want him. I'd rather have you draft receiver. And unfortunately, this draft isn't very good, which just goes back to you could have had Brian Thomas if you didn't trade out of the first. When you did, you could have been in the mix for him. There are things they're good at when it comes to drafting. I would say you can identify talent with receivers and the people who cover them. Maybe do that. Maybe use your draft picks for that, and carve out enough cap space to pay for a big time guard, or maybe two. But we know stars. Who do you think is driving the star stuff? You think it's it's not a Patriot thing. So Caserio, from where he came from, you wouldn't necessarily assign that to him, but whatever. We've seen it happen. They've gone after stars.
Or it could be now that he's out of the Patriots. Now
he always
it's like growing up in a sheltered home, and then you get the first taste of freedom, and you go wild.
He's like the Amish.
Yeah.
He's football. He's football Amish.
Yeah, he's gonna have a lip ring.
Yeah, it can't be well. But the problem is the only difference is the Patriots would welcome him back, because they welcome all their guys back.
Yeah, they would.
Yeah, so he would. No, I thought once you leave, you can't come back.
No, they let you do like the Rumspringa.
I know they let you do Rumspringa, but if you decide you're done and you want to continue to be living in the secular world, don't they say you're out, you're excommunicado?
I imagine. Come on, gotta Have an open. You're the Amish. Have an open door policy.
Does that sound like something the Amish would do?
Yeah,
Have an open
for
door
former
policy?
Amish.
I don't know.
How are they gaining numbers?
I don't know if that's their goal. Is their goal to continue to procreate and gain in numbers?
It's everyone's goal, Dale.
It's not my goal.
Well, yeah, every group's goal is to, hey, we can run this joint one day. Just get enough people in here.
The Amish better pick it up. There are other distinct populations out procreating them right now. They better pick it up if that's the goal. I mean, you've heard the.
Can Amish use condoms?
I don't think that's not the question. The question is, how quickly can they add to their brood if they want to become a dominant part of this country? I think they're way behind. I don't believe that the growth of Amish matches up with others. It's gonna be they got to get to doing stuff.
Strictly forbidden.
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised contraception is not something that a religious group.
They don't allow any birth control.
That's why I just threw out contraception as a whole. Not surprising. So maybe you're right. Maybe they're not operating at peak efficiency, but the goal is to continue to multiply. You gotta churn butter some way. Where were we before we went there?
The Texans making sexy moves.
Is that the word we use, sexy? Or did you just add that?
I'm thinking about it.
A splash. We were talking about the Texans making splashy moves, and they love to make. Oh, it's Caserio. Caserio is on football run Springer away from the Patriots, and now he's just going willy nilly. The question for me before we got there, was who's pushing this trend to go try to attract big time star name position players or premium players? Is it strictly a Caserio thing? Is it a D'Amico thing? He sees a guy who thinks he can help and that he wants a star in here, or is it higher up?
I can't imagine it being Cal.
Do you think he knows who DK Metcalf is?
Probably.
I would think so.
Probably. DK Metcalf's in enough commercials.
True. He's good looking dude with the nose ring. I know you. You're DK Metcalf.
Have him come over here. Lose the nose ring.
Not even a nose ring. It's a nose stud, actually. At this point, I think.
The thing is, I don't remember Cal. It would be a very recent pivot, is all I'm saying. Because they weren't really in the, big game hunting phase, not even with Bob McNair, but even in the, 3-4 years that Cal was running the show before. I mean, honestly, before they got CJ Stroud. Really, the biggest move that they made was in 2023 when they hired D'Amico Ryans, draft CJ Stroud, trade back up to draft Will Anderson at 3. And from then on, they really have been making these kind of big swing type moves. And so I don't know if it is D'Amico Ryans, because D'Amico Ryans is one of those big moves, but he's also kind of a no-brainer, or he was a no-brainer move. So I have a hard time thinking that it's Cal, just based off of how recent this trend has been.
I would probably agree. I think it's just a new approach, and
unless it's Hannah.
I didn't want to invoke her name because it just turns into a joking thing. I don't know how much influence she actually has on football stuff. Maybe not discredit the guys who are actually football guys in their decision making. Oh, it's the owner's wife who has a big influence on things. No matter
cute Caserio that you're restructuring contracts.
Yeah, but
let Hannah come in here and point some names out.
She talked to him. Hey, DK's on the block. Tell Nico it's best for the team if he restructures, so we can get DK. So we can get DK in here and pay him. And I looked at DK. It's a nose ring and a nose stud.
Okay, I pictured him with the nose ring.
Yeah, he's got both.
Okay.
Would he be the first Texan to have either? I don't remember Texan ever having a nose ring.
While active, probably. Yeah.
I don't know if Arian Foster put one in now that he's no longer playing football.
That's the guy I was thinking.
Yeah, same here. Yeah. So there it is. Stephon Diggs could come back if he agrees to a deal that he wouldn't have imagined having to agree to before he got traded to the Texans. they were supposedly doing him a favor so he can get back on the open market, and now look at him. Hey, you want to come back on a deal that you would consider an insult just 12 months ago? Welcome. Come on back. So we'll see how that goes. And, of course, Texans big game hunting. Can you big game hunt for a guard? Can you do that? I don't know if they believe
Joe
that's
Thuney
the thing.
already got traded.
Go find another one. You don't even have to trade for him. Go sign one. Go sign a big-time guard. But priorities are their priorities. Okay. We'll do our Astros camp report. Sean, find some music that you think is that you think says baseball. We'll get to that. We talked about the Christian Walker thing yesterday. We'll hear from I will read some quotes from Joe Espada on the Christian Walker injury, what he thought when he heard, and if there's any fear of this being long term. We'll get to that when we come back.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
Before we get to our camp update, just got word from Raheel. He'll join us at 11:15 over the phone. He won't be in studio. Apparently, he will be participating in a camel race, so we'll get to talk about that. He will ride a camel. There is a Dallas to Houston bullet train. And also, we'll get into the passing of Mayor Turner. Raheel Ramzanali is the host of CityCast. You can find that wherever you listen to podcasts, but he'll join us at 11:15 to talk about what's going on in the city of Houston, and I'm sure things that are personal to him, like sitting on a camel and racing it. There are things I will and won't do. One thing I won't do:
Race a camel?
race a camel. I'm not sitting on a. I mean, not like outrun a camel.
Yeah, no. Be
Sit
a
up,
camel jockey?
Yeah,
Which,
yeah. I didn't want to say it, but yeah, because that turns into a slur
Yeah.
depending on what color you are. But yeah, racing on top of a camel, don't want any part of it. But
Riding a camel?
I wouldn't mind that. Like
Leisurely trot. though?
trot on a camel.
Okay.
But racing it for sport, I think
I
I
mean,
would.
It's like a celebrity all-star. I mean, no offense to Raheel, but I imagine that he's doing it. It's like a celebrity all-star.
I don't know
game.
why. He's done it before, I believe. Or I believe it was presented as an idea for him. I'm not sure if he actually got on the camel and raced it. Maybe it was like, I think it's originated from the late great Ken Hoffman. I think that's how it came. That's how I remember it coming about. And maybe Raheel's doing it. I don't know why he's doing it. We'll find out at 11:15. But there, Raheel Ramzanali, he'll join us at 11:15 to talk about all the things we just talked about. Okay. Sean always gets to choose what he thinks embodies baseball when we do our camp update. Sean, hit that music. The MLB tonight.
Yeah.
Theme music.
Baseball tonight.
Baseball tonight. Excuse me, not MLB. Baseball tonight. Thank you.
Synonymous with ESPN and baseball.
And one of the reasons ESPN and baseball are done because baseball didn't believe, beyond the fact that ESPN didn't give them a package they liked, that they were paying enough attention and highlighting baseball enough. And one of the examples is canceling Baseball Tonight. So, sorry, Carl Ravitch. You just get duped by SEC memes instead of hosting Baseball Tonight going forward.
Hey, it beats camel racing.
Well, it does. Getting to call SEC games probably does. We'll hear from an expert in about 30 minutes or so, 35 minutes or so. Okay. Let's get to Joe Espada. Joe Espada had plenty to say. We'll play some sound, not about Christian Walker. I threw it on the rundown, Sean. Joe Espada talking about Alex Cora, and AJ Hinch discussing all offseason the Bregman sweepstakes, but Christian Walker has a strained or sore oblique. Let's not add to it. Let's not scare people even more. But he has a sore oblique. It is something that bothered him last year. He missed a month of the season, and Espada, when he heard it, was like, it's something I don't want to see right now. I'm just hoping for the best. That adds a little bit more, oh no, to the equation when the manager's like, I'm hoping for the best. I wish it was like, hey, he'll be out for a couple of days. It's just sore. He'll be back. This sounds like they're not sure, and I believe that came out. They're not actually sure what the issue is. He just knows that it hurts, and they're going to figure it out. So Christian Walker, one of their big acquisitions this offseason, dealing with something that bothered him far longer than you wanted to this year. It bothered him a bit last year. So hopefully it works out, but that's the price, right, of bringing on an older player. You're gonna have to deal with these bumps and bruises, and we're already got one.
Yeah, hopefully it's just a spring training kind of ramp up thing. But like you said, he dealt with it last year.
Yeah, 33 years old, Christian Walker. It's going to be a much better option at first base as long as he's available. So we'll see how that plays out going forward. Hopefully there's a good update, and maybe within a week. Let's get to this sound from Joe Espada. He discussed the Bregman sweepstakes all offseason long, and apparently two of the managers who are also deeply involved in this, as far as maybe their teams would acquire Bregman. We know Alex Cora's team went out. They talked to Espada about it too. Here's Joe Espada mentioning the conversations he had with AJ Hinch and Alex Cora about Alex Bregman.
Did you yell at AC? Did you call Cora and say, dude, what?
Throughout the whole entire process, me, AC, and AJ, we were constantly talking about
the
it.
three amigos there.
We were just trying to get a feel for what was going on. So we were talking, but they weren't giving too much detail.
I text AC, I text Alex Cora, and I said, are you getting Bregman? And then he said, oh, you meant that for my brother Joey, who's the third base coach. So then I text Joey and said, hey, are you guys getting Bregman? And he said, oh, you must be talking about you must have meant to send this to my brother. I'm like, well, one of y'all is not telling me the truth. And then obviously he went to Boston.
Yeah, no, we were texting back and forth, me, AJ, Alex, just trying to get a feel for where everybody is at. So we weren't giving each other a lot, but we all expressed our wish to get, me getting him back and AJ wanting to add a winning caliber player like that, and Cora bringing someone like that can, bring that winning presence to that ballpark. So he chose Boston, and I wish him all the best.
Alex Cora. No, excuse me. Joe Espada talking about his discussions with Alex Cora and AJ Hinch. Kind of went the way I expected it to go. That is from Foul Territory. That's a AJ Przinsky joint, right?
He's on it. He's one of the guys on it. I think.
I believe that was him in the clip. I think AJ Przinsky, a Foul Territory.
Be honest, I didn't look at him.
He's not even on screen for most of it.
I was gonna say I don't, and I think I could only recognize him by face. Like maybe. Actually, I don't know if I could.
I've heard enough of him calling games to recognize that voice.
Yeah.
For some reason. We played a quote. Well, we're going to play a quote from Spencer Arguetti here, but we also read a quote from Brendan Rodgers yesterday.
Yeah.
Where he was talking about being a C-level hitter all his life before he got to Colorado. By the way, just to clear it up, because Sean wasn't clear about it either yesterday. I'm talking about elevation.
Yeah.
He wasn't grading himself as a C-level type hitter.
C-level celebrity?
Yes.
No. He's not a C-lister.
No. C-level, elevation-wise, that's what he did his entire life until he got to Colorado, and he blames Colorado for his inability to hit any place else. Okay, sure. Right. Now, let's see what Spencer Arguetti said is just as out there, at least in our eyes. He has created something, according to him. He sat down with the Foul Territory guys, too. Here's Spencer Arguetti on a new innovation.
I have to ask you, because this is intriguing to me. We ask a lot of, we've been kind of asking pitchers this while we're in spring training. They have the cameras, they have the iPads, they have everything over there. You said you were heavy analytics. So when you throw your bullpen, do you stop and look at every pitch?
I'm looking at one pitch on TrackMan right now, and it's because I got a goal there. And that's, in my head, that's what the data-driven training is really for, is if something is standing out as could use some work, that's really what we nail it on. And the things that aren't asking for it, I've learned to stop tinkering, because I feel like
I want to know what pitch.
I can't say too much.
Oh, come on.
It's new.
Oh, boo. New pitch. You got a splinker? You got what's the new changeup thing that everyone?
A kick change.
The kick change.
That one's cool. I like that one.
Okay,
yeah.
Knuckleball. Maybe you're trying to get the spin down under one.
I don't know. I mean, I hear there's like guys throwing knuckleballs 88 now. I don't know if that's my thing. Yeah.
Wow,
that's my thing.
How about that? He won't tell us what pitch he's working on. What the heck's going on here, Scotty?
Too many guys watch this.
Yeah. Oh, so you don't want to. So the first time opening day, you're gonna bust out a kick.
I'm gonna rip something that nobody's ever seen.
Oh.
Yeah.
Spencer Arguetti, he's got a new pitch coming. Won't tell anyone, and I appreciate sliding. And hey, man, your show's too popular for me to tell. That's how you work it. That's a pro.
That's how you work over AJ Przinsky.
Yeah. What do we think he's talking about?
Gyro ball. He's watching the old Daisuke Matsuzaka.
Could it be Aniphis?
That'd be hilarious.
It'd be great. So be on the lookout. I don't know if you've been able to see Spencer Arguetti in spring training, the few games that Space City Network has, or maybe you're finding it through alternate methods for the other team's broadcast. But I don't know if he's debuted the pitch in spring training. Probably not.
No,
it's still working.
Or if he is,
still
it's
working on
like
it.
A slurve or
something that's not that crazy.
It's not. When you say it's something no one's ever seen before, my mind goes to like he's doing some Savannah Bananas thing.
You maybe.
What I think he means is what no one's
ever seen him do before.
Before from me.
Yeah. That would be disappointing.
I don't think he's inventing a new pitch.
Yeah, if he's just adding a third pitch to his arsenal that we've never seen him throw before.
Here's a fork ball.
Oh, no, I used to throw that on King Griffey baseball.
Yeah,
I've seen that before.
Only like throwback players in the MLB The Show games throw
I remember.
Not a current player.
No, but if he wants to bring it and thinks it's new, you know how people always go, I guess, of his age group, Gen Z. They always think old things are new,
Yeah.
and no one's ever seen it before. If he brings a forkball to the table, so be it. But Spencer Arrighetti, he's got something new brewing for us. We'll see what it is and when he's ready to unveil it. So that's our camp update from spring training. The somber news: Christian Walker banged up. Not sure the extent of it. Hopefully, we get word on that pretty quickly. We'll get the break here. As I said, Rahil will join us at 11:15. But before we get to all that, I do want to talk about this when we come back. College sports isn't at a point where it's as healthy as it can be, and the ACC has dealt with this for a while now. Their teams threatening to leave because the money wasn't right, particularly the likes of Clemson and Florida State. They were the two pushing a potential, really a disbandment of the ACC because of those two left. I'm not sure how long that conference would have lasted because they are the money earners. Well, they found a way to settle their differences for now. The ACC is okay. We'll tell you how they figured it all out. And it's mostly about, if you garner attention, you get more money. And if people don't care about you as a as a school, you get less. We will get to that when we come back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
Okay, we don't have enough time really to get into that ACC discussion. We are up against it. I did want to mention this though. Jay Lucas, the name should sound somewhat familiar to plenty of you. Son of John Lucas. The Houston connections are clear. He played at Texas. He coached at Texas. He was a lead assistant for Calipari, one of his lead assistants at Kentucky, and was the same at Duke. Now he got a head coaching job at the University of Miami. So big time recruiter, known for getting the Boozer twins to Duke. He will now try to do it as a head man at the University of Miami. So that is a local, not a kid, but he was a kid at the time, but now a young man who will lead his own program for the first time. So congratulations to Jay Lucas, the local product. It is a move for him. I'd say it's going to be maybe not one of the toughest jobs in America, but he will have to accomplish something that is rarely accomplished. In the ACC, where they've lost big name coaches over the last couple of years, first-time coaches have not done well. The ACC, for whatever reason, has gone away from hiring a mid-major coach who's had a job, led a program, and then brought them in. What they've done is pretty much hire on spec in some cases, go younger.
And Coach K, Roy Williams leaves. They just kind of bump up
their own
lead assistant.
Yeah, well, the John Shire experience is going well now. Hubert Davis not as well. Those haven't devolved into what like Syracuse is and other places right now.
Syracuse did the same thing too.
I know that they did not work. Didn't work out for them after Jim Boeheim left. Coach L. Larinaga, formerly George Mason, now retired from Miami. He goes. Leonard Hamilton is retiring at the end of the year from Florida State. So there's been a transition in that conference with head coaches, and they, for the most part, have, as I said, not hired the mid-major guys who've had programs before. They've either hired from within, or in Miami's case, hired a guy with a pretty good pedigree for where he's worked. He just has not done the head job. So he will be at a program who apparently will load up on NIL. So he will have that in his favor. But yes, they were in a Final Four a couple years ago, but last season wasn't good. This season has been even worse as it led to the coach stepping away. So he's going to have to start not from the bottom, because there is a recent run of success, but he's going to have to be motivator, marketer. He's going to have to sell the program, and coach and recruit, the general things basketball coaches do. It's a lot on his shoulders. I wonder how much support he will get. The NIL is great, but how much investment will Miami make to help Jay Lucas in his first job? Because if the infrastructure is improved, he's got a shot. I just don't know if you can lean on, well, he was a great recruiter at places that generally recruit well anyway, and think that's going to happen at Miami, which doesn't do a bad job.
Yeah, Miami should kind of not recruit itself to the level of like,
Duke,
Kentucky, Cooper Flag,
yeah,
Boozer Twins, but you're going to get good talent that wants to go to Miami.
Yes, you're just not going to get the 5-star after 5 stars to stack your roster with. And at this point, college basketball is quite a bit more about, when it comes to success, the portal. So sure, he will have his hands full in multiple ways. I think the X's and O's and who he hires to help him is going to be just as important as his ability to bring talent in.
Does he hire John Lucas?
There's some talk that he might bring in Bruiser Flint, a longtime college basketball coach, and because it's Miami and college basketball in general, might hire a high school coach from the area who has some ties to some recruits, including the Boozer Twins.
Okay. Columbus High?
Yes. Possibly hire a guy who is the head coach there, and maybe, just maybe, the Boozer Twins ask out, or maybe if he doesn't want to do that to his former employer, he may have that guy bring in the 2026 elite level recruit that is on the table. So
give me the Boozers.
Understood. And Miami apparently finished second, I think, One of the reasons he went there beyond, their dad went to Duke. One of the reasons they went there is
Yeah.
because of Jay Lucas. He
Make
was
your own path, Boozer Twins.
yeah.
Or how about this, Boozer Twins? One goes to one school, one goes to the other. Actually, blaze your own path.
That
It'd just be a package deal for the rest of
It
your life.
rarely happens, right? How often has that happened where twins split up? Can you think of a time where it's happened?
Until they actually have to go pro.
Yeah, it never happens. Like
I'm sure there is one that we're not thinking of,
but the ones we think about, obviously, most important to me are the Cavender twins. But the Morris twins, the Morris twins, the Martin twins, they all
Did Chris and Keegan Murray go to both?
They both went to Iowa. Yes. The Lopez's aren't twins, right? Are they twins?
I don't think they're twins.
The Collins twins. The Collins twins both went to Stanford. Right. The Lopez's both went to Stanford too. Yeah, so I don't know if they're twins, but the brothers at least. They both went. It happens. The Wares, guys who didn't live up to their potential, I think maybe they split up. I don't remember that. One of them went to UCLA, I think. I don't know if the other one did too.
Yeah.
They might.
Twins both went to Kentucky.
I'm telling you, they never split up. It only happens when they're forced to by the NBA.
They should think
maybe
and even the Morris twins became teammates.
It happens. I'm sure they maneuvered that. And the Martin twins are teammates too. In Charlotte. After going from Nevada, they went from NC State to Nevada.
Yeah.
Then they beat Texas in a tournament game.
Yeah, they beat Mo Bamba, Texas.
Yeah. Oh, Texas underperforming?
Yeah, wow.
Giant surprise.
Hey, give Shaka Smart another year. Maybe we'll figure it out.
He moved on. He's done fine after the move. Now you got Rodney Terry.
Yeah. First Elite Eight in like 15 years.
And that
2 years ago.
And that led to him getting a deal that is a little, it's Texas and they got money, but the buyout is a little arduous. It's a little much for after 2 years,
especially for Texas basketball.
Yes,
they had Texas has money. They don't
Do
really.
they want to devote it to
they
basketball?
Don't really love spending it on basketball.
It'd be a heavy. I would say that Texas does not want to carry the weight of paying Rodney Terry's buyout and then paying another coach.
Yeah,
it's a little much for them to want to do that, considering it's Texas basketball.
Yeah. So hey, one more year of bubble talk. Let's do it.
They're on the bubble right now. What, first four out or last four out?
No, last four out.
Last four out. First four in, last four out is how Lenardi terms it. And Texas right there.
Boom.
Win a first round game against the SEC opponent, and as Sean put it, it probably means you beat one of the top 15 teams in the country.
Yeah,
you're in. You're in the
just
tournament.
Beat a top 15 team. In the
yeah,
country.
yeah.
Just do it
in your first round
I know
game.
You stink, but do it.
If you can get that done, you make the tournament, and if not, you have to deal with Rodney Terry talk until they eventually pull that plug, which seems inevitable at that point. But hey, one good run. He got the job because of a good run. All he has to do is get one more and get himself an extension.
He just needs to follow Chris Beard again and hope Chris Beard gets fired in the middle of the season.
You think that's the plan?
He'll become a head coach again.
Make sure you're in Chris Beard's wake for his eventual screw up.
That worked last time.
It's just wait for Chris Beard to build an Elite Eight type team.
Yeah.
And then go take a job.
Squander it.
By doing something really dumb. Although they did fight that, but still Texas, can't be here, buddy. Can't be here. So there it is. Jay Lucas gets a head coaching job. Some Houston ties there. All right, when we come back, we'll get into more. You can call the show at any time, 713-780-3776. Hey, I think Raheel might even, he's on the phone. He's not going to be in, so it'll be a little weird to have you call in, but maybe have some questions for our good buddy. We'll hear from him at 11:15. We will be back. Hour 2 begins with the call. Let's talk to Mike. Mike wants to talk some NBA. What's up, Mike?
Hey, Dale. Hey, I wanted to bring up the NBA. First of all, like to put some reference in there, I think the NBA is fixed and like unwatchable. And I was looking at some like highlights online earlier, and they were showing like Terry Rozier. They were like claiming he's the worst player in the NBA. He looks really, really bad. Right? He just looks horrible. However, my question is there a sense of panic in the NBA and Adam Silver with like the quality that they're putting out there? Like, even watching the Rockets, it's not riveting TV. Like, it's not something that will like keep you watching. Like the OKC game the other night, like it wasn't even an exciting game. Like they're not. I don't think they're really a lot of these mid-level teams. You know, not the New Yorks, not the LAs, but like Miami, Houston. Like, are people even watching these games? Like what is the? I don't know where people are like at on all these things. And the last thing, I know you're about to have Raheel on. Since he's the co-host of Houston City Cats, can you ask him what people are thinking about the expansion of 59? Because I know they're getting rid of a lot of those businesses and things that have been there for years. I actually really would like to know about that. Anyway, thanks, Jeff.
Appreciate it, Mike. CityCast. He's the host of CityCast. To Mike's point about how bad Terry Rozier has been, this comes from an account called Kier. If I spell it, that you would be able to find it. I can't. If I just say it, you won't. So we won't do that. Terry Rozier is shooting 26.1% from three since January 1st. Worst of any player with 125 attempts. He has 23 turnovers. Excuse me. Let's not shortchange him. He has 33 turnovers, 33 fouls, and 33 made threes since the start of 2025. What would Thanos say? Balance.
Yeah.
We call that balance. So, yes, Mike, he's been awful. He was awful last night. Now, that game happened to be on ESPN, and while you say the Rockets game wasn't compelling and that one wasn't either, they're both pretty competitive games. But I will say this, the two teams you referenced had multiple starters out. We know the Rockets didn't play anyone, and they chose to. The Heat didn't choose to. They just had three starters out. They wind up with three. Yes, they had three of their starters out. Hero had a head cold, didn't play. Wiggins has been out, down with a sprained ankle, and Ware had a sprained knee. So you happen to watch a couple games where the bulk of their talent was missing. Maybe that wouldn't have changed your mind. I hear this talk about the NBA product, and Mike, you're well within your right to feel that way. I don't think it's much different than what I remember when people weren't saying this. As far as there are games that weren't great on a night-to-night basis, there were games that were. I think basketball is transitioning. I don't know if they're panicking. They may. Maybe that's why you hear some, even the players pushing back on how the game's being talked about. But I think basketball's transitioning to a point because it's so readily available where the only thing that matters is your local team until the playoffs become. Do we care what happens in the Rangers A's game other than it affects the standings if the Rangers are anywhere near us? Do you lock in on Rangers White Sox?
Do you watch NL baseball?
Yeah. When's the last time anyone who is a Nationals fan tuned in for a random Cubs game in the middle of the afternoon? So is baseball panicking, or has baseball always been in a spot where the ratings weren't that great, and now maybe basketball's getting to that point too? I'm not sure. I don't do rating stuff. I don't look into it. I just know I don't think the product's that different. It's different in how the game is played, but I don't think the product is much worse. Trust me. For some reason, actually, I know the reason. It was because Indiana was in town. The Heat, one of the Heat accounts, put out the best moments against Indiana, and yes, when you watch a highlight or two, it's cool. But I remember some of those games. Those games weren't that appealing to watch. Even some of their playoff games. I'm like, thank God it's the playoffs because this game sucks. So I think we're at a point where if you don't care about the team, you probably just aren't going to care about the game until the playoffs hit, because you know those games matter. Scarcity helps sports. There's no longer any scarcity in any of the sports. You can get any game you want at any point if you want to pay for it. The only thing that still has scarcity is football, and they're messing with it. They want to get to 18 games. Yes, we want everything available, but when it becomes available, no longer is special.
Yeah, it's that scarcity in the fact that live sports are the only thing that get people to turn on a cable TV channel.
True.
It's like two things that are at opposition, where cable TV needs as much sports as possible. But like you said, and this goes back to like even like All-Star game conversations, Pro Bowl, MLB All-Star game. Those felt like a bigger deal because you didn't see those guys every day.
Yeah.
Where now, like if you live in Houston, you can watch every Terry Rozier game and be like, "Oh my God, this guy's awful."
Yeah,
before, like, you just would not be able. You wouldn't
Yeah, you
know
would just happen to
unless
see him on
Stuart Scott said it on Sports Center.
Yeah, you happen to see him last night on the ESPN game and go, man, he's having a tough night. And then you start to look up the stats. Oh, whew. And the internet helps too. You don't have to watch. You don't even have to watch the games on League Pass. If you just type in Terry Rozier, trust me, there's a worse stuff compilation out there
There'll
for you
be
to
some
see.
feedback.
Yeah, don't worry about it. So I think as much like anything else, once you get more of it at some point, it turns you off. Isn't that how marriages work? For some people, not for everyone. Some people love more and more of their partner. Others is like, look, I can't mention his name. There was a guy at Wildcat yesterday talking to John, and I heard he wasn't talking to me, but I heard it. And he's now like an empty nester. Joking or not, maybe it's just, hey, you're talking to your boy, you're making a joke. And he was asked, hey, do you miss do you miss it now that your son's out? He goes, yeah. He goes, I gotta talk more to my wife. Yeah, I used to be able to, bond with him. Now I got to talk to her more. And that could just be, hey, guys, talking. But there felt like a little truth in that. Just saying. And look, getting more of Terry Rozier is never going to make you feel any better. Getting to see the Rockets every day or NBA basketball every day maybe turns you off. That could be it too. We'll see how everyone feels once the playoffs hit. Maybe you still feel the same way. All right, we'll be joined by Rahil when we come back. He's a big NBA head. We can ask him about the product and does he feel it's worse, and is the NBA in real trouble? He also wants to talk about some things happening in the city. The host of CityCast will join us when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome back to the show. We are now joined by the host of CityCast, a podcast you can hear wherever you listen to podcasts. It's Rahil Ramzanali. What's up, Rahil?
What's up? How you doing, Delosaurus Rex?
Don't like that one either, but it's better than some of the other ones. I'm good, man. How are you?
I was waiting all morning to use that.
Well, maybe you need to add some things to your life if that's what you're waiting on. We got to get you to do some other things.
Really not much going on.
You should get a PS5 and join us in our dynasty. And our
oh my God.
CFB 25 dynasty. Let me ask you this before we get to your agenda. We had a call from Mike, and he has a couple things he wants to. Well, let's get to the thing he wants to ask you about. Maybe I'll ask you my question. The expansion at 59. That's what he asked about. I'm not sure all the details of it, but he wanted to know what the people that you talked to, at least the news around it, from the CityCast perspective.
Hold on, is he talking about the 45 expansion?
He said
because that one is happening. Yeah.
He said 59. That's what I remember. Is that something that's on the table that hasn't started yet? I'm a Galveston County resident, so I don't involve myself in the nonsense that happens in Harris County. So you tell me.
Okay. Well, I'm not familiar with any 59 expansion plans. They just wrapped up the big 59 610 reroute / connector project that has been going on for, I want to say 10 years almost. And, shockingly, it didn't help that much because it's still congested
maybe
around.
Maybe that's what he meant.
610. Yeah. So, that one I'm not familiar with. I know the big one that right now everyone is worried about because it's going to displace a lot of businesses. And in fact, some businesses have already made a call on leaving the area in East Downtown. But 45 is expanding. That is going to happen, right? So TxDOT has said, we are doing this project. They held these meetings. And, one thing that I've learned a lot at my time in CityCast Houston, learning about these expansion projects, they really don't help with traffic. They displace a lot of communities. It's usually going through communities that aren't affluent, right? Like underserved communities. And then what happens is when you make roads bigger and you give more access to people, more people drive, right? And they're like, hey, the roads are bigger now. We're going to go use this. So it actually doesn't help that much. So, yeah, I'm not sure on the 59 expansion, but as much as I love my freeways, there's a huge impact that it has on communities, on obviously the environment, and it really doesn't help that much.
Rahil Ramzanali, host of CityCast. Now, we always kind of go back and forth about what we want to talk about, and I guess the biggest news was something that tragically happened just a couple of days ago. Actually, yesterday, Bun B was on air, and he kind of broke the news to us that former mayor and at the time U.S. Representative Sylvester Turner passed away. So as far you talk about the impact of things, and certainly what matters most in the city, I'm sure that'll be a topic of conversation on CityCast. How would you kind of put in position the impact that Sylvester Turner had on the city?
Yeah. So we just take tomorrow's episode, and we had Oswald Walker, who is the associate editor at The Defender, which is Houston's longest running African-American newspaper. And, we all shared our stories about Mayor Turner. For me, he was the best mayor that I can remember. 8 years, he got a lot done. He was in charge during some pivotal moments and life-changing moments for Houstonians and people in the surrounding areas, right? Hurricane Harvey, COVID-19. So, he was a guy that truly fought for his people, his constituents. He was at every single event. I shared this story on the podcast, which you can hear tomorrow, but I'm going to share it with you as well, of course, because you get the exclusive. But
thanks,
I was
buddy.
emceeing this. Yeah, I got you, Del. That's what I'm here for. The people are clamoring for Rahil exclusives, and I got you. But I was emceeing this random, like, South Asian Chamber of Commerce event or something, right? And I thought it was just going to be me and my people, you know, having fun, eating. I'm cracking some jokes. And all of a sudden, Mayor Turner shows up. And I'm like, Mayor, what are you doing here? Like, this is a random South Asian Chamber of Commerce event. And he said, they invited me, so I'm here. And, like, he was at every single event. I don't know if you noticed, but on social media, everyone had a picture with Mayor Turner. And that just shows you how involved he was in the community. He would listen to people. He wouldn't always get things done that the people wanted, but no politician does. But he truly cared about the people, and he listened, and that was a big thing.
We have a person here who likes to call himself an MLP, but Mayor Turner, certainly a man of the people, and unfortunately, he did pass away yesterday. Do we have final word on the cause of death?
No, nothing yet. The family hasn't released anything, so yeah, I don't even want to speculate.
Yeah.
But I did see, like, man, when I was, I went on Reddit, the Houston subreddit. I like reading that, keeping up with what's happening, and my timeline, the For You section, happens to be all one-sided. I don't know. Thanks, Elon. I guess you're pushing the algorithm on me. But it was crazy to see, people saying, like, why was a 70-year-old in office? After Representative Sheila Jackson Lee passed away, serving the 18th congressional district. That's the seat that he took, by the way. It was an open seat. She passed away from cancer. And people immediately started saying, like, why are 70-year-olds doing this? And my first thought was, like, your president is 78. Why aren't we doing the same criticism? Like, if we're going to play the age game, play it all around, with everyone. You can't just say that when a 70-year-old representative died. So that was one of the things that stood out to me, by the way. I just wanted to bring up.
Rahul Ramzanali, you can hear all his thoughts on Mayor Turner and the stories from people who knew him and knew what he was about on CityCast coming up here. So,
Before we move, I have one more thing. I want to ask you about Mayor Turner. Okay, I think you saw this yesterday. He posted a video from after President Trump's address to Congress. He posted this video with, I forgot who the lady was, but he posted this video, and that was his final video. Like, he passed away, hours after that. So now when you post videos, are you always, like, thinking, this could be my last one, and what if, people remember me for this last video? Like, are you thinking about that?
It won't ever cross my mind because I don't post videos. The only videos that get posted of me are the ones that the social team does from the show. So, no, I don't think that way.
Even those are, I mean, it's going to be part of your history, right? Like, when you die, and everybody dies, okay? I will remember you doing play-by-play at the dealership.
I wasn't at the dealership. I was in the studio here, but it was play-by-play of things going on at the dealership.
Oh yeah, sorry, yeah. You were doing a remote broadcast.
That's
right.
That's right. Much like ESPN does to their like non-important, at least in their eyes, basketball games. I didn't even have to show up. I just had a camera and I called the game. That's what I do. But that will be up to the people to decide. I don't believe my impact will even be a tenth of what Mayor Turner was to the city. So if I happen to die and those videos still exist, have at them. I'm just a dumbass doing a radio show.
I think your impact will be, you've been doing radio in the city for almost 15 years now. Almost 20 years, right?
Not that
2008.
long. Sure.
On and off since 2008. You've been a voice on Houston radio since 2008.
I hate you. By the way, I hate you so much.
You're hitting 20 years.
I don't like the tone that you're putting on this extra importance of this. It's whatever. It's dumb radio guys talking about sports and other things. I remember some stuff I did on Saturdays.
We're gonna build you up this year.
Fine, sure, whatever. What about this bullet train from Dallas to Houston?
Oh yeah, so this Amtrak bullet train, we're getting closer and closer to hopefully this is going to get done. There was a private equity firm that was trying to get this done, but of course the state government's like, no, we can't do that. And then Amtrak stepped in, and it looks like we're gaining some steam towards this, and we might actually get a bullet train from Houston to Dallas, it looks like it's going to be about 45 minutes, I think, if that. Going from wherever station they decide in the Houston area to wherever they decide in Dallas. But I need to know, like, what would you take the bullet train?
I wouldn't be the first person to take the bullet train. I'm not going on the initial test runs.
Why?
I don't, just like an iPhone.
Bullet trains are safe.
Just like an
It's not a new
iPhone works out
technology.
kinks. Look, we're in a space, at least me currently, where there are bugs in video games that I play, and there's a patch. I don't want to be on the train before the patch comes through.
Bullet trains aren't new. They're used all
Yeah, but that
over
one will be
Europe.
new. This one will be new. This one will be new. So let a couple patches hit, and then I'll be on it. But I'm not gonna be the initial.
Oh my gosh!
I'm not gonna be in that initial flow. No, a derailment happens, and I happen to be on the train because I was one of the first. I was so quick to get on. Nah, I'm good. Get a couple patches in. I want Bullet Train 3.0, and then I'll get on it.
I mean, there's really once you put the bullet train, that is it.
No,
I mean, like there is
sure. That's what you say.
There's no 3.0. They're not putting a new train.
No, not a new train. Just work on whatever software you use to make sure that thing runs efficiently as possible. Once you get that software in and we call it Bullet Train 3.0, I'm in. But let other people test that thing out.
Okay.
I got to get to Dallas for some reason. What do I have to do in Dallas? I'm good. Would you get on first?
Man, I can't wait for that bullet train.
What do you have to do in Dallas that you have to get? Okay.
For Fury, for a UFC broadcast. So we have shows in Dallas once a quarter, and that drive sucks. I mean, it is the worst drive. I can do San Antonio. So like when we go to San Antonio for Fury, that one is like once a month. It seems like now, but I'll go the same day and come back the same night. It's such an easy drive for me. It's like 2 hours and 45 minutes, right? Because I live on the west side of town, so it's easy. But that Dallas drive, I have to give myself like a day to recover. It is brutal, man.
A day to recover. I know you got 2 knee injuries, but that's soft. A day to recover because you sat in a car back and forth. What are you doing in the car that you need a day to recover?
Yeah. Man, I mean, like your hamstrings get tight. You just get dizzy.
Don't you know how we know you're washed? Do we know how we know you're washed? You are ascribing car driving injuries to yourself as you just are trying to avoid a back-to-back. Who are you, Tari Eason in the car?
Yes, I can't do a back-to-back drive to Dallas. It's impossible.
You're the Tari Eason that drives from Dallas to Houston.
I can't do a day turn. I can't do the day turn. It's impossible.
That's you just stamp yourself as washed.
Do a day turn?
Yes, I can do a day turn.
What's he talking about?
4 hours?
Hamstrings.
Hold on, so you're going to leave at 8 a.m., get there at 12, and then leave at what, 8 p.m.?
Yeah, I mean, it's not fun, but I could do it.
But it'll be done.
And I'm not going to cry.
I could do it too if it was a playoff day turn. If it was a playoff game, I could do it.
But you wouldn't have to. The thing is, in the playoffs, exactly. Bobby Portis. But in the playoffs, you don't have to worry about back-to-backs. The point is, the regular season provides the back-to-backs. It shows how tough you are. Yeah. Jalen Green would do it. That guy plays every game.
Yeah.
You're the Tari Eason of drives from Dallas to Houston.
You're 25. You can do it. I'm 40.
He's playing basketball. You're driving a car.
Kawhi Ramzanali.
Yeah, but this is my NBA.
Load managing to drive a car.
Taxing thing.
Do you have to take a day off from driving before you make the drive to make sure you're ready? Just so your hamstrings won't act up?
I definitely do. I hydrate correctly. I do my stretches. Yeah.
Yeah, have the Theragun going.
I need to be in optimal position, ready to go. Okay, and it's not just driving, okay?
You made it sound like driving.
I have to do like a 6-hour broadcast.
I know.
Yeah.
How do you
driving, going to the venue, talking, the mental drain that comes of being on top of every single thing while a global audience is watching, and then getting back in the car.
Yes,
it is a global audience.
I know. No,
145 countries.
Global audience is correct. I just think you should tone it down.
Yeah.
Wash King. I mean, you
global
sound ridiculous.
Audience, including Cambodia.
Oh, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about you should tone down the whole I gotta rest up to drive from Houston to Dallas and back.
One wrong word, and you could be trending in the wrong direction.
It's true.
In
That is
Cambodia.
True. You got mental toughness. I will say that. Physical toughness in terms of driving, not so much. Not so much.
Thank you.
I'll
Let
credit
me
you
tell
with
you,
that.
I've once gone viral in Uzbekistan, okay, for saying a fighter's name wrong. You never want that Uzbekistan heat.
I got it from Turkey for like 3 days because people don't watch the show, watch or listen to the show, so they didn't know what bit we were doing. So people were upset. It was the Jalen Green Alpern thing. It happened. So now that
I remember that.
now that we've gone past finding out that you're soft, let's get to something you're going to do that is somewhat athletic, although the animal under you is actually the athlete. Raheel, are you going to be involved in a camel race?
I am going to be involved in a camel race tomorrow at Sam Houston Race Park. They invited me out to do the camel race, and I was like, I'm getting knee surgery the week before. Is that okay? And they're like, figure it out.
Yeah.
So
Why are you asking us?
I'm going to be there. Yeah. I'm going to play through this. I don't think it's going to be like too dangerous. I'm sitting on a camel. Camel's doing all the running. I will tell you.
Are you sure you can handle it? Because the car did all the work, and you were worn out there. So, are you sure? Were you worried about your hamstrings on the camel?
4 hours of no. I am going to stretch my hamstrings, but the drive to Dallas is more taxing than doing a camel race. 100%.
Okay, and you're not racing a camel. You're riding a camel, correct? It's not man versus.
I'm racing. It's a race. I think there's. No. It's other people riding camels that I'm racing. I'm not running against a camel because I'm in no condition to run right now.
It's not man versus camel, is it?
I think I could beat a camel.
You couldn't beat a camel. Cut it out.
No. I think I could beat an old camel.
A camel who can't get from Dallas to Houston without complaining.
A camel.
You're not outrunning a
Hold
camel.
on.
You're not outrunning a camel.
Camel top speed. Raheel,
let me just look at the top
We'll
speed
look it
of a
up.
camel.
I have 40 miles per hour. You're not out racing a camel. They have camel races for a reason.
Yeah, but that's a prime
you actually
camel.
have evidence. You're going to be on a camel racing. Why do you think you can outrun that thing?
Okay, let me see tomorrow.
No.
Let me see what quality camel Sam Houston Race Park has.
You report back to us next Thursday and see if the camel you were riding
they sustain
could outrun
you of 25 miles per hour.
Tyreek Hill doesn't sustain speed to 25
miles per hour.
Can you outrace Tyreek Hill?
But hear me out.
Okay, go ahead.
Hear me out. I went to the University of Texas where we have the fastest receivers of all time now.
The combine suggested
they
you don't.
Sustained a 22 miles per hour. I think I could do it.
No. So you, on bad knees, 2 meniscus surgeries, think at any point in the next year, well, that's part of the equation. If we're talking about this whole I can outrun a camel. You think you can outrun a camel who can sustain speeds?
Simply said,
no.
You at your current state. You didn't have to remind me of the 2 knee surgeries.
I'm giving you a year to recover. I'm not saying now. I'm giving you a year. Hopefully you haven't driven to Dallas before the race.
I think I could beat an older camel.
How old does this camel have to
the
be?
Raheel of camels?
The washed
camel?
Give
me a camel of my age. Yeah, my age and my...
In camel years?
My wear and tear.
How old are you?
Yeah.
Okay.
2 surgeries as well.
I think they just put camels down at that point. I don't think they just give them meniscus surgeries. I think we win in that one. You'd beat the camel there because that camel would be dead.
So I just beat the camel.
All right.
Point proven. Thank you so much.
There you go. 1-0 for Raheel Ramsden. He outran a dead camel. Is there anything else you wanna?
Hey, my fault.
You didn't kill the camel.
Know, what did you shoot? What did you shoot at the golf tournament at the occasional?
It's the occasional invitational that benefits kids' meals. So you make your jokes, but sure, good, worthy cause.
No, I forgot. I thought it was called the unoccasional. My bad.
No,
the occasional.
Yeah, clean it up. Clean it up. You host CityCast. You don't want to be seen making fun of a. You don't want to be seen making fun of an event that benefits charities. You are now in a serious position. Occasional invitational. I didn't shoot.
Okay.
I went home right at 12:05. Because what the hell would I be doing there playing golf? Why? Why would I? Would you have stayed and played?
Of course you did.
Would you have stayed?
I wouldn't have played, but I would have hung around.
With who?
I would have stayed at least for the award ceremony.
What award ceremony? You mean at like 6:30 whenever they wrapped up? Are you crazy?
Yeah,
I got there
this
at
is your
6:30.
one time to meet the listeners.
That's not the unfortunate part of it. It's not the one time. It's not.
When are you going to meet them next?
Next time I'm at an event, I'm sure the Christmas party I'll meet people. I'm sure we'll have a station appreciation party that we'll do at some point. That'll happen again. So you think I should have spent 12 hours there to meet the listeners?
Yeah.
They were there. They were there before I left. I met them before they left. Before I left, I met them.
Yeah, but you didn't meet them after they shot a 4 under or something, and they could have told you about it. Man, on hole 8, Granado did this and I did that, and then there was a cart girl, and then we bought beer. Like, come on, those are stories that you want to hear.
You're even laughing as you say it. No, they're not.
Those are the worst.
I've heard those stories that you put it for the last 20 years. Why do I need to hear any more?
I remember those tournaments. We would be off air at 11. I would be in my car at 11:02.
Yeah, what are we talking about? It is time to go. Who's the first thought I had at about 11:40? Thank God Paul's here. I get to go home. Like, there's always a chance that someone's late, they have car trouble, and now you got to stick around for a couple minutes. Like, hey man, traffic. I'm going to be there at 12:15. It's like, thank you. He's on time. I get to get out of here. I love Wildcat. They treat me well, but I ain't gonna be there for 8 hours.
Love that.
The people over at Wildcat
Did
are
you see
great.
any of the Sherpas?
I did not.
The Sherpas at Wildcat?
Yes, because they do guide people through the highest elevations in the city at Wildcat. The Sherpas.
The best ones, they're like, you don't want to stick around for the free food? No, I'll just buy myself a $5 sandwich.
I know I'm making radio money, but I'm good. I got lunch.
I'm good. I just read 4 live spots. I think I could just buy a sandwich today.
It's true. All it takes is one, really. Can feed you, can get you lunch for the entire week if you do it right.
No, but a shout out to Todd. He does a great job with the occasional invitational.
Right.
It is one of the cool things y'all do. And I wanted to come, but I just couldn't make it out, unfortunately.
I wanted to come, but I didn't, is what he should have just said.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I will be there at the next one.
No, you won't.
Yeah.
Don't lie. You don't have to lie. You've already told enough truths to embarrass yourself. You don't have to lie. Thank you.
When are y'all coming to Richmond? Come to
for
Richmond.
what?
And I'll come hang out
What's
with
in
y'all.
Richmond that we should show up for?
Oh, so many things. Portillo's is here now.
Oh, okay.
The famous Chicago beef sandwich, that's here.
Yeah, that makes some sense. A morning show should show up at a beef sandwich place at 6:30 to set up. That
Like
makes a
y'all
lot
have
of
never
sense.
done a show from a restaurant in the morning.
Name
Stop.
one. When's the last time? Name one. We don't do that anymore.
Nick's Place.
Well, he opens and people can actually eat and
Uber
drink.
Rito. Remember, we used to do it at Uber Rito. Nobody's even there yet. We're doing a show. It was us and the cleaning staff.
We've learned our lesson. We've learned the lesson.
Come to Portillo's.
The best you're gonna get is the Gallant Show and maybe the Killer Bees, because Portillo's would like people to show up when they're open. So we have mid-afternoon and afternoon shows. Yeah, that might work. I mean, I know we're giving free ads. Raheel, have you forgotten all about radio? What are we doing? Free ads? No, we don't do that here. Portillo's, pay up.
True. That's true.
All right.
Pay up and we'll be there.
Is there
All right,
anything
thanks, man.
else from CityCast that you want to talk about before we go?
No, listen to our episodes. This week we had a bunch of great episodes. The best halal restaurants. If you're celebrating Ramadan or you want to celebrate with your Muslim brothers and sisters, then we put out the best halal restaurants episode. We have an episode tomorrow, which is going to reflect on the life and legacy of Mayor Turner, alongside other big stories that you might have missed this week. And then next Monday, or this upcoming Monday, we have an episode with Harris County Attorney Christian Menefee on how he's fighting back against President Trump. So check these episodes out and subscribe wherever you listen, or go to houston.citycast.fm.
If you're a real one, you would have Tony Busby on to explain what the hell's going on with him right now. But you ain't a real one. All right, Raheel, thank you for joining us. We'll talk to Raheel next week, host of CityCast, and we'll have an update on racing a camel. Well, racing other camels while he's on a camel. Excuse me. All right, we got one more segment to go. Sean's got some work to do to get us back on track. He can do it. He's good. and then we'll wrap it up here. But first,
before I get you on track, let's talk about Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app, and the action is heating up on the hardwood. We got conference tournaments starting. Starting now, but the major ones starting next week. That's something to keep an eye on. You can get all the college basketball you want on Prize Picks. Pro basketball, you can mix and match between those two, between hockey, between golf, between tennis, whatever you want, esports. Prize Picks has it, and you can make some money. Tonight, Pelicans, Rockets trying to, I guess, save face from what was it, a pretty embarrassing back-to-back earlier this week. Now they go to New Orleans to play the Pelicans. Zion Williamson playing really well as of late. I'd like him to score more than 24.5 points in tonight's game. Tari Eason, he's been balling out as of late. I like him to have more than 17.5 points plus rebounds tonight. And Amin Thompson, I'm running back what I did in the Pacers game with Amin Thompson to score more, to have more than 14.5 rebounds plus assists. If you like my picks, copy them. If you don't, download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES and make your own lineup. That's promo code MAPES on Prize Picks. Get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. Promo code MAPES. Get you $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. You don't even need to win to get that money. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks, run your game.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
Thanks to Raheel Ramzanali for joining us. Tomorrow, Michael Carroll will be here. He's got some explaining to do. He trashed Running Point, already renewed for a season 2. I didn't watch it. Michael didn't watch it. I'm assuming Sean didn't watch it. But it did get a season 2. It is a show with Kate Hudson, basing the character off of Jeannie Buss. A hit for Netflix, apparently. So, hey, just because it ain't for us doesn't mean it isn't for someone.
Despite MC's really unnecessary trashing of it.
Yes. The man doesn't like women in sports. That was your accusation Friday.
Yeah, I'm nodding along.
He goes, you know what? You're right, Michael.
True.
I don't like them in sports. But beyond our jokes, who knew Kate Hudson appealing? That hasn't been the case for the last 20 years. So she continues to make it work. That ACC thing is pretty much Florida State and Clemson are going to get a bigger share of the pie because of their ratings. And going forward, it'll be ratings based as far as the revenue being gained for teams in that conference. It was part of the push for them. Hey, people watch the games because of us, and this is mostly football. Why do we have to give more money or split the pie with Wake Forest when no one cares about them? We want to leave because we can't compete with the Big Ten and the SEC. The SEC was like, whoa. What do you need? Stop suing us. And what they need and what they get is a settlement where as they continue to draw eyes to their programs, they will get more money than their conference counterparts. So, hey, what they say to NC State, hey, be more appealing, and then you get money too. But until that happens, Florida State and Clemson will get the bulk of the money from the TV contract with the ACC. And the other teams were willing to do this because they see disaster on the horizon if those two teams leave, because it likely means Miami would leave and maybe even North Carolina goes away as well. So there we are with that. Okay, some other things to get to before we go. Sean, are you excited about the prospect of John Gruden bringing back quarterback class?
Sure. Yeah.
Are you looking forward to the Quinn Ewers episode?
Yeah, I'll watch the clips.
Yeah, we're not. I don't even know where it's going to be. I didn't do that much research. I just know that it's back, and John Gruden will get guys in front of the whiteboard again. He'll ask them to break down plays. Which quarterback in this current class do you think probably should refuse because of how the jokes will fly? I mean,
the picture of him sitting next to Will Howard is already. I think Will Howard's like the first guy.
I feel like Will Howard has to go on because of how bad things went for him at the combine. He's got to change the narrative.
It's called quarterback class, not tight end class.
I appreciate you switching his position.
Tight end in 2 years.
Is he athletic enough to play tight end?
I don't know.
He's got some plodding feet. Not sure he can get out of breaks.
If Blake Bell can do it.
He didn't play tight end.
Blake Bell?
I know he did, but not. He happened to be he was a sixth offensive lineman.
Yeah,
and then did the belldozer thing. Did he get to do that in the NFL? Or was that just in college?
I mean, he probably took some snaps.
Maybe
as the belldozer.
Sure. If he's gonna bulk up enough to be a sixth offensive lineman, is that how big Will Howard's gonna get? I don't know. He's gonna try his hand at quarterback.
Okay, then UFL quarterback class. Is that what we're doing?
I don't think Gruden's looking for that. Don't think he's looking to find the next great UFL quarterbacks. Maybe Canada for Will Howard. Who knows?
I'm trying to think of who's the guy that
I think Jackson.
Gonna love.
I think he's going to love the headliners because it's good for the brand, his brand, and the product.
Yeah,
he's not ripping Shador or Cam. He's not going to do that. Too big of a platform. Too big of names for him to do that. I think he's going to wind up somehow falling in love with Jackson Dart. That's my prediction. That Jackson Dart's going to get a good edit. He's going to look good on it. Now, Shred'em Dart doesn't sound as good as our soundbite, but will he do the after Jackson Dart gets off the board and shows them that he understands the game? There it is. Will we get one of those?
I mean, what's the point of this if I'm not going to get some new drops out of it?
Shred 'em, Stroud!
Shred 'em, Shuck.
Tyler Shuck.
Shred 'em, Tyler Shuck.
Shred 'em Sanders? Or would you prefer Shred 'em Shador?
I think Shador's better.
Yeah, it's more. Yeah, Sanders could be anyone, but Shador, we would all know. But along with, I think it's going to be a Barstool production, from what I can tell. Working with Portnoy to get that done, and yeah, you look at the picture right now. I got it in front of me. Will Howard wearing a quarterback class T-shirt. There it is. Future tight end Will Howard. Gruden's tight end class.
I mean, there's nowhere else really.
Excuse me, Will. Tight end class is next week. Gronk's tight end class. That's where you should be, Will Howard.
Take a seat right next to Gunnar Helm.
Yeah, right here. All right, we're done for the day. Thank you to Raheel. Michael Carroll will join us tomorrow. We didn't even mention that the Rockets play. Trying to get back on track. They got the Pelicans. That should be a win. Zion played well in his last game. There's no guarantee he'll play tonight because it's Zion. But if he does, hey, Mike, Zion Williamson's on TV. You want to watch that? We had a call from Mike earlier, ripping the NBA product, as one will do. Okay, since we're done for the day, Sean, what does that mean? Appropriate, considering. Thanks to John Gruden as well. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Hello and welcome aboard the Paul Gallant Show on this Thursday, March 6th, 2025. I am Paul Gallant, and this is the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Plenty of things to dive into today. Guess what? Jose Altuve, he's in left field, and he's making catches. The Rockets get back in action tonight against the Pelicans. It would be nice if they stopped, I don't know, losing every single game that they play on the road. But I want to start by talking about the Houston Texans. Tampering window for NFL free agency opens on Monday at 11 a.m., closes Wednesday at 3 p.m. And there's lots of rumors and questions about what the Texans want to do and what the Texans actually will do. I saw a tweet from Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon wrote this: OMG, imagine, all caps, Nico times, never mind, just wait on it. ... eyeball emoji. Now, does Joe Mixon actually know what the hell's going on up in the Texans front office? I would guess no. I don't think that the general manager of the Texans or the head coach of the Texans are regularly talking with their players. But is Joe Mixon talking to players across the NFL that theoretically want to come to Houston and are the subject of trade discussions, and maybe they're doing some sidebar conversations about that? That's actually possible. Earlier this offseason, Joe Mixon, right before the Pro Bowl, had this to say when he was asked about any recruiting efforts that he might do at the Pro Bowl to try to get the Texans some better talent during the offseason. Here is what he had to say.
Definitely going to do whatever we can to obviously improve the team. When it comes down to it, I just try to do whatever I can to help my teammates, help our team win and become successful. I mean, that's why I do this, and that's why I love the game of football, man. That's why I play this. So definitely look forward to that recruiting aspect, having fans, very excited and engaged to obviously who we're basically additions to the team. And I know for a fact that Nick got something cooked up right now. So definitely all excited for it, and fireworks will be here real soon.
I know for a fact that Nick Caserio is cooking something up. Again, does he actually know it for a fact? I don't know. Maybe he just trusts Nick Caserio because Nick Caserio went and got him from the Cincinnati Bengals, who were about to cut him. It's one of the better offseason acquisitions of the NFL this past season. I thought Mixon did a lot in spite of the offensive line in front of him and a lot of struggles on offense. But Mixon thinks there's a plan. I can't help but think of old John Smith. He's a man named Hannibal, the television show called The A-Team, which also had a movie remake of it in 2010 that starred Liam Neeson and Bradley Cooper, amongst others. Played by George Peppard in the original one. He used to say this, I think, in every episode of the show.
I love it when a plan comes together.
And I guess you just got to ask yourself, what should the plan for these Houston Texans be? What should the plan be? I know what I want it to be. I've laid it out. I think you got to go after a wide receiver, but I think they should do it by waiting for more receivers to get offed, more receivers to get cut by their current teams. Could that be Cooper Kupp, who has yet to be cut, but it seems like it is trending that way. Les Snead, their GM, said that Kupp remaining in LA is the least likely outcomes. They try to perhaps trade for him. T. Higgins trade, I don't know if that's happening. The Bengals are pretty adamant that, hey, we gave T. Higgins the franchise tag so that we can give him a contract extension. And then there's another name that all of a sudden has surfaced. DK Metcalf. DK Metcalf is a receiver who played for the Seattle Seahawks. I covered him up there. The Seahawks apparently are looking for a first-round pick and a third-round pick for DK. DK, in turn, wants an extension that features $30 million per year worth of salary, which would be difficult to pay both Nico Collins and Metcalf that kind of money. But I was very interested when I heard that Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network said this when it comes to tea leaves and DK Metcalf's next destination.
A couple teams to keep an eye on. I would say the Chargers, who have his old receivers coach, Sanjay Lal. The Houston Texans would be one of them. Patriots always in the market for a receiver. His old coach, Pete Carroll. Perhaps they would be interested. Several teams in the market for DK Metcalf.
I don't know if that's reporting or guessing. And this time of year, as you could probably tell, yeah, we're grasping at straws. So are the reporters. So is Ian. I almost got in a fight with Jordan Schultz / called security on him at a Starbucks at the NFL Combine. Rappaport. The report was the Texans, quote, would want DK Metcalf. That's a report. I suppose when you're on TV and you're just asking about potential destinations, you think of the teams that need wide receivers. And right now, the Texans only have one wide receiver on the roster. But whatever the plan is, I hope that the plan that has come together for the Texans and that Joe Mixon is dreaming about does not involve trading for a receiver. You know, I pushed back on it last offseason. They went and they got Stephon Diggs. Diggs did play well for them for what it's worth, but I pushed back on it. And then, of course, he suffers the injury. He's only on a 1-year deal. He's now a free agent. I don't want them to trade for a receiver. I want them to sign one. And there are a lot of options available. We've mentioned Tyler Lockett and Christian Kirk and Devontae Adams, who've just been released in the last couple of days. I think Cooper Kupp will be released as well. Here are some other just actual free agent options at wide receiver. We went through them yesterday. Keenan Allen, Chris Godwin, Amari Cooper, Brandon Cooks. That would be funny if he came back. Marquise Brown, Darius Slayton, DeAndre Hopkins, Elijah Moore, Deontay Johnson. Nah, we tried that. De'Ami Brown, Juju Smith. I used to be a TikTok star Schuster. Josh Palmer, Mike Williams, Nick Westbrook, King Van Jefferson, Robert Woods, who was just here, Demarcus Robinson, Mr. 2 DUIs. We talked about him yesterday. Tyler Boyd, Tutu Atwell, Noah Brown, used to be here, KJ Osborne, DJ Chark, Marcus Valdez-Scantling, Nelson Aguilar, who everyone in Philadelphia hates, Tim Patrick, Mac Hollins, Zach Pascal, Zay Jones, Ashton Doolin. Lots of veteran receivers available, and we haven't even seen every single one of the guys who are on the roster that might get cut. Go after a receiver in free agency and do what you should have done with Joe Thuney via a trade by getting an offensive lineman. If you're going to trade for an offensive lineman, the market's been set. You're not going to have to give up that much. If the left tackle, 2-time All-Pro, MVP of the AFC champion Chiefs, Joe Thuney, is going for just a 4th-round pick, not even in this year's draft, in next year's draft. Yeah, I get it. His contract was expiring at the end of the season, but you should be able to get an offensive lineman via trade. I do not want the Texans to go after a wide receiver via trade. And I don't know how much stock to put into that Ian Rappaport report. I don't know how much stock to put into Joe Mixon's cryptic tweets, but I would hope that they're not about to do another wide receiver trade. I don't think that's a smart plan, especially if it involves paying the guy afterwards. And I'm sure there's ways to make it work so that you can both have Nico Collins and DK Metcalf on the roster. I don't want it. I do not want it. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston, the Paul Gallant Show. You can join on YouTube or Twitch as well. Christopher Soriano on YouTube asks, what's the difference between signing and trading for? Well, you're giving up picks. And I think you need some picks because I think you want to draft a wide receiver as well. Right now, you got one viable receiver on the roster. Hate to break it to that guy yesterday who wants the Cowboys to go get John Mechie. John Mechie ain't that guy. We all saw Jared Wayne out there. And whether it was the first game against the Chiefs where he got Tank Dell hurt, or it was the second game against the Chiefs where he just looked completely out of place, he's not the guy. Robert Woods, not on the team anymore. Xavier Hutchinson, he had the awesome catch on a broken play against the Chargers, but you need more. I just hope that they aren't getting it via trade because trade means a lot. 1st and a 3rd. That's what the Seahawks want for DK Metcalf. 1st and a 3rd. That's a lot. And Metcalf's a great player, but there's lots of wide receivers that are available. Don't make a trade. That's all I'm asking for. Some more text. 713-780-3776 is how you call in. It's how you text in. Someone says Ronnie Stanley is a free agent offensive tackle. I wouldn't mind that. Move Titus Howard over to left guard. He seems like he's okay with that. I think he should be taking a pay cut too. You got options, whether in free agency or via trade, but the trade should only be made for offensive linemen. And I think that you're going to draft a wide receiver and you're going to sign a wide receiver. That would be my plan. What do you want as a plan for the Houston Texans? 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. You can join on YouTube as well at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. We do this every single day because we're getting questions about it. We did make a change in the lineup on Monday. Joe George still works at the station. Joe George is no longer middle management Joe. Joe George is upper management Joe. That's what I'm calling him. I hope that he appreciates that. I saw him before coming into the show today. But some family stuff's going on. We wish his family well. So he is, as a man who does way too many things for us as it is, taking a little bit of a step back as far as doing a show in addition to being assistant program director, associate program director. I forget what it is, but he's still here. But now it's just me, as it was 10 to noon for about a year and a half here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, and as it was with the Gallant at Night radio program over at the Texans flagship. And yes, we call ourselves the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Up next, who's the most important Astro that's not named Jose Altuve and not named Yordan Alvarez? I've got an answer for you, and I think the guy's a little bit unhinged. You'll hear it next. Stay put.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
713-780-3776 to call in or text in to the most interactive sports talk show in Houston on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Christopher Soriano asked another question. Why are teams releasing all of these wide receivers? Is there no benefit to keep them and try to trade them? Don't they want picks too? Well, it's not Madden. Other NFL teams can see that there's a surplus in the market when it comes to available wide receivers. There's a ton of free agents. I listed all of them, and we're going to get more. I think that most teams realize that if they're going to make a trade for a Cooper Kupp or Devontae Adams, who obviously was released, and taking on that salary that those guys are making, like, it's almost not worth it if you don't think the guy's the same player anymore. So the name might make you think, hey, this guy's worth a sticker price on a car, but these guys are now used cars. The value goes down significantly. And when you've got alternative options, are you going to go out of your way and give up a bevy of picks to sign a guy who's going to eat up a lot of salary space and might not be in his prime anymore? I personally would not. Who is the most important Houston Astro that's not named Jose Altuve, who's in left field? He had a nice catch yesterday. It was a catch on the warning track, and he ran into the fence, and he survived. That was neato. And Yordan Alvarez. After those two guys, who's the most important Houston Astro? I'm wondering about that. Joe Espada, Astros manager, was on the Foul Territory TV show on the MLB Network yesterday, and he was asked who's going to step up with Alex Bregman gone. He listed these two players.
To click is going to be Jeremy Pena. Jeremy Pena has that presence. You could see him having that moment in the clubhouse when he would like to speak up, but Breggy or Jose say something. But I could see Jeremy Pena taking some of that leadership role. On the position player side, Hunter Bryant is someone who's also very sneaky. He's taking over some of those young pitchers. So I could see Hunter Brown also having some of that leadership that we saw from guys like JV in the past.
Leads off with Jeremy Pena, who hit a home run yesterday, but we couldn't see it because the Astros and most baseball teams don't broadcast their spring training games. Super annoying. Altuve hit a home run yesterday, too. It was really funny hearing the broadcast of said home run. I don't know what the Astros were doing, but they pumped up the audio, and I think they made most people that follow them on social media deaf with a highlight they posted of that Altuve home run. So you heard Jeremy Pena, but the guy at the end is the one I'm really intrigued by. The guy at the end, Hunter Brown. I think he might be the third most important Astro already. And I'm even of the mindset that why not consider him for opening day? Now, obviously, if you start him as an opening day guy and not Framber Valdez, Framber might throw a hissy fit, throw the ball into the stands. You might have to find a new jersey to wear so that he doesn't feel as superstitious as possible. It could be a lot of things like that. It really could be. But I look at Hunter Brown, and with the way that he finished last season, he's the team's ace. This is what Joe Espada had to say about Hunter Brown when he was asked who would start Game 2 against the Tigers in the playoffs. The way he said it, he had already made up his mind before, and I wonder if he had thought about potentially making Hunter Brown the Game 1 starter with how he answered this question.
Hunter was starting Game 2 from a long time ago. He never told you guys that. So he's one of the best starters in the game. He's been one of the best pitchers in the second half. So that was a no-brainer for me.
No-brainer to start Hunter Brown in Game 2. Espada said of Brown yesterday in an interview that was not on camera, Brown can be an ace in any rotation, and we expect him to be an ace in this rotation for years to come. He's already doing that by his presence in the clubhouse. I think he knows what he means to this rotation. So Espada's talking about him as a leader. Espada's talking about him as an ace. I'm going to make the argument that right now, Hunter Brown is the third most important Astro after Jose Altuve and after Yordan Alvarez. It would be nice if Jeremy Pena found his way into an actual battle with Brown for that spot, but I'm not holding my breath for for Pena to return to his rookie of the year form. I'm just not. I don't think that's going to happen. I would love it because then I can start singing Jeremy Pena over and over again. That'll be fun. But I'm having a hard time seeing that happen. So I think it's Hunter Brown, third most important Houston Astro. And yes, this is peak March Sports Talk Radio.
Third most important Houston Astro. Hunter
Yeah.
Brown. Just put that, today's not our social media day. That would have been great. Who's the third most important Houston Astro?
I love it.
I agree with you because even last year, I know we talked about it after that terrible start to the season that he had. It took a long time for especially you and I to be back on the Hunter Brown's really good train.
Right. Even while he was pitching well, we were like, who's he going up against?
Yeah, and he gave up 10 runs against the Royals in April. So that was just so lodged in our brain. I think it was because that game happened during a Gallant George and we had it on.
Yeah.
And by the end of the first segment, the game was 11-0.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that was rough. That was at East River 9. Yeah.
Yeah. I think it was your birthday.
Yeah. Not a great birthday present from the Astros.
No. But I think he Hunter Brown coming in and continuing what he did basically from May or June of last season on, if he can do that or have an approximation of that or, more of a balance, where the highs aren't all so high and the lows aren't so low, but he just settles into being about that level of pitcher. I think that would be huge for this Astros team, not just in 2025, but going forward, because I don't think either of us expect that Framber Valdez is going to get re-signed after this season.
I don't either.
So Hunter Brown needs to step up, not just in the leadership role, and a good way to do that is to step up on the playing field,
right?
Too, and becoming, he mentioned Espada mentioned Justin Verlander being a big leader. Justin Verlander also multiple time Cy Young winner.
Right. Hunter Brown, nothing like that on the wall.
Yeah.
But last year, I think he showed it is possible for him to put together an elite season because he was so good those last few months of the year. I think the real question is, okay, he starts throwing the sinker. Are people going to adjust to that in the offseason? They're going to see that. What's the next wrinkle in Hunter Brown's evolution as a pitcher? What's he going to do? I saw an article, I think this was in the Houston Chronicle. It was talking about how Josh Hader's planning to throw more changeups this year. And he hasn't thrown changeups in a while. Since 2017, he really hasn't been throwing changeups a lot. Last year, obviously, was statistically a pretty good season for him, but he got shell-shocked a few times. So Hader with a full offseason to work with the Astros, you feel pretty good about what their plan is for any pitcher. And I'm wondering what that next step is for Brown. But I do feel like Brown is going to keep doing what he did, even though it took us both, Sean, as you said a moment ago, a while to buy into what we were seeing.
Probably wasn't until, maybe not literally when Joe Espada was so clear about it, but it was very late in the season where we started counting him as a bankable, player for the Astros. Right. As far as the position side goes, do we agree with Jeremy Pena? I mean, I agree with the leadership stuff just because shortstop, kind of a natural thing. He was on the 2022 team. He was really good on the 2022 team. So he has some pelts on the wall in that sense where, Isaac Paredes doesn't. The other guys around him might not have that many. I do wonder, though, how good you have to be a vocal leader in a clubhouse. Do you have to be an all-star level player when you're on a team that wants to win the division?
I think it helps, obviously. And I mean, look, who's doing that over Altuve? Who's doing that over Yordan at this point?
But neither of those guys seem very
right. It's always discussed.
The Kevin Garnett of baseball, where they're super loud.
Pena doesn't strike me as that guy. I will say though, and maybe it's Lance McCullers, as has been joked about on the Twitch. Lance McCullers definitely knows how to talk.
Yeah.
Hunter Brown, I think he's low key, as the kids say, funny.
Loki has a personality.
Loki has a very funny personality. We'll play this later on in the show. He has just no qualms about getting any kind of tattoo. The guy just gets tatted up. He's like, yeah, whatever. And the way he explains a bunch of tattoos that he has, because he has none on the moneymaker, his right arm.
I was gonna say that's the one qualm he has.
But his left arm is completely sleeved up, and his reasoning for all the tattoos completely ridiculous.
You can see it, and they got more and more ridiculous.
Yeah,
the more and more that he got.
He's a little bit wacky. He's got a screw loose, and I kind of like it. So I can actually buy Hunter Brown as being someone that guys like following. Pena, I'm not 100% sure. I'm really not. He strikes me as a kind of quiet guy, but we shall see this season. Also, per John Heyman, the Astros are back on Nolan Arenado's list, whatever that means. Again, peak March sports talk, baby. A couple of comments here. King of Twitch on the Twitch at ESPN 975 says, first most important Astro, Lance McCullers. Second, Forrest Whitley. Third, Chas McCormick. Well, at least you didn't say Jake Myers is third. Fourth, Cesar Salazar, but he called him Caesar Salad. Yainer Diaz suggests Christopher Soriano as the third most important player. Yeah, I don't know, though. Like, now that we've seen him as a catcher and hitter in the same year, like, we've seen that he can be a good hitter for average, but
I think for me, it is, and it's something that we can't, like, turn on the games and see or look at his stat page and see, but it is, like, gaining more trust in how he handles the pitching staff. And, he had obviously big shoes to fill on that side of things with Martin Maldonado,
I think that's why.
Who might be our best example of guy who's like not actually that good, but is a leader, viewed as a leader in the clubhouse. But the strategic mind that Martin Maldonado apparently had when it came to game planning for hitters, I wonder if that's the step, or if that is obviously the next step for Yainer to take. I just wonder if he can take that, and if we would even notice.
Well, I mean, Martin Maldonado is one of the greatest leaders this world's ever seen. Winston Churchill,
Patton,
George Washington,
General Patton,
and Martin Maldonado. Like, these are Napoleon and Martin Maldonado. Julius Caesar, Martin Maldonado,
Alexander the Great,
Martin Maldonado. Genghis Khan, Martin Maldonado.
I was wondering when we were gonna.
I mean, he was Attila the Hun, Martin Maldonado.
Okay. Now this is
now we're getting a little.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm worried. Who else? Hey, he was effective.
Mao Zedong, just kidding. No. Joseph Stalin, no. Hitler, no. Paul, stop. Bad. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. King of Twitch says the reason that these are the most important years for McCormick, for Cesar Salazar, Whitley, and McCullers are because they have the most at stake. I do agree with you on that front. It is a tinfoil hat Thursday. Got a tinfoil hat theory? Bring it to the table. There's a really interesting one in the NBA about why Kyrie Irving might be injured. And this Adam Pac-Man Jones story, which doesn't feature violence for a change, is an all-timer. And it makes me wonder about the state of athletes. Literally in sports. Stay put.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Two things we've discussed so far today. One, if the Texans have a plan this offseason, I do not want it to involve trading for a wide receiver. Paul, you're recycling topics from last offseason. I know. I still feel that way. I want them to sign a veteran wide receiver. There will be many. And I want them to trade for an offensive lineman. And in the draft, you're going to be taking guys at both those positions. Also, last segment, I threw out the very fun March hypothetical. Who's the third most important Houston Astro after Jose Altuve and Yordan Alvarez? I said Hunter Brown. You got Joe Espada talking about his leadership ability. You've got, on top of that, Espada and others looking at him as the potential ace. I wonder if there's any conversation about him being the opening day starter. I really do think it would be a bad move because Robert will probably throw a hissy fit over it. But Brown is my choice at number 3. Some texts on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Put Hunter Brown in the HEB commercials already. I think he will make one. I don't think he'll make multiple, but I think he will make one.
I think that's the next step for him. And some of it helps with the HEB roster.
Bregman's out, right?
Bregman's out. Tucker, who's in a couple out.
He was, yeah.
Yeah. Yordan really hasn't been in any. Maybe he's
no,
been in
he
one.
hasn't.
But yeah, so I think that's the logical next step for him to take for his career. Maybe Hader snakes one of those spots.
I don't know if I want him. I don't know. Well, we'll talk. We're going to play a clip of the Astros players talking about their tattoos. And while I enjoyed hearing from Hunter Brown, who seems to have a screw loose, Josh Hader, I don't really want to hear more from. Asks a texter, do you like that Hunter Brown might have a screw loose because you do as well? Yes, 100%. Also, another texter says, Hunter Brown probably got his head screwed on better after the return of his favorite homie, Justin Verlander. Thoughts? Well, that's an interesting theory. Perhaps you could say it's a tinfoil hat theory because this is Tinfoil Hat Thursday. If you've been listening to me the last couple of days, you have heard me complaining and venting about how sports have gone in a direction where it's acceptable for guys to take days off, where load management is an actual priority of teams across sports. Well, while everyone continues to rag on the Dallas Mavericks for everything, I've heard some interesting theories about why Kyrie Irving tore his ACL a couple of days ago. People believe that with Luka Doncic gone, Kyrie Irving was overworked, and that led to this injury. This is on one of those Speak for Your Pizza shows on ESPN, a basketball writer named David Dennis expanding on that theory.
Perk, I share your hope and optimism that Kyrie will bounce back, but I cannot help but think that the indelible, lasting, tragic image of the Dallas Mavericks post the Luka Doncic trade is Anthony Davis in street clothes carrying a hobbling Kyrie Irving off to end his season with a torn ACL. This is after Dallas said that the major reason that they were trading Luka Doncic was because of health concerns. And now you have the two big stars out probably for the rest of the season. And some of this was avoidable. Dallas has to eat the fact that they have been playing Kyrie Irving, who has been injury prone, more minutes than anybody else in the league at age 32. They have to hold that loss and think about what they have done.
How much has he played? He's been averaging 38.2 minutes a game. So from Christmas Day to March 2nd, only 2 players played more. So now everyone's tying these two things together. Jason Kidd pushed back on this in a 4-minute answer yesterday because somebody asked him the question. I can't believe people think that a guy playing a couple more minutes a game means like, just like with mileage on a car, he's going to be more likely to tear his ACL. Doesn't that sound crazy? I think that is a tinfoil hat theory, that playing Kyrie Irving more led to him, when he landed awkwardly while going up for that shot, tearing a ligament. Like, you can't plan on injuries, and I feel like there's this weird belief that there is a cause and effect between how much a guy plays an injury. And okay, maybe if somebody is dealing with a nagging one, sure, I can entertain that. But Irving wasn't dealing with anything before that, to my knowledge. So now he tears his ACL, and I'm annoyed by this because the people that are making this argument are the same people that accept the fact that it's okay to miss games. Like, oh, they should have been resting Kyrie more. Maybe he needed some more off nights because this wouldn't have happened otherwise. Like, F off with that. Tinfoil Hat Thursday continues. I am curious as to how many players in the National Football League do the same thing that Pac-Man Jones does. Hell, I'm curious about how many people across sports do this. Pac-Man Jones, while on Deion Sanders' show on Tubi, We Got Time Today, he said, I cheated the drug testing program. Like, I was really good. People don't know how smart I am, but like, I can say it now. I don't play no more, but like, I've never used my urine for a urine test. Not one time. He didn't say urine, by the way. We don't want to offend Jeremy Branham, who does not like the P word, PISS. We don't say that. He once submitted an FCC complaint over that. Me saying it and others saying it. It's unbelievable. Folks, he says that he has never used his own urine for a drug test. How many players do this? Like, this, I would assume, is a process that involves someone looking at your schlong while you're, draining the old sea monster, right? Like, it would have to. I would assume that they're not just saying, like, yeah, just piss in sorry, Jeremy, just go pee in a jar,
Yeah, and when guys talk about getting tested, like they always, when they're painting the scene, they always do say it's like some guy staring at you while you pee.
Yeah.
That's like part of the reason they don't like it and why it makes them uncomfortable or whatever is because a guy has to monitor the process. I don't know. I mean, Pac-Man Jones, he said he's surgical with it. He's smart about it.
He must have brought in a prosthetic.
Yeah, I've seen those in movies where it's
I have, where someone
like
gets
a pump.
Yeah,
and
it's a
you
pump.
can pump out. You load it up with, I guess not fake urine, but someone else's urine, and you pump it out. Yeah. What amazing technology.
It doesn't seem like it's that amazing. Like, it does seem rather.
I mean, just the fact that someone took the time to do it is amazing.
Eric the driver is suggesting a Blue Mountain State style oil change. Yep, I've heard about that. That I forget how that was actually working. Blue Mountain State's gonna have a fourth season, I guess. So that's neato. Featuring Thad Castle, who's the new Jack Reacher. So there you go, guys. I'm curious as to how many athletes across sports do not use their urine for a drug test. It's got to be a decent percentage.
Yeah, but
on a Tinfoil Hat Thursday.
Still, a lot of guys get popped with it.
True.
Like the Texans had two guys that got caught.
That's
for
true.
Different things.
That's
one
true.
Performance enhancing, one non-performance.
Texans are good guys. They don't do that. They do drugs, but they don't fake the drug test.
Yeah, they're good.
Yeah, they're still good guys.
They're
honorable. Exactly. Sometimes you do some drugs. Sometimes they're PEDs.
Yeah, come on. I'm Danico Autry.
Right.
Trying to have some fun.
Sometimes they're not PEDs. Sometimes they're for fun. That's Mario Edwards. I think.
Oh yeah, Mario Edwards is trying to have fun.
Well, at least we trying to make money. We actually don't 100% know. So sorry for speculating, Mario Edwards. We just know you were suspended. Tinfoil Hat Thursday. So JJ Watt said that he would play for the Cincinnati Bengals, unretire, if his club soccer team in England, Burnley, and their goalie, James Trafford, could not allow a goal for the rest of the year. Trafford, to his credit, had a 13-game streak without allowing a goal, which is honestly really impressive. I know soccer, there's not a lot of scoring, but still 13 games. But that streak was snapped. So J.J. Watt officially not going back. Would he actually have done this? My tinfoil hat theory is that no, he would have unretired for the Houston Texans. I don't think there's any way he's playing for the arch nemesis of the Houston Texans of the 2010s. Think about all those epic Texans Bengals battles that often featured TJ Yates.
That always happens Saturday at 3 p.m.
Saturday afternoon. So there was a Christmas Eve game.
There was a big Christmas Eve.
Right. Randy Bullock hitting a field goal. You got JJ Watt talking trash about Andy Dalton of Katy High. Like, I don't think JJ Watt's crossing, the street to go hang out with the Bloods to the Texans deep steel blue Crips, I don't think he was doing that.
I do think I'm trying to think how he would have gotten out of it. And I think he would have done the 1-day contract, which is very funny to sign a 1-day contract for a team you'd never played with before.
Yeah.
But I think that's how you would have to do it, right? Like, he's not going through training camp.
That would be really funny if he signed a 1-day contract with the Bengals, like on April Fool's Day.
Yeah.
And then unretired.
Perfect.
That would have been funny. A funny little diss. Yeah, I don't think he's going to come back. And if he does come back, he better come back with the Texans.
I don't think he's actually coming back. I think this was like a bet that almost went awry.
Right. He compared it to the pinky bet that Big Cat of Barstool Sports made. Because he said when the Texans started 0-3, like, I'll cut off my pinky if they win the Super Bowl. And then the Texans won 9 in a row. By the way, no one in Houston cared about that 9-game winning streak, which is one of the more amusing moments in Houston sports history. Like, everyone hated the team still.
People cared more about his pinky.
Right. Yeah, that was what they were thinking about.
Honestly, no one locally thought his pinky was in trouble, even despite the 9-game winning.
No one thought it. It was like, relax.
You're good.
Man, you're okay. You're okay here. Someone texted in that Ontario Smith had a Wizinator, former running back.
That's what it's called.
Another texter says from the 346, the government and the USADA, your analysis, are the only ones I know who actually watch your mule when you test. I know this from experience. That is interesting. Now, I wonder with all the budget cuts, if that still happens. You might be able to bring in your a fakie, the Wizinator again.
Yeah, they're like, we can't pay a guy and give him full benefits to watch people pee all day. Sorry.
Tinfoil Hat Thursday, everybody. Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Up next, of all the features about prominent Houston sports figures, I really got a kick out of this one about the man who says the Astros window is always open. I'm going to teach you some things you've never known before about Astros owner Jim Crane. Stay put.
The most interactive sports talk show in Houston continues now.
What's happening, Paul? What's up, Paul? Most interactive show, and really enjoy that aspect of it. Y'all keep it up.
Get involved in the conversation by dialing or texting 713-780-3776. Here's Paul Gallant.
We were talking about Adam Pac-Man Jones and how he has never used his own urine on a drug test while he was in the NFL for over a decade, as part of our Tinfoil Hat Thursday segment. And Todd the Show suggested you just hand the guy a few hundos and all's well. Is it really just a few hundos? I think if you're an athlete and you're doing that with somebody who's taking care of things for you, it's got to be more than a couple of hundos.
Yeah.
I want $1,000. I want a stack.
Although it could become like a unspoken economy that springs up where if you're this dirty NFL urine inspector, you just get 200 guys. Say you hit, I don't know, 20 guys in a week. Get a couple hundred from 10 of them. That's 2,000 right there.
Yeah,
so, it's just you just spread it out among the Cincinnati Bengals of who's paying this guy.
I get what you're saying, but I feel like you need a little more bang for your buck because you are risking termination if you are taking this. Like if you get caught,
it needs to be a lot of the money needs to signify how big of a deal it would be because it would cost you so much money to get suspended.
You know who's got a lot of money? Jim Crane. Damn, what a transition. Jim Crane is the owner of the Houston Astros. Cron, not to be confused with the Houston Chronicle, did a write-up about him. We've joked before about this. The Varsity Letterman Jacket Skull and Bones Society, which featured Jeff Bagwell, Hall of Famer, Craig Biggio, Hall of Famer, and Reggie Jackson for a time, Hall of Famer. But Jim Crane was a part of this. And I created this character named Jock Jim Crane because I don't know how many people knew this. Jim Crane pitched at Central Missouri State when he was in college. And he was really good. And the Cron put together a story basically outlining his baseball career. Now, it's been a lot of time since he played baseball. And I'm sure that someone like Jim Crane polishes his backstory over time, and the more you tell it, maybe the truth gets stretched a little bit. But did you know that with the Central Missouri State Mules in the 1974 Division II College World Series, Jim Crane against the Ohio Northern Polar Bears had 18 strikeouts in a game? That's a Division II College World Series record. So that year, they finished 4th in the NCAA Division II playoffs. From 73 to 76, Crane was 21-8 with an earned run average of 2.42. He still ranks first in career complete games at Central Missouri State with 23, shutouts with 7, and is third all-time in career strikeouts with 215. How did he do this? Well, first off, in college, he tried out in center field, but per Crane, while trying out in center field, I was trying to throw the ball so hard that I threw it over the top of the backstop. Crane continued, quote, I was just trying to crank one, phrasing, and the coach waved me in and says, you're going to pitch. Get out of the outfield. But after his freshman year where he pitched, and I guess he didn't do so well, his father died of a heart attack. So he went home. He was working jobs in construction in a warehouse. And per Crane, this does sound a little tall tale-ish, but Robert Tompkins, his coach, drove 200 miles in a pickup truck, insisting that Jim Crane return. And then he put Crane on scholarship, saying, hey, I'm going to make sure you make it to graduation. So Crane did that with his crawl ball, which was his pitcher. which was his number one pitch. It was a one-finger knuckleball. This was before sliders were appreciated. He would get to the plate and drop about 6 inches, and he threw it hard. That was his strikeout pitch if he got ahead of hitters. I guess scouts were coming to his game. Sometimes there are more scouts in attendance. He turned down $25,000 and $50,000 offers to the majors after his sophomore and junior year to play pro ball because he knew that it'd be better to have a degree to fall back on if he never made it to the big leagues. And then he got injured his senior year. He hurt his shoulder. That was it. So from his freshman to junior year, Jim Crane was actually a really good pitcher. How about that? So I could kind of understand why he was perhaps as hands-on as he was during the stretch where the Astros did not have a general manager. But this is a guy who pitched in college, and the first part of this story details how he had an Astros team doctor help one of the Central Missouri State pitchers look at a back injury. Would you trust the Astros medical staff as an independent examination away from college? I don't know if I trust them, but I don't know if said pitcher from Jim Crane's alma mater exactly knows things the way that we know the Astros get down when it comes to injuries. So there you go, guys. Just a fun little story about Jim Crane, Astros owner. I'm Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text into. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. The Texans, what's their plan this offseason? What's going on with the Astros musical chairs in the infield? And the Rockets are back in action tonight. All that's on the table on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. If you want to bring it, stick around. conversations on the table for today's show. One, what should the Texans' offseason plan be? Joe Mixon's tweeting out vague things online that lead to speculation. I think it should be one, draft a wide receiver, sign a wide receiver. There's lots of veteran options. Trade for an offensive lineman. Do not trade for a wide receiver, but it does seem, at least per Ian Rappaport, like there is some interest from the Texans and DK Metcalf, who requested a trade yesterday. Seahawks are supposedly, for now, looking for a first-round pick and a third-round pick, and DK Metcalf wants a big extension. We also asked the question, who is the most important Astro not named Jose Altuve and Yordan Alvarez? So we're outlining loosely a plan for the Texans offseason, and we're asking who the third best Astro is. It's just riveting March conversation. Also on the table, some Rockets talk. I think it's time to accept that the Rockets are where we thought they'd be. So while I'm frustrated with what we've seen of them of late, where they've lost 11 of 16, where they've lost 7 in a row on the road before they played the New Orleans Pelicans tonight, you take a look at the upcoming schedule, and it does present itself with an opportunity for the Rockets to take care of some business, because you got 2 games against the Pelicans, who stink, the Magic, Suns, who are falling apart, Mavericks, who have fallen apart, the Bulls, the Sixers, who've opened up a can of quit, Magic, Heat, Nuggets, Hawks, Jazz, Suns to wrap up the year. I mean, that's a 13-game stretch before the April meaningless games. You should feast there.
Yeah. A lot of those are at home. I think the only team with a winning record is the Dallas Mavericks that they play, who maybe by the time they actually play them won't have a winning record anymore.
So my question is, will you be mad if they do not play well over that stretch? I think returning to the January form, where on January 27th, they were number 2 in the NBA power rankings, that's not happening. You will not see those Rockets again this year. I think that they're not as bad as they've shown of late. No, Fred VanVleet is hurt. 7 straight losses on the road sucks. Losing 11 of 16 sucks. They're somewhere in between that January stretch and what they've been showing of late. And it doesn't make me mad that they're somewhere in between there. I've noticed a lot of people that seem to be missing out on the big picture and the marathon element of this. No one thinks the Rockets are winning the title this year. No one should think the Rockets are winning the title this year. A couple of weeks ago, we were like, is the Western Conference Finals even possible given how open the West is? Probably not.
And part of that is that the West seems more closed.
Yeah.
That's
entirely it.
It seems like the teams at the top have kind of gotten their act together. I mean, obviously the Lakers trade for Luka, and even we thought that, hey, maybe this year they're not going to be as competitive just because of the defensive questions. They've been just as good on defense with Luka, and so now they're being taken seriously as a title contender with OKC, with the Nuggets. So that already you're like, okay, so maybe you're 4th. The Warriors have looked really good since making their trade for Jimmy Butler. So it's like, okay, now you're like the 5th team, or not the 5th best team, but the 5th team that you could see making the final or making the conference final. So I guess the top, what's atop of them got much better than it was in January when they're the 2 in the power rankings.
There's a clear ceiling.
Yeah.
I'm not mad about the clear ceiling. I think it's weird that people have gotten so frustrated with how far they've fallen back to earth. If anything I'm annoyed with, it's that one, Monday, they didn't play anybody. And then on Tuesday, they played and they lost both of those games. But also, it's that Ime Udoka seems to be calling out the intensity and the effort of the Rockets on a regular basis. These are literally my only complaints. You know, like Jalen Green's not even driving me crazy. He's trying, maybe trying a little bit too hard from the offensive side of things, but he's clearly a more complete player than he was. Alperen Şengün, I don't know what's going on with the free throw side of things and missing all these easy layups, but I still feel pretty good about Şengün as a player. Love what I've seen from Amen Thompson. Reed Shepherd's finally getting minutes. That's nice to see. Like, there are a lot of good things that are going on right now. I'm not saying like you have to be happy with everything that's happening, but I feel like the discourse amongst the most diehard of Rockets fans has gotten a little bit crazy. And I just want everyone to realize, like, where they're at right now, the way that they've been playing of late, that's not a reflection of who they are. But they are closer to this than we all thought. And January was fun, but we should have known that. And I knew it, and Sean knew it, and I think most people knew it. I just don't get the energy that's being directed towards some of the Rockets players right now through these struggles. Like, oh, Jalen Green sucks. He doesn't suck. It's just an inconsistent player, and I think he always will be.
Yeah, he just kind of like is who it. A lot of these guys have kind of proven just like, okay, they kind of are who they are now at this point. I think a lot of it just is that kind of roller coaster aspect. Of it's a long season and you start off exceeding the expectations by a million, like by
so much,
a mile, and then you fall back, and now they're kind of settling in again to. I mean, they're probably still better. Like, they're going to have a better record than we thought before the season. Like, they're probably going to win more games than if you go back and pull our segment from the day before the season started and how we were talking about the Rockets then. They're probably still a better team.
Yeah, I agree.
They're going to end up being a better team. It's just the fact that they did flirt with being a a 3 seed, a 2 seed, that it just got the expectations all out of whack. I mean, I'm looking at the preseason win project or, the Vegas win totals, the over under
43.
It's 42.5.
Yeah.
They're going to easily get that.
Yeah. So
they're at like 30 something right now.
Relax, guys. Just relax.
This is a little bit. They're at 37 wins, so they're 5 wins away from hitting.
That's all they need. And that stretch right there.
20 games left.
They will get it over that stretch that we just listed.
Like, what's that? 10-game stretch?
13-game stretch.
13 game.
Yeah, they'll get it over that stretch.
What do you you don't need it. It's not like life or death. But what would you like to see out of that stretch? Like a
8-5.
Yeah, I was thinking 9-4, 8-5.
8-5. 7-6. I wouldn't even be annoyed with. Look, they got to get their act together. I think a lot of this does have to do with the fact that there is no Fred VanVleet, and hopefully more Reed Shepherd leads to perhaps a suitable replacement for Fred VanVleet eventually. But I mean, right now you just need them. You don't have them. Some comments here on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston from I can't say the last part of it. PH says the Rockets overperformed. That's a good thing. The coach and GM are both really good at their jobs. You do have to say that about Stone now, so I will admit.
Yeah. Yeah.
He has done a very good job since trying to make Kevin Porter Jr. into James Harden 2.0. By the way, Harden, 50 points last night for the Clippers.
Yeah.
I'm glad he's not on this team. Do not try to bring that to the table and say, like, well, where would the Rockets be with James Harden right now? They would be the exact same team that they are right now. Except for they wouldn't be probably improving as much because I get that Harden, when he's with good players, has been a selfless teammate. Do you think he's going to do that on this team? I don't know. I just don't buy it.
Yeah,
I think the ego checks back in when you're around a bunch of youngsters, especially when the organization that you would be coming back to kissed your ass up and down the court. I don't think Ime Udoka would like that, and I don't want Udoka to be trifled with it's star nonsense.
It's also the development you've seen out of Jalen Green, the development you've seen out of Şengün and Amin Thompson as of recently. Obviously, Reed Shepherd even more recently. These guys all play with the ball in their hands. If you bring in James Harden, they're not going to have the ball in their hands. So they're not really developing.
Right. They're going to stand around a lot. And
they're going to run pick and roll. Congratulations. You turn Alperen Şengün into Clint Capella.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Yeah. God, that would suck. At least the Turks would be mad at someone that I'm okay with them being mad at.
An enemy of your enemy.
Yeah. Interesting comments from Brian Windhorst, by the way, about where Kevin Durant might end up, because Durant's gone. He's not going to be with the Suns after this offseason. Some have thought that the Rockets would be a likely destination, but if Brian Windhorst says something like this, maybe he's not going to go to the Rockets. Maybe he's going to go to this team.
Where is KD going to wind
Another
up?
small market team to watch.
Uh-huh.
Minnesota Timberwolves, which Ant Edwards and KD, very tight connection, also from the Olympics. The Timberwolves tried to pull off a crazy trade at the deadline for KD. Look for them to revisit those talks this summer.
Okay, I like that. And look, there would be something poetic about him going back to OKC.
Okay, calm down,
I even cut that early. He went on.
Calm down, Granny. We don't care what you have to say. We care what Windhorst has to say. To the Timberwolves would be very interesting. But does that make the Timberwolves on the same level as the Thunder? I feel like there's more going on with Minnesota than just like a lack of support around Edwards. Just having watched a couple of their games, something's off. I can't quite put my finger on it.
I don't want to put it all on Julius Randle, although it has the makings of a Julius Randle team. But I agree with you that I think what they kind of need a little bit more of is like, and Mike Conley's been a really good player. Part of the reason they're so good and they were so good last year is because they had Mike Conley. I think that's where the improvement needs to come from. Either get a better point guard or have Edwards kind of develop in that way where he's able to
become the ball dominant player.
Yeah, play a little bit more like LeBron or like Luka than as opposed to like more of a scoring type that he is right now. And he's really good at it. He's top 10 player in the league. But it's just I think that's what the team is kind of missing to click back into place.
I hope Minnesota takes this out of the Rockets' hands. I mean, it would be cool to see Durant on this team, and I don't think you'd have to give up that much to get him too. I think the Suns are kind of screwed just with the way things are going. Everyone knows he's going to leave. So, like, get the most you can from whoever you can.
Everyone knows he's going to leave. He's also going to be on the last year of his contract.
Right.
He's going to be able to pick. That's really what it comes down to. He's going to be able to pick where he wants to go.
Exactly. And don't do a Nico Harrison where you're talked to only one team if you are the Suns.
I wouldn't do that.
I wouldn't do that. But I almost hope that the Thunder to exist, not the Thunder, that the T-Wolves take this out of the Rockets' hands. There's a part of me that wants this to keep on developing. And while, again, they do need a closer, and they might never find one, and Durant theoretically is that guy next year. Like, I think that the Rockets have to be realistic. And, talking about that phase 2, phase 3 crap, which they did with Tillman Fertitta specifically. Like, I think what they're doing this year should be enough for the short term. But it might not be because, attendance is not great. The interest in the team is not that high. It's a good team. It's a watchable team, in my opinion. But the lack of a main attraction is certainly holding them back from being relevant, not just nationally, in town. They're not. Like, it's weird because they are. I mean, of course, they're struggling of late, but they're not as buzzworthy as you would think. Like, people are happy, but no one's like, yeah, I'm gonna go to the Rockets game. I'm gonna go make it to a Tuesday game at 7:00 in downtown Houston.
Yeah, they need a come see X and the Rockets guy.
Yeah,
they need a come see Yao and Tracy McGrady. They need come see James Harden. That's what they need. They need either Jalen Green, Alperen Şengün, Amin Thompson to either become one of those guys, or they need to trade for. I guess they don't need to trade for him, but I think by probably the trade deadline in 2026, like just next February, I think they kind of need him. That's the I'm sorry, Jeremy, pee or get off the pot, or poop and get off the pot time for the Rockets, where they need to by then have either thrown their chips in to get a start, to get Devin Booker, to get Giannis, to get whoever becomes disgruntled and unhappy. No thanks, LaMelo Ball.
No thanks.
That you need.
No thanks. I agree.
You need to either have that or have Şengün, Green, Thompson make the leap to become those guys.
Exactly. And that's what I'm hoping for. Please no LaMelo Ball. Thank you for saying that. Sean Mapes behind the glass on Paul Gallant. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call in, text into the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975 and see my pasty whiteness in person. I'm about to flex in the next segment. I'm about to flex about something that I'm doing. And I'm wondering if a conspiracy theory in sports that we've touched on a lot this week, I'm wondering if my flexing can be used to prove how this tinfoil hat conspiracy is a load of malarkey. Paul, what the effing F are you talking about? You'll have to stick around to find out. Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
It's the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
So I'm going to flex a little bit here. I have been to the rodeo for cook-off Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and on Sunday. And then on top of that, I was there Tuesday, and I was there last night. Tuesday was Reba. Last night was someone named Riley Green, who's this guy who the ladies love. This is 100%, oh my God, have my babies! One of those singers. I couldn't tell you a thing about him. He's got a mustache, but the beard stash kind of look. He's got a mullet kind of look in the back. Wears a baseball cap. I'll be honest, didn't pay attention to any of his music. As I've said before, I don't think NRG Stadium is good for concerts. But there's been no load management for the great Paul Gallant, who just started a solo radio show since Joe, middle management Joe, is now upper management Joe. He's taken some time that he needs more of, to be perfectly honest. The guy does so much for us to get a little extra with his family, some things that they're going through right now. He's in our thoughts. But I mean, think about all I am doing. I mean, I'm really impressive. I'm a really impressive person. Paul, it looks like you haven't showered today. Shh, that's not the point. That's not the point. Paul, why are you flexing like this? Why are you flexing so hard? Oh, I'm on a committee. Look at me. Oh, I'm so fancy. Look at me. I'm flexing because here I am doing a show with a voice that works despite allergies every single day. Is that making me more likely to lose my voice? Is it making me more likely to get injured? And I say all that because I'm just tired of this narrative that's coming out of Dallas about how Kyrie Irving, the reason he got hurt is because the Mavericks were playing him too much. We really need to stop buying into this idea that someone is more likely to suffer a freak catastrophic injury because they play more. That is something that multiple Dallas reporters have brought up. And I'm glad that Jason Kidd, who I'm not the biggest fan of, had a 4-minute answer talking about like just how ridiculous it is. The idea that Irving got hurt because he's playing more with Luka gone is a fun one to jump on when everyone, all the sharks are swirling around the Mavericks. Like everyone's just punching them and kicking them while they're down. And they'll probably be down for a while. And it is funny to watch from afar, but to blame the Mavericks' handling of Kyrie Irving for his injury that he is dealing with, I just think it's such a reach, and it lends itself to this idea that guys shouldn't be playing every single night and shouldn't be playing as much as they possibly can. Like, we've gotten soft on that front. And you know who's not soft? Me. That's right. Every single day, your boy's been at the rodeo and doing a radio show. Paul, you haven't even done your live stream the last couple of days. That's true. Now, that's actually true. But that's a lot. It's a lot extra, you know? Got to focus on the main job. Todd the Show says, my kids are going to the rodeo tonight, and I have no idea who the band is. Yeah, I don't know who's up in that tonight either. I'll be honest, most of these times I'm showing up, like I'm not going to know who the musician is. And what I do to have fun with people is I generally act like they're confusing the name of the artist that they're here to see with somebody else. Nothing infuriates a music lover more than telling them that the thing that they know about music isn't the thing that they know about music. Nothing is more fun than that. I do have a date update, by the way. So I'm not 100% sure how to navigate this one. So you go to the rodeo, you see everybody, right? Especially if you go to the wine garden. And I generally go to the wine garden. Like, that's why I go in. Carnivals and all that stuff. Nah. Going straight to the wine garden. And of course, last night, along with a bunch of committee people, I'm walking through and I'm going on the dance floor. And this just keeps on happening. an ex of mine, someone who I have 1, blocked on social media, who 2, I had blocked the phone number of, and 3, deleted the number, also that I would stop reaching out to this person. We saw each other, and I think we had a moment. And guess what your boy did? As he always does. Unblocked, shot my shot. We shot our shots.
Shoot or shoot.
Shoot or shoot. I got to stop doing this, though. I got to stop going. Like, this was my New Year's resolution. Do not go back to the well. And I've gone back to the well now this year to open up 4 times. I actually made a New Year's resolution to do it. Not my fault.
There's been 9 weeks of 2025.
There's a little serendipity to this, okay? And look, she looked great. She looked absolutely stunning. And then she was a little flirty with me too. And this is where I'm like, oh crap. So I sent a message later, like, you looked stunning tonight. And I feel like now, having woken up and the effects of alcohol have worn off, I'm cringing so hard at it. And I'm trying my best not to look at my phone to see if it's been read.
I was going to say, has it been seen or not?
It hasn't been seen.
Okay.
It hasn't been seen. But I'm not going to lie. Me being a little psycho, I keep on going. Oh, no, not seen yet. Not seen yet.
I wish there was a way to opt out of read receipts.
Yes.
Like, I don't want to know.
I don't want to know either.
I don't want to. I don't care that they have their read receipts on. I don't want to know if they've read it.
And it's only like in text messaging, like you can opt out of it. But I guess you can if the other person's doing it. But
yeah, no, you can't opt out of seeing. I don't want to see it.
Instagram, right. There's no seeing it. But sometimes you can see what's been said without actually opening up the message.
Yes.
And you might not be opening the message.
If it's short enough.
Because you know it will end up being seen. I'm not going to lie. I do that all the time too. Like people I don't want to hear from, I'm like, I'm going to just never read this, you know? So it's a double-edged sword here. But that's where I'm at. Might see this person again tonight. Not 100% sure. At a event that a mutual friend of ours is having. So we will see.
What's your projected schedule for rodeo? Because you're 2 for 2 so far.
Not tonight. I know I'm not going in tonight.
I was gonna ask, are there gonna be any days off?
Not sure I'm gonna do it on Friday. I think I need to take Friday off. Because Saturday I am going back, and apparently we're doing a bar crawl at the rodeo. I don't know how that works. I guess there's bars to go to at the rodeo, and they want us there rather early.
Okay.
Because we're doing a run through for the actual auction, which takes place the Saturday after that.
Okay.
Which I'm very excited for. But that's going to be a long day. That's a 6:30 get there by day, setting things up all day. And I mean, at least you can imbibe along the way, but you're not supposed to do that much. That sometimes it's dangerous. So there you go, guys. There you go. That's the date update that you've all been dying for on the Paul Gallant Show. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. Huey and Spring text in. Paul is a weak-ass simp. Shocker. Yes. This year, been a simp. Been a simp. Someone else texts, well, did he respond? No response from he or her. From the 832. Is there an app that it won't let you send a text after a certain amount of alcohol? There should be.
Oh, there
should be.
You blow into your phone and they're like, nope, airplane mode.
Yeah, that should be.
You're not sending anything.
From the 832, someone says, Paul, what's the rodeo carnival scene like? I'm not interested. I'm just not interested. I've seen Final Destination a few too many times. The Final Destination 3 is the roller coaster one. Final Destination 2 is the highway accident one.
The logs on the
that's
truck.
where you don't drive behind logs on the highway. Final Destination 1, interestingly enough, even with all the aviation issues we've been having of late, Final Destination 1 never scared me. I was never scared about a plane blowing up. Never. But being stuck behind a car with logs in it, scared. Being stuck on a roller coaster at a carnival, which you can tell are not being engineered as well as you would like, staying away from those too. Final Destination 4, I think, was a NASCAR event, or maybe that was the bridge collapse. And then 4 and 5, NASCAR race, bridge collapse.
Did you rewatch these?
No.
Okay. What was
It's been a while since. Well, I've rewatched them, but it's been a while since I've seen them.
Oh, it was the screams that you, for some reason, decided.
Scream, yeah. I don't know why I watched that. I'd like that time back. I would like that time back. I don't know why I got into that. Anyway, that's Sean Mapes Behind the Glass. I'm Paul Gallant. It is the Paul Gallant Show, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. The most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Up next on this fine radio program of ours, we do a little something called the 10-minute drill. We go around the NFL and tell you everything that's happening. We've already got some drama between Daddy and the little man with the Dallas Cowboys. Jerry Jones versus Stephen Jones. What's going on? Stay put. Lots of guys getting cut. Clamped, to quote Andy Dick. There was some TV show. It was a reality TV show. I think it was a mock reality TV show of sorts. And Andy Dick, when he would send people off the show, would make this noise. Clamped. Anyway, guys are getting cut. Yesterday, we talked about some of the receivers that will be finding new homes in 2025. Tyler Lockett, Christian Kirk. We could see some more receivers added to that list in the near future. The surprise last night was the Chargers cut Joey Bosa, saving a good amount of money in doing so. Up next, the Commanders could end up cutting Jonathan Allen. If they can't find a trade partner, The Rams basically said the least likely possibility between trading Cooper Kupp and releasing Cooper Kupp and keeping Cooper Kupp is keeping Cooper Kupp. Devontae Adams has already been released. So lots of cuts happening as we get closer and closer to free agency and the NFL league season officially starting in a couple of days. If you were listening earlier, I hope that the Texans plan to address wide receiver and the offensive line in free agency, but I do not want them to trade for a receiver. I would be okay with them trading for an offensive lineman. This is really all I care about is the wide receivers, the offensive line. I think they're in pretty good shape. Maybe linebacker, someone who's fast and who can cover, but I mean, every team's looking for one of those guys. Jerry Jones is basically stepping all over his little man, Steven, with what he had to say about the Cowboys' offseason approach. I couldn't believe that when asked about Stephen Jones saying the Cowboys will be selectively aggressive, Jerry Jones countered by saying, I don't think aggressive is the right word for our free agency plans. I wonder if there's a power dynamic going on between dad and the kid. I don't think Cowboy fans are happy with this battle because, like, what's the lesser of the two evils here? The old guy who seems to be losing his faculties a little bit and puts his foot in his mouth very often, or the guy who's his son and is in charge of things only because he is a Nepo baby. Which, again, there's lots of Nepo babies in this little game that we like to call life. But I think Cowboys fans are frustrated that that's who you have to pick between. But when you hear Stephen Jones say that the Cowboys are going to be selectively aggressive, and then that Jerry Jones is saying, no, we're not going to be, I don't think I would phrase it that way. We're not going to be doing things in free agency. This could get messy. Something's definitely going on behind the scenes, and I hope that there's somebody on the Dallas Cowboys beat who's going to give us a tell-all soon.
Yeah, this is why teams normally don't have their owner and also their GM and also their what's he co-owner, executive vice president, whatever he is. Like normally you only hear Caserio talk, you hear D'Amico talk. Like
Yes.
all these places you hear the GM, you hear one front office voice and the head coach. Dallas, like you have two different owners that you hear talk. You have the coach that you hear talk. Half their players have podcasts.
I know, my God.
It's just a lot. It's a kind of self-fulfilling prophecy of they get talked about a lot and they're always making headlines for what they say because they say a lot. So now they want to say a lot. Like it's just now they have a bigger platform, so they're going to use it. Yeah. It is crazy the idea of Stephen Jones being like, Dad, let me run the team. I'm old enough I want it all. Let me be the figurehead. I'm 60 years old. I'm ready to take on the mantle.
That's the funny part, right? Because I think Cal McNair's in his 50s. I don't think Cal's that old.
Let me see.
Hell, he might be in his late 40s. Cal McNair age.
He's 63.
He's 63 as well. Okay, never mind. Okay, so kind of in the
youthful energy.
He does have a youthful energy. I agree with that. How old is Hannah McNair? Hannah McNair age is never ask a woman about her age because you can't find it online.
Yeah, it doesn't pop up immediately.
That's smart. If I were Hannah McNair,
yeah, it's not even on. Does she have a Wikipedia?
Per cyber background checks, Hannah McNair, age 43 in Houston, Texas. I don't know if this a rich person is going to be on a website called cyber background checks. But there you go, guys. There you go. Now you've learned a couple of things that you didn't think you would. Bringing it back to the main point, Jerry Jones, Stephen Jones, seems like they're having some issues here. The Cowboys restructured Dak Prescott's contract, freeing up $36.6 million in cap space. I would imagine that makes it less likely that they trade Dak Prescott this offseason. I don't think that's entirely off the table. Also, talking about restructures, Deshaun Watson's contract was restructured again. The Browns saved $36 million in cap space by doing that. Deshaun Watson, everybody.
Great guy. Sacrificing for the team. Looking out for what helps the Browns.
He's just like CeeDee Lamb was. I wonder if this one is one of those situations, though, where he actually did agree to this. Like he's actually helping the Browns out. I guess I would too if they gave me a fully guaranteed contract.
Well, yeah, it's fully guaranteed. So he's going to get the money no matter what. It
Yeah.
really is just like deciding when you get the money. That's what most of these restructures are. It is just like when you get this money, or do you get it all at once, or do you get it spread out? So, yeah, I mean, I don't know how often they can restructure Deshaun Watson's contract, because it seems like they basically have done it every season since he signed it. And normally that just means later on you have to like pay the piper when it comes to this, and it makes them harder to cut, harder to move on from, and then you have to restructure again. But if I'm the Browns, I kind of just want to like take my medicine, get Deshaun Watson off my team as quickly as possible. So I don't know. I don't know what they're doing, but they're the Cleveland Browns.
Pay the piper is an interesting saying,
right?
It is an interesting saying because the Pied Piper,
Yeah.
old flute guy who led all the children to their certain deaths, it's not necessarily the reason that saying is a saying.
Is it like tipping a music act?
If you look up pay the piper means to pay the cost of something, to bear the unfavorable consequences of one's actions or pleasures. So that last one might be the Pied Piper definition.
Yeah.
But
I want to know where it came from.
Yeah.
Because what's a piper?
Good question. I think a piper is someone who plays a pipe instrument of sorts.
Yeah.
By the way, bringing it back to the Browns, they hosted Miami quarterback Cam Ward for a draft visit today. That's got to be weird. What do you ask if you're Cam Ward? Like, so Deshaun Watson, you guys did that.
Hey, can you
Why?
guys not draft me?
Yeah, that's how I'd feel probably doing an interview with him. They also met with Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, and Shadur Sanders, or they're scheduled to meet with them. The Titans hosted Penn State edge rusher Abdul Carter today. So there you go. 10-minute drill, everybody. I'm Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Up next, we continue our countdown to Astros opening day. And guys, I could not possibly get more excited about Cam Smith, especially because he's discovered the key to life. What is that? Something I'm going to try, I think, going forward. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Indeed, it is the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. I can't believe we are Roger Clemens days away from Astros opening day. It's right around the corner. You've got the final season of baseball on ESPN broadcasting some spring training action. Twins are kicking the Yankees' ass 8-0. I see no facial hair of note from the New York Yankees, so I'm kind of confused as to why they decided to make the big announcement about changing their traditions going forward. Really, I don't understand it. Yeah, we're a little more accommodating now. Okay, but no one's taking advantage of this extra accommodation.
Yeah, I saw Garrett Cole still clean shaven.
Still clean shaven.
I think Devin Williams, the closer they just got, they showed him. He had stubble.
Cole has a little more hair, looks a little less clean cut. So that might be it. Like
George is spinning in his grave.
Maybe they did it for Garrett Cole because he's got a little more of the lettuce in the back.
Yeah,
which takes time to grow. By the way, that is the plan for me right now. Trying to grow the lettuce in the back again. Okay. We are 21 days away.
Wow.
Roger Clemens days away.
Snuck that in there. Okay.
It's time for that. Boom. Hit it. Indeed, we are. Cam Smith. I can't get enough of this guy. Cam Smith did an interview, I believe, with the Astros flagship, saying in this interview about a potential call up to the majors. I promise you, when I get that call, I'll be ready. End quote. Sounds like Cam Smith is built for this. Cam Smith is a big Bob Marley guy. How do we know this? Well, there was an article in The Athletic, courtesy of Chandler Rome, right after the Astros made the trade for Cam Smith, talking about him. Before every baseball game that Cam plays, he scans a playlist and finds somewhere to sit in silence. Soft music from Bob Marley and the Wailers is the soundtrack to a routine that transformed him into one of the sport's top prospects. Quote from Smith, 10 deep breaths in through the nose, then 10 deep breaths all the way through the mouth. Let's do this all together, huh? Especially with the peaceful trombone in the background that I know everyone that listens to this show loves. All right. I think we did it. I actually lost count. Should we start over?
I think we did like 7.
Dang. Do we got to start over again? Well, anyway, Cam Smith does that. And once he does his 10 deep breaths through the nose and 10 deep breaths all the way out through the mouth, he's good to go. Meditating is mandatory for Cam Smith. He even does it during games, finding precious seconds between pitches to prioritize his breathing and banish the tension that once hindered him. Downloading the Calm app started Smith's journey, but he doesn't require its guidance anymore. Reggae and relaxation suffice. Ever since I started meditating, pressure has been a lot easier to handle. I'm going to ask the question, does this mean that Cam Smith is more likely to partake?
I think it.
Meditator who listens to Bob Marley?
It would be insane if it made it less likely.
I'd be disappointed in aircraft carrier Cam Smith if he didn't occasionally partake. Wink, wink. Nudge, nudge.
I have a question about meditation.
I've tried it. I've never been able to do it.
Is it something that you can do between pitches? because there's like what 15-second pitch count
Dude,
or pitch clock. Like what qualifies as meditating?
that's a good question.
Like just clearing your mind, but you're doing it for 8 seconds.
I don't know how you do that.
I don't know. I think it needs a new word other than meditating, because meditating, I think, has to be a prolonged experience.
Right. And I mean, you can't do it in the batter's box, really.
Oh.
No. But he does this before the game, and he does it whenever he can in the game. He continued talking about this in that interview that he did on the flagship. I used to be chill. So before every game, I listen to Bob Marley and I meditate. I take 10 minutes to meditate in my quiet room. In 23 in the Cape Cod League, that's how I found my routine before games and in batting practice, slowing my heart rate down. I can't sit here and lie to you and say I'm not nervous every single at bat, because I am. I'm pretty much shaking. If you look closely, my hands are probably going to be shaking because I love this game and I love the people around me, so I want to make everyone proud. Oh no, he doesn't want to let anyone down. So in addition, is it also possible that he perhaps had a dad who was a little bit demanding?
He just listens to Cats in the Cradle.
Yeah.
And then Bob Marley, and then goes out there and plays.
Or maybe a big sister that like is a doctor and you're the idiot of the family, like that's what I'm not speaking from experience. I don't know anyone like that. I don't know anyone like that, but Michael Brantley weighed in on Cam Smith yesterday too. He's a really polished kid from the mental side already. He talks well beyond his years, and it's very impressive. He looks good, very simple, clean swing. I'm excited to see what the Astros have for him in the future. Well, definitely a meditation room. Meditation is not possible. I do not know how anyone does it. My mind is constantly racing. Plus trombone, as you guys can hear now in the background. There's a lot of the trombone going on. Jacob Melton, remember him? Top Astros prospect. Dana Brown has hyped him up before. Jacob Melton got reassigned. That term is an interesting one in 2025, no? He got reassigned. Just say it. It's a weird word to use. Maybe you could say just he was sent to minor league camp, but they said no, he was reassigned to minor league camp. All right. But that's a bummer, because I think a lot of us were hoping that Jacob Melton would have a awesome camp and maybe play his way into the outfield this year, and he's out pretty early.
I think between Melton and, Pedro Leon to a certain extent, and a lot of the Astros prospects, Joey Loperfido, Will Wagner, all these recent Astros prospects, I feel like Cam Smith really kind of puts it in perspective, like, oh no, this is what one of these big time prospects actually looks like.
Yeah.
The rest of these guys, they're the top guys in the Astros system, but the Astros system was very bad. And the first time that they got a top like 100 prospect in MLB was when they traded for Cam Smith. So I think Will Wagner, also Jacob Melton, had a little bit of, hey, they look great, but big fish in a small pond type energy, where now you have the biggest fish. You have an aircraft carrier.
An aircraft carrier, right. That is truly the biggest fish there is. Aircraft carriers are bigger than blue whales. They are. Truly the biggest.
Yeah, look it up.
It's a great point, Sean. Josh Hader is going to be throwing changeups more this year. He hasn't been throwing them since 2017. So hopefully that leads to less him getting absolutely yoinked, because there was a lot of that.
Yeah, gave up more home runs last year than he did in the previous 2 years combined.
It's something else.
Yeah.
Also, more Brendan Rodgers hype. We talked about how Rodgers
more Brendan Rodgers hype.
Brendan Rodgers. Hey, listen, guy won a Gold Glove a couple years ago at second base.
Yeah, not playing in Coors anymore, so he's going to be a good hitter now.
Right, because he said I think I'm more of a C-level player than I am elevation player. And hey, there is something to that. The Pacific Coast League, everyone's bombing them to outer space, and then they come up to the majors, and it's not the same thing. But the Rockies might have been holding Brendan Rodgers back with more than just the elevation they play at. Per many who follow the sport, the Rockies are in the Stone Age when it comes to analytics. This is from Adam Spillane, who's in spring training down in West Palm Beach. Over in West Palm Beach? People tend to make a big deal out of Coors Field splits, but a lot of players leave the Rockies and get better. Why? They are way, way behind in their analytics department. Quote, it's like the Stone Age, end quote, a former coach once told Spillane. Damn. So he's playing at sea level now, and he's not in the Stone Age. Brendan Rodgers, Astros second baseman?
Yeah. He's like, whoa, wait, what's that? What's that tiny computer? And how'd you pick it up without it being plugged into the wall? It's like, Brendan, this is a laptop.
Yeah.
We have laptops.
Huh?
Magic.
Computer?
Yeah. Someone calls them. He's like, what's that?
People in the Rockies are like in Zoolander, where Zoolander and Hansel are trying to get files from inside a computer and they just beat it with hammers.
Yeah.
And they never actually get the files.
I do want to know what Stone Age analytics looks like in terms of MLB teams
must
in
be
2025.
It must be like batting average.
No, but I see. I think that the tide has risen to where it's like what
Past sea level?
Yes, past sea level, to where what we would think Stone Age analytics is. It's like, no, they're better than that. It's just that like what the really what the Rays are looking at, what the Dodgers, what the Astros are looking at, or it's like super in depth, like PhD level analytics, where it's like, oh no, this is still some good stuff here. They're not going like on base percentage. What's that? Get out of here. Let me just look at him. See, let me take a look at this third baseman, see if he's any good.
We'll see what happens this year with this analytics that are not Stone Age for Brendan Rodgers. Hype train, buy it. Buy it now.
Too much too soon?
Too much hype?
No, too much analytics too soon. He's like, what the hell is this?
Yeah.
It's like this is it's like if you ever walked into the wrong classroom in college and you're just like, what the hell are they talking about?
Could be that. All right, guys. You're about to be pissed about a ranking that was put together that insults the greatest athlete, arguably, in this city's history. You'll hear it on the other side. You're going to be so angry. This is just complete disrespect. I'm Paul Gallant. This is the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. I can't believe what Fox Sports just did to the city of Houston. Not only did they extend one middle finger, two middle finger, and then moon us, they disparaged arguably the greatest patriot in Houston history. And yes, I do say that on the anniversary of the end of the battle for the Alamo. I do say that with 100% seriousness. Paul, unbelievable. Where's your respect for Davy Crockett, Sam Bowie? Where is it? No, guys, because Jose Altuve's done more for us than those guys did. Because they did lose. They did lose. They did lose. It was a noble loss, but they did lose. You know? Just have to bring that up.
They covered the spread.
It was a poor man's Thermopylae.
Yeah.
A Thermopylae, for those who don't know, the famous stand of the Spartans against the Persians who were trying to invade back in pre-Son of God days, you know? Fox Sports put out a list featuring the top 10 biggest athletes in Texas. What the hell does that mean? Biggest athletes in Texas? I don't think it's based off of literal size, because Victor Wembanyama would be number one. And then Jose Altuve not being on this list would make sense. It would make sense. But this list is such an FU. I'm going to go through it from 10 through 1. 10. Arch Manning is the 10th biggest athlete in Texas. I could buy into that. Honestly, I might move him up a little bit higher.
Yeah, that's the thing. When you first see this, and he's the only college player on here, you're like, well, there's no way a college player is one of the best athletes. And then you're going, no, it's not the best. It's the biggest. And then, like you said, it becomes, well, maybe he should be higher than 10.
He should be, I think. 9th is Yordan Alvarez. That's cool.
He's big.
He is big.
One of the best players in baseball.
Definitely. Maybe the best hitter. Some are saying he's the best hitter in baseball. 8, Anthony Davis. What?
You should have to play more than one full game to be on this list.
Yes. You have to play more than a game for the team that you're a part of. Great point just to lead off. Also, is Anthony Davis a big deal anymore? I don't think so.
No, I don't think he was ever like he was
coming out of college. He was with the Pelicans. He was since joining LeBron.
I think he's always been a guy who's been a better player than he is a big star. Where there's a lot of guys, you know, in all the leagues, but NBA, NFL, you get a occasionally too, where a guy's a bigger star than they are actually a good player. And I think AD is the opposite, where I think he was a better player than he was like an actual star for a while. So yeah, him, and even now it's continued. Yeah, him being 8 is also weird, especially with the names that you'll say later.
7, Kyrie Irving. Well,
whoops,
he won't be playing
anymore. Is this the Fox Sports curse?
It might be. This was posted today at 1:45 p.m. 6, CD Lamb, Cowboys wide receiver. Okay. 5, top 10 biggest athletes in Texas. Jose Altuve is 5th. And when you hear the names that come after this, you're going to feel like he was disrespected, because Altuve is a future Hall of Famer. Altuve has led the American League in hits from a stretch of 2014 to 2017. He had the most stolen bases, I think, in the American League in the first 2 of those years, 14 and 15. And the entirety of this Astros run, with 2 World Series, with 4 pennants, with 7 division titles, this guy's won an MVP, which no one else on this list can say. I don't think Anthony Davis ever won MVP, right?
No, he didn't.
Did Kyrie win MVP? No. So Altuve's won MVP. 4, CJ Stroud. It's cool that CJ Stroud's 4th. Stroud's got to be behind Altuve.
Yeah, I was going to say, he should be on this list, not this high.
Especially with the year that he just had. 3, Micah Parsons. Should Micah Parsons be this high? He's a loud podcaster that also is a great pass rusher. Maybe the best pass rusher in the NFL.
This is where the word biggest is doing a lot of heavy. I honestly with Stroud too, where it's like these guys are big because one's an NFL starting quarterback, the other one's a player on the Cowboys, like one of the best players on the Cowboys. So yeah, you're naturally going to be like, if they did this list in 2008, would Jason Witten be like number 7? Because Jason Witten was a big deal. He was a big deal.
Yeah, he probably would be. Parsons, I actually get being this high, though, relative to others who are about to go. 2, Victor Wembanyama. I'm sorry, not yet. Not yet. Not even close. I get he's going to win Defensive Player of the Year, but I don't think Wemby's a must-watch attraction right now. Biggest star in Texas, and he's one bleep.
I think he is must-watch, but I don't know if he's actually being the biggest star is like you need some like pelts on the wall.
Yeah,
but yeah, I mean, he should be. I think he should be ahead of Parsons.
I agree with that,
but I feel like they should both be lower. Honestly, Kyrie should be higher. Now I'm looking. Kyrie should be higher than Micah Parsons. Like people were acting like they should fly the flags at half-mast yesterday when Kyrie Irving got hurt.
I know, that's so true. It's like we totally forgot all the dumb stuff that guy said online. Now he's gonna have a lot more time to remind us all like why he's one of the most insufferable players in basketball. Number 1 on this list, and I mean, I bet this list was done to create engagement because this is how you do it. Number 1 on this list, Dak Prescott. So this is going to be one of those things that gets hate engagement. So that's Fox Sports top 10 biggest athletes in Texas. 1, Dak Prescott. 2, Wemby. 3, Micah Parsons. 4, CJ Stroud. 5, Jose Altuve. 6, CeeDee Lamb. 7, Kyrie Irving. 8, Anthony Davis. 9, Yordan Alvarez. 10, Arch Manning. Altuve's got to be top 3. Come on. What are we doing here? Paul, you don't even know what biggest means. I know that Altuve should be higher on this list. What are we doing? We're better than this. We are better than
a lot of comments saying Luka should be number 1. Oh wait, a lot of Luka talk in these. He's a California. When they do the California list, then you'll get to Luka.
Yeah. Man, if Luka was still here, Luka would be number 1.
Rangers fans saying, "Where's Corey Seager and Adolis Garcia?"
I don't know who either of those people are.
Marcus Simeon getting a shout out.
Marcus Simeon, yeah, the guy who started the fight with the Astros. I'm kidding about Adolis Garcia. What's his name?
Seager.
Yeah, whatever. Again, the Rangers dead and gone forever, in my opinion.
Someone misunderstands this and says Patrick Mahomes and Simone Biles. Simone Biles
should be on that.
Maybe.
But she is definitely like the smallest athlete in Houston.
Yeah.
I'm not sure she's 5 feet tall.
I don't think she is.
Yeah. Anyway, guys, there you go. I'm outraged by this. Outraged.
Biggest. I have some pride. Throw best out there.
Mm-hmm.
It's equally as nebulous and impossible to actually do because you're just comparing guys that play different sports. And are you saying best resume or best right now, currently?
Yeah.
But just throw best. Biggest is like such a cop out where it's just biggest. It's just saying like, hey, we're putting famous people on a list. That's what, when you put biggest out there, that's what you're saying.
Someone's pushed back on the idea that Yordan Alvarez is a better hitter than Shohei Ohtani. First off, how dare you? Second, oh, look at me. I'm Shohei Ohtani. I have a fancy Asian swing. And he does. That it's not fair. They have a cooler swing than us. That, based off of an article I read, may have a little bit of their samurai culture involved. You know, the Japanese love katanas. They love messing around with those things. What they do? They're the samurai culture, man.
I don't think they mess around with them.
I've seen The Last Samurai and Shogun.
Yeah.
And Tokyo Vice, though there's less samurai swords in that. I've seen all of those things. And what I'm trying to tell you is Shohei Ohtani's swing, like if Yordan Alvarez got to have that swing, imagine how much better he'd be. So seriously, imagine how much better he'd be. That swing is a cheat code. It's a cheat code. It's like the little golf putter thing. You know what I'm talking about? That one, the one belly putter.
Yeah,
that guy
ball
sucks.
putter.
I hate that guy. I forget his name. This is Paul on golf. Belly putter guy sucks. Jail. He should be put in jail.
I think they did outlaw them.
Good. Yeah.
They because It started with one guy, and then they all started doing it, and they all started becoming way better putters.
Yeah, man. So that makes sense. I just hate that exists, and I hate that Shohei Ohtani has that cheap swing. It is a cheap swing. It's cheating. Shohei Ohtani is cheating.
It's the only reason Japan beat the U.S.
It is. It is.
World Baseball Classic.
And I'm only saying that because he's a Dodger. I do actually like Shohei Ohtani. Those swings are cool. Don't you wish like you learned how to swing like that growing up?
I think
I have no idea how to do it. Like I've watched it, and if you've ever played like backyard wiffle ball, me and my buddy, we used to like create like team names, and we had different player names for each team, and we had like different stances for them, and you had to bat left-handed at least 3 times and stuff like that. And I don't know how you can swing like that. It just doesn't. It seems to defy all physics. It's so smooth and sick looking. And if Jordan had that, he'd be better than Shohei. Way better. Way better. Everyone knows it.
They should have. Yeah, they have swords in the Dominican or in Cuba, right? Like the.
I don't want to
pirate
sound
swords?
problematic here. I think there's more machetes these days.
Yeah.
Like the Haiti especially.
Yeah, learn how to swing those.
With the old barbecue, who's running the show in Haiti. It's just like a warlord named Barbecue. Might be a cannibal. Not kidding. So there you go, guys. Now you know more about Haiti.
I was just saying they have swords too, so they should. Swing cool too.
I get it, but I don't think they have cool swords.
Like the cutlass.
Nah, man. The cutlass was cool, but like I'm sure the cutlasses that they have from the pirates, these things have got to be like 200, 300, 400 years old.
Yeah,
because piracy was outlawed in the Caribbean. Except for in that movie, Pirates of the Caribbean. Paul, This is an abortion of a segment. Stop, okay? Stop. It's Fox Sports' fault. I'm Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Sean Mapes Behind the Glass on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next on this fine radio program of ours, I think Hunter Brown is the third most important Houston Astro, but he might be rising the ranks as one of my favorite players on the team. Not because of what he's doing on the mound, entirely because of what a character the guy is. You'll hear what a character he is next. Stick around.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Earlier in the show, I made the argument that Hunter Brown, of all the Houston Astros not named Jose Altuve and Yordan Alvarez, is their third most important player. I know this is peak Mark conversation. I get it. This is what you do in March when all we've got to go off of are telegrams from Brian McTaggart about what Jose Altuve is doing in left field. This is all we got to go off of. But I feel like Hunter Brown, especially with how Joe Espada talks about him as a leader here when asked who's going to fill the void left by Alex Bregman, is one of many reasons that I think he gets that number 3 mantle.
To click is going to be Jeremy Pena. Jeremy Pena has that presence. You could see him having that moment in the clubhouse when he will like to speak up, but, Breggy or Jose say something. But I could see Jeremy Pena taking some of that leadership role, on the position player side. Hunter Brown is someone who's also very sneaky. He's taking over some of those young pitchers. So I could see Hunter Brown also having some of that leadership that we saw from guys like JV in the past.
And I mean, look what he did from May on when he started throwing that sinker. Things got a lot better. Now, my hope is that Brown can keep doing what he did last year. And there's always a chance that adjustments are made. And maybe it's not as easy for him as it was over those last couple of months. But there's something about Hunter Brown that I really enjoy. I think his nickname was Motor last year.
Diesel,
that's it. Thank you. Diesel. And I'm not sure I buy that as a nickname, but this guy seems to have a screw loose. The Astros put out this video with a bunch of players explaining why they are tattooed the way that they are. If you don't know, Hunter Brown, his right arm, no tattoos, moneymaker. His left arm, completely sleeved up. Here he is explaining the tattoos on his left arm.
I'll start at the beginning. I got blessed to the outside of my forearm. Really like tigers, like big cats. Try to be the hunter, not the hunted. See that? See what I did there? The ship. No idea I was going to get that. Walked in there that day. Thought it was a cool saying, like that ship has sailed. Life changes so fast. Changed that day when I permanently blasted that on my forearm again. It's a dandelion I got. There's a field at the end of my street when I was a kid. I used to blow dandelions and wish that I would make it to the big leagues. And there I was 20 years later. And then I got an eagle way up here that probably nobody ever gets to see. I was done with my sleeve. I had no more ideas. And I just told my tattoo artist to do whatever he wanted. And he was like, yeah, I love birds. So that's kind of how that happened. This arm right here, business purposes only. That's it.
So this is the guy who just gets random things tattooed on his arm. He's a little unhinged. I like it. Of all of those explanations for the thing that he has on his arm, the fun one is where he just got an eagle at the top of his sleeve. And this is guys talking tats right now, in case you didn't know. Tat Talk Radio. And he got it just because he wanted someone to fill it out. I get a kick out of people that do that with tattoos, where they're like, yeah, screw it. Just draw something on me. I say this because one of my best friends, who I lived with for a couple of years, he had let any person just do tats on him. And some of the tats were so bad. Like as bad as we get closer and closer to St. Patrick's Day. Have you seen the leprechaun sketch?
Yes.
Yeah. The infamous leprechaun sketch. Yeah. Someone basically drew what was supposed to be a monkey that kind of came off the same way that the leprechaun sketch, expert leprechaun sketch came off as. It looked like a Teletubby. Remember those?
Yeah.
I remember one of my earliest memories is listening to Tom Brokaw on NBC basically lead off the 7 o'clock news and like, is Tinky Winky gay? So one of the goofiest things I've ever seen.
I mean,
that was my friend with tats, and that's Hunter Brown with tats.
Yeah, from the people I know that have a bunch of tattoos, because yes, this is Tat Talk with two guys with a
No tattoos.
combined zero tattoos.
Kind of want to get one now that I see Hunter Brown, though.
He did make it seem cool. Basically, they start off meaningful, and then they hit a line, once you get past like a certain amount of tattoos, unanimously through all my friends that have a bunch of tattoos, you just start kind of going, yeah, this seems cool, whatever. You just walk in, oh yeah, dealer's choice. That is crazy, dude. That's a lot of trust to go like, I want something at the top of my arm. What you got? Don't tell me.
Don't tell me. Just
get
surprise
cracking.
me.
Get cracking on it.
I mean, what if he drew something that he didn't like? And again, it's not like his tattoo selection is great. Like, oh, I like tigers, and I want to be a hunter.
That is very much. He is 18 years old.
Yes. Hey, now it was funny that he made that little whimsical joke at the end. I got a ship because that ship has sailed. It's a cool saying. What?
The only one was the dandelion one, where it's like the dandelions at the end of my street. We grew up.
That makes sense.
Yeah, wishing that would be an MLB player. Look at me now. It's like, okay, that I got that one.
None of the other ones make any sense. And I listen, I love it.
I think he also has like a World Series one that makes sense.
Mhm.
Like there's like a couple that you're like, okay. And then yeah, the ones that we played where he's just like, I don't know, man. Woke up wanting a tattoo that day.
Third most important Houston Astro, Hunter Brown.
The fate of the 2025 Astros
rests on the
untattooed arm.
Rests on the untattooed arm of a man who truly just says, screw it.
Yeah, buckets only I guess pitching only.
Maybe a screw loose.
I like that. I do think that to be a pitcher, maybe just a baseball player, but especially a pitcher,
gotta be a little unhinged.
I think you gotta have a little
edge, a little something extra.
You can't be completely normal and then also be awesome at pitching.
Right. Because, every now and then you're going to have to throw a little chin music.
Yeah.
Back off, bitch. Back off the plate. Move. Get out the way. Get out the way. Get out the way. Move. Get out the way.
Hunter Brown's like, that's what I listened to before. As Cam Smith is listening to Bob Marley, I'm listening to Ludacris and his giant hands in the music video.
I think he's coming to the rodeo on Friday.
Oh, is he really?
I'm wondering, that's the Bun B party, I think. Should I go?
Just to support one of the great actors in Fast and Furious?
I kind of want to go.
Value member of the team.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Although, R.I.P. Ja Rule. R.I.P.
Well,
could have been in the franchise.
Yeah.
I mean, Ja
his
Rule,
acting career.
Ja Rule's acting career I guess he has
after Too Fast, Too Furious.
At least he got in Firefest 1.
Oh no, he was in the first one, and then he got replaced in Too Fast.
He got replaced by Ludacris in Too Fast, Too Furious. And then like all the music stopped and he's washed up. Josh Hader, Astros closer, also got some tattoos in this video that the Astros posted of a bunch of Astros players explaining the meaning behind their tattoos. Here is Hader.
I got a deer on my arm with a dagger. Kind of fell in love with hunting and obviously the passion that was driven through that. I got the black Mamba on my hand. That's for the man Kobe. The way he handled his business. I got my leg. I don't think I'm going to break that out.
Okay, first off, what's on his leg? I'm wondering what he put on his leg.
Maybe he just didn't want to pull down his pants in front of
I would assume
Astros
that.
social media.
But there's a part of me that kind of hopes like he's got something just completely ridiculous on the leg. Like perhaps there's a drawing of a dong or something like that. But the other thing too, the Black Mamba one. Okay.
For the man himself.
I gotta say, it's to me, it's a little weird for a white guy to get a Kobe Bryant tattoo. No,
What?
I think it's a little weird. Also, like, Kobe, I appreciate how he handled his business. Well, what business we talking about? Hopefully not lawsuit settlements and buying engagement rings to make up for those. That's a part of what he did.
Yeah.
It's a part of his story. But yeah, I don't want to hear more from Josh Hader. I do want to hear more from Hunter Brown. Loved hearing from Hunter Brown.
Yeah, I will say Josh Hader didn't really blow me away with his personality. All of his things, you were just kind of like, yeah, deers.
Yeah.
I like hunting.
Yeah.
So here's a deer with a knife in it.
Right. See, if he had just like stuck with that, that would make sense. But it's like, okay, so on one side, you're kind of hick. Nothing wrong with that. On the other side, you like Kobe Bryant.
Shout out to the man himself.
Pick a lane. You gotta pick a lane. Unless, I'm Josh Hader. I'm a man of range. Okay, fine. But
you should see what he's got on his legs.
I do want to see that. Is there such thing as white mambas? Oh, no, that's just Brian Scalabrine.
Albinos.
Diana Taurasi per Kobe Bryant.
What had the Mamba mentality?
She was the white Mamba. Diana Taurasi, the white Mamba.
I like that. I like that Kobe got to hand it out like he's a king giving out titles.
That's pretty funny. It's a weird one.
I mean, he gave himself the nickname, so he can give it to other people too.
From the 832, Paul, you truly are a bitch. Every time you mention Kobe, you mention his mistakes, never his greatness. Typical media bitch. How does it make me a bitch? I think it just makes me an a-hole Celtics fan, mostly. That's really what it makes me. He got a ring over the Celtics. What do you want me to say? They did win. The typical media bitch, like, it happened. Like, it's so funny. Like, oh, the thing in Colorado didn't happen that there was a long trial about. I used to like Kobe before that too. I'm not even kidding. I had a Kobe Bryant jersey.
Wow.
As a kid growing up in Boston. I did. Wow. I had a Kobe Bryant 8 jersey, and then one day it was gone. I think my mom got rid of it. Mom just torched it or something like that. I liked them. I liked those early Lakers teams before I understood that I was supposed to hate the Lakers. I did like them. Yeah. I like, they were fun to play with in NBA Live 2000. What do you want from me?
Yeah. Probably should have gone a Shaq one though, in hindsight.
Yeah, well, it wouldn't be believable. You know, I was always like, I don't want to be the big guy because I was always so scared my entire life of being fat. And not like Shaq was fat, but just big.
Yeah, he got there.
Yeah. From the 281, Paul has definitely hooked up with a white chick sporting Japanese tattoos. Wow, this is a very specific text. I'm kind of blown away by how specific it is.
And?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
Not to my knowledge. Yeah, I don't think so. From the 281, why do pitchers get sleeve tattoos only on their non-pitching arm? Superstitious? Well, I would assume that it hurts for a couple of days after you get the tattoo and maybe makes it a little more difficult to throw, right? Like, again, never gotten a tattoo. Sean's never gotten a tattoo. But I would assume that if that arm is your life.
I think it's also fun to just go like, this one's business.
I do too.
I think it's just a fun thing to do.
It adds to his mystique.
Like, basketball players will do the same thing too. It's obviously some don't seem to care. But other ones, like I think Nick Young was that way, where he got tattoos on his left arm, and he said the right one's for buckets only. It's just a fun thing to do.
It is. It is fun. He's Sean. I'm Paul. This is the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call, to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Coming up on this fine radio programs of ours. Fine radio programs of ours. Goodness gracious, Paul. I'm blaming the allergies for that one. I'm blaming the allergies. If you want to weigh in on what the Texans offseason plan should be, if you want to weigh in on who the third best Astro is, if you got a better argument than mine for Hunter Brown, third most important Astro, better argument than Hunter Brown, have at it. You want to talk about the Rockets game against the Pelicans tonight and expectations for them going forward, also on the table. But up next, how far is too far? I might be about to come after Bill Belichick for something that I feel like he needs to stop doing. Stay put and find out what.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call to text. From the 832, pitchers only get the off arm tatted to avoid the possible nerve damage from tattoos. That's the best explanation we've got. You can get nerve damage from a tattoo? Dang.
I can't imagine super likely.
But, I mean, that's what you're paying for, right? Say you get a tattoo from somebody who's an amateur, someone who's learning. I mean, you got to go deep to get that ink in, right?
Yeah, but if you're a professional, come on. If you're a professional baseball player, you got it. You can't
Let's not act like all athletes have the best judgment, though. You know, there could be an athlete who's counting his pennies, might be extremely cheap guy who thinks to himself, I'm going to get a little bit of a budget for the tattoo I get. It's not advised. You should pay top dollar. You don't want the guy to screw it up. You want it to look the way it's supposed to. But per these texters, this has happened before. That's why all pitchers do it. I bet there are some pitchers that have gotten their pitching arm tatted up.
Oh yeah,
maybe just
I think
sleeve.
I think Josh Hader did, right? Let me pull up that video, but I'm pretty sure Josh Hader had both arms tattooed.
I think so. I'm looking at it right now. Yep, a little bit on both. Also, Taylor Scott was interviewed in that. Taylor Scott had some South African things that he was, I think, getting tatted.
Well, one was
not apartheid. What?
One was just a baseball that said "believe" on it.
Yeah, it was kind of his was of all the injuries in this Astros video that they posted showing Astros players' tattoos. That one was probably the lamest. All right, guys, time for a little game that we like to call "How Far Is Too Far." It is too far for Bill Belichick to call his North Carolina football program the 33rd team. They are doing that. It is lame to do that. I love Bill Belichick, greatest coach in football history. Blah, blah, blah. His time with the Giants, his time with the Patriots, his brief soiree with the New York Jets. It was the best the Jets have been that couple of hours before the cocktail napkin. He got his signature on it, his John Hancock. The North Carolina Tar Heels cannot call themselves the 33rd team. So I guess how far is too far? Where would North Carolina be appropriately ranked if they're calling themselves the 33rd team as if they're the 33rd team that's just outside of the NFL?
Yeah, like their prime Alabama or Georgia.
Yeah, it's because Alabama or Georgia, one of those teams.
Yeah, like 2022.
Saban, Alabama, or Kirby Smart, Georgia, and maybe Dabo Swinney, Clemson back in the day has a case.
Yeah.
These are the programs that actually could say, we're basically a pro team. These are the programs that we talk about and wonder whether or not they could beat an NFL team, even though it's crazy to think that they could beat an NFL team. But how far would be too far for North Carolina as far as themselves calling themselves the 33rd team? I feel like you can't have North Carolina lower than 83. But I feel like they're probably closer to 83 than they are to 33.
Yes, for sure.
I'm not even sure they're
so that's
65.
That's what? That's like 50. Basically, we're just adding 50.
Yeah. I mean, they're a top 50 college football program.
Yeah.
Which is an embarrassment considering the amount of money that that institution makes. It's
also
embarrassing.
Well,
North Carolina should be good at football.
Also, you got to count the UFL.
Yeah.
They're lower than UFL teams.
That's
there's some UFL teams
true.
that there's some college teams that I actually would think would beat
Would be the UFL team.
UFL
Yeah, I think
team.
so. I think so.
But UNC is not one of them.
I think saying that North Carolina is the 85th team would be too far.
They could be ranked this year, though.
They could be ranked, but I mean, even with Bill Belichick running the show.
They're like 20th.
No one is
Yeah.
expecting them to be top 10 or in the college football playoff conversation. No one's expecting that.
No, that if you're expecting that, that is asking
Colorado
a little bit.
has a more clear path to being the 33rd team.
Yeah,
They do.
They
Like,
have an easier path to doing something they also won't do.
How far is too far? A British construction worker accidentally killed his friend in a game of who can take a punch best. And he was sentenced to 2.5 years in jail. How far is too far? As far as time served in jail for killing your friend in, again, a game of who can take a punch best. The backstory to this who can take a punch best game. Jason Thomas, 40, had been drinking and taking cocaine with Liam Morgan Whittle, 22.
Okay, hold on. 40 and 22.
They're friends. I don't think they're best friends.
I'm blowing right past the cocaine. I'm just going with 18-year gap between these two buddies. Okay, continue.
The two started to boast about who could take a punch the best. Thomas then punched his pal twice in quick succession, knocking him unconscious. He died from catastrophic head injuries from the two punches. I'm not sure that they were really friends. The two punches seems aggressive. One probably
I was going to say,
enough.
It's not who takes punches the best. It's who takes a punch the best.
This would be acceptable in a mutual combat state like Texas and or Washington, the two mutual combat states, assuming that there is proof that this was agreed upon before.
That's also where my mind was going.
I think you got it. You can't go further than 10 years on this, but I feel like it should be closer to 10 years. 2.5 seems very light.
I was going to say, you either have to take this at face value and say 0, or it has to be a while. Like, there's no like, well, he only kind of tried to kill him. Like this, that just seems like a weird middle ground that I don't think should exist in this situation. Yeah, I also think that if you're the guy who wins who can punch the hardest competition, or I'll say, if you get drunk and do cocaine with someone 18 years younger than you, and you accidentally punch them twice and kill them, maybe not accidentally. I would definitely come up with we're having a contest to see who can, and I went first, and he died. So we'd never know. We'll never know.
This is one of those things where did they record it? Like, I'm wondering how do you determine this?
I need an eyewitness to be like, yes, that's the actual contest they had, not this 40-year-old just killed a 22-year-old.
Right, yeah. Maybe it was caught on camera.
I can't get over it. Like, I guess
40 and 22. Well, they're construction workers, so
are they work together?
Yeah.
Okay.
Who can take a punch best? It's a game.
Killing a friend. Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
How far is too far continues. Honestly, at this point, the Lily Phillips and Bonnie Blue war of like, who won't they have sex with to get clout? I don't even know if we're at rock bottom because they keep on finding new ways to shock us, whether it's sleeping with 1,000 people in a day or 100 people in an hour.
Being pregnant.
Right. With
apparently being pregnant.
One of them
being pregnant.
We've now got this. Lily Phillips is now sleeping with elderly men in nursing homes on camera. I mean, she is providing a service, I suppose. I mean, when I'm stuck in a nursing home after my family forgets about me, I mean, I would love for this to happen, I bet. Pretty good way to go.
There are worse things.
Wouldn't mind going out like Johnny Cochran allegedly did in the midst of the throes of passion. So,
is this
I don't think this is too far. I really just want to know how far Lily Phillips takes it. Like, what's next for Lily Phillips and Bonnie Blue? They are breaking ground in this like beef that they seem to have with one another, where they're constantly trying to one up each other.
It's like Sosa McGuire. It's like I don't know if it's beef or if it's just two competitors pushing each other to the limit.
One of them's going to go to jail.
Yeah, they definitely will go too far. This isn't too far, but they will go too far. One of them will at some point, and break a law.
How far is too far? Every Thursday, 2:30 here on the Paul Gallant Show. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. You can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can go join us on Twitch at ESPN 975. Another question about, hey, where's Joe? Joe is now upper management. Joe George, but he left the show for family reasons. We wish him the best. He still works at the station. Good to see him in the office today. It's now the Paul Gallant Show. That's all I got. But we got to reset it every single time someone asks. And we'll be doing that for a little bit, I imagine. Appreciate everybody who has stuck around for just me and Sean.
How far is too far? How long are we gonna?
Whenever someone asks, I will answer
Okay.
as quickly as
But
I
just
can.
like when will it become like, if you don't know by now, like if someone asks like, hey, where's Vanessa? Like that'd be crazy.
The person might have been in a coma or something like that. Now, how far is too far? I feel like what's too far is the way that when radio hosts leave, unless they're leaving for another job, like people act like they never existed.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah.
I hate that. I absolutely hate that. Like you just move on, like, all right, they're gone. They never existed. Like, I remember we kind of did that at the Flagship with Mike Meltzer, and it rubbed me the wrong way. Meltzer had been there a decade. And I'd been there a while. I'd been there 7 years, but it was 7 years. Okay. And I mean, they did Rich Lord on the way out, but like still, even then, wasn't that nice. I hate the way that it ends. It's always like so abrupt and unceremonious. And then like they're basically expecting that no one's going to catch on that you shook things up. It's weird. It's a weird mindset to have. Anyway, I am Paul Gallant. This is the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. We've got garbage time and some final thoughts before a big Rockets game tonight. Are they going to stop a 7-game road losing streak? They better. Holy crap. Stay put.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Last chance to dance, Paul Gallant Show. A text from the 832. People only get one arm sleeved for two reasons. I think this person has a tattoo or two. This is Talking Tats Radio. They're too much of a bitch to get the other one tattooed. Hey, or because they like the douche look. They then only take photos posing with one arm sleeved, pointing at the camera, and never the non-tattooed arm. This is so specific. This is really, really specific, sir. I'm guessing this guy believes that if you get one arm tattoo sleeved, you need two arms tattoo sleeved. I feel like that's for the Navy. Allen Iverson, perhaps. It is interesting contrast. I'll say that. It's a conversation starter. Hey, why do you guys leave on one arm and not on the other?
Again, I think you have to go. This one's for business only. And it's even better if you're not a professional athlete. And so people have to ask, like, huh?
Everyone's out.
What?
Everyone's out. All right, guys. Rockets play the Pelicans tonight. Win. Good God. The Pelicans stink.
Yeah. Should not be you said big game. Only a big game if they lose. It's not a big game if they win. It's one of those classic games. Astros have them from time to time with the series where if you win, great. We're probably not going to talk a lot about it. If you lose, oh my God, we're going to have to talk so much about it.
I know. Ugh. I don't want to. I just don't. Take care of business.
Hey, do us a favor, guys.
I don't want to. I mean, I've already ranted about no one playing on Monday and then ranting about everyone playing Tuesday and losing despite not playing on Monday.
Yeah.
Do not give me an 0-for-3 week where you lose 3 of the 4 games that you played, or you lose all 3 of the 3 games that you played in 4 days. Please don't.
We're Adrian and Rocky 2.
Yes.
Win.
We need it
after complaining about you all week.
Yeah.
Like Adrian and Rocky 2.
We need it. We need at least one win for this approach that they took, which was to rest everybody for the first game, which is so dishonorable. All right, time for some garbage time. Let's go. Guess what, guys? Firefest 2.0. It's happening. But the funny thing is, no one knows it's happening once again. Billy McFarland, remember him? The guy who went to jail for defrauding people for the infamous Firefest influencer party where people got trapped and permits weren't signed and all sorts of bleep hit the fan. Well, tickets to the second Fire Festival went on this week. It's supposed to take place on Isla Mujeres, a tropical island off of Cancun. But the government in Isla Mujeres denies knowing anything about it. They said, quote, "For us, this is an event that does not exist." Billy McFarland, for his part, the convicted fraudster, on Instagram posted, "Actually, guys, it does exist." Who do you believe? The local politicians of the, what's it called?
Isla Mujeres.
Isla Mujeres.
Lady Island. Island of Ladies.
I want to go there now.
Yeah, right?
You know what? I might be in on Firefest too.
I can see why Billy McFarland, while you're just reading the names of all these islands, you're like, yeah, that one sounds good.
Let's go.
I do not, to answer your question,
I do not believe Billy McFarland.
I don't trust Billy McFarland.
I don't trust him at all. I can't believe anyone trusts him. The fact that people are buying this, like, what do you want to happen? Are you a masochist that wants to inflict pain on yourself so that you can post on social media about how you got duped like a dumbass?
Yes, that's what it's
There's
for.
no excuse this time. This last time there was an excuse. Like they did a good advertising campaign and Ja Rule was there. Ja! Where is Ja? Ja's going to be on the island.
I want to know what Ja thinks about Firefest too. And in a time like this, what does Ja think?
What does Ja think? It's a good question. So there you go, guys. Firefest 2, it's happening unless it's not per the Isla de Mujeres, which is where this is taking place. So there you go. That's going to wrap up today's edition of the Paul Gallant Show. Big thanks to everyone who listened, and especially our texters, callers, YouTubers, and Twitchers. For Sean Mapes behind the glass, I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell, and have yourselves a wonderful Thursday. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace!
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Branham. It's Brian behind the glass. Thursday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Blankers, I was meditating a little bit before the show.
Yes,
Cam
as you
Smith
do.
and I meditate before we do things. And I was scrolling through TikTok as I was meditating, and I was wondering, have you joined the dark side of TikTok?
No.
What would it take for us to get you to sign up for TikTok?
Why would I join TikTok?
A lot of things. I find all of my advice on TikTok. I find all of my recipes on TikTok. I find all of the inspiration to eat better and get healthy and then never do it on TikTok. I follow a juice guy that juices on TikTok. I think TikTok has taught me more in my life than my parents ever did.
Okay, well, that's good.
So
for
that's
you.
why you should be on TikTok.
I don't think I need all that.
Debatable.
Okay.
You don't want that stuff in your life. You don't want wellness. You don't want health. You don't want financial freedom. How to get your biceps a little bigger. Although you're doing pretty good for yourself.
Thank you. I think I can find other ways to get those kind of things when I need them.
All right, Brian.
Why
Brian
do you
has
want me on
TikTok.
TikTok?
I think you would enjoy it. I think you would enjoy it. Plus, I'd have another friend on TikTok and a new follower at Jeremy J. Brown. Brian,
My daughter would love it.
Brian would be your first follower.
Oh yeah,
Sure, I'd follow you.
Sure, he would.
Brian's on TikTok.
I am. I don't think I've posted anything.
I think he's on TikTok because it suggests me adding him as a friend, and I haven't done it.
TikTok's all videos, right?
He mostly, 99%. Like there's still shot photos and stuff, but it's mostly that. I had a dude scare me yesterday into like not turning my headset on as much. Like I had him, Dave. Dave came up to me. He's like, you should keep your headset as low as you possibly can for as long as you can because you're gonna go deaf. So like I'm trying to.
He's not wrong.
Keep it low.
He's not
I'm
wrong.
a little scared.
Yeah, my hearing has over the years of doing all the NBA games and having the audio in your ears jacked way up. Yeah, your hearing does suffer.
Yeah, I feel like mine's been not as good as it used to be. So maybe that's the sign of it deteriorating. That's how it works, right? When things aren't as good now as they used to be. I think I might be doing the same thing. Did you see this DK Metcalf report? Now, one thing that we should qualify this, like, and we talk about this all the time when we bring up rumors and reports. A lot of times they're wrong, those rumors and those reports. Also, the demand, sometimes they don't get met. You end up selling player for far less than what that initial demand could have been. But Rossini, how do you say her first name?
Diana Rossini.
Diana Rossini, who, like, we should start.
Did you just ask how to say Diana?
I always butcher her name. Diana.
Diana?
Yeah,
because it's a pretty common name.
I think she spells it differently, though.
I'm
so,
just
like, how
surprised
it
that the
looks,
two names you got tripped up on Diana and not
Rossini's
Rossini.
easy. Rossini's easy. But I think she spells it funny. Like, how do you normally spell Diana?
Dianna?
She spells it with one N.
Okay.
And it kind of like trips me out. Like, I'm an idiot. We know this. We've made it very clear that this is not the show for the intellectuals. This is not the show for the doctors and the professors of the world, or even just the MLA high school teacher in 9th grade. So I almost butchered her name again. Diana Rossini.
I kind of with BMAC on this one. That one's. I understand there are some challenging ones. That one seems to be pretty easy.
Should we get into some of the spelling on the rundown here real quick to show our intellectual
because I actually
side?
high road you as much as possible when you
I wish you
have
would
issues with
start low roading me. Can we make that a thing?
We should strive to take the low road whenever possible. On the show.
There's too many people that take the high road. We need to be taking
it's crowded.
More of the low road.
It's crowded.
One of the things, right? And whenever you like, who was the great author? We wouldn't know this for the Killer Bees. Take the path less traveled. Like the low road is the path less traveled. So many people are doing the right thing. So many people are doing the kind thing, the thing that is good. I feel like us, the Killer Bees in the Hive, should aspire to take the low road and always do what is wrong.
I mean, the Twitch audience already does.
A no-brainer. Yeah, they don't need to be encouraged to do that.
We should just jump in right in with them and take the low road.
Let's take the low road. But anyways, a long way to get to what we think of Diana Rossini.
I'm proud of you.
I had to say it slow. I had to slow it down for Brad. I'm Diana Rossini. Like, we need to start on a scale of 1 to 10 how much we trust these reporters, right? So, like, how much do you trust Diana Rossini?
I think she's reputable. I think she's trustworthy. I think she has a lot of contacts.
There was I think it might have been Rappaport that was like absolutely crushing her a few weeks ago. I think she gets a lot of stuff. It was the Rodgers thing. It was the Aaron Rodgers thing where she was like, the Jets told Rodgers that he can't go on McAfee. And I think it was Rappaport that was like, that never happened.
Well, then McAfee kind of backed it up.
There's a lot of people that don't think Rossini does a whole lot of there's a lot of people that don't think she's as credible as you do. Look, we have our different scales and we see and read different things. So it shouldn't be the same. It shouldn't be universal. I'll put Rossini at a 4. I put her at a 4 on the trust meter.
I think
Branham trust meter.
Most of these national people, unless they're so high at the top, like a Schefter or Rappaport, they're kind of susceptible to just taking information directly from agents. You see that Tom Pelissero does that sometimes. You feel like he's literally copy and pasting something an agent told him. But I would put Rossini a little higher than a 4. I'd go 6.5.
I'm at a 6.5, 7.
All right, so 6.5, 7, 6.5. I'm at a 4. Take the low road. But she's reporting that the Seahawks' demand for DK Metcalf is a first and a third round pick. There is the report that DK Metcalf also wants $30 million. So we talk about trading for a player, and it's usually the double whammy. First, you have to please the team that you're trading with and meet their requirements for said player. And then usually you're looking to lock up, extend that player, unless you're Bill O'Brien. You trade for Laramie Tunsil, then Laramie Tunsil has you over the barrel in a few months. So $30 million on DK, first and a third for Seattle. Where do you stand with this on your desire of wanting DK Metcalf as a Houston Texan?
It's a lot. I think that, I understand it from teams that are in desperate need of a 1. And I think that he's fully capable wherever he goes of being a 1. And he's 27? I mean, he's in the prime of his career. I think that the fact that you get double whammied, you give up the first and the third, and maybe you get that down, but with competition, and there's so many teams looking for wide receiver that all it takes is two teams to be interested, and you can start watching that price go up. I think a 1 and a 3 is extremely high, and you have to pay the 30 right on top of it. As much as I'd love to see him here for the Texans, I don't think it's the right move. I'd be out.
Yeah, this is too much for me. There's one, do I want to pay the price of a first and a third? I don't. I don't want to trade a first and a third for DK Metcalf. I think DK Metcalf is very, very good, but I don't want to trade the first and the third. And then secondly, how are you scraping the barrels to come up with $30 million a year? So one of it's like, I'm not that interested in the price for DK Metcalf. And then secondly, I don't see how it is feasible for them to pay DK Metcalf.
Yeah, that's like, I think I could get myself to being okay with the first and third. Like, I was already okay with the first. I'd probably, I'd bite my nails a little bit over giving up the third also, but I could probably get myself to a point where I'm okay with that. The problem is, like, you have so many contracts coming up with Stingley and Will Anderson Jr. Plus, I mean, what message are you sending to Nico? Is Nico going to, I think he just restructured, but maybe Nico wants another deal because you're bringing in DK at a higher number than he's at. And not to mention, obviously, the biggest number in the room, you're going to have to pay CJ Stroud probably a year from right now. So, and they're already kind of right up against the cap, even with guys coming off the books like Autry and a few others, after this next season. I just don't think it makes sense for their cap flexibility to give $30 million to DK while they still have to pay Stingley, Will Anderson, and Stroud within a year or two.
And I think because of the fact that there are teams that are willing to that are really desperately trying to unload guys, and it depends on how you feel about each guy. But one, Devontae Adams is out there, and Devontae Adams, you don't know what his price tag is, but you don't have to give up anything to get him. I think that he would understand he would be the number 2, and if you could get that down to the numbers that we were talking about, and maybe in that ballpark, there's a solution. Doesn't cost you nearly as much. I think he could be just as productive in this system. I think Cooper Kupp's another guy. And again, that's 2 at 19 plus a year. And I don't know if you restructure that or he'd be willing to restructure that. There's another guy that could give you about the same kind of production, maybe not quite as much, but definitely I think give you value because you could pay him far less money.
I mean, the Kupp's talking about a new deal, right?
I think he'd probably like one.
Yeah. I think that they're all going to, Cooper Kupp's cap number's almost $30 million.
Yeah, but I don't think anyone's going to trade for him. He's going to get cut.
Okay.
That's my guess. So this is purely speculation, but I think DK, obviously Devontae's already been cut. I think DK does get traded for. He's in his athletic prime, as Joel mentioned. Kupp, with the shortened seasons and the drop in production second half last year, I think he gets, plus obviously the salary number he's at currently, I think he eventually gets cut. I don't think he gets traded.
I don't know. Like, if Debo can get you a draft pick, I think Cooper Kupp's going to be a trade guy. I don't think he's going to be a second round or
Kupp's
anything like that.
Was on the books for more money than Debo, right? Because Debo's going to his last season.
Yes, Debo's on the books for less. I pulled up Cooper's cap number. It's $29 million. So is Cooper Kupp more Devontae or is he more Debo? I think
he's more Devontae.
See, I think he's a little closer to Debo, but that's going to be an interesting case study because I think he's more productive than Debo, Cooper Kupp, whenever he's
when he's
playing.
on the field, yes.
I believe that. I think that's the biggest thing. I mean, you don't know about his durability anymore, but boy, when he's on the field, he's got good hands, good route running, and I think he's more effective as a wide receiver for sure.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting to see how it goes. I could see it going one of either way. Now, if he gets traded, I don't think it's better than a 5th round pick. Like, I think it's a 5th rounder for Cooper Kupp. Now, one thing that could make him more attractive for a team to trade for him is that the receiver class is not like fantastic free agency class, and it's also pretty dang expensive. So, like, who was the guy who signed today? It was Tutu Atwell. Tutu Atwell for the Rams. He signed with the Rams for $10 million. Tutu Atwell signed for $10 million.
Yeah.
So if the price of poker right now, hold on, you say he's pretty dang good?
Yeah.
I thought that's kind of expensive for Tutu.
I think he's okay. Like, I think he's fine.
I think Tutu Atwell's pretty damn good, and he's young. I don't know that you had to do that yet, but I also think that tells you even more so that because there's been people questioning the Rams about, are you really seriously going to trade Cooper Kupp, or is there a way that he can stay? And they're basically saying he's already out the door. Like they're moving on from him. And I think one of the ways they're showing that too is now they're going to lock up Tutu Atwell, and he's going to play alongside Puka, and there's your 2 receivers.
Yeah, maybe he explodes, and they see in Tutu Atwell, like they see a guy coming, right? And they have Jordan Weddington, who went to Texas. He's not bad. He went to where did he go to? He went to Cuero. He was a gobbler at Cuero. I think I caught his like a state semifinal that he played in. Was very, very good. But
a gobbler.
Yeah, the Cuero Gobblers. They wear green and white.
It's a cool name though.
It is a pretty cool name. Yeah, it is a cool name.
Be a great minor league baseball team.
One of my U of H buds went to Cuero. It would be a really good minor league baseball team.
Good logos.
Yeah, it's one of those cool high school names you have in Texas that are out like in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, the Fighting Farmers is another one.
Yeah.
I forget what
was that
city
Rich
that's
Lord's
in.
team?
Huh?
Was that Rich Lord's? Remember Rich Lord did it was El Campo. Wasn't it?
Yeah, he
The
did
Rice
El Campo.
Birds.
They're not the I don't think they're the Fighting
I think they were the
Farmers,
Rice
though.
Birds.
Right, yeah, Rice Birds.
El Campo Rice Birds. But if Tutu Atwell's getting $10 million, is it crazy to think that Cooper Kupp could get 27?
I think it is. I just don't think anybody's going to give him that much money at this point in his career. I don't think he's a 1A anymore. I think he's more of a 2. I don't think I could be wrong, and maybe the market drives it up. I don't think he's getting upwards of 25.
Yeah, that's going to be a fun one to watch because I could see a team that's very thirsty for wide receiver that has some money to spend, and they're like, dang, Tutu Atwell is getting 10. Darius Slayton might get 15. Like, if those guys are getting 10 and 15, is paying Cooper in the upper 20s nuts? I don't know.
I mean, if that was the case, though, wouldn't those same teams have shown interest before Devontae was ultimately released?
Unless they just don't think Devontae will play for them.
Maybe that's it. Because Devontae was more productive last year.
Yeah,
and
I think Devontae is better than Cooper.
Yeah, and I think Devontae has more left. We certainly produced more last year. Their contracts are at least similar, both around $30 million. I think they had left. Actually, Devontae might have been a little more than 30. But I think if the teams were looking at the price of poker with guys like Tutu Atwell getting overpaid, and well, obviously Tutu Atwell happened after Devontae was released, but if they were looking at the landscape and thinking that was going to be what they were dealing with, I think those same people that would have been interested in Kupp would have also been interested in Devontae.
Yeah, you're probably right. I can see it going both ways. It's gonna be fun to watch that all play out. So where do you stand on DK? First and a third, and then paying him $30 million on top of that. Would you do it? 713-780-ESPN. The Astros brass had some things to say. Matthew Berry, we'll rate him on what we think of him as a reporter a little bit later, but he had some interesting things about the Texans as well, and also Bad Take Boulevard. Busy show on the Thursday with the Killer Bee. 713-780-ESPN. We're on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975. We're on Twitter at ESPN975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. Brian's at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. I'm also at Jeremy J. Branham on TikTok. We're trying to get Joel there as well. Maybe
just
you can,
throw the crap out there to get clicks.
How that's pertinent.
You're just throwing your handle out here to get clicks.
Touche. You won. That's a good point. Yeah, try to talk Blankers into getting TikTok. Your best case, 713-780-3776. Also, DK Texans, blah, 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 blah. We already have a quarterback carousel in the NFL. We already had the coaching carousel in the NFL. Has the wide receiver market graduated to carousel status? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Breaking news in the NFL, as reported by the always trusted, never doubted Deanie Rossini. The Houston Texans have traded a 7th-round pick for Christian Kirk. What do you think of the Houston Texans trading for Christian Kirk? Now, I am wondering the number here. Like, I don't know if the Texans have to pay this full number. I'm sure the Jags have to eat some of it. But his cap number next year, according to Over the Cap, is $24 million.
Yeah, I'm not fond of that. I hope that there's some kind of a negotiation so that number gets lower. I think that as a talent, especially because I think he's really good in the slot as your 2 receiver, I think that it's a good addition.
He's coming off the injury. What was the injury? Was it torn ACL?
I believe it was. Yeah, he obviously started his career with Arizona, went to Jaguars, had his first 1,000-yard season there. But the big problem, other than potentially the financial situation you're referring to, is he's a guy that doesn't stay healthy a whole lot. So you're probably hoping for 12 games and settling for 9. But he's a very talented player and easily. When healthy, their second best wide receiver right now.
So it wasn't a knee. He had a core muscle injury in 2023 where he missed the final 5 games, and they missed the final 9 games last year after breaking a collarbone while trying to make a diving catch. I actually think that's better that it's not leg related.
Bone versus soft tissue.
He's not
for sure.
losing like speed either.
Yeah.
Like, well, legs too, like lower body, but that also comes into play.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that he broke bones instead of pulling muscles. Listen to me, taking the low road.
Sounds like Eduardo stands there.
Remember whenever Kirk was signed by the Jags and everybody lost their mind? How is this guy getting that much money?
It was like 20 million AAV, I think.
Yeah, and then he had a good year, like you mentioned, 84 catches, 1,100 yards. No, I think this is look. He helps. Christian Kirk added to this roster helps. This receiver room helps. I think Brian's point is right that you're probably assuming he's going to miss at least 4 to 5 games with his last 2 seasons. His only fully healthy year was 22, his first year in Jacksonville. You gave up nothing, though. You gave up a 7th rounder, so it kind of feels like Joe Mixon-y whenever they did the late round pick swap last year. The contract number is what I'm kind of waiting on here, but as a football-only take, without the money ramifications and the cap ramifications, Christian Kirk clearly upgrades the Houston Texans wide receiver room.
Yeah, look, I like this, as you stated. I like everything about this except for the financials, and I hope to get good news on the financials and find out that Jacksonville is going to at least eat some of that contract. But I think that it basically tells you that he's going to be your number 2 receiver, that Stephon Diggs is probably out of consideration now, as all these other conversations about all these wide receivers that either are asking for trades or being cut and let go where you could sign them. I think that you didn't have to give anything up. I think that thankfully the injuries that he's coming off of aren't leg related, because I'd be really concerned if ACLs and MCLs and other leg injuries are involved with a wide receiver. I think that this is a good move for them, and I think it's a move that's going to help them.
I would say is not a cap specialist here, so don't take my word as 100% true here, but I believe you're basically going to have to pay him his regular base salary. Like the signing cap or the bonuses and everything like that stay with Jacksonville. Like I'm looking at his 2025 cap hit according to Spotrac, and it's 16.2. And like I'm seeing his base is 15.5. I think it's closer to that than the 20 plus number that we're seeing as his overall.
My go-to is always Texans cap on Twitter. Like I go there because I'm not smart enough to figure out the cap. I'm not smart enough to figure out Diana's name. So I always go to Texans cap. He tweeted 5 minutes ago, Kirk has 1 year remaining on his current contract with 2 void years behind it. He's due to earn $16.5 million in 25. Houston and Kirk hopefully have a revised contract in place. Well, that's interesting. Like, would you want to extend Christian Kirk? He's 29 years old, or you just want this to be the
they've
bridge?
done that with Mixon. They did that
Mixon
with Diggs.
and Diggs. That's the concern for me. Like, let's just see how it goes before we get overzealous and try and extend him, unless you really feel like, one, maybe he's going to give you a hometownish discount because he played at A&M and he wants to come back to Texas and he knows that the Texans are going to win. But I don't understand what you just got the guy. I don't know why, and I'm sure with the trade, he's probably already talking that the minute the trade before it's consummated. But I don't like the fact that the minute the trade's done with Mixon, with Diggs, and now with this, they're already looking at extension.
Well, I think the point to do that is to try to lower the number. Like it's not so much like we want Christian Kirk for 3 years. It's more, okay, Christian Kirk at 16.5 is tolerable. Like maybe we can sign it to a 2-3 year extension, and I'm talking about just a full length of the deal, not adding 3 years to this year, and then you spread the money out. Maybe you can bring that 16.5 down to 12. I think that is more the desire of the extension than like we must have Christian Kirk for 3 years. I think it's more about the money side of it. 16.5 is not terrible.
No, I can live with that.
I like that a lot better than 24.
If Tutu Atwell's making 10, if we think that Darius Slayton's going to be somewhere with 12 to 15, Hollywood Brown was a guy that I was interested in because he's very, very fast and can take the top off the defense. Like if he gets somewhere between 10, 12, $15 million, if we're talking about Cooper Kupp being traded for at 29, if he's not traded for, what does he sign for? 2022, 25? Like what is Adam signing for? 2022, 25? DK Metcalf is out here asking for $30 million. I saw DJ Bieniemy's article today. Follow him on Twitter at DJ Bieniemy, covers the Texans for ESPN and ESPN.com. You listen to him right here on ESPN Radio 97.5. He said that they would only be interested on Stephon Diggs if he signed for less money than he made last year, a hometown discount, which he made with 22 million last year.
Right.
So if we think that Diggs was taking a discount, that's $20 million. If Diggs is getting market value, that might be up to $25 million. So I don't think $16.5 million on Kirk is this astronomical figure. And then on top of that, you don't have to pay a heavy draft capital to acquire your second best wide receiver. I'm at a 6.5 with this deal. I give Nick Caserio 1.5 thumbs up.
See, I like it because of the other guys that you mentioned, not named Diggs, and I'm leery of Diggs coming off the injury and the price tag. But I think that from my standpoint, I think that Christian Kirk is better than Hollywood Brown. I think that Christian Kirk is better than a lot of the guys that you mentioned that are going to be on the market. And so for that, and the fact that it's not the 24 number, if it's the 16 number, and maybe it's even going to be lower if they try to negotiate for a multi-year deal, I think he's a really good addition to this team, and you didn't have to overspend and give up too much in a trade on top of it as a double whammy. And so I like the acquisition.
Yeah, I think it's like I'm not over the moon. Like, I don't think this is a 10. I'm not like, oh, yeah, Nick Caserio cooking at Will and Dylan. So I think it's a shrewd move. I think it's a solid move. I think it's very Joe Mixon-esque, but I don't think that Christian Kirk is going to be nearly as valuable as Joe Mixon was to the Texans in 2024.
And it probably means the idea of Diggs coming back is done.
Let's kick that around the other side. Before
Okay.
we go to the break, though, let's go out to the HRP listener line. Greg was calling about the DK Metcalf conversation, and then the Texans traded for a receiver. So this might be outdated, Greg, but because you were nice and you held around, what's going on?
So I just don't really think it's worth it to kind of go after DK. Yes, I know what type of caliber, we all know what type of caliber player he is, but at the end of the day, it's kind of just, that's not the situation we're in. We're not entirely desperate to go after another superstar receiver, especially when we have somebody who's already so dependable on the outside as Nico.
Yeah. All right. Appreciate the call, Greg. Let's hit that on the other side, too. Like, do we think that DK Metcalf is even on the table anymore for the Houston Texans? Stephon Diggs, is he even on the table? The city of Houston wants to weigh in, too. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Why do you need TikTok blinkers? So you can, when news breaks, you can give your hard-hitting takes on TikTok. Or you can just watch mine at Jeremy J. Brown.
Just throw this crap out there to get clicks.
There you go. So Greg brought up the point, DK Metcalf, do you need him? I think after the Kirk trade, that's toast. Stephon Diggs, Brian brought up that point. Those caliber of receivers, Diggs, DK, Kupp, Devontae Adams. Am I missing anybody else? I think I hit him.
Giants, Slayton.
No, because I think he's Loser
Oh,
too.
you're looking higher
I'm
tier.
talking about like the upper echelon wide receiver carousel that is out there. I think it's Diggs, Cooper, Devontae, DK via trade. Debo I would have in that tier, but he's already been acquired by Washington. So I think I hit them all, those four. Does this trade of Christian Kirk, that rules those guys out, right?
I think so. I think that, like I said, last segment, I believe that this kind of shuts the door on the trades for the bigger names and going out after a Devontae Adams in free agency. I just feel like this is the one that sets you up for, hey, now if you use your first round pick and you go get a wide receiver, now you've got three really, you would assume, depending on who the receiver you get out of the college draft, but you assume you've got three receivers that can give you the kind of receiver room you had a year ago when you had Tank and Diggs along with Nico.
Yeah, any pushback to that? Like,
No,
I think we're all in agreement here.
I think they could still maybe get in on like maybe more of a savings, like a second or third level receiver, like Tutu Atwell, whose name came up. But I don't see them even coming anywhere close to the 20 million AAV level for wide receivers after this point. Like maybe they get on a guy that costs them $5 million per year, like a Robert Woods or whoever that the 2025 version of Robert Woods would be, or someone between that 5 and 10. But anything between 15, 20 or over that, I think they're done.
Yeah, I would go a step further and say I think they're even done from that tier. I don't think that they're bringing in another receiver that's making
Even
$10
like
million
five?
or more. Five's a little different.
Five's different, and I would agree with five.
But I don't think that the names that you mentioned are in that 5 million.
No, I don't
tier.
know who that would. I don't know who the 2025 version of Robert Woods
I
would
was just going
be.
to say Robert Woods is the guy.
It might be Robert Woods.
It might be Robert Woods
with
but
inflation of
that's-
receiver.
That's kind of it, because like Joel laid out, you're going to have obviously you're going to have Nico Collins, you're going to have Christian Kirk, presumably a receiver they draft in the first or second round. Plus they still like Mechie and Hutchinson for whatever they're worth, and that's your 5.
Yeah.
So I mean, you probably want 6 in the modern NFL, but they're not going to overspend for a wide receiver 4 at that point.
What's Skoranek up to? Remember the Texans traded for Skoranek?
They did.
He
They didn't even make the team.
I think he went to Pittsburgh. I don't know if he finished the year there, but he was
I think
there
he did.
for a good portion of the year.
I'm sure he's a free agent, but like maybe Ben Skoranek is in that.
He knows
tier.
this. Well, no. I was going to say he knows the system, but different.
Hey, he was in L.A.
That's
with
true.
Kaylee.
That's true. So he does know the system.
So he does know the
Okay.
system.
All right.
We don't even know what the Texan system
I don't
is.
know.
Like it's gonna be some like morph hybrid between New England and L.A. We think we're not sure. So maybe we're all thinking under $10 million. If they were to sign it, I would go as far to say I don't even think they sign another free agent wide receiver.
I don't either.
I think that you are looking at Nico, you're looking at Christian Kirk. I think that they're going to have John Mechie and Xavier Hutchinson on the roster. I think the 5th receiver comes via the draft. I think they draft a receiver.
So you think they're going to get 2 receivers in the draft?
No, not really. I think that they're going to draft one with a top 3 round pick.
Yep.
And maybe they draft a dude late who's a project guy. But I believe that their wide receiver room will be Nico Collins, Christian Kirk, dude that you draft in the top 3 rounds, John Mechie, Xavier Hutchinson, and that 6th receiver is going to be like a warm body who can block.
Yeah,
Who, like,
probably.
blocks well.
I don't think they would draft a second receiver because aren't they only dealing with 6 picks overall?
Yeah, I
And
mean
you
like
still-
7th rounder, like whatever.
Yeah, maybe
like,
it's that, but
that's
I
a
mean,
developmental pick.
Right. There's just, between maybe, depth at running back and offensive line and a few other areas of need that you could potentially address. I don't think they spend a second pick on wide receiver, but yeah, maybe it is a 7th rounder, but it wouldn't be consequential at that point.
Texture DK can be the Texans what Brown is to the Eagles. Last I checked, Eagles won a Super Bowl. Kirk is nice, but he isn't DK. Go big or go home. Well, they've traded for Kirk. I don't think that they have the ammo to go get DK Metcalf. They could if they wanted to meet the 1st and 3rd compensation, but they don't have the financial ammo to trade for DK Metcalf or to extend him.
They restructured Nico, I guess, yesterday, but they're not announcing it. but you're paying Kirk, and you have to pay so many. You're trying to retain some of your own guys, but you're going to try and also go out and dabble in the free agency market. I don't know that they're going to go splashy, but they're going to go. And if you're doing all those things, I don't think you can afford to pay 3 wide receivers big money.
No, No, big money's out of the question. Like, big money's out of the question. I think the most they'll do is like a $7-8 million guy, but I would even rule that out completely. A texter says Tyler Lockett. I don't know enough about Tyler Lockett's like blocking game to really judge on that.
I think he's
definitely,
washed.
but could he be a 6 receiver that's your designated blocker veteran in the room?
He's small to be a designated blocker.
Wood
Although the
isn't
Texans
massive.
like to throw undersized receivers into the blocking scheme, so maybe
Hopefully
that's
that
their
was
thing.
a Slowick thing, though. Hopefully it was a Slowick thing. I also saw that he like really wants to play for Pete Carroll. Hey, I think the good fit would be Darius Slayton from the Giants, who's now a free agent. The problem is I think that Darius Slayton is going to be priced out of the Texans range.
He's going to be overpaid. Yep.
I think he's going to make at least $10 million. If Tutu Atwell is getting $10 million, I think Darius Slayton gets $10 million.
Yeah, Slayton's worth more than Tutu.
I think they were guessing more like 12.
Yeah, and I think the Texans with today's trade of Christian Kirk, future 7th-round pick for Kirk, and they're going to pay him $16.5. I think that idea of Darius Slayton is dead. Speaking of dead, Hunter Renfro's football career. Texture says, can we get Hunter Renfro from his recycling job as a wide receiver 5'6"? He doesn't feel like a Texans guy.
Not dead that yet, because he responded once the reports came out that he was just working in recycling, and said that he was been working out for the last 2 months to try and revitalize his career.
It might not be dead in his mind, but I think it's dead in the Texans' mind.
I think the NFL has told him
in
it's
the
dead.
NFL's mind.
If he's working sanitation, the NFL has told him
He
your
went from a
career's dead.
productive wide receiver in this league to
Got
no one
100
wanting
passes.
to touch him.
I know.
He got 100 passes in
I
a year.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
what I'm saying.
understand it, but the NFL has told him no thanks.
He went from 103 to 36, 25 out of football. 103 in 21, 36 in 22, 25 in 23, out of football working in the recycling industry in South Carolina.
Sounds like him.
3
right?
years. How do you go from 3 years? You caught over 100 passes to now working in recycling in South Carolina. I hope at least it's like Charleston. Hopefully he's not in some,
maybe he's in
crappy
Myrtle Beach,
South Carolina
Maybe
town.
he's in Myrtle Beach.
I hope he's doing recycling.
I mean, he's
in a nice
probably a
town.
legend around Clemson, so yeah.
Probably. Yeah, definitely. He's 100% that.
I mean, I know he had he had a really big injury after that 1,000-yard season, but it feels like there's got to be more in play than just the injury, because he's not even getting a look from teams.
What happened to Deontay Johnson? He's a free agent.
I got an idea. They should just bring Noah Brown back and give him guaranteed money again, and then cut him in the last cut before they go to the regular season.
Sounds like a terrible idea, Blinkers.
I mean, they've done it once.
I know. I get it. I get the joke. I
Noah
still can't
Brown's
believe
better than their 4 and 5, right?
I still can't believe the Brown saga. I think Noah Brown would get too much money. I think he would get more than $10 million. Noah Brown.
Do you really?
Yeah.
He didn't really do a whole lot last
That's
year,
not true.
did he?
He was productive when he played. He was the number 2 receiver for most of the year.
I don't know if I could go to 10.
I think he's going to get 10 on the open market. Is he even a free agent? I don't even know.
I don't know if he is or not.
Do you know if he's a free agent?
2.1.
I didn't do it for the high level. I went for that was more quantity than quality.
You just throwing shots up?
Yeah, doing it for the clicks, as you might know. Are the Texans still going to drop the wide receiver in the first round? I think he meant draft. Now,
I think so.
Here's that second part of the conversation as we unpack the Texans trading for Christian Kirk. We think that they're out on the upper echelon of the wide receiver carousel: Diggs, Cooper, Devontae, DK. We think that they're off of the second tier of guys, anybody that's north of $10 million. Maybe they're third tier free agents under $10 million that they could bring in. Does trading for Christian Kirk rule out the Houston Texans drafting a wide receiver at 25 should they stay there?
I think it actually is more encouraging to me that that's what they're going to do to finish off the room. I said it, and I wanted Egbuka before any of this happened, that I thought that they needed to use that first round pick on a wide receiver. But I think now, because of the fact that it looks like, at the back end of the first round, there's going to be several wide receivers that are going to be worthy of a first round pick. You get one of those wide receivers, if it's Golden, if it's Egbuka, whoever it is, and they become kind of your tank. And then you've got Kirk that becomes your Diggs, and you still got Nico. I think that finishes off the room, and I think that's exactly what I feel like they're going to do.
Did you said tank?
Yeah.
For this year?
No, I said he becomes your tank. Tank is not going to play this year.
I'm good with a receiver at 25 still.
I don't think it changes anything.
I really don't either. I'm a best available guy, like really almost in every single scenario. So if your big board you have a wide receiver at the top of your big board when you're sitting on the clock at 25, I don't feel like you should have any hesitation to draft that receiver for two reasons. One, you have a good wide receiver trio. That's fantastic. That's really something you would like for a young quarterback. Secondly, how long's Christian Kirk going to be here? Third, Christian Kirk has missed some games in the last 2 years, and you know who else has missed games in the last 2 years? For the last 4 years?
Nico Collins.
Nico Collins. Like, you can never have enough good football players. Sound like I'm Nick Casario. But just because you traded for Kirk doesn't mean that you should rule out wide receiver at 25. If the top player on your big board at 25 is a Mike Egbuka, Matthew Golden, go Cougs, you should absolutely draft him.
Yeah, because you talked about him just missing games, but it also goes to contract status. Nico Collins is here, but there's a chance Christian Kirk, unless they rework his deal, is gone after this next season. You have no idea what type of player Tank will be when he gets back. So if you don't draft a wide receiver that you feel good about playing alongside Nico, you could be going into next offseason in the exact same position.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Lots of folks, lots of the Hive. They want to talk wide receiver for the Houston Texans after the Texans have traded for former Aggie, Christian Kirk. I shouldn't say former Aggie, because once an Aggie, always an Aggie.
He's built on a foundation of love.
It's a different sport.
This guy's ring.
I think all the Aggies are built on a foundation of love.
Who did he played for? Who did he play for? Was it Sherman?
Good question.
No, I think it was
Kevin Sumlin. Yeah, I think it was Kevin Sumlin. I think Joel's right.
Oh, I should have known that. All right, 713-780-3776. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. YouTube's not too happy with Christian Kirk.
Really?
Wow, Spartacus. He's far from great. That's fair. Rocky. I've noticed Rocky's a little bit he's more like Apollo. He's a little bit more negative, I think.
He's salty.
Christian Kirk was targeted a lot and only caught half the balls. He's not very impressive. And to me, he's an expensive number 3. Look, he might not be wrong. I mean, time will tell, right? Time will tell.
He's not a game changer, but I think he's a better than average starter for a wide receiver too.
Would you, before this trade, if I said that your number 2, your second best receiver is going to be a better than average starter, would you have been willing to take that at $16.5 million?
I think from what we've seen with the market, talking about Darius Slayton possibly getting like $12 million, I think that's the going rate.
Okay.
We may not like the number, but it feels like it's the going rate.
All right. Sounds
Yeah,
good.
look, I'm surprised, but I'll take what they got, because I think the market's going to drive up the contracts, and I think you're going to see guys that aren't close to being worthy of the numbers they're going to get.
Gosh on Twitch says, is he better than average if he doesn't play half the games? If a tree falls in a forest? 713-780-3776. XX Ron says the YouTube doesn't know ball. Twitch greater than YouTube. So you got them at war now. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Mansfield, you're in the Hive. What's up, Mansfield?
How's it going, y'all? I just wanted to talk interior offensive line, because I think that's the biggest change that the Texans need to make this offseason. And I'm wondering how y'all feel about getting someone in the draft like a Donovan Jackson, Tate Rutledge, or even Tyler Booker, or do we need to go veteran?
Yeah, I personally think that they got to go veteran. I think that Nick, for all of the flowers in his cap for wide receivers and defensive backs and guys that he's really hit on in the draft, I think we've highlighted the fact that he has been a little less than on offensive linemen. And I also think that you need experienced offensive linemen that could kind of help everybody from getting into the plays quicker and reading the defenses quicker, which was highlighted a year ago with a new OC, and the fact that we know how important it is to upgrade this offensive line. I think that college guys, it takes some time to adjust, and I would go the veteran route.
Yeah, I've been more of the veteran route until I heard Tyler Booker says that it's like he said it's like legal assault.
Yep.
And he likes to ruin people's lives. I'm all in on Tyler Booker after he said that. He speaks my love language, and I love people who speak my love language. So Booker or veteran for me. 713-780-3776. Mega Blast, Kirk for a 6th is 38 times better than Debo for a 5th. Lawrence is a bad word quarterback. He should be fine with the Texans. Always the eloquent Mega Blast on Twitch. It was a 7th, 2006 7th. But I would agree with that. I think a 7th for Kirk is a greater return than a 5th for Debo, especially with the contract. Actually, I think Commanders are going to have to re-sign Debo as well.
Yep,
they're going to extend him.
I think you're probably right. I think that from the one thing that you can take from that, which may be encouraging, is the fact that I have not been a big fan of Trevor Lawrence since he got into the league, and maybe in this system and with a better quarterback that you can expect better things from him. So I'm fine with the move right now. And because of like what JD said, was you don't have to give up the kind of draft picks we were talking about in the DK sweepstakes and maybe in some of the other guys' cases. So I'm fine with this move.
Kirk could be a great addition if he stays healthy. 1K yards in Jacks when healthy. 3 900-yard seasons in college with crap QBs. Who were his Aggie quarterbacks? Like Kenny Hill? It was there for Sumlin. He probably didn't have – it was after Manziel.
What was your guy that went to U of H after that? Did he Allen?
Yeah, but Allen was there with Murray and didn't play.
Okay.
And they both transferred after their freshman year, which someone mishandled that big time. Promised them both playing time, and they're both freshmen, and then they both left after their freshman year. Texter way too injury prone. So there you have one guy. If he stays healthy, the other guy way too injury prone. So both ends of the scale there. I like Christian Kirk, but wasn't he rumored to be cut? Sounds like something else is in the works to help out the Jags. Well, this is the same thing that happened with Mixon. The Bengals were like, yeah, we're going to cut Joe Mixon, which every team does this. Hey, we're going to cut player A. And then every team is like, well, they're going to cut player A if we like him. Let's trade him a 7th round, 6th round, late round draft pick. That way he doesn't enter free agency and we can guarantee ourselves the player. It's like, that's just the way teams do business. Hey, everybody, we're going to cut this player. If you want him, you better come get him now. You're not going to ever get anything in return, but it makes more sense to get a 6th or a 7th than it does to cut him for free. So you're not really helping out the Jags. Like, the Jags are going to be in this situation no matter what, where Christian Kirk is either cut or he's traded. What helps here is that they get a 7th rounder, but how big of a help is that really? I wouldn't say that's much help at all.
Yeah, I don't think in track record on 7th rounders and Nick's track record in giving up 7 rounders, I think that was a very low price to pay to make sure you get the guy that you had earmarked that you wanted to improve this offense. So I have no problem with that. And I think that, for what they got him for, and I would assume that you guys are right, and they're going to probably look to do an extension. I think that it's quite possible because he moves on from Lawrence and goes to CJ. I think he could have a good year for them.
How much better is CJ than Trevor last year?
I think he's quite a bit better.
He's a step up. I don't know how last year he wasn't that big of a step up, but he is a step up, I would say.
I wonder what they would say about that in Jacksonville.
They would probably
I don't think
say
a lot of people
even.
in Jacksonville. I think a lot of the shine is worn off of Trevor Lawrence in Jacksonville.
Yeah, but I feel like saying that CJ Stroud is way better than Trevor Lawrence is probably only a take that you hear in Houston. Like, I'm not so sure you hear a lot of people outside of Houston say that CJ Stroud is way better than Trevor Lawrence. I'm not saying that you said it specifically.
No, I'm
think
saying
that's
a better
a
quarterback.
Houston take.
But Trevor Lawrence has never had a season as good as CJ's rookie year. And CJ got so much national attention for that prolific rookie year that I still think even the national perception outside of the loop would be CJ greater sign Trevor Lawrence.
Trevor Lawrence's best year was his second year in 22.
Right.
Threw for 4,100 yards and 25 touchdowns. CJ Stroud last year, 4,100 yards, 23 touchdowns. Like, almost identical.
It is, but CJ also missed 2 games that led the league in passing yards per game.
Yeah.
Rookie of the year. Trevor Lawrence obviously didn't win that. I would still say
his 2 years ago,
90% of the media would say CJ over Trevor.
2 years. Yeah, I'm not saying that they wouldn't say Stroud over Lawrence. I'm just saying, like, the difference there. I think us in Houston, generally speaking, would have Stroud like on this tier and Lawrence on a tier below, where I think that the national difference between Lawrence and Stroud's probably pretty closer to even. Like 2 years ago, Trevor Lawrence threw for 4,000 yards, 20 touchdowns. Like, he's had 2 years pretty comparable to CJ Stroud's year. And then Stroud was not that great this past season, probably a little overrated on how bad it was. Still threw for 3,700 yards, 20 touchdowns. It wasn't awful. But Trevor Lawrence did that his rookie year. Like, I don't think that the gap between them statistically is all that great. Like, I don't think Kirk's numbers are going to explode.
No, I wouldn't expect
now he's
that.
with CJ Stroud as opposed to Trevor Lawrence.
One, because he can't stay on the field, and 2, he's obviously clearly the distant 2 to Nico Collins. You're probably looking at a guy that catches
like, it's not a hitter going from Seattle to Coors.
Right. I like, if you're expecting anything above, I don't know, 65 for 900 yards, I think you're being greedy. I think that's kind of the ceiling for Christian Kirk. He's hit 1,000 once. I wouldn't expect him at age 29 with his injury concerns to get back to that.
Yeah, 1,000 yards would be a major.
Like, if he gave us 60, honestly, if he gave us 60 for 800, I'd be happy.
I think I agree with you.
I'd take it for sure. I just believe, and maybe part of it, I mean, we keep making excuses for Trevor Lawrence along the way, the coaches, the coordinators, the system, all those different things. But I just believe that CJ is advanced from Trevor Lawrence in terms of his touch. And maybe I mean, I was surprised because coming out of college, I didn't think CJ had the kind of touch that he has. But the way he layers the football, he can make all the throws. I think Trevor Lawrence has a strong arm. I just don't think that Trevor Lawrence makes a lot of those kind of throws, feathering it over the first layer or where the ball needs to be. And we've seen enough of him over the years playing the Texans twice a year. I just was not impressed with Trevor Lawrence.
Stats don't tell the whole story. And I agree that Lawrence doesn't have a lot of touch. I think Stroud has more touch. But if you just went straight completion percentage, Trevor Lawrence was 63.3 in his career. Stroud 63.5. Like, pretty dang close. Pretty almost identical.
And it's tough because one's had significantly more time in the league than the other. And CJ, we all know last year was not a great year for him after a very strong year in his rookie year.
Yeah, which I don't know if CJ's like a finished product. I think that Stroud's more like his rookie year than his sophomore year. I would take Stroud over Trevor. I just don't think that Christian Kirk is going to all of a sudden turn into a 1,000-yard receiver because he's going from Lawrence to Stroud. And there is the factor of health here because he hasn't been healthy the last 2 seasons. Texter says Trevor Lawrence is a better runner too. He is a better runner. Now he doesn't slide enough.
You beat me to it.
If he wants to just sit there and run upright with his pretty boy hair, Azeez Al-Shire is going to take his head off. And I'm here for it. I love it. The frequency of wide receivers injuries is so understated. Every team in win now mode should aim for a trio of good receivers, knowing full well that it'll dwindle down 1 or 2 times throughout the season. That now it's easier said than done because like you have to be able to either have the financial ability to do that, or secondly, not have holes elsewhere where you can now use a top-ish draft pick to add to that trio. I think it's very tough to do. That's why I didn't hate the Diggs trade last year. It was too much. Hindsight 2020, yeah. Future second for Stephon Diggs. But I didn't hate like the going all in, hey, we're adding Diggs to Nico and Tank Dell, because you do have attrition in football where you're probably not going to have that trio all year. And we saw what it looked like in the playoffs 2 years ago. We had like one healthy receiver.
Same last year,
so
too.
I
was going to say last year, too.
2 years in a row in the playoffs.
So I like it when a GM is brave and has courage and bravado, especially with a quarterback on his rookie deal. It doesn't feel like he's doing that really this year, though, unless they draft the guy in the first round.
The guy in the first.
But this is more like they're not overspending though for that receiver.
Right. I just feel like, look, I think that there's a million different ways to get to the bottom line of getting the 3 quality receivers, and I think that to me this is the blueprint for we can do this a different way, not as much money on the table, but maybe have a more effective wide receiver room because. You can say it hurts them that Diggs got hurt, no doubt about it. And Diggs was having a decent start to the year. I don't know what he would have finished with, but I think that if you get Kirk and you get a receiver in the first round, I think that you have a fairly equal room to last year's room, and you're not paying nearly as much.
No, you're not. All right, 713-780 ESPN. A lot of the Hive wanting to weigh in on this. Christian Kirk is a Houston Texans. Texans acquire him for a 7th round draft pick in 2026. It was the great Deanna Rossini who reported this news, who I've always thought very highly of. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Ocho asked, do you think this is the tease Joe Mixon tweeted about? I would lean no.
I don't think that's. I don't.
Yeah,
think that's
this ain't big enough for
to
that.
be what he did to back up what he did.
Ryan says that Joe Mixon just trolls on socials. I think it's more that. But it is. I mean, it did happen the day after.
Would this be Nick Caserio cooking as he teased right after the Chiefs loss?
I don't think trading for Christian Kirk is cooking.
I don't either. And this is a step below the cooking tier.
I'm happy with the trade. I think it helps the football team. A little uncomfortable paying him $16.5 million of their very little cap space that they have. Now they can create cap space, all that. Nico, they got the whole restructure there. They can restructure other guys. They can get rid of a couple, they get rid of a couple. You could do the whole. Shaq Mason's a guy that I would June 1st cut.
Mm-hmm.
They can save upwards of like $30 million. Do you want Kirk to eating 16.5 of that 30 million? To me, that's my biggest hang up is the salary cap and the piece of the pie that Christian Kirk is taking. On the field, there's no doubt Christian Kirk helps his football team. Christian Kirk's immediately their second best receiver. And there's no question about it. He's better than Xavier Hutchinson. He's better than John Mechie. He's not as good as Nico Collins. He is your second best receiver. So he obviously helped you on the field. It's the piece of the pie that he's grabbing of that salary cap that is my hang up. I'm willing to eat it. I'm willing to, be okay with it, especially with the high price of receivers. But I am curious what it means for the offensive line. I am curious what it means for the interior defensive line, which they did re-sign Kurt Heinisch today, if that moves your needle at all.
It does not.
So how does this mean they can only bring in one more offensive line starter as opposed to two? Like there are ramifications for paying a guy 16.5 when you're going to have $35 million to play with.
Yeah, I just, we saw the Dak Prescott. We know the restructuring. Everybody can restructure. I think that, they were talking about the fact that Nico and a couple other guys, maybe Danielle Hunter, but there were a couple other guys that might be restructures so that they can create more space. I don't believe it's going to affect their ability to go out and get a veteran lineman or two. I think that they'll draft a receiver in the first round. They'll get a couple linemen in free agency. I don't think they're going to be top tier guys like some of the guys that are out there, but I think that they'll be better than what they had and they'll upgrade the line. And like you said, maybe in the draft, in the later rounds, they'll take another lineman.
But using $16.5 million of a non-offensive lineman does restrict what you can do in other areas.
Oh, for sure. But I think that the money they freed up yesterday, that covers more than half of it.
Yeah, but they only had like
Nico.
$5 million in cap space.
But I think that like I said, I think there's other guys that they're going to restructure.
Right. I think it limits them what they can do the rest of this offseason. Like, I don't think they're done. I don't think they're done. Like, obviously, they're going to tinker and do things, and Nick Caserio's shrewd, and they have a good capologist and all of that stuff. But I think it probably means you only get one offensive lineman starter. Like, sure, you could draft them or whatever, and maybe there's trades out there. But I don't think you're signing two veteran offensive linemen now that could be starters.
I mean, it depends who, right? I mean, I think that if you're getting guys that are either, they're not going to be the top of the market, or they had a little bit of a down year last year, but, for a cheap price, you can bring in a couple and then figure out, who's got what left. But I think that there's ways still where they can bring in a veteran too that can be better than what they have on this roster. And I don't think it has to be significant money. But I mean, you're right. Maybe even a trade factors in, but that's what Nick's supposed to do.
If you're signing an offensive lineman for like $5 million, I don't think that offensive lineman's very good. Like, could they nail the scout and eventually be a starter? Like, yeah. But if the dude's entering free agency and they're in any sort of demand, they're getting more than $5 million.
Yeah, but I also believe, like I said, I believe that they're going to free up enough money that if there's two guys that they want to go get, that they'll go get them. They'll still have money for their draft picks. I don't expect them to be as splashy as they were a year ago by any stretch of the imagination. But I think that I expect Nick to be effective in the way he spends his money to still improve that offensive line and that be the main focus of his free agency.
Yeah, maybe this is a bet here. I think that they sign one offensive or trade a veteran, like the whole Tooney trade. I think there's one veteran offensive lineman starter. They could draft one, but that's different. Like, I'm talking about spending money in free agency or through the trade market. I think they have one of them in there. And if you didn't trade for Kirk, you might have had two. I think it's the difference between 1 and 2. And maybe they're willing to live with that. Maybe they're cool with Titus Howard at left guard, which, by the way, I would like them to restructure Titus Howard's deal. Move him to left guard. Maybe they're cool with Blake Fisher at right tackle. Maybe they're cool with Juice Scruggs at either center at right guard, and that's the free agent you're looking at, center right guard. And you're willing to go into next season with Laramie at left tackle, Titus at left guard, Juice or free agent at center, Juice or free agent at right guard, and Blake Fisher at right tackle. How do you feel about that offensive line?
I think it's okay. I think it's probably better than they had a year ago. But
it's 4/5 of what they had a year ago.
Yeah, I wouldn't be enamored with it. I wouldn't be as excited as if they could find a way to get two new guys in here that start. I think that's the key thing too. If you're going to bring, you can bring guys in here, but can you bring guys in that are going to be starters? I think you get rid of Shaq. I would love to see them get a center and one interior offensive lineman, but that depends on, like you said, how many guys how can they create the financial means, or can they get one in a trade? Because if they can get one in a trade, I think they still go out and spend some money in free agency to get another one.
No, getting a guy in a trade still has financial means.
I understand that.
Yeah. Texter, I hope the Texans get Dolman, the center from the Atlanta Falcons. I saw that Atlanta they're already saying their goodbyes to him. Somebody predicted Dolman to the Falcons, or at least did that whole good fit thing. So maybe that could be your veteran starting offensive lineman. Kirk's, what does Kirk's contract look like beyond this year? Is it just 1 year? It's left at $16 million. I think he has non-guaranteed contracts the rest of the way. They're I saw Texans cap tweeting about it. So it looks like 16.5. Kirk's initial cap charge for Houston will be 16.2 prior to any contract adjustments. So as far as I've read quickly here and on the fly, I think the Texans are only committed to him for 1 year.
Yeah, Spotrac is showing he's an unrestricted free agent next year.
Yeah, I think they punted some dead money on him in the future, but it does not. Yeah, they have voidable years in 16 and 20 or 26 and 27, which basically what that means is they're a free agent before those voidable years, but they're able to spread out the cap cost over those years. So yeah, they're committed to 1 year for him at little under $13.5 million, but there is some thought that maybe they try to re-sign him in a way to lower that cap number. Texture says trade Tunsil for Myles Garrett. Okay.
Yeah, that's gonna
playing Madden here. I'm not even sure Madden would accept that. I like Tunsil. I think Tunsil's a good player. Locker room leadership, helping his quarterback up, that stuff's up for interpretation. But I think that Laramie Tunsil is a very good football player. Every advanced metric, every metric except for penalties, thinks highly of Laramie Tunsil. Texter Casario ain't cooking yet, just went out and got groceries. I think it's a good way to put it. What type of receiver do you think Kirk is? A possession guy or a deep ball guy? I think at the end of the day, if you don't fix the protection, is Kirk more of a deep ball? This move doesn't help and is too expensive. I feel like we need more slot receivers until we fix the line. See, I see Kirk more as a slot guy than a deep guy.
Yeah, I think look, I think that does he have occasionally the ability to go stretch the field a little bit? Yes, but I think that his primary responsibility on this team is going to be exactly what a slot receiver does. I think he's going to be lined up inside. I think he's tough across the middle, and I think that's exactly how they're going to use him.
4.47 40, back in his combine days. That's probably dropped to a 4.6. He's running now, and I used to run in my high school days. Yeah, he's more of a slot guy. He's more of a possession guy. You get him in the right matchups. Can he take the top off? Sure, but he's not Hollywood Brown. He's more of a slot guy.
Right.
This is John with Anko Wireless. Okay, that's spam. I don't know how you had that.
Tell me more what he said. What's the offer?
It says, "Dear AD." AD is our
engineer.
He's our engineer. He says, "This is John from Anko Wireless." Have you ever heard of Anko Wireless?
I have not.
No.
Never even heard of it.
Is that a real company? Are we getting spammed?
I'm Googling it. Oh, it comes up. It's got a website, Anko Wireless. This is John. Anko Wireless is hoping to come troubleshoot and hopefully fix your tower lights by Stowell tomorrow.
Oh,
please
is there a problem with our broadcast tower?
Please call me today or tonight. Thanks.
Maybe we should pass this message along to AD.
What's happening here is I think AD's using our text line as a
contact
way to
line.
save his phone number. You've been busted, AD. We caught you. We're up to your tricks. It's pretty smart.
Respect the game.
That's pretty dang smart there, AD. I like what you're doing, actually.
Well, he is an engineer.
He's gamed it. You're a game player, AD. I get it. I see what you're doing. I respect it. Game recognized game. I don't know how you had that quarterback comparison conversation and not mention the offensive lines. How well the quarterback is protected makes a huge difference. You're right. You're 100% right. I'm not going to argue that. I don't know that Jacksonville's offensive line is a world beater, though. Like, I've never really heard that about their O-line.
If we're going to give Trevor Lawrence the Urban Meyer excuse, then we have to give CJ Stroud the offensive line excuse.
I don't know that we're giving Trevor Lawrence the Urban Meyer excuse. I've never given him the Urban Meyer excuse.
No, I'm not saying you specifically, but when people talk about Trevor Lawrence,
does that happen?
Yeah, people completely look away from, like, they don't even judge him on his rookie season because Urban Meyer was such a disaster. They only judge him post Urban Meyer, which, like, as you said, like that first year with Doug Peterson was pretty good. He's never lived up, obviously, to the promise of what he was thought to be coming out of Clemson.
Yeah, I like. If you were to stack the Jags offensive line, and look, I only watch one offensive line routinely. I don't watch Jacksonville's offensive line other than 2 times a year. I watch every Texans game, obviously, so I know their offensive line pretty well. But if you were just to look at the pieces, Texans offensive line, Jags offensive line, like which of those would you think be more respected? I think the Texans offensive line. You have
name.
You have Laramie Tunsil, who's a top 7-ish tackle.
One of their best.
You have Titus Howard, who was paid top 5 right tackle money. You have Kenyon Green, who was drafted in the first round. And look, the Texans, like, maybe they reached a little bit for Kenyon Green, but he was still going to go in the first round. Juice Scruggs was a 2nd or 3rd round talent. Like, the Texans have pieces on the offensive line. They
by
just
name and pedigree, yes.
They've never been able to like put it together. So I think that the Texans offensive line, like if you're an offensive line coach and all things are equal, ceteris paribus, you could pick the Jags offensive line or you could pick the Texans offensive line. 32 offensive line coaches, everything else is equal. What percentage are picking the Texans?
Most, but that's kind of that's a different conversation, though, because we're talking about what the quarterbacks were actually like, what they were dealing with based upon the play of the offensive line, not necessarily the pedigree and overall raw talent of the offensive line, which is what the offensive line coach would be making his decision off of. So I think it's a different conversation because the Texans offensive line by most places is graded as like a bottom 3 to 4 offensive line. Jaguars, maybe the Jaguars were one of the teams that were
Jaguars were 21, 69-9.
Okay.
Texans were 31, 55.
So there you go. So, I mean, I think that plays to the point of the texture about giving CJ the offensive line excuse.
How is that team with that talent so bad?
We hope it's just because of Bobby and because of Strouser.
That is embarrassing.
Because I'm with you. Like I think they replaced Shaq Mason and that's it. So if it wasn't Strouser,
was convinced, right?
I was convinced.
Yeah, I thought they were going to be top half of the league for sure.
But I'm a buffoon. Like I make this very clear every so often. Like if you don't think I'm a buffoon, just wait. I'll prove it. I thought the offensive line was going to be fine. Yeah. Like, because they this same coaching staff last year with bits and pieces of this offensive line and guys who aren't as good as the other guys who then returned and took over their spots were serviceable. Like you were serviceable with chopped liver, and then you're one of the worst with a bunch of draft commodity and a bunch of high-priced offensive linemen. It is embarrassing how bad. Like, how does that offensive line with first rounder, second, third rounder, a guy you traded, how is that the second to worst offensive line in football? I just got triggered reading that.
It just shouldn't be. I mean, and especially when you mentioned the draft capital, but also the salaries you put behind your 2 tackles and other guys on your line. You extended Shaq. It just shouldn't be. There's no excuse for a line that's that bad with everything that you put behind it being far better.
I can't imagine there's a team in the NFL that's put more capital into an offensive line group than the Texans have. I mean, Laramie Tunsil cost 2 firsts and a second in trade, plus you've extended him multiple times. Titus Howard was a first round pick. Juice round,
and you paid him.
Yeah,
and then you paid him later.
Juice Scruggs was a second round pick. Kenyon Green was a first round pick. Shaq Mason you traded for and extended. You spent a second round pick on Blake Fisher. I mean, what team? What team has spent more on offensive line with picks and trades and contract extensions?
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
I know Detroit's got a bunch of dudes.
Yeah, Penei Sewell was
Detroit's the best line in football.
4th overall.
Detroit and Philly, you can duke it out, but those are the 2 best lines in football.
But did they have the resources like
that? They
that,
drafted Penei Sewell in the top 5
he was
or
like
7
the
of the first
4th
round.
or 5th overall pick. Yeah.
But okay, keep going.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, Kevin Zeitler, he's now a free agent. I don't know what he was.
And I think they signed him as a free agent.
They have one guy.
Ragnow was a first rounder in 18. Taylor Decker was a first rounder in 16.
For the Titans,
Glasgow, yeah, so you signed him. Glasgow was a third rounder in 16. So probably, I mean, the best offensive line in football didn't have the resources that you had into that offensive line. It's embarrassing.
It's an embarrassment that Strausser and Slowick turned that level of investment into what the production
and some
was.
of the guys that maybe, quite frankly, either never had it or their ability fell off the planet. Because Shaq fell off the planet.
Yeah, that could be
Juice was
excused away
probably
as
overdrafted.
Like Shaq maybe reached an age where his production's just going to drop off. That might be part of it. You're willing to not blame on Strausser, but the rest of it.
Mega Blast, how about last place schedule? CJ and O-line good. First place schedule, CJ and O-line not good. Yeah, that could be it. You could be onto something there, Mega.
But it's 2 games. Like the difference between a first place schedule and a last place schedule is 2 games. Like I know we had that. Okay, 3 games. You're right. Now with the 17 game schedule. I know not to rehash the argument we had in the offseason last year, but as far as the competition that they face, the difference between what the Jags face and the Texans face is 3 games.
It's in the margins, though. It's how you win in the NFL. Cut Mason, but would you oppose to trading Howard? I wouldn't be opposed to trading Howard. I wouldn't be opposed to restructuring his deal and just making him a left guard either. There are certain ways you can play the Titus Howard thing. According to Bill O'Brien, the second was for Kenny Stills. That's true. Whenever Brian Flores was going to
doesn't matter, Brian.
Kenny Stills, they were moments away from cutting Kenny Stills.
Yeah, they were.
O'Brien, hey, let's throw in a second for Kenny Stills. Yeah, okay, yeah, we'll do that.
Doesn't matter, Brian.
He's talking to you. He's talking to you whenever he says that. All right, 713-780 ESPN. A bunch of people are texting about Isaiah Bond. How would you feel about him? Is he more a mid-round guy?
I think he
ran fast at the combine, though, didn't he?
He ran fast, but he ran slower than he should have for a guy his size. He ran slower than Matthew Golden. Bond was supposed to be a guy that could have challenged Xavier Worthy for his time, and he didn't come close to it. And I was kind of disappointed with Bond as far as 1, staying on the field, and 2, his like top level production when he was there. I thought he was okay, but he didn't live up to the billing, in my opinion.
Gotcha. All right, 713-780 ESPN. Dana Brown had a bunch of interesting things to say about this year's club, also his offseason. Kick that around when we come back. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You found the killer bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. So Christian Walker is headed to Houston for an MRI and an ultrasound on his oblique. Walker said that it's not as severe, he doesn't think, as last year's oblique that forced him to miss about a month, but not exciting news.
No, but better than yesterday. At least he said that he felt better today. So hopefully there are signs that this won't be a big deal, because you don't need a big deal before you even start the season.
My sources are telling me that he'll be back in mid to late April, is what I've been told. Now, I think it's very tough to have a timeline right now, because we don't know the severity of it. But at the same time, it is a sore oblique, and he is in his 30s, and it is something that bothered him last year. So, I don't really need him to rush back. Take your time. It's not a season-ending injury. Knock on wood. It can become a season-ending injury if, you're eager to get your prized free agent acquisition back on the field. 162 games is a marathon, not a sprint. I don't think they should be hurrying him back into the lineup. If it means mid-April, late April, maybe just wait till May. Not good news, but I also would err on the side of caution this early in the year.
Yeah, I'm not trying to rush him back by any means. It's just, it would be very disappointing if this is the next and the latest of guys in their in their mid to late 30s that you're going to go out and get, that now people are going to be extremely leery of. Is this going to be another Abreu? Is this going to be a problem? Is this going to be something we're going to be dealing with throughout the season? You're right. You just need to get him right. I was just hoping that it was a tweak.
Maybe my sauce is wrong, but that's just what I've been told. We'll track it. We'll track it. Mid to late April. That's what I was told with Christian Walker, who is flying back to Houston too, which is okay, that's probably not great news either, that he's flying back to Houston to get looked at by the team doctors. But we'll of course be on.
Maybe the team doctors will diagnose it as a sore hamstring.
Which probably wouldn't be good.
No, but at the same time, it's possible.
It would be worse if they did that. Dana Brown was on Foul Territory, which I don't know how I feel about this show. I think I like most of the guys. I cannot stand AJ Brzezinski.
He's always been that way.
He bothers me.
Well, even when he caught, he was always looking to stir it up, and he was far too outspoken for a guy that didn't really hit very well. I mean, he was known as a defensive catcher, but he's always been overly cocky.
I didn't mind him as much as a player. I don't mind my players that are a little scrappy. I kind of like that from time to time.
That's your guy.
But he comes off as a guy who thinks he's way funnier than he is. He's got so many lame jokes. It's dude, you're a former big leaguer. You got 12, 13, 14. Your swag level should be high. He's making these corny jokes. It bothers me. But anyways, there was some good content out of it. The other guys do a good job. Kratz, and then they have one nerd guy who's pretty good. But Dana Brown was on with them. They were at the Astros camp, so they had Dana Brown on. They had Espada on. They had Dave Clark on, asking him outfield questions. They had Mauricio Dubon. They had Spencer Arrighetti. It was pretty good, other than AJ Brzezinski, who just rubs me the wrong way. But Dana Brown was talking about the most difficult thing that he had to do this offseason.
We saw an opportunity there to continue to be good in the present and build toward the future, and getting a guy like Cam Smith. And so, we felt look, this is a good move for the organization. You gained 14 years of control by giving up 1 year of control.
Huge fan of this. Obviously, he's talking about Tucker being the most difficult thing he had to do this offseason. And I know we've talked about the Tucker trade a lot, but I like that. I like that line of thinking. I'm a big fan of trading players before they leave you for just a compensation pick. And we've talked about Cam Smith, and we'll see if he actually materializes like they think he's going to materialize. But Isak Paredes is going to be your starting third baseman, probably, unless Arenado or Cam Smith makes the opening day roster. Wesneski was probably a throw-in, but is going to open the season in the starting rotation. These are the types of trades that I like, and I like that Dana Brown made it, but also like that he's still doubling down on it to an extent.
Yeah, I like it too. I think that, before the offseason started, I was open to trading both Tucker and Fromber if you knew already that you weren't going to sign either guy. And I don't know what that says about Fromber, because he's still an Astro, and maybe they have him in their sights as a guy that they'd like to retain. But I have no problem with what he did with Tucker. And so far, the returns are good on the fact that not just with the years of team control, but the fact that Cam looks really, really good. And Paredes is going to be an everyday starter for you for the next several years. So, I mean, you did pretty good in that deal. And I like the fact that they weren't Dana didn't do what this organization has done, which is you ride it out, you get nothing for them, you hope you get a chance to win another title and compete for another title before they leave, and then you tip your cap and then you move on and you don't have anything to show for it.
Yeah. I wish they would do this with more players of the past too. What would have a Springer return look like before he left you in free agency? What would a Carlos Correa return look like before he left you in free agency? You'd be in a better spot today. Would it cost you winning in the past? To an extent. I don't think it cost you 2 World Series titles, though, because, like, you won in 17 with them. Like, you're not trading them then. And then you won your second one in 22 when Springer and Correa were both already gone.
I would say the one that it gets dicey on that you probably wouldn't have done is Cole, just because he was a horse. And there was no replacing him. And the way he and Verlander were that year, I just think that that's one guy that you live with riding out. Plus, you kind of knew in free agency he wasn't coming back.
That one was a little different too, though, because like you were the ones who went and traded for Cole. Like whenever you traded for him, he only had 2 years of club control. Yeah. So that's a little different than like a homegrown guy that you're here for 5 years and then you trade him before the 6th year. But maybe there is something to the whole pitching aspect of it. Like I think that's one reason they didn't trade Fromber is like, hey, we can get any right fielder. It's not going to be as good, but we can get any right fielder 550 at bats. We don't know if we're going to find a pitcher that can come in here and deliver 200 innings of quality. What's that?
Especially a lefty, too.
Yeah, I think sometimes we overrate that over 162 games.
But still, I mean, he's a dominant left-handed pitcher, so that's one that you kind of treat a little bit more.
I think you're a little biased towards lefties.
Well, I don't think that's. I mean,
because you are.
I understand what I am, but
I actually think that they shot Fromber. I think they did. Like, and didn't Dana kind of flat out tell us that? Like, we would always listen. Like, we're listening for everybody. I think they shot Fromber and weren't happy with the return they had for Fromber. And maybe they had the high level of return that it would take. Like, maybe they had to be swept away for Fromber, which is understandable. It's also understandable to want to trade him. And I do think that they would trade him if they're not in the race, at the trade deadline. I don't expect that to happen. But I think they would listen for him if they're 20 games back at the deadline. But I do think that they shopped them during the winter meetings and just didn't like what they heard. Now this one's a good one because we make fun of loose lip Dana Brown a lot, right? Like, remember what he said about Kyle Tucker during the middle of the year a couple of years ago? Like, he's going to be an Astro for life, or we're going to extend Kyle Tucker. I can't remember exact phrase.
I think it was Astro for life.
He paraphrased, or he might have said that. Yeah, that might be the case. But he said that he's going to be here a while, at the very, very minimum. And they asked him point blank about that time that you said Tucker's going to be an Astro for a while.
You can't fault a man for optimism, right? And so you want to be locked into the future. And, I felt like, look, this could be a big part of the future. And, and I know when I was in Atlanta, we were trying to lock guys up like early on in their career. And so, I was very optimistic that, look, we could probably get this Tucker thing done. And, sometimes these things build on you and, guys continue to play well and it gets a little bit more difficult. And so, I'm always an optimistic guy. It's just part of who I am by nature. I'm energy, I have optimism. And so I'm always looking for the good. I think that's a big part of having some success. You have to have a vision for what you want to do. And so, look, I was really optimistic about it and, it just didn't work out. And it wasn't like, we weren't trying.
There you go. I thought he handled that pretty well, actually. Like, hey, I was just optimistic. That's just me. Now, of course, we're not going to trust anything that loose lip Dana Brown says.
No.
But whenever he was confronted about I don't want to call him a liar, because I think at the time he did think that he wanted Kyle Tucker long term, but maybe misled everybody. Maybe it was just a little loose lipped. I don't know the right way to describe it, but I thought he handled it well. Yeah, I was optimistic. What are you going to do? You can't fault me for being optimistic. I thought he handled it pretty well.
Well, he did, and I think he probably knows to some degree that was one that he got on a little bit. But at the same time, we've talked about it over and over again. He likes to talk, and not everything that they say to the media is exactly what's going on. Even when we were getting the Bregman updates, we can't be sure that how much of that was legit. So you just move on. You turn the page. It didn't happen. I don't think there's anything to hold against him because of it.
No. Yeah. It's I don't trust him.
And nor should you.
Were you on TikTok?
No, not yet.
Oh, it's too bad. All right, 713-780-ESPN. More from Dana Brown. He had some thoughts about Cam Smith, which is kind of interesting. Also, there is some ESOC conversation. And there's a lot of love being spread by Joe Espada. I mentioned yesterday I'm falling in love with Lance McCullers. It sounds like Joe Espada is in love with Lance McCullers, and I think he's in love with another Astro as well. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
713-780-ESPN. Texture, they'll diagnose his oblique as a bone bruise and he'll be out for half the season.
That's what I'm worried about.
Old guys with their obliques, man. Altuve had the oblique, was it 2 years ago? I think it was 2 years ago.
Yeah, same year Jordan had an oblique injury also.
Yeah, Jordan's oblique was probably fake.
Because he didn't want to go on a road trip.
Jordan makes up some injuries, man. Like
the whole Atlanta thing with the inhaled smoke and all that in the exit middle of the game was weird.
I think he likes to skip out on some of his towns. I think he does. We'll see if it happens this year. It's funny. Like, we want Jordan to only be a DH this season, which is right. It's the right thing to do. We'll see if he can like conjure up some fake injuries to get out of a roadie to Sacramento.
Still means he has to run around the bases. He can get himself injured.
He doesn't want to do the Sacramento LA roadie, so he's gonna come up with a sore thumb. That's what it's gonna be. Tampa was the pillow.
Didn't want to go?
Tampa was the whole he slept on his pillow wrong.
Yeah, he missed the first two games and played the finale, if I remember correct.
That was the one where he flew day of
that was
and then hit a
Chicago.
bomb.
Yeah, that was in Chicago.
That the bomb was in Chicago.
That was against the
so
White
then
Sox.
He didn't play in Tampa at all.
No, I don't think he played in Tampa at all.
Really? I thought he played the finale. Okay.
No, no, he came home. I think Tampa was part of like a 2 or 3 city trip. And I think it was the last city of the 2 or 3 city trip. And he had slept on his, neck wrong before the first game. And I think he stayed in Tampa, but then flew back the next day. So like he flew ahead of the second game of the 3-game series.
We kid, but that did in Christian Javier's season.
It did.
He slept on his neck wrong and turned into Tommy John.
It did.
So, I mean, we kid, but it's cost guy seasons.
Like, what cities has Jordan escaped? He's escaped Tampa, the pillow thing.
Atlanta.
Chicago. Part of Chicago.
He escaped Atlanta with the fireworks. Right. The fireworks.
There's no chance he's going to Sacramento.
He skipped Chicago. He skipped most of Chicago, unless he could fly the morning of, play in the afternoon game. He homered in that game, and then flew back on the team plane afterwards.
You know what?
He never stayed the night in Chicago. He skipped out on what was the one you just said?
Oh, I said there was no. At first, I said there's no chance he makes Sacramento, but as I'm thinking it, that's like if you follow the PCL, that's a launching pad. So maybe he does make the trip to Sacramento.
Yeah, because they're playing at 2 minor league parks this year.
Yeah, Tampa Bay also playing George Steinbrenner Field.
Yeah,
I think he misses that one.
I don't know if that one plays as a hitter's park.
But
yeah,
I
think he misses
Tampa
that
once.
I think he makes Sacramento, misses Tampa.
He might like Tampa. Maybe he just doesn't like St. Petersburg. I don't think he cares about the city. I think he just gets tired of being on the road and wants to come home. He doesn't strike me as the dude that like numbers.
Like
chases.
he never misses Anaheim because he likes the family trip to Disney.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if he's chasing he doesn't strike me as a number chaser, really. Like he misses a lot of games to me to be a numbers chaser.
If he was a numbers chase, he would have had a 40 home run season by now.
I think so. I think he's more of a coaster. I think he's more of
he gets the 30 and is, all right, that's good enough.
Yeah, he's more of a I'll be fine.
Till playoffs, and then I'll step it up a notch.
Yeah, which I mean, kind of like I think shows that he's a bit of a coaster, right?
But also the fact that at least he lives up to it in the playoffs, or we'd have
no doubt.
bigger issues.
No doubt. But I think that I love Jordan, obviously. And I think that Jordan's earned this treatment. Like best players get this kind of treatment. I think Jordan uses this treatment.
He's a marathon, not a sprint guy.
He is. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I mean, it's 100. The season's too long. It should be reduced anyway.
If you're going to be a playoff team and you're going to hit like he does in the playoffs, skip your times. I don't care. You only want to play home games? That's all right.
Jordan's just going to play the amount of games the baseball season actually should be. That's what he's going to do.
That's the brutal when we go to the NBA and say load management, and then they miss the road games.
Yeah, but he's not. He's lying about the load management, though. He's just doing, I got a bad hand. That's why Dusty.
Which one?
That's why Dusty didn't know which hand because it wasn't real.
It was both hands at one point, and then it was no hands.
Yeah,
I don't think we ever figured out what hand.
No,
like even the whole I do believe the knee injury in the playoffs, and we're obviously having some fun with this. Like, remember the knee injury in the playoffs? Like, is he going to play? Is he not going to play? He ended up playing. Like, oh, this knee's so bad and it's so awful. Hey, Jordan, did you have surgery on that knee in the offseason? No, I didn't need surgery. We're good. We're fine.
Yeah, I mean, and it was like dire straits in a lot of people's minds that they were playing it like he might not play. But I think that the good news is at least in the postseason, he's not Bagwell or Biggio.
No, yeah, that's why he can have this. This is why he can do whatever. He doesn't want to go to Atlanta. That's fine. Like, just maybe don't even make up the lie. Just like, I don't feel like it. You don't want to go to Sacramento? I get it. I wouldn't want to go to Sacramento. You're tired of being on the road after a 10-day, 3-city trip, and you don't want to play in Chicago? I get it. That's fine. You don't like Portillo's? You don't like the Italian beef? I get it. That's fine. Come on home. Be with your family. That's fine. I'm very curious if we hear after his career some Jordan stories. I'm just wondering. I'm totally guessing here.
I bet Dusty has a story.
I'm just wondering.
Oh, if anybody does, Dusty probably
Dusty's got some stories, I'm sure.
Dusty probably tried to cover for him more and then got caught with that which hand.
Like the amount of mysterious injuries he's had in a 3-year span, none of which have required like any sort of medical procedure.
Other than the year that he missed the entire season.
Well, that was more than 3 years ago.
Yeah, okay, true.
So it's just fishy to me. It's fishy to me. Now, do I care? No. The dude was put on this earth to chew bubblegum and drive in runs. Why is she at fourth? All right, here was more Dana Brown. Was talking about Cam Smith, which is obviously a big conversation in spring training. What are they going to do with this guy? Where's he going to play? When's he going to be up? This one was asked about where he's going to play on the field.
He's getting some reps at third base, which is probably his main position for right now. But we're not opposed to seeing what it looks like in right field. I think that could be a potential possibility. But we're not leaving any stone unturned. Look, if the bat's ready, we'd love to have offense, and we'll move them along as quickly as we could. And we're not afraid to go with young players. I mean, that's just part of what we're going to do here. And so, we're excited about him. He's bringing a lot of energy there. Love the makeup. The kid's pretty special. He's got a nice combination of confidence and humility, and so he's developing nicely.
There you go.
So it sounds like he doesn't care if anybody can field. Just put them where they can be the best offensive player they can be.
Yeah, I think this is kind of more of like if they have an offensive hole, they're not scared to put them in that offensive
No, but I'm
hole.
saying, like, you've never played left field before in your life. You're going to be a left fielder because you're going to keep the 300 bat in the lineup, and they can make it, right? So I think that if Cam Smith is hitting the cover off of it, he'll be a right fielder.
I think it depends on the position. Like, I think that they value certain positions. They probably don't care about others. Like left field, I don't think they care. Right field, that's an offensive position. Third base, I think, has become more of a defensive position. But if that's his best position and you're not getting any offense from second, then, does Isak move over and play second? That's probably on the table.
Yeah, I just feel like, I don't think he values the defensive outfielder positions as much as maybe other
value
gentlemen
center.
do. Huh?
Value center.
Okay, but that's then I don't think he values the corner outfield positions because
Probably
I
not.
think that you put Cam out there, but that with your rotation you've got 2 ground ball pitchers minimum in your rotation that you're going to need the best infield you can possibly get, and you added a Gold Glove first baseman, well, he's hurt, but I don't see them just throwing him at third base.
Well, I mean, it's his natural position. I think it depends on where they have a need, and like he's playing third base tonight. I think that they give him a lot of run at third base. And then I think that if Chaz is awful, their outfield's awful offensively, I think that's whenever you could start to see Cam start playing some outfield in games. Although Dave Clark on this podcast did talk about how they he's actually taking some fly balls and stuff. So like, he's getting some spring training work in the outfield, just not in games.
I had said to you last week, I think it was, that it wouldn't surprise me if he started in Sugarland and did the Joey Loperfido thing where he started playing outfield there. I think that everything's on the table with him defensively now, based on what we just heard too. I think it's just if the bat translates, we'll find a spot for him.
Yeah, I think his way onto a team into a variety of different positions. My guess is they're going to start him in Corpus at third, but we'll see. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Let's get to the love that Joe Espada has for a few guys. Very similar to the love that I have for one Lance McCullers. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
0002. It's your fault, J-Bone. I tried to take the lid off my drink for a refill, and that did not work as well as I expected. Exclamation points all throughout that. I feel like we need context there. What is he talking about? Maybe a Whataburger lid?
Oh, maybe.
Those Whataburger lids are...
Yeah, I struggled with the one earlier today.
You know what those Whataburger lids maybe want to do? Turn to In-N-Out.
I don't want to go that far.
I'm not either.
In-N-Out burger is better than a Whataburger burger. There, I said it. Culver's burger is better than a Whataburger burger. P. Terry's burger is better than a Whataburger burger. P. Terry's.
What's that?
It's a burger.
Here?
No, more Austin area, kind of Hill Country-y. It's from P. Terry's. He's got a few of them. But have you ever heard of Terry Black's Barbecue? Same guy, I think.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah,
I've been to Black's Barbecue. Very good.
He made a burger joint. He's got several of them now. I think there's actually one that's in Houston, or it's being made in Houston up in Spring.
Okay, kind of similar. Obviously, Killen started with barbecue and opened a burger place. His burger place, not surprisingly, pretty good. So
Keelan's is more kind of like Five Guys, like smash burger, more like fast casual. Where P. Terry's is more fast food, like it's drive-through.
Oh yeah, there's no drive-through window.
I'm not even sure you can go inside of a P. Terry's. Like, I think it's one of those, like, modern drive-thrus where, like, they don't even have inside seating. Maybe not all of them. Maybe just a few of them are like that. But it's more fast food than fast casual. P. Terry's cheeseburger is fantastic. Fantastic. Highly recommend. We just don't have them around here.
Huh.
Yeah. So I don't know if that was the context there. We'll see. This guy's sending us pictures. Don't send us pictures. 713-780-3776. If you're going to send us pictures, just DM at Pac-Man Joel.
I knew that was coming.
You'll like those. They're opening a P. Terry in Klein. Maybe that's the one I'm thinking of. Maybe instead of Spring, it's in Klein. That's a little far for me, but maybe every now and then, if I'm in the area, I'm there. Portillo's burgers are better than Whataburger. Does Portillo's have burgers? I've never been to a Portillo's. That's what I thought.
We got one off of 99.
I know they have Italian beef.
Yeah, they opened one off of 99 between Katy and Sugarland.
Yeah, I saw people posting that on TikTok. See, more things you can learn. I didn't know they had hot dogs there though. Maybe
I thought it was primarily a
hot dog. Let's see. They have Italian beef. Oh, they do have a cheeseburger. They have a charbroiled cheeseburger. They're number 3. They also have a spicy chicken sandwich at Portillo's. They have a Chicago dog. You gonna try the Chicago dog?
Nope, don't like them.
I like Chicago dog for some reason. We've talked about this before. Let's see. Fuddruckers used to slam. Are there any operating Fuddruckers still, or are they all out of business?
I think they're all out.
Yeah, they were a part of the Luby's group that went under. I think it's same situation as Luby's, where the owner operator could still keep going if they can fund it, but all the locations I knew of Fuddruckers are closed.
I'm not sure we believe Brian anymore on restaurants that are either opened or closed.
That's fair. I wasn't aware about TGI Fridays, but at least the Fuddruckers I know, I'm very sure, because I drive by them and I see the graffiti on the walls.
Fuddruckers were good, but I don't think they were good. They were as good as, like,
they were never elite.
Five Guys, Smash Burgers, even like a Red Robin's good.
I would take Fuddruckers over Red Robin.
I'm going Red Robin over Fuddruckers.
Red Robin's pretty underrated spot.
I agrue.
Yeah, and their steak
I don't like
fries
the
are
fries.
really good.
I agree.
See, I hate steak fries. I don't like steak fries.
Steak fries hate you. Bojangles in Spring said somebody. Joe Breeze owns Small Sliders, opened in Willis. I've never tried that. I'll have to check that one out. P. Terry's legit. I would take it over Whataburger. There's a Fuddruckers on 45 South in Clear Lake. So that might be the independent one.
They got one at
one in Fredsworth.
It says it on Town and Country Way.
Someone said Friendswood too.
So that's off I-10.
Yeah, they can still keep going, but there's no corporate backup at this point.
There's still a Fuddruckers close to Memorial Mall. It is trash, paper thin bacon now.
Yeah, like the one
Webster's has
closest to this station over on 59 and Wesleyan, that's all graffitied up, and then the one in Kingwood, off of Kingwood Drive, is all boarded up as well.
We used to do a Kelvin Sampson show at Fuddruckers. So I would eat at Fuddruckers 12 times a year for 12 straight weeks. I got a little Fuddruckered out.
I like the fact that you can kind of go to town on your own toppings and all that.
I mean,
I think they were fine.
I always thought that was kind of overrated, though, because, I mean, what place do you go to where you can't tell them what you want on your burger?
Yeah, but you could get
Yeah,
you
you
could
can
get
put-
way too many pickles. You could get a side of pickles.
I mean,
You get
okay,
100
okay.
God,
pickles.
say you can
Go
make
to-
yourself
go-
a salad if you want.
You
Go
could.
to Five Guys, say I want an extra cup of pickles. They're not going to give it to you.
I don't know. I've never asked that to Five Guys. It's a weird question to ask, Brian. Hey,
I'm
Five
just-
Guys guy, can I have a cup of pickles? What weirdo is asking that?
Well, you said you could go to town on pickles.
Brian's
Is that any less weird, Jeremy? But I'm
Brian's
just saying, like,
asking
what
Five
Yes,
Guys
it
for
is less
pickles.
weird. You don't bring somebody else into that relationship with pickles that you have. It is far
okay,
less
well,
weird.
we're making about onions or lettuce. Like, you go to Whataburger anywhere, you ask them for extra, they're going to give it to you. I thought
Are they
it
going to
was.
charge you?
They're not going to charge you for lettuce. I thought it was overrated,
I didn't.
Man.
or at least that aspect of it. But I mean, the burger itself
Even the
was
cheese,
fine.
like you could do the cheese. You could do they had the more of like the nacho cheese and different
Okay,
cheeses
that
and
would
stuff.
that a place would charge you extra for.
Yeah.
But like if we got a bar with extra onions and pickles, you could get that at any place you go to now. And it hasn't been sitting out there all day.
Is Bun Slut any good? There's one
It
by
is.
NRG. I've never tried it, but it's on my list.
There's
Literally called
actually a
Bun Slut.
It is.
yeah, Bun Slut. There's a food truck actually right around the corner from here for Bun Slut, and I believe they're opening up a couple of brick and mortars, but it's pretty good.
There's a lot of good burger. You go to Clutch City downstairs. You go to
Oh,
Burger
yeah.
Chain downstairs. We have two of the top burger
Yeah.
places within like 100 feet of us.
And not even to throw in Bun B Spot. I mean, that's a little
Chill
further
Burger.
away.
A little
Yeah,
further.
Chill Burger. That's 3 miles away from us here, but
Is it that close?
I think
it's a
so.
little
It's
further
just
than
it's
that.
just 59 to Shepherd.
Yeah, you should walk it. See how close it is.
I don't choose to walk 3 miles very often.
I got some pho
as you
today.
might
At the new
guess.
pho place downstairs. Pretty good. Texture says 0002. Yes, sir. The Whataburger lid. Yeah, those Whataburger lids. Sometimes you ever have a hole in one of those styrofoam? Like it's weak styrofoam. You can put a little hole in that thing too if you're not careful. Texture Beck's Prime slaps.
It's not fast food though.
Fast casual, I think.
Yeah.
I give Beck's Prime like an A2. It's probably not my top 5 burgers in the city, but it's good.
It's good.
Bex is really
good.
good, and like I said, my family loves the fries.
Their fries are very good.
Yep.
I think their fries are better than their burger. Texture, it's Wada, not Water Burger. Here we go. MLA Paul texting in. You got to say Wada, not water. I don't care if it's Wada Burger or Water Burger. I'll probably go back and forth.
I think I've said it both ways, but
It's
it
an
is
above average
technically
burger is what it is.
Whataburger, yes.
Wada Burger.
That's water. I always say water burger.
You say water or Wada?
Water.
You do say Wada?
Whataburger.
I think you're saying it right.
Water
I think I switch. Sometimes I get lazy with my words. Back to the Astros texture. They're not telling you clown emojis, nothing, laughing face emoji. I don't care if they tell us anything. I don't need to know anything from the Astros.
I think the guy to my right has some people that tell him some things. I think he knows some people.
I have. I've been told a few stuff. I have.
We
Jordan
got
rules.
some people that know some people with the different sports.
I don't ask for it though.
I mean, sometimes I do.
I
but
never.
I know the right. I know people on the inside, so why wouldn't I?
I don't want to be a reporter. I don't even want to be media. But
I want it for my own logic and thinking.
Yeah, I get it. Like I get it. Like I don't ask for it. I don't like to pry. Like I also don't want to be like I don't want to be that. But people do share some things with me. Jordan rules: no sliding into any base, no diving, no fielding, no hit by pitch, no long road trips, no subpar restaurants with risk for food poisoning, no low thread sheet counts at hotels. I'm down for all of
No
those.
fireworks, no
Jordan
hotel
rules.
pillows.
He deserves it. He deserves all of it. Texter Jordan is fat and lazy. Just trade him. He's not fat. He's kind of like ripped. He might be lazy. He might be lazy.
He's built like Lance
Lazy John
Berkman.
Singleton ripped.
No,
No.
he's not John Singleton ripped. I
Very
think he's a
few
better.
are.
I think he's a better athlete than Berkman.
I'm saying built like him.
But Berkman was an underrated athlete.
He
I
could
will
steal
say
a
that.
base when he wanted to, yeah.
Yeah, he would catch. I mean, he'd fall into Talus Hill and make a miraculous catch from time to time.
He did.
Yeah, I loved me some Lance Berkman. I'm not trading Jordan though. Let's not get crazy. Bubba's Burger Shack on West Park. There's so many good burgers. I haven't tried
I've been meaning to try Bubba's. It's right there at the intersection of West Park and South Rice, kind of near that Chick-fil-A.
Oh, really?
I haven't gone there yet, but it's highly rated.
Yeah. All right, let's get to the foundation of love that is Joe Espada, the love he has for certain players. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
YouTuber Isaias saying that Evan Ingram's been released by the Jags. You get Evan Ingram on cheap. Let's just recreate the Jacksonville offense.
I mean,
I like Evan Ingram, actually.
He was good with Trevor Lawrence. I mean, he was a security blanket.
2 years ago, he was really good. He got hurt last year, but no, I think he had over 100 catches 2 years ago.
He almost broke the tight end record for catches. He's like 3 catches short. It was like it was like 115. It was a lot.
I don't know how good he is in the blocking game, which I think Kaylee values a lot.
I wouldn't expect much from him in the blocking game.
I seem to remember him being like wide receiver, basically, that is given the tight end label. But was good. Burger Bodega in Washington is fantastic. I've heard that too. I've not made it over there yet. Little bitty burger barn slaps. Unfortunately, it's somewhat in the ghetto, Honey Glazed Branham. That's where I was from, the ghetto. I was built in the ghetto. It sounds like my kind of place.
Settle down, Bane.
Keith from LA, ESPN gave the Astros a D pause for their offseason moves. How do y'all feel about that?
I think that they did really well with the exception of adding at least one outfielder. I think that D is far too low.
Yeah, the lion doesn't worry about the opinion of a sheep. ESPN doesn't know anything about baseball. Baseball broke up with ESPN. Like, ESPN doesn't know anything about the MLB. So I don't care that they gave him a D. So Joe Espada's fallen in love with guys. I professed my love again with Lance McCullers. I am back with the love I used to know. It sounds like, and I'm trying to sell you guys on falling in love with Lance McCullers again. Are y'all anywhere near falling in love?
No.
Scale of 1 to 10, 10 being I'm falling in love with Lance McCullers again. I'm there. I'm at a 94.7 because that's what he threw. Where are you?
2.
So on a scale of 1 to 10, you're at a 94.7?
Yes. Yeah.
I'm 3.
Y'all don't like love.
No, I believe it when I see it.
I don't like
He's
love.
burned me too many times.
Joe Espada is more on my side. You can tell that Joe Espada, like me, has a lot of love for Lance McCullers Jr.
I keep saying he's going to pitch some big games for us. He's super close. He hasn't pitched in 2 years, so we need him to go and pitch some innings in AAA and build up that way. But you'll see him pitch some games here in spring training. He's close. His stuff looks good.
His haircut looks good.
His mindset, his mindset, his mindset is in the right play. I'm excited about him, man. I really am. This guy's pitched one of the biggest games for us. I remember 17 being on the other side, watching him start against one of those big games against the Yankees. So it's in him. Just got to stay healthy.
See how lame Brzezinski is?
Is that was Brzezinski interrupting?
Mm-hmm.
You get a guest like that, a manager of a Major League Baseball team, and you're chiming in while he's talking?
And not only chiming in, but lame jokes. I love his hair.
Joe kept trying to move on, and AJ tried, like, get it? Hair? You see it?
He was so bad on this. I'm telling, I think I misplayed my hand here. I should have just pulled all of the corny, heart-wrenching, gut-wrenching, tragic moments of AJ Brzezinski while he was at Astros camp. Like, he's like, oh, look at Jeremy Pena flexing his biceps. Joe Espada, you got gray hair. Like, it was hard to listen to.
I think Wainwright's far better than Brzezinski on the air too.
I think
Wainwright could do exactly what Brzezinski does and be more relatable.
I don't hate Brzezinski on Fox. I do agree with you that Wainwright's way better, but you get Brzezinski on these little like podcast stuff where he thinks he has to show personality. Your personality sucks. I don't want your personality, AJ. I don't like it. It's no good. But anyways, you can see that Espada loves Lance McCullers. So you're at a 2. Where are you now after hearing Joe Espada professing his love for Lance McCullers? You up to a 3, 4? 2. 2? You didn't move after hearing that? That did nothing for you?
That I am not going to have any change in where I'm at until I see him throw against major league hitters in games.
Oh, okay. You threw games there. Like, almost had you for a second until you threw the games. Because he threw against the John Singletons and the Jake Myers of the world the other day.
No.
He threw to Myers and Singleton. He looked good against those guys. He looked good against them. Well, okay, so Joe Espada mentioned in this cut that he's going to pitch in spring training.
Right.
So if he pitches in spring training, it's a game. Let's say he throws multiple games, probably facing some major league hitters. Probably not a lineup full of them, but some major league hitters. What if he goes out in spring training? He's still bumping 94.7. The secondary stuff is good. He's landing his breaking balls. Is that going to move the needle at all?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right. We're making some headway here.
I
What
didn't
about
say
you?
much.
Do minor league stats
Okay.
matter? I forget. Or I'm sorry. Do spring training stats matter? I forget.
It's not the numbers that matter here. It's the progress that's being made. It's the step in the right direction. Lance McCullers has to pitch in games before Lance McCullers pitches again in the bigs. So his line score does not matter. Agreed. But taking the step of the journey that's ultimately going to end in him locking up a World Series victory for the Houston Astros when he's bumping 94-7 after his 120th pitch.
You're sounding like
complete game
Granado right
shutout.
now.
Am
Greatest
I?
season in Astros history.
He said that?
That was last year.
That
That was his tagline last year, all year. This is the greatest season in Astros history. You're sounding a bit Granado-ish right now.
Were you at a 2 as well?
I was a 3.
You're a 3. What's it going to take to move you to a 4 in spring training? Before spring training
It
ends?
won't. It has to be regular
Really?
season games.
You can't even move to a 4 if he looks good in spring
it's
training? It's a
you're right
4.
that he's taken a step. He has to crawl before he can walk, sort of thing. It's fine, but we've seen him come back before. He had 8 games in 2022, and then by the end of the season, he was missing the next 2 years. So it's more about great that he could pitch the one game, but can he repeat it? Can he be there for month after month, 20 plus
But if
starts?
he goes multiple games in spring training and his velocity, as Jeremy put it, was at 94 and above still, and he's throwing multiple innings?
No, because we're talking in spring training, it's probably going to be what? 2-3 inning starts, maybe a 4-inning start.
Still pretty good.
Yeah, but he's got to repeat it 20 plus times over a regular
I'm not telling
season.
you to go to a 9 or a 10, but you don't think that bumps it up?
Because the whole problem is, can he repeat it over multiple starts? In 1 or 2, 3 inning starts in spring training doesn't prove he can repeat it over a long period of time.
Brian hates love.
I was going to say, do you be you?
No, I think I'm being realistic here.
I think you're being.
I'm at a 2, but if he starts doing that, I'm bumping the needle up.
Yeah, moving. I'm at a 10. He's at a 2. I feel like you're being very disrespectful to a Houston legend. There you go.
Not at 10.
I feel like you're being very disrespectful to a Houston legend.
We're responsible
Bury
drivers.
me in the H.
Yeah, what's that?
We're responsible drivers too. We're at 10 and 2.
I don't.
Position on the wheel, Brian.
Okay. Do you feel that joke landed?
He knew what he didn't like it, but he knew what I was saying.
Is that the purpose of the joke? To make somebody know what you're saying?
I don't care. As you know, I don't look for a lot of purpose in the joke. Sometimes I just throw them out there.
Blankers, I will say your personality is better than AJ Brzezinski. I will give you. I enjoy your personality far more than I enjoy AJ Brzezinski's. So my love for you is close to my love for Lance. I think so. It wasn't. What's the opposite of a comp? A put down?
Put down?
It wasn't a put down.
No.
Maybe a backhanded compliment.
Yeah. Okay. There you go.
But my love for Blankers is as high as my love for Lance. It's at a 10. It's also at a 10.
Wait, 94.7. You keep switching back and forth.
You can't be 94.7 on a scale of 1 to 10. 713-780 ESPN. Lance McCullers' last pitch when Ichiro played. Is that true? Probably is true.
No, it can't be because Ichiro's in the Hall of Fame now. He had to wait 5 years.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that.
Yeah, it can't
aspect. Be. Yeah, you Texter. You're wrong. Texter -10 on McCullers' sucker love. Come on, man. Get on board of the Lance McCullers train.
People have been fooled too many times by Lance.
It's on a fast track to another World Series.
Well, do we remember what Lance McCullers' song for us was?
I don't think. No. I think Lance McCullers predated.
I think it
did.
Yeah.
I think it did.
That started. Okay, so that started in the 23 season.
Did it? No, because he pitched.
We had Brendan was when we were doing the songs, right?
And he pitched in we were on the air whenever they had the White Sox series.
We made that bet with the White Sox guy.
We did.
They never paid up.
We did, and we also had to do radio the day that it got rained out. Remember?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, we were doing that whenever Lance McCullers last.
I don't know if we should start playing it occasionally or on the days.
I don't remember his song. Though.
I don't remember. What it was
I was going to ask, on the days that he's going to have these spring training games, maybe we should play it for good luck. But
it's a good idea.
I'll search Lance McCullers. I'm not sure.
See if McCullers' song is in the system.
Texture says he's at a 9.47 out of 10. There you go. Because he's hitting 94.7 on the gun. Texture, I don't know how much I'm in love with Lance, but I know I'm annoyed with all of the Lance hate. See, I think that's where I'm at. And look, I've been guilty of the Lance hate.
You were done with him.
I'm not going to sit here and front. I was over Lance McCullers. I was sick of Lance. Now, I wasn't trading Lance McCullers because that's stupid. Like, you're not getting anything for Lance McCullers. You're on the hook for the Lance McCullers contract. I was just over talking about Lance McCullers. I'll believe it like Brian when he pitches in a big league game. But I think I'm starting to admire the journey. I like that Lance McCullers has stopped with the social media stuff. I like that his effort. Like, the dude's working hard to get back on the bump. It's not his fault he's been hurt. Like, he's not sitting there, like, cutting himself. Be
Right.
like, I don't like my life. I'm going to cut my right elbow because I don't want to pitch in a game.
That's a
Like,
bit
he
of
can't,
a
he
horse.
can't avoid this injury.
Jeez.
I mean, the
You went to
champagne bottle.
cutting
Champagne bottle.
Oh,
Champagne bottle.
Okay.
Champagne
there
bottle.
was that.
Yeah, but that's not cutting your.
Champagne bottle.
I mean, oh, come on.
It's glass. It cut him. He had open wounds.
All right.
I'll
give that one
I
to you.
appreciate the effort that Lance McCullers is putting in. I do think he really wants to be back.
Of
I
course. I agree with that.
actually think, but I feel like I've hated on him too much for something that he can't control.
Yeah, I
like,
don't
he's not
believe that
dogged in it.
But, okay,
He's
wait a
not
minute,
lazy. He's not a bum.
I haven't hated on him. I've just
have.
been overly frustrated with him. I got frustrated to the point where I just said, I'm done. I'm done until he pitches multiple games. I haven't said major league games, but if it's going to be spring training, that's going to start to move the needle. If he pitches in multiple regular season games, now I might show you a whole new level of excitement. But at the same time, the frustration is all the way back to when I was going off on massive rants about why did it take this long? Why was it not more properly diagnosed? Why wasn't there more medical attention given to it so it didn't take this amount of time? The multiple injuries. Everything that we went through with Lance McCullers gives me every reason to doubt the hell out of everything that happens with him. But I want him to succeed. I think he's a good dude. I know he loves the organization and the city. I've had the boy cry wolf too many times.
Yeah, I hear you on all that. All those things are valid points. And look, I'm realistic on what Lance McCullers is going to be. Like, I think Schwab, I think he was clickbaiting. I'm pretty sure he was clickbaiting. He says that he thinks Lance McCullers is going to get Cy Young votes.
Oh, stop it.
Like
I don't know if
I
he
will
was
say-
clickbaiting. I don't know.
I'm going to be realistic with where I
Schaub
think Lance
is-
McCullers is going to be. Like, I don't think Lance McCullers is going to be a shell of what he used to be. I think he's going to be a 4 ERA starter. But I'll take that at this point. Like, is he better? Is he one of your 5 best starters if he gets back to a 4 ERA guy? Probably.
Because
Yeah, he's probably better than Wes Maskey.
I'll take that.
Because he
I'll
knows
take that.
to think his way through hitters and at bats, and he knows how to pitch. But I'll say this. I mean, look, I think there's something to that. I don't think he's going to sit there and be like younger arms that are trying to overpower guys or don't think through the game as much as what he's been through with his experiences. But I think the one thing I'm cautiously optimistic more than anything else is when we started this process 2 weeks ago, he was at 90. Now, do I think that he's going to maintain 94 and above? No. And there was probably a lot of adrenaline, but that was damn encouraging to know that he might be able to get back to where he was pre-injury, which was in the 93 range.
Yeah. Lance McCullers. Where's your love at for Lance McCullers? A lot of the Hive wants to weigh in on this. What's it going to take to move Brian's needle? The people are asking. 713-780-3776. There's also one other guy that Joe Spot has given love to. Who is that? What did he say? It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Justin on Twitter, Culver's is fire, especially on sourdough. I told him it was the most underrated thing in the fast food game. I've not tried it on sourdough. That's interesting.
People in Scotty love them some Culver's.
It's so good. Culver's is fantastic. You should love Culver's, being a Wisconsin guy.
My mom did.
They have cheese curds,
Culver's
although they might not be
Yeah,
your
but they're
style
deep
of cheese
fried, yeah.
curds.
Culver's is so good. I might get Culver's for dinner. Love Culver's. It is a bit out of my way, but that's how willing I am to have some Culver's. My wife started to dabble in sourdough, by the way.
Okay. Like making it?
Love it for her.
Is she making it?
Oh, she's not good at making it?
No, it tastes good. No, it does
Okay.
taste good. It does taste good.
The way
It's
you
very
said
good.
love it for her was...
It's just a bit messy.
To make sourdough bread?
She makes sourdough from scratch. She's pulling out like a loaf a day.
Huh.
It's good.
How much bread are you guys eating?
I try to stay away.
I know. Well, that's what I'm saying. A loaf a
do
day?
that.
How much are you guys eating?
She's giving away most of it.
Okay.
Like her parents or my parents or, she gives away most of it. And I might be exaggerating a loaf a day. I'm really not sure what's going on in the kitchen right now. I'm really not sure all of the semantics of what's happening in there
You
at the moment.
stay out of the kitchen. That's not your line of work.
I smell it. I see the oven going. I see the dough everywhere. I see it clogging our garbage disposal.
Sounds like a big issue.
It sounds like, there's some underlying
Sounds
stress.
like you're not too pleased, though you're supporting it.
You need a minute to get something off your chest?
I'm kind of kidding.
Kind of.
But the labor that is going on in there, I'm staying out of there for a while.
I hear you. That's not
Until the
it's not your
disposal
place in the
plugs
kitchen.
up.
It's hers. I hear you.
What's the saying? If you can't take the heat, stay out of the kitchen.
Yep.
That's right.
I'm staying out of the kitchen. I am staying out of the kitchen at the moment. Tukey's and Kima is fire. I went to Tukey's whenever we did a show in Kima.
I remember the show.
It was very good.
Tukey's is great.
It was very
It's just
good.
so far out of the way of living in Kingwood.
Yeah, Jeremy, I need you to explain to me where Culver's is around here.
There's one in Kingwood. I don't know the other locations. Actually, there's one in Kingwood and one in Humble or Toscasita. I can't remember where it falls in the line.
That was like on Will Clayton, right?
Yeah.
1960.
I think it's a Toscasita Road, but nearby that, yeah.
Road. The one that I go to is in Kingwood. Like, I'll go to Kingwood and go out of the way.
North Park?
I have to go 45 to go home. We're hard.
Are you coming all the way to North Park?
I will go up 59 to go to the one on North Park. Yeah, I don't live too far from that, though.
Okay.
Is North Park by the golf course that we did the grand opening for?
Not too far. It's
About
not
10
too far.
minutes.
Yeah, it's not too far.
About 10 minutes.
You could, that's probably a way to do it. Lance McCullers gets egg rolls at Jack in the Box. Who doesn't get egg rolls at Jack in the Box? I get egg rolls at Jack in the Box.
I haven't either.
They're not bad.
Really?
Yeah, they're not bad. Tyler and Conroe, there is a Culver's in Conroe. I find that one not to be as good, though. I feel like the one in Kingwood's better than the one in Conroe. I have had the egg rolls at Jack in the Box.
Really?
Yes. I mean, it's 12:30 at night. You do some things that you might not normally do.
If I'm in that mode, I'm just going Jack in the Box tacos, though, if I'm in that mode.
I mean, you can go Jack in the Box tacos. You get a little 2 for $99, although they're not 2 for $99 anymore. You get
I think it's $1.29 now.
You get the 2 tacos, you get 1 egg roll, you get a medium curly. I mean, that could, maybe that's somebody's order. I don't know whose order that could be.
Sounds like it's
but
your
2
order.
tacos, an egg roll, medium curly. That's not the worst thing in the world at 12:30 in the morning. It might be the worst thing in the world at 7:30 in the morning.
Oh, yeah. You might go into your meditation.
I try not to do that as much as I woke up with like this thing last night. Like
your esophagus?
Like it was burning.
Little
like acid reflux?
It was acid reflux, right?
I have reflux.
I woke up with that at 1:30 in the morning.
Lance has
man.
Lance and I both have reflux. Little different versions.
Thing was burning.
It ain't great a feeling. It's not a great feeling.
I'm not going to read that texter. I'll be excited if McCullers makes it out of spring training. That's fair. Goodness forbid we criticize a guy who makes millions and is not working. I criticize him too. I'm hopping on board the Lance McCullers train. People act like Lance is a quarterback and the season's over if he doesn't play. Doesn't make any sense. I don't get the sense that people think that way.
I think people are just highly frustrated and overly frustrated with the fact that they have wanted and expected him to pitch in the last couple of years, and when it doesn't happen, they get sick and tired of it, and then they get ticked off.
I don't think anybody thinks the season's over when Lance is not pitching, though. Texture, if we get anything out of Lance, it's just a lanyap. Let's use words that we know, okay? Let's use words that we know.
I think the biggest thing is the other thing that really ticks people off is they know that he's making $17 or $18 million a year. So that adds fuel to the fire.
Lance McCullers eats Burger King Junior Whoppers and chicken fries. I'll mess with Burger King every now and then.
I love the charbroiled.
Yeah, like the regular burger, I'm fine with.
I'll do the I'll go to Burger King roughly once a year, and I'll do the Texas Double Whopper. Texas Double Whopper, legit.
The charbroiled taste I do like.
The jalapeno, the bacon. I might get Burger King tonight.
Joel, you get down with the jalapeno?
The Texas Double Whopper? Man.
No.
Texas Double Whoppers, that hits once a year. That Texas Double Whopper hits. Their fries are kind of mid.
Yeah, I don't care for their fries.
I don't really like their chicken fries either.
Now,
I won't do the chicken fries.
The wife likes the Burger King fries.
Oh, does she?
Yeah, because they're not fried in animal fat.
I'm hungry, I guess. You know what? Isn't Steak Shack doing that? They're doing the beef tallow with the fries. It's a big RFK thing right now.
I don't know. I just know that
I think it might be Steak Shack.
Taco Bell and Burger King do not deep fry their fries in animal fat.
Oh, okay. Yeah, somebody went to beef tallow. I think it's Steak Shack. I think. His underrated fries. The new Wendy's fries are underrated.
Okay.
Those are pretty underrated. Texture Jack in the Box egg rolls are highly underrated. I agree. Jack in the Box sides game is criminally underrated. Tyler and Conroe, I agree.
Yeah, I've had their jalapeno poppers there. Not bad.
I've never had those there. I've had them at Sonic.
Sonics are better than Jack in Boxes, but they're both solid.
Beck's Primes for 4 burgers, fries, and drinks is $90. I mean, it's 2025. I miss Jack in the Box potato wedges. You can see how one would miss that. My buddy ordered a few egg rolls from Jack in the Box and fell asleep before eating them. That tracks. I could see that. Anthony Rendon thinks that Lance McCullers plays too many games. Have you ever had the Burger King tacos? I have, but I don't think they sell them anymore.
I tried them once, but I didn't think they're all that good.
Have y'all tried the mini Jack
they're not
tacos?
good.
I tried it once. I didn't like it.
I'm not a fan.
They do not look good.
Like, I think the Dairy Queen does a pretty good Jack in the Box taco.
Yeah,
I think
call
their
it like
taco is better.
like a Texas tea taco or something.
I think that's what it's called. Yeah, it is pretty good. Lance eats boneless wings. Poor guy. Lance McCullers eats fried fish from Captain D's. Why are we banging on Lance McCullers all of a sudden?
Is Captain D's the place that looks like a boat?
Maybe, or that is Long John Silver.
No. I'm saying that these aren't like major chain restaurants,
No.
but there are a couple around town, and they literally the building looks just like a.
I don't think
an
it's
old boat.
Captain D's. No, I think I know what you're talking about.
It's an unfortunate name too.
But
yeah, it really is.
I don't like the fast food slander.
Or a compliment.
We all can't eat Papa's Burgers every day. I agree. Isn't it Steak and Shake that does the beef tallow? I forget which one it is. Steak and Shake or Shake Stack or Steak Shack.
Shake Shack.
Shake Shack.
I forget which one did that. Boycott Wendy's. They want to make meals more expensive during lunch hours. That's interesting. I hadn't heard that.
They floated that out there, but they're not doing it as far as I know. They thought about surge pricing, but it obviously got rejected by the masses.
Man.
I've done the teriyaki bowl at Jack in the Box, and it ain't great.
Yeah, I've never done their Asian.
I don't usually. Yeah, I go burgers and nuggets.
I guess I do the egg roll. I guess that's kind of a contradiction.
Mm-hmm.
Chicken Express has the best jalapeno poppers. I've never had theirs. Best jalapeno poppers is Church's Chicken. I'll have to try that.
I haven't seen a Church's Chicken in a long time.
I drive by 2 a day, I think.
Do you? Like, there was one growing up in Deer Park. We had one, but that I don't remember seeing any outside of there, or at least not where I live. I don't. Is there one in Kingwood? You used to live there. I don't remember seeing one.
I think there might be one on North Park, or used to be.
Maybe a long time ago. I don't think it's there now.
Chili's triple dipper is slept on. I've actually been craving Chili's lately, which is scary because Chili's.
You've been watching Office reruns or something?
No, I've been craving their salsa.
I was going to say they got that deal going on right now.
Yeah, it's unlimited,
you
right?
get unlimited chips and salsa, a big drink, fries, and then a pretty big
it's like a 3-course meal sort of thing.
Oh, you know what? I think I did see that commercial. I think it subconsciously made me crave Chili's.
Yeah.
You like their salsa?
Not really. No.
I thought you had strong, good opinions on salsa. I couldn't believe you were craving
like
it.
Every now and then you just get like a taste bud for it. And you need to like satisfy that taste bud.
You're going to go there and be disappointed?
I probably haven't been to Chili's in 3 to 5 years. 3 to 5 years. But every now and then I'll get a little bit of a hankering for that chili con queso.
The skillet queso.
Yeah, I also don't hate their triple play or whatever it's called. Like you get a little bit of their chicken crisper, maybe a wing or two, and then their little sliders.
I do like their Southwestern egg rolls.
Okay, yeah, those aren't bad. I haven't had those in forever, but those aren't bad. Captain Benny's said somebody. Somebody said Captain Tom's. Captain Benny's is the boat.
That boat-shaped building, right?
I think that's
yes,
right.
I think that's right.
Lance McCullers eats at Arby's.
America's roast beef, yes, sir.
Ugh, gross.
With the deep voiced commercial guy.
Yeah. There's a Church's Chicken and Humble off of Will Clayton. I think there might be one on like 1314
Oh,
too.
you know what? Yeah. I know where that Church's is now. That's kind of far out of the way, but I'll drive over there at one point.
People are saying here's their Jack in the Box orders now. Huey and Spring Bacon Ultimate Cheeseburger, large curly, large.
I'm not a big
Dr.
curly
Pepper
fry.
and toast.
Really, you don't like their curly?
I like
fries?
their curlies.
Yeah, I like their curlies. I would go sourdough Jack, no tomato.
Lance
Tomatoes gross.
McCullers orders a burger
Curly
at Timmy
fries.
Chan's. You gotta go wings and fried rice at Timmy Chan's. That's how do I know? How do you know if you're from Houston without telling me you're from Houston? Wings and fried rice at Timmy Chan's.
No, I've never been to Timmy Chan's.
Church's Chicken isn't usually in rich areas, Brian.
I didn't say I lived in a rich
Church's
area.
Chicken on Beach Nut, on Gessner, and on Chimney Rock.
Lance McCullers eats all-you-can-eat barbecue riblets at Applebee's with a 7-Up. What's wrong with you people?
7-Up?
The 7-Up.
Chili's changed their recipe from their chicken crispers meal, and I haven't been back since. What a shame. Okay, I haven't been there since they did that. That is disappointing.
Oh,
The
that's
chicken
right. They
crisp
messed with
sauce,
me.
7-Up.
Okay.
What's up?
When's the last time you saw someone with 7-Up?
Every now and then I'll drink a cherry 7-Up.
I didn't think they still
That
made
is a good low-key way to say you're trash, to say you're drinking 7-Up and not Sprite.
Lance McCullers eats at White Castle. White Castle stinks.
There's not a White Castle
Oh my
around
God.
here, is there?
I ate
Sliders
it.
there.
I ate
Ugh.
it last. I ate it at White Castle in Indy.
I've never
And it
been
was
to
not
it.
good.
Minneapolis. Ugh.
It was
I
not
tried
good.
the frozen White Castle. It was garbage. I've never been to an actual White Castle. I don't think I've ever seen one here.
Arby's.
White
I don't think they're
Castle
here.
is
No.
Is the Minnesota version of Whataburger late night runs.
Really?
I thought White Castle was a
But
New
White
York
Castle
thing.
sucks.
I had mine in Indianapolis.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's in the Midwest for sure.
Arby's beef and cheddar with the horsey sauce
Ugh.
rocks. I don't mind their beef and cheddar every now and then. Twin Peaks venison queso. Never had it. Lance orders the McRib when it's not on the menu, says Aaron. Why is Lance McCullers catching all
I
these
don't know how
strays
this-
today?
I don't know what we got to this point.
Lance
You were actually singing his praises.
Lance only orders a side of steamed veggies at Panda Express. I do their super greens at Panda
Wow,
Express.
really?
When
Over
I'm
there?
trying,
My wife.
when I'm trying
Orange
to,
chicken fried rice, baby.
when I'm trying to eat good, I'll do their super greens. I'll usually get like some sort of chicken teriyaki,
Mushroom chicken.
the string bean chicken is fine, the black pepper chicken is fine, the kung pao chicken is
Chicken and
fine,
broth?
and then I never get that one, and then I'll do the side of the super greens at Panda Express because it's like not a terrible fast food option.
No,
No,
if you go chicken and then get the veggies, yeah, you're calorie wise, you're doing fine.
I usually eat okay for lunch and then I eat awful for dinner. It's usually what I
Lisa
do.
does the super greens and they have the impossible
Impossible orange chicken.
Yeah, impossible orange chicken. That's it.
Interesting.
Yep.
I can't do that. Lance
Why?
goes to I can't eat the impossible thing.
But why? Is it just
It's a
it's just
taste
a block
thing.
in your mind?
No,
I
or-
it's a taste.
I
Okay.
understand.
All right.
No, it's a taste. Lance goes to Crystal Burger and orders chicken. This Lance slander is so funny right now.
We're not going to read those. 713.
Yeah. Huey and Spring says Crystal Burger is White Castle down here. Huey and Spring. Crystal's is better than White Castle. Crystal's has an expansive menu, I think. Lance McCullers eats TGI Fridays frozen wings from Walmart. Lance orders footlongs from Sonic. Come on. Lance McCullers eats Taco Bell, then shames people who eat Jack in the Box. You country boys don't know about White Castles. That's a Chicago thing.
I
Okay.
just said it's a Midwest thing.
You're a
Relax.
country boy.
Joel did.
Calm
Joel
down,
did.
country boy.
Yeah, seriously. Hey, don't you start with me.
Lance McCullers goes to McDonald's at 10:35 and tries to order breakfast only to get declined, then reverses out of the drive-thru causing traffic. Lance orders steak and hurts shorter cutting it. Goes against the grain. Lance McCullers enjoys Lance Zerline's brisket.
Oh, see,
Wow,
that's
we
just
went Lance
that's,
on Lance
that's a low
crime now.
blow.
Lance McCullers goes to let Madeline and orders soup and then goes microwaves it when he gets home with crackers. I like their tomato soup every now
I
and
was just going to say, people love La Madeleine's tomato soup.
My wife does. I just
Isn't it
don't like
bisque?
soup in general, though.
I don't know if they call it bisque or not.
Oh.
It's pretty good, though. They sell it at the grocery stores,
They
too.
do. They do.
Lance gets sushi from 7-Eleven. Like the tomato soup with a good grilled cheese whenever you're a little under the weather, that's when it hits the best.
I don't know. I just never been a big fan of soup.
Grilled cheese, tomato bisque, whatever.
Do you say
yeah.
grilled cheese?
No, I said it funny. I am a little under the weather. Grilled cheese, the tomato soup from La Madeleine, whenever you're a little under the weather, is when it hits the best. I will forever think that. Lance gets sushi 7-Eleven. Lance eats Lefty's cheesesteaks. Lance McCullers orders Starbucks, then pours it over into a Maven coffee. Better than mayo on the coffee, I guess. Here was Joe Espada. One more player that he loves. His love for one, Cam Smith.
You know what? I want to first talk about the human. Like, this kid is an incredible person. Is a man of faith, family values. He's super coachable. And then once you put that on the baseball field, his skill sets is off the chart. The power. He actually is a really good runner. Can play third. If you could put him in the outfield, I'm sure he's athletic enough to do it over there. We are excited about him. I'm excited about his future. And, he's close. He's close to being a big league player, very close.
Gives you some optimism there.
I guess it does. That'll move the needle a little bit.
Yeah, that was an interesting quote there from Espada, but you can tell he loves him a bit. Loves himself some Cam Smith. It'll be fun to watch the journey. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's get to Bad Take Boulevard. What are the worst takes of the week? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Grilled cheese, said a texter. I said grilled cheese like Brian Kelly says family.
You're also a fake Louisianan?
I am a fake Louisianan. There's no doubt about that. Lance eats Vienna sausages. Lance starts the pay at forward line at Starbucks. He drinks at Maven. Lance McCullers eats crawfish with gloves and safety glasses. Lance eats Hertz chicken buffet table for one. Our Killer Bee resident reverse racist. They need a brother player. Let's go Cam. Clap emoji, clap emoji, clap emoji. That's our resident reverse racist. I texted that into the show. All right, let's get to Bad Take Boulevard. Brian, I believe this is yours. National media doesn't follow the Texans.
Yeah, so there was a thing that came out from CBS Sports about what they learned from the combine, and it was one thing they learned about each team and their needs going into free agency and the draft. What they learned about them during the combine, and their thing for the Texans was, again, the thing that they learned was that the Texans were in need of offensive line help. Now, maybe they were the victim of a bad headline writer, which has been something we've seen happen before. But how could anyone paying even just a tiny bit of attention to the Texans say what they learned at the combine well after the season has ended, that they needed offensive line help?
It's bad take.
Yep, it's
pretty obvious. Take. This is why the national folks have no clue.
What
national
about
folks have
Diana
no clue.
Rossini? She knew.
Yeah, well, that's different. That's like a scoop.
I know.
But like that's not the same as like following the team and like knowing the ins and outs.
I was just playing with you.
Yeah, Gianna Rossini did a really good job earlier today. She was fantastic. Yeah, CBS, you make the list. Bad take.
You just made the list.
Diana, you like that song?
What's that?
Dirty Diana.
I always call her Princess Di.
No, but you like the Michael Jackson song, right? Didn't
I'm
you
not
say that you like that one?
I don't think that was the one I was referring to.
No.
I'd probably have to hear that one to know what that one is.
Really?
Yeah, I don't
Dirty
think that's the
Diana?
one we were talking
Okay.
about the other day.
I thought it was. I thought that was the song.
I think we were talking about the Billy King song.
Oh, Billie Jean.
Billie Jean, not Billy King. Billy King was not Billie Jean.
Or Billie Jean King.
Fox NFL Twitter doesn't know who Josh Allen looks like. Doesn't know what he looks
Or
like.
Jonathan Allen. Yeah, so obviously the defensive lineman formerly with the Commanders. Anyway,
I clicked on this one today, Brian, and it's gone.
That's clearly a picture of Jair
that's
Alexander.
that's exactly why I screen capped it and put the picture of it in the Google Doc, because I thought they would delete the tweet. But they put out a graphic of the best trade destinations for guys who might be on the move this NFL offseason. And they put Jonathan Allen's name. One problem, they put up a picture. Joel, you know who the player they
He's
actually
got
put up
23
is.
and a Green Bay collar on. That's
Jair Alexander. So, and I mean, you could, even if you didn't know what Jair Alexander or Jonathan Allen looked like, you can clearly see a Green Bay jersey in the picture that they chose for Jair Alexander. You could see the green and the gold. So clearly,
what happened here? Like, what went wrong, you think?
I think Jair Alexander is also someone that's been talked about in trade. So clearly they were maybe thinking about him, and maybe they typed in the wrong name. I think maybe they thought, Jair Alexander, J.A., Jonathan Allen, J.A., they were thinking Jair Alexander, and they just typed in the wrong name.
I think that I think that's what happened here. I think they were predicting Jair going to the Cardinals, and they typed in the wrong name.
I think that's what happened, but still, I mean,
that's rough.
Double check your work.
Fox, Carmen Vitelli, you made the list.
You just made the list.
He or she probably didn't come up with the graphic. Pat McAfee, remember he was standing for that guy who he pulled up into Indy and was throwing the ball like over the building and like, this guy's a dog. This guy's gonna be awesome. He's gonna have a great combine. That guy was Will Howard. Will Howard then was awful during the combine.
One of the worst throwing performances
ever.
I've ever seen at the combine.
Really?
Yeah, somebody was trying to pump up Will Howard again.
So Pat McAfee.
Kurt Warner.
Oh, really?
He said he watched a whole bunch of tape on him, and he looked.
Kurt
great.
Warner does know a thing or two about terrible quarterbacks.
He used to be one.
He was bagging groceries.
Mm-hmm. So Pat McAfee make the list.
You just made the list.
Justin Turner. He does not like what the Seattle Mariners are doing this season. See, Justin Turner was a Mariner after they got him last year, second half of the season. He said the fact that Mariners missed the playoffs by one game, didn't go out and add an impact bat or two when you have the best pitching staff in baseball just seems absurd to me. Honestly, as much as I wanted to be back there, if I was the only piece they brought back in, I would be saying the same thing. What are we doing? Are you trying? This is the rite of passage in Seattle baseball. This happens every single year where they have the best pitching in all of baseball, yet they never add to their team. That's why the Mariners are always going to be the Houston Astros bridesmaids.
This had to be like music to Mariner fans' ears on Twitter, because they just every year right after the deadline, they just unload on how the fact that they've done it again by not doing anything.
I mean, they did trade for Randy Arozarena last year. They did more than they usually do, but we all knew trading for one Randy Arozarena wasn't going to fix the offense.
He's still there.
Yeah, he's still there.
Yeah, they never
He's
do
not
enough.
good though. He's overrated.
Yeah, exactly. He's a player that's, I think, has more in name value right now than he actually does production on the field.
Who's better, Adolis Garcia or Randy Arozarena?
I would take
they were always
Adolis.
compared, weren't they?
They were both bad last year. They weren't really compared. Because they're very different players.
Power
but they
player
came up at the
versus-
same
yeah.
time with the Cardinals. So
And
they're real
and they're
tight.
buddies,
Yeah. Different profiles, but same age. We're buddies. They're thick as thieves, those two guys. One got inflated and one just kind of stayed the same. Mark McDaniel, attorney at law on Twitter, in my comments, criminal defense attorney, Mississippi State University, 1980. He commented on my Astros opening day roster projection. I had John Singleton listed as a backup infielder. He responded to me and said, John Singleton is not an infielder. I asked him, is he an outfielder? And then he's like, oh, an infielder means he plays multiple positions. I was like, no, he's just an infielder on the bench. So attorney at law, what did I say his name was? Mark S. McDaniel. You made the list.
You just made the list.
Plays in the dirt, man. It's an infielder.
If he's not starting, he's an infielder.
I think he was obviously trying to nitpick, saying, "Oh, he's a first baseman only." But yeah, first basemen are infielders.
And you wanted to put B1B instead of IF?
Whenever you were filling out that All-Star ballot in 1980, and you had to punch out the hanging chads.
I
Was a
remember
first
those.
baseman an infielder or was he an outfielder? Lawyer. Dallas Mavericks raising ticket prices. It's a bad take. You trade your best player. The organization hates you right now, and you're raising ticket prices by 8%. This is odd business strategy.
I think it was intentional. I mean, remember the tinfoil hat conspiracies that came out after the trade about how the ownership group wanted to move and was trying to piss off the fans so they could? Following up trading away your best player by raising your ticket prices 8% feels to be on track for that tin hat foil conspiracy.
You're on that. They're not moving out of Dallas.
We'll see. We'll see.
I think they want to expand. They want to get like permits and everything to try and expand in Dallas.
Yeah, I don't believe that conspiracy. Brian's not letting it go.
I'm just saying it tracks. It tracks.
I know that they don't know basketball. That's for sure. And they just let whoever run amok.
Remember how I was, Mavericks, you made the list.
You just made the list.
And then last one here. Remember how I was dogging that show, Running Point, the other day, which has, I forget who's playing the lady.
Kate. Yeah, crap.
Hudson.
Kate Hudson. There we go. We got
The
there.
Genie.
The
What
Genie
I
Bus
said
story.
might have been the Genie Bus story.
Yeah, it definitely is.
Is it?
Yeah, it definitely is. I tried to watch it. Because
Okay.
last night we were done watching our shows and we were ready for bed. And we're like, hey, let's just see what this looks like. Got to the first segment. I turned it off. It
One
was as
segment
bad. It was as bad as I thought it would be. It was worse than I
Acting or
thought it
just
would
the
be.
whole-
No, the acting's not bad. They have actually some pretty good actors.
I was
Kate
gonna say,
Hudson's
'cause,
pretty
yeah,
good.
Kate Hudson
I
can
think they
act.
have the row guy or whatever. Like he's in it. Like the cast isn't bad.
Okay.
Mindy Kaling.
Yeah,
she's
Kaling,
from
yeah.
the
She's
like
Office.
the executive producer or
Yeah.
whatever. No, they have the cast. It is just awful television. So anybody that likes that show, you made the list.
You just made the list.
But it is definitely the Genie Bus story.
Okay.
Like it's very, very obvious that is the Genie Bus story. All right, that does it for Bad Take Boulevard. Let's get to our car wreck of the day. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.
Stocks resumed their downward trend today after rallying yesterday. Today's loss is wiping out nearly all of yesterday's gains. President Trump moving forward on tariffs, but also exempting certain industries from them, particularly with respect to Canada and Mexico. If they're under the U.S. Canada-Mexico free trade agreement, then some of those products will be exempted. So stocks closed off their lows, but still lower on the day, with the Dow off 427 points, about 1% to 42,000. 52,579. S&P down 1 3/4% or 104 points to 5738. NASDAQ sliding 2.6%, 483 points to 18,069. Now down 10% from its all-time high. That would be a correction, as it were. 10-year note yields edged higher and then closed just about flat at 4.29 on the day. Dollar continued lower. Oil off 7 cents to 66.24 a barrel. Gold down $6 to 29.20 the ounce as we close out the week. Tomorrow we get the unemployment report and maybe more news on tariffs.
USS Cam is 2 for 2 in a minor league game today. We just had a ball 108.2 off the bat.
It's making it hard to keep him off the major league roster. Why are you smirking again?
Yeah, he's making it hard to keep him off the major league roster. I agree. 108.2 is better than 94.7.
That's just math.
108.2 is better than 97.5. That's just self-deprecating.
No one's better than 97.5.
108.2 off the bat? He had a hit in the first inning. He's 2 for 2? Get this guy's bust ready in Cooperstown.
Oh, stop it.
Get it ready. He's the next Albert Pujols. He's the next Albert Pujols.
I sure hope so. But
Albert Pujols, 6'3", 235. Cam Smith, 6'3", 225. The sweet pickle is the new Prince Albert.
that can't stick his whole career.
All right,
the machine versus the sweet pickle.
that's not
that
happening.
cannot.
We're not calling him the sweet pickle.
No.
Unless he's in a slump. Sweet pickle can be his alter ego whenever he's not performing well. Whenever he's performing well, he's the USS Cam. When he's performing poorly, he is sweet pickle. Coming up on ESPN 97.5, 92.5 after us, it'll be Soccer Matters at 6 with the great Glenn Davis. It'll be Athletically Declined starting at 7, and then Athletically More Declined at 9 o'clock with Hall of Fame.
I was trying
Booker
to guess what the
T.
joke was going to be.
Wow.
And Brad Gilmore. All right, what's your card of the day, Blankers?
I'm going to go with Malik Beasley. I think it was less than 2 weeks ago. He was on a podcast, and he was asked about defending guys and who was the easiest to defend.
My favorite player of all time is James Harden.
Your favorite player of all time is James Harden?
Yeah.
He's easy to guard.
Said he was easy to guard. Malik Beasley plays for the Pistons, Jeremy. Pistons played the Clippers and James Harden last night, Jeremy.
Yeah.
James Harden had 50 points.
So he said this a long time ago?
He said it 2 weeks ago.
So you think Harden had the receipts here?
Well, they later go on to say, I'm going to call the Clippers and don't let the Clippers hear this. Not that I think that James Harden used it as motivation or anything, but it's not a good look.
He's been playing pretty well lately, Harden.
Yeah, I was surprised he went for 50. And, because Kawhi's so hit or miss on if he's even playing and when he plays.
Yeah, that's bad there, Malik.
He said he said the toughest guys to guard are Steph and other guys that run around a lot. James doesn't run around a lot.
I can see where he's coming from there, but then you get cooked for 50. It looks really, really bad after that. I'll nominate AJ Przinsky's stellar personality for my car wreck of the day.
I'll nominate someone not letting the grudge go, Skip Bayless. I saw this pop on my timeline. Said, quote, LeBron James wasted the first 20 years of his career. I mean, the dude won, 4 titles in his first 20 years? The guy will not let go of that petty grudge.
He does that on so many different things to clickbait. He's annoying.
He's pot committed and unemployed. Car of the day, Lance McCullers for all the food jokes. That was pretty funny. I don't know how that popped off like that. And then Josh wants to nominate BMAC for nominating me yesterday, but not the boba straws whenever I dropped my ring. All right, what's wins?
I think I'll go Malik Beasley.
That sounds good. Malik, you win. That does it for us. Thanks to Brian for the hard work. He's Blank. I'm Brad. I'm talking to you tomorrow, Houston. Soccer Matters, Glenn Davis right now on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
All right, let's rock and roll tonight. Soccer Matters is on the air, presented by the Daspit Law Firm. Streaming at ESPN975.com, and the call-in number is always 713-780-3776. By the way, when you call in with takes, it leads to really good stuff. And I know there's a lot of very, very intelligent soccer fans out there. No question is off base. So don't forget, 713-780-3776. That's 713-780-ESPN. We can continue on with the conversation about Leo Messi, the Inter Miami game, the Houston Dynamo, where they're at. They will have a press conference tomorrow with Ben Olsen, and they are off to Columbus. Columbus is a little bit different right now. Dynamo are 0 for 2. FC Dallas and Inter Miami. And, the natives are restless a little bit. So we'll talk about that tonight. You can talk to me about the Houston Dynamo and much, much more here tonight. If any of you watched the Europa League today, there were some really, really interesting matches. And I guess one of the things I say about the Europa League, which is interesting, is, everybody goes to, the Fortune 500 clubs, right? Everybody wants to watch Real Madrid, Barcelona, Liverpool. Don't get me wrong. They are great watches. But when you get into some of the Europa League and you get into the Copa Libertadores, the Copa Sudamericana, you really learn a lot of different things. You got teams today, the Czech Republic playing. You got teams from Norway winning games. And you got Fenerbahce today with the vaunted Jose Mourinho losing 3-1 to Rangers today of Scotland. It's a bad day for Turkish football, I'll tell you. And that's not taking anything away from Rangers. Czerny had 2 goals in this in the 48th and 81st. But that was at Fenerbahce. And Jose Mourinho is under some real pressure. He's got some older guys that are playing that maybe aren't living up to it and are too old to play. They don't play that high of a tempo. They got a midfield that's got real problems. And I remember when he was getting signed by Fenerbahce, I said, the special one's not so special anymore. And I don't know if it's passed him by. We all know he has done amazing things in his football career as a manager. But his last couple of clubs, the toys are usually kicked out of the sandbox when it's over. But he keeps getting hired. So Victoria Plens of the Czech Republic goes down to Lazio 2-1. Lazio gets goals from Romagnoli and Isaacson. Roma 2-1 over Athletic Club. And to think the owner of Roma lives or is right here in Houston, Dan Friedkin, the Friedkin Group. So Roma gets a win today here. They get goals from Angelino in the 56th. Shamadurov, 90+3. So they got a stoppage time goal there over Athletic Club. Inaki Williams for Athletic Club. Steaua Bucharest, Belusha tied the thing up against Leon. Leon ends up winning Tagliafico. You remember him from the Argentine national team, had a goal in that one. And Fofana had 2 in the 86th and 89th. So they could have gotten out of that opening leg in Bucharest in front of a incredibly passionate crowd. They could have got out of there at 1-1 going back to Leon. But those 2 late goals have really, they've pretty much crushed it for them. Tanner Tessman, if you remember him, the U.S. player, who's played for the national team, FC Dallas product, was offered a kicking scholarship to Clemson by then coach, who was the coach at Clemson then? Who would have been the football coach at Clemson, Brian?
What time period?
A couple of years ago.
Dabo Swinney.
Yeah. He's the one who offered him a full scholarship to Clemson. Said no. And by the way, today was playing in front of 60,000 people in the Europa League for a club like Leon. Made a good choice, I think, Tanner Tessman. Ajax goes down 2-1 to Eintracht Frankfurt. Boy, Dutch teams are really having a hard time in both the Champions League and the Europa League. I mean, PSV got smashed 7-1 by Arsenal. Feyenoord got beat by Inter Milan in the Champions League, and it's been rough in Europe. Eintracht Frankfurt got goals from Larson and Curie. Bodo Glimt, I told you about them, right? Not too many people know about them, including me from Norway. I mean, I know the name of the club. Kasper Høeg had 2. They beat Olympiacos 3-0. Some of the stats and data moved towards Olympiacos in that one. And then Real Sociedad and Manchester United 1-1. A lot of United fans here in Houston. Zirke in the 57th, and then Oyarzabal in the 70th. The penalty kick ends 1-1. Second legs will be next week for both the Champions League and the Europa League. So it's fun to stay on top of this stuff. It's super exciting to watch. We got CONCACAF Champions League and a lot more. I want to go back to yesterday because we were a little hustled at the end of the show. Barcelona and Benfica, and I think we have this goal call here. It is Rafinha in the 61st. I think the one thing I want you to note in this is that there was an early sending off in the 22nd minute to Pau Kubarsi, and Barcelona does play with a high line under Hansi Flick. He got caught. He got sent off. So they had to go a large portion of this game with 10 men, and they proved they could defend deeper. They got great goalkeeping from Chesney, and then they get a special moment in the 61st minute. Here's Rafinha's goal.
Oh, and Antonio Silva's given it away. Will he be made to pay for that? Oh, he certainly will. It's a big mistake by the Benfica defender. And Rafinha gleefully dispatched it into the back of the Portuguese net. The 10 men of Barcelona lead with half an hour to go in this first leg.
I think you find something out about yourself with 10 men. And the fact that Barcelona could defend deep, win a game with 10 men, and go that long, that's a really, really positive thing for Hansi Flick and company. And I would also say, because they are so technical, if you did have to play with 10, that's not a bad team to do it with, right? We'll see what Rafinha does with Brazil in the World Cup qualifying, which is coming up. Which, by the way, I said last night, there was a lot of ill-informed commentary around Leo Messi. Really ill-informed. They had a ton of games in preseason. He played 3 games in 7 days. I just have to reiterate this because when you make judgment on, he should be here and the commissioner should make him play, or he should just fly here, or I heard somebody say, too early in the season to be worrying about work overload. No, it's not. When he's the best player in the world, he's 37 years old. And by the way, he's going off to play with Argentina, taking a flight to South America to play on their biggest rivals in World Cup qualifying, which is Uruguay and Brazil, right? That's coming up shortly. So all I would say is if you were the coach, you would have done the same thing because you want to win. Inter Miami wants to win. Can't say that about everybody all the time. They want to win. And they feel the obligation with the talent that they have to win. I remember Tata Martino, the prior coach before Javier Mascherano, saying, it's my obligation to win the league with these players, basically. 713-780-3776. If I'm wrong about Messi, I don't mind you telling me. 713-780-3776 is the number to call in. And by the way, a second game of a 2025 Major League Soccer season, where does that really rank on the scale of importance? When 18 of 30 teams are going to make the playoffs. It's just the way the leagues run. So it allows you to make these kind of decisions, right? 713-780-3776 is the number here tonight. We can also talk Dynamo. It was a tough one for the Dynamo against Inter Miami, and that's being light here. They have an opportunity to turn things around. They go on the road. They were a better road team last year. They will go to Columbus and take on the Columbus Crew, who, by the way, does not have Cucho Hernandez anymore. He now is currently a member of Real Betis, doing very well there. They're climbing the table in La Liga. They also beat Real Madrid last weekend, 2-1. So that was pretty huge for them. But I think the game that, to me, turned out to be the most exciting was Real Madrid and Atletico Madrid. Let's take a listen to some of those goal calls. So this one started out in the big way, and I don't think this is a match that Real Madrid wanted. Obviously, a rival. It's a derby game in the city of Madrid in Spain. 4th minute, though, they kind of bust the tactics of Atletico. Rodrigo with the goal.
Valverde was that injury down ahead of kickoff and plays the ball in behind, and Rodrigo's in beyond Javi Gallant, and Rodrigo! Real Madrid off and running in the last 16! Nothing less than truly magisterial this run!
28 minutes later, Julian Alvarez, the huge pickup from Man City, obviously, who's done so much for the Argentine national team, bends in just a wicked ball here. This is the 32nd minute. It equalizes things.
Alvarez ahead of Camavinga. Can get beyond him. He'll take the shot. He wanted to play in games of these size and has absolutely delivered a golazo for Atletico. 1-0.
All right.
Absolute brilliant execution of the highest order.
That's Julian Alvarez. But then in the 55th, Brahim Diaz, he would provide the difference here. He'd get a second goal for Real Madrid, and then they'll turn it around and play at Atletico next week. Here's what it sounded from Brahim Diaz, who was dangerous all night.
Vinny Jr. on the corner nicely. Brahim Diaz, what can he spot? Still Brahim Diaz! Picks up the corner! A moment of pure magic from Brahim Diaz. Real Madrid back in front.
By the way, did you see what we did there? Rafinha, Brazilian national team, with the game winner. And you had Rodrigo getting the first for Real Madrid. That's just to tell you what type of talents the Brazilian national team has. And guess what? Neymar is going to come back. He's going to be brought back to the Brazilian national team for upcoming qualifiers against Argentina and Colombia. He's been away from the national team for 17 months. He remains, much looked at guy in world sports, but I think it's as much for his off-field stuff. So we'll see what he can bring back to a national team that includes the likes of Vinny Jr., Rodrigo, Rafinha, 713-780-3776. The other game yesterday was Liverpool. Our first soundbite here was the star man for Liverpool. Never do you think Liverpool is going to get outshot 27-2. But they did by PSG, and it was all about what was going on in goal for them. This is a goalkeeper that essentially puts you in a position to win a game. It is Alisson, and take a listen to this.
And here's a chance for Dembele. What a save that is. Still Barcola. Hakimi. Barcola blocked by Szoboszlai. Barcola over. Well, they've done everything but score. I don't know where that night was going, but Alisson came to the rescue.
He did. 9 saves on the day for Alisson. Only 2 shots for Liverpool. So his great goalkeeping puts him in a position, and this is why the goalkeeping position and the striker position are so vital, because these are 2 positions that can win you games. And in the case of goalkeeping, they can lose you games. There's no question. But Peter Schmeichel called Alisson's performances one of the best he ever saw. Now, Schmeichel was an incredible goalkeeper, Danish national team, Manchester United. That's pretty high praise when a guy says that's one of the greatest games he's ever seen a goalkeeper play. So pretty spectacular stuff from Alisson. By the way, when Julian Alvarez tied things up in the Atletico Real Madrid game, he got the best of Camavinga and then pulled it back on his right foot and bent it in. It's been great to kind of watch his progress. What a signing he's been for Atletico Madrid. No question about it. All right, 713-780-3776 is the number to call in tonight. 713-780-3776. Come on, Dynamo fan, where are you? You guys love to talk the game, right? You talk it on the internet. We'll start talking a little bit about some of the comments after that game. We'll talk about the no-show of Messi. What did we learn from that game? We saw a lot of other great things. Plus, we'll start talking a little bit about Columbus. I got more updates for you as well. When we come back, we also will continue to get into everything Europe and everything Major League Soccer. As we go to break here, though, a reminder, July 6th, we got the CONCACAF Gold Cup final here. I mean, could be U.S.-Mexico. Tickets will go on sale in late spring, but going to tip you off here. If you go to lssc.net, you can get to the front of the line when it comes to access for tickets. You can get all the news, the updates, and you can join the Gold Cup wait list to know all the information and when tickets will become available. They've got luxury private suites. You can have up to 22 guests. You cut it up. VIP party, delicious food. They got beverage, personal attendance, all the good things. You can start getting ahead of it now because we all know when it's out at Energy Stadium, it's incredible as well. Go to the party route. You can get the shared party suites as well. But I'm looking forward to the Gold Cup here. And the fact that we have the final is just another feather in the cap of Houston as we roll on towards the 2026 World Cup. T-shirts and hats, LamontBrands.com. And this from Depeche Mode from their very first album, Speak and Spell, brought to you by Cactus Music. It is Just Can't Get Enough.
I just can't get enough. I just can't get enough. I just can't get enough.
Every morning when I wake, a feeling soon begins to overtake me. Ringing in my ears, it sounds through my brain and finally surrounds me.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
That is Eric Clapton, and the song is called The Core. Incredible tune. And again, our great friends at Cactus Music with their vinyl and CDs. Get down there. Also, we want to remind you about Danish Inspirations, modern contemporary furniture, the best in modern contemporary furniture, danishinspirations.com. Inaki Gonzalo San Millan, I think is how I pronounce it, says Houston's lack of creativity just intent to dribble an opponent was so disappointing. Their lack of energy, intent on getting the ball back was worrisome. Well, we did talk about they need dribblers. They got one in Nico Ladero now. But we talked, I think, in the offseason about the dribblers and developing a transition game to improve the attack. So we can talk about the attack tonight. It was a tough one for the Dynamo and the organization. By the way, I will reiterate, it's not the Dynamo organization's fault for Lionel Messi not playing. Okay, so that's one thing. You can't put that accountability on them. Okay. So I talked to you about recently the Senate Avenue Brewery. It's up 290. There's a big sign. It says Senate Avenue. It's an exit. It's right off the freeway. It's really easy to get to from the Heights, from downtown, from all areas of town. It's a small batch brewery. They got a kitchen that's open 7 days of the week, lunch and dinner. I've been up there. It's really open. I've tasted the Copper Ale. It's when you walk in, your sense of smell gets assaulted with the beautiful smell of beer being made. And I mean, it's fresh. They've got all kinds of daily specials and things, but I want to bring on now their owner, and very excited to be partnering with them as we head towards the World Cup. He is Andrew Mitchum. He joins us now. He's also a big Dynamo fan, by the way. Andrew, thank you for coming on tonight.
Hey, Glenn, how are you?
I mean, are you in the middle of brewing beer right now? What are you doing?
No, I'm pacing back and forth after a long day of brewing beer. Just waiting to get on your show. I've been a huge fan of yours for a long time, since the HDNet MLS days. So it's an honor to be on your show, sir.
Holy smoke, that's going way back, huh? HDNet, I forgot.
Yeah, I'm dating myself, but yeah, it's been a long time. So.
You're also dating me. I'm taking my headset off and I'm leaving now. My career's over. Andrew, thanks so much. First of all, I'm really excited with the partnership. I think we're going to have tremendous fun. We got live shows. We got a live show from Senate Avenue Brewery. The first one will be on March 18th. We're going to have guests up there, lots of giveaways and things. But, you know, I wanted to ask you about how you got into brewing beer, and really the passion behind it, because it's very similar, you know, to the passion people have around soccer.
Sure. I mean, I got into brewing craft beer when I was in the military. I was in the Army. I was stationed on the West Coast, and at the time, West Coast IPAs were really popular, and I just fell in love with the craft. And then when I bought my first home, my garage was blank, and I decided to learn how to brew in my garage. So I've been a brewer in my garage, and then turned it into a profession in 2020, which was a great year, by the way, to open a brewery. Yeah, I just fell in love with craft beer through my military service, and I just love the community around it. It's a great community. The guild that I'm in, everybody brews beer and shares it and shares the passion. So it's just a great community to be involved in.
Senate Avenue Brewery's beer, by the way, is award-winning. They won 2 U.S. Open Beer Championship medals and 3 Texas Craft Brewers Cup medals. So it's really good stuff. And what I love, again, is going in there, seeing these beautiful, shiny silver vats, smelling the aroma of the beer. And then I like the fact that your place is very open. There's a lot of light in there, and there's a tremendous amount of screens for the sport that we also love, called soccer or football.
That's right. We designed the space to be as open as possible. I love the smell of brewing. And so on brew days, if you're lucky enough to join us for lunch or dinner on a brew day, when you walk in, you're going to smell the process. You're going to smell the aromas. You're going to be able to talk to me or talk to Adam, who is our head brewer. And he gets started pretty early, but we open at lunchtime at 11 a.m. every day. And yeah, when you walk in and we're brewing, you can be involved in the process. And we love the open space, love the open light, love our patio, very inviting. So yeah, we just really want everybody to come out and enjoy the process, enjoy the craft beer, enjoy the food. Enjoy the game of soccer, which we have on our TVs as much as we possibly can. Had the Europa League on today, and we were talking about that today earlier, Glenn, and had some soccer on. You can almost have it on 24/7 these days, so we try to have it on as much as we can.
Well, another thing to remind you again, it's really easy to get to, and it's right off. It's right off 290 when you're heading up there, and 7 big screens. The patio I do love as well. When you were brewing beer, like, are you like a mad scientist? And we're talking to Andrew Mitchum of Senate Avenue Brewery. I mean, how much experimentation had to go on before you started going, okay, yeah, this is where I want to be with this.
Well, this is kind of interesting about us. What makes us different from other breweries, in the region is we're small. We're tiny, actually. We brew 108 gallons at a time, which is actually probably as much beer as St. Arnold spills on the ground every year. So we're really small. It allows us to experiment. When you come in, you're going to find beers of all styles. We're not just stuck with a handful of styles. We have 12 taps, and typically we'll have all different styles. So we love to experiment. The process that goes into it is very meticulous. Adam and I, we plan our brew days every single week. We use the freshest ingredients, the best ingredients that we possibly can find. And so, yeah, there's a lot that goes into it. It's definitely a passion, and we love to make the best possible beer that we can. Every pint that you get when you walk through our door has been meticulously crafted and brewed to the best of our ability. So you're getting the best of the best, hopefully, when you walk through the door. He's
Andrew Mitchum, Senate Avenue Brewery. Listen, I highly recommend it. Really excited about this partnership. And by the way, if you can't make it in town and you want a great soccer watching spot in Jersey Village, this is it. And even if you are in town, it's worth the drive out there. I know Larry Durker makes the drive out there a lot, right?
He does. Yeah, he's a big friend of ours, and we see him all the time.
And you know what? I see him all the time, too, because I'm walking in the park and I run into Larry. I've run into him like 3 times in the last 3 or 4 weeks walking in Memorial Park. Before I let you go, World Cup 2026 is coming. I mean,
yes,
small to mid-level businesses are also going to be able to cash in on this. This isn't just going to be an opportunity for, Fortune 500 companies. And, I'm thinking in the World Cup, there are going to be all these outlying areas that people are going to want to watch the games. They're going to want to have an atmosphere. They're going to want to have great beer.
Sure.
And maybe not have to go into downtown because there are going to be so many people here. And I'm thinking Senate Avenue Brewery could be the spot.
I really hope so. I try to explain to my non-soccer friends how huge this is going to be for Houston, hosting 7 games. It's going to be like having 7 Super Bowls back to back. It's going to be amazing. And our goal is to provide a reliable, exciting, great atmosphere for every day, not just the games that are in Houston, but every single day that we're going to be able to watch these games in 2026. And that's our goal, is to just provide a really great spot for everyone to clearly see the TVs, hear the audio, be with your friends, be with your family, be with your supporters groups. And that's our goal. I've been a soccer fan for a very long time, Dynamo fan for a very long time. And the World Cup is just, it is just going to be amazing. And we hope to provide that atmosphere.
Andrew Mitchum, Senate Avenue Brewery. Again, it's up 290. You take the Senate Avenue exit. Okay, if you had your choice, Andrew, of teams that would end up being in Houston during the World Cup in 2026, give me 3 you would like to have here.
3? Okay, well.
And you can't say the English because they drink a lot of beer, by the way.
Well, I would say Germany would be amazing.
Well, they drink a lot of beer too.
Yeah, have some. Our German beers are on tap right now. That would be fun to see the team stroll up. Let's see. Argentina would be, of course, amazing. Yeah. With Messi would be awesome, but I'm not sure if he's playing this World Cup. But he may have retired from it. But our Argentina would be awesome. And gosh, third team. I have to say USA. I'm a USA fan, so I'd love to see the USA team in Houston. Not sure if that's going to happen, but that would be amazing.
Yeah, it would be. It would be. Hey, by the way, who's your choice when it comes to the U.S. national team? Who are some of the players that you like outside of Christian Pulisic?
You put me on the spot, Glenn.
Well, no, because today I saw Tanner Tessman, who's on the fringe of the national team, playing for Leon. We've had recently Real Betis. We had Johnny Cardoso score a goal against Real Madrid for Betis, upsetting them 2-1. You know, let me just rephrase it. It really is exciting to me, and I pinch myself to see the amount of American players now that are having success in Europe. And it's not just the McKennies and the Pulisics and the Tyler Adamses, but, you know, there's a lot of other guys that are making things happen that maybe aren't as big on the radar, but it really is a unique time for the American soccer player.
I think it is a very exciting time, and it is fun to watch all of these leagues that we have on at the brewery and pick out these players that could potentially make the team. It's still a long way off of who's going to be on the national team for the World Cup, but being able to host it in the U.S., it's going to be amazing. It's going to be a big opportunity for these younger kids to play that are doing really, really well. And so, yeah, I'm kind of starting to watch these players now on these qualifiers and watching these tournaments today. I was watching today and picking up on these players, and it'll be fun to follow.
Yeah.
So follow along with us. We'd love to have you here at Cincinnati Avenue Brewing Company. Follow along, and love to hear your opinions. And I'm here all the time, almost. You can talk my ear off about soccer, talk my ear off about beer.
There you go. Go in and see Andrew. That's a great combination. Senate Avenue Brewery, proud that you are sponsoring our show and partnering with us. Andrew, thank you so much for coming on tonight, and thank you for supporting the great game of soccer on the radio. And I'm reminding everybody, you like beer, you like soccer, you like good food. This is an amazing spot, and you will get very comfortable there very fast. And it's visually very cool to walk into it with all the big vats there. Thank you, Andrew.
Yes, sir. Thank you. We'll see you soon.
You will see me soon. That is Andrew Mitchum. Boy, excited for this. March 18th, we will do our first live show up there. So that's going to be a lot of fun. Hey, by the way, Inter Miami, by the way, is playing tonight against Cavalier of Jamaica. And guess who's probably going to play in that game?
Messi's playing?
Yes.
You take that as should we take that as insulting?
No, you heard what I just said, Brian.
I know. I'm trying to stir the pot.
And by the way, CONCACAF Champions League probably is more important than a second MLS game of the year in 2025, right?
I don't know. This is one of the greatest soccer city in the country. I think it's a slight.
It is. Well, I am mad at Messi, so I'm gonna join.
See, there we go. I got you to stir the pot a little bit.
Leo, you let us down. Come on. 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. By the way, I think that game is 7:00. It's on Fox Sports 2, I believe. We allowed to say that on ESPN 97.5?
You're just saying where the game is.
We don't get too uptight about that stuff.
We don't have to pretend.
A lot of people do.
Yeah, we don't have to pretend that other stations don't exist.
Yeah, exactly.
I've always thought that was dumb.
You know what? That's confidence. I like that, Brian. You're right. All right. So in the CONCACAF round of 16, which took place, Sergio Ramos did not play for Monterrey. So Sergio Ramos, so talk about a slight. You're here. Yeah, he may not be Messi, but Sergio Ramos is a big name in world soccer. So he's on Monterrey now, and I believe, I'm not sure, but I believe he may have signed a contract that he doesn't have to go on the road with Monterrey. So they were playing in CONCACAF Champions League. It's round of 16. They went to Vancouver. Vancouver's got artificial surface. He's an older man now. He's in great shape, but he doesn't even go on the trip, and he's the captain of the team. That's kind of like a Messi situation in a little bit of a way, because if Vancouver people wanted to see Ramos, there you go. He's not there. He's not traveling. Doesn't look like he's playing road games. And by the way, Vancouver and Portland and those that have artificial surface, that's your only drawback. Well, Vancouver doesn't get enough fans, but Seattle and Portland does. That's your drawback. Your drawback in being authentic. You've got everything else in place except for your surface because you play on the fake stuff. And sometimes people don't want to play on the fake stuff, especially superstars. So that one ended 1-1. You had LAFC over Columbus, 3-0. So Columbus will go into the Dynamo game on Saturday off a 3-0 loss. 2 for Dennis Bouanga. And again, they don't have Cucho Hernandez anymore. That makes it a very different team. FC Cincinnati 1-1 at home with Tigres. That's a tough result. It's going to be tough going back to El Volcan in Monterrey in the second leg. It's going to be difficult. They would have liked to have had a bit of a pad going into that one. Seattle and Cruz Azul 0-0. By the way, Jordan Morris, I think, is on 83 goals. 83. A guy that we never really figure out if he's a winger, a wide guy, or a center forward, has got 83 goals. That's a lot of goals. And his next goal he scores, he'll be the all-time leading goal scorer for Seattle, breaking the record of Raul Ruiz-Diaz, who's tied with him. Chivas 1-0 over Club America on an own goal. Alan Pulido, the former Sporting Kansas City man, started for Chivas as their striker. Club America outshot him 17-2. Chivas had one shot on goal, and they won. Herediano beat the LA Galaxy. That's 3 games now. LA Galaxy has lost now. 2 league games, and they lost their CONCACAF Champions League game. This was in Costa Rica. I always love seeing MLS teams go to these environments, especially when they have a big-name player on their team like Marco Reus for the LA Galaxy. It's really cool to see those guys who you've watched in Europe all this time playing in Central America. Elias Aguilar in the 65th, and he looked a pretty good player. I'm surprised if he doesn't get a little attention from Major League Soccer teams. The Galaxy had 63% of the possession. They are missing the injured Joseph Pancil, who's out 6 to 8 weeks. And by the way, they traded away their big-time striker, Dejan Jovic. They sold him to Sporting KC, so they've got to make that up as well. All right. When you're trying to replace players, like Columbus is trying to place Cucho Hernandez, the Galaxy trying to replace Dejan Jovic. We're trying to replace Hector Herrera, Coco, Mikael, Steve Clark in Houston. You look for answers maybe within Major League Soccer. You maybe change your tactics. You hope others that get the opportunity take advantage. That did not happen for the Dynamo against Inter Miami. So you have to seek out solutions. And we'll see. All right, we got Warren Barton, former Newcastle United defender, Fox commentator. Warren's going to join us next. Before we go to that, a big reminder, a big thank you to John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm, daspitlaw.com. We really appreciate their longtime support of this show. And, we never would have been on the air this long without John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. DaspitLaw.com, 713-CALL-NOW. 713-CALL-NOW is that number. So don't forget them and all the other sponsors you hear on this show. Give a shout out to Hugh O'Connor's Pub out on I-10 in the Marquee Entertainment Center. Played a little of that game winner in the 1-0 victory with Alisson shining in goal for Liverpool. And we love all the guys in the Houston Liverpool supporters group out there. Take a break. Warren Barton is next.
97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, welcome back to Soccer Matters. The reason we play Mark Knopfler in Dire Straits, well, he's from Newcastle. In a lot of his songs, he spoke about the Spanish city. One of the great guitar players of all time. Got to meet him once, too. This is a song called Solid Rock. As we welcome you back, a couple of reminders here. Inter Miami will get started here shortly in about 15 minutes. Soccer Matters, ESPN 97.5, presented by John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. Big thank you to John and his firm. Big thank you to Nico's Greek and American Cafe. It wasn't a good day for the Greeks and Olympiacos. They got beat in the Europa League. But our great friend Dimitri, well, 3 locations. You got I-10 and Beltway 8. You've also got the location, the original one in Montrose, Lampshanks, Souvlaki, Euro, you name it, and then you go up to the Woodlands for the new location. By the way, it does not look like Messi is in the starting lineup for Inter Miami. All right, let's get to Warren Barton. Warren, thank you for coming on the show as always, and it's always a pleasure to have you on.
Yeah, same as well, Glenn. Pleasure to be on. No problem at all.
All right, so first of all, I mean, you called the Dynamo Inter Miami game just like I did, so I just want to get your overall thoughts on the day. An outside perspective is always good on the Houston Dynamo.
Yeah, I just think with Glenn, and I did the Dallas game beforehand as well, it's, Ben Olsen is dealing with one, a lot of key players have left and big personalities, top players that have played at a high level. And speaking to the coach as well, they're looking with Pat to bring people in as soon as possible. And it's just trying to be patient at the moment. They lack obviously a killer instinct up front. I think the service has got to be better. It does give opportunities to players, but Ben Olsen has done a wonderful job since he's been there. Glenn, he's been in the league a long time as a player and as a coach. And it's just at the moment, you're trying to fight, won a derby game against Dallas, who had bought a superstar with Acosta coming into their equation, which I think was a huge surprise for everybody. Not that he moved, but maybe that he's gone to a smaller market like Dallas. But then when you play, into Miami, and I know Messi obviously not being there, and it's disappointed, but I think it just shows you the depth that they've got now. From last season, they've bought well, they've got money, and that